our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the 1-2 pitch. And that ball is lifted high into the air, deep left field. Hayes is going back onto the track. He looks up. It is gone. Adolis Garcia will touch them all. His 3-run blast has given Texas a 6-0 lead.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers baseball. Hopefully, you are soaking it all in as your favorite baseball team is on their way to the American League Championship Series for the first time since 2011. I'm Sean Shreve alongside Ralph James Choppy, who was there last night. Peyton Russell running things. He was there last night. Bobby Belt will be in 30 minutes. He was there last night, the only morning show on the scene. Take us inside the game and inside the celebration.
Man, it was fun. It was fun seeing Nate Eovaldi. I felt really happy for him again. You know, second game in a row for him where he went from, really from goat to goat.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a good headline.
Thank you. Oh, there we go. I'm going to write that one down because I didn't have that one written down. I just came out. I like it. I like it.
You're getting your Cliff Lee performer. You're getting your Bumgardner.
Yeah.
Right now in Eovaldi. It's a mind-blowing turnaround from the last month of his regular season. So now 2 playoff starts, both closeout games for Nate. 13 2/3, 2 runs, 11 hits, 15 strikeouts, 0 walks.
And 1 curtain call. Which they don't do around here very often. That
play. So the play, Sandler kept texting and he kept tweeting. Is it loud? Does it sound loud on TV? Does it sound loud on the radio? That Adolis home run. This is through TV. You were there. Were you there?
Were you there?
The Adolis home run and the Eovaldi curtain call explosions through the TV.
Yeah, that was the loudest it was all night. I thought the curtain call was the best. The crowd was. Obviously, when you get the home run, you're going to get a pop. The curtain call is a slower build to euphoria, and that's what it was. I thought the curtain call was the best part of the night for me because it's the ultimate sign of appreciation. It's what you can do in a baseball game that is above and beyond anything else from a fan standpoint for cheering for an individual player. Is the curtain call. That was great. Yeah, there were some spots. The beginning. The first the first batter, the place was really, really loud. And then as soon as the first batter's over, everybody sits down. It's very odd. Everybody, 133 stood. Some of the outfield stood, at least around us in the we were inside the moat. They were basically sat down. And then, you get the.
How was the Creed sing-along?
We were in the beer line meeting some Tolos during the Creed sing-along. And then everybody came back. We come back and, man, there were so many Tolos out there saying. I mean, I tweeted about 6 or 7 names, and then that was part 1. There was about 20 throughout the night that were either screaming from their seats further up or a section over, or seeing them in the concourse, the bathroom, whatever. Just incredible.
Sandler said it was the loudest that he had ever heard Globe Life Field, and it's not even close. 40,861, the largest in the stadium's history. Pepe, where were you sitting inside? Take us inside your experience.
Oh, so I had a press pass, guy, so I kind of could just sit wherever I wanted to.
Stand wherever you wanted.
That's right. Well,
I saw you sneak down later.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Will Chambers, he said, follow me, boys. Follow me. He just kept walking down. We had the usher saying, hey, where y'all going? They said, oh, we got press pass. They said, go ahead.
Really?
I think we sat right behind Ray Davis. He was like right by the dugout. And we were kind of like one row to the left of him. But
was that Will that took the video that the fan account posted?
I think that was Zach. Zach. But yeah, we all had a video right around there. So
next time, guys, pick somebody with a newer phone.
Oh, listen to this guy over here.
His iPhone 6 that he had video in that thing.
Wojcik has
with his single lens camera.
I had the 14 Pro, so maybe they should use my video.
Should have used yours, Peyton.
My video was a minute and a half long. I got the whole final out. But yeah, so we started upstairs with G-Bag. They were doing the broadcast up there, so we kind of hung around there. A bunch of Tolos up there watching them, listening to them, and then we kind of just moved around. I wanted to go check out the press box. I heard they had pizza and food there. I said, hey. Let me go get a drink. Let me get a slice of pizza, some popcorn. Yeah, just give me a little sip. And so I sat up there, met Matt Gangle, We had John Radigan was up there, so a bunch of people that I know all over the media that we've had on the show too. So it was just starstruck, really, and then it was loud.
Mac Angle, starstruck. This kid
Got great hair.
He does have really good hair.
It's like Ruben being impressed by Donnie.
Well, it's like I've never met these guys. I've only talked to them on the phone here, and talked to them on Twitter, so it was nice. But yeah, I mean, super loud. And I wanted to watch the pregame introductions. Will was like, "Let's go back downstairs to G-Bag." I said, "Hold on, Will. I got to soak this in. I'm 27. I'm a Ranger fan. I love this kind of stuff."
Yes. And you stayed. So the last time they were here, you were 16 years old? Is that correct?
It was 2016 was my last playoff game, which was
the last time they were in the ALCS.
Oh, yeah.
2011.
16? Is that right?
That was freshman year of high school. I was 15.
And our first year basically together.
Yeah,
oh my
it was.
gosh, 15 and 16. So everyone all y'all decided to stay to the end.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of at the mercy of we were with her work people.
The big dog, Bennett Glazer.
The big dog, man.
The big dog.
Big dog, man. I cannot thank him enough. He is an awesome dude. Big fan of you. Not a big fan of Bobby. Big fan of us, though. Loves the show. Loves the station.
Wasn't happy with Bobby's
Jerry
interview approach.
Was not happy with how Bobby went after Jerry.
Bobby was the hero yesterday from the Tolos. Finally, someone asking the hard questions.
I know.
Not the usual softballs that we lob up.
No, sir. No, sirree. So I was like kind of at their mercy when we leave. And I like to stay till the end anyway. I either say wanted to stay to the end and then beyond, or like leave a little early. Because I like to let the traffic either die down or beat it. But yeah, as I've gotten older, I'm like, you know what? Let's soak it. Let's soak this in. Let's stay. So we stayed as soon as the final out was made. He was like, "Let's go, guys. Let's go. We're getting in the car."
You rode with him.
I rode with him. Yes.
What type of car was that?
It was a nice car. It was like a Lexus.
Bulletproof limo, like fly in. You had to fly in on the Jerry pad?
No, we did not fly in on the helicopter.
He got that type of pull.
He does.
He got that type of sway.
He absolutely does.
He didn't drive.
He did.
My.
He drove.
Man of the people.
Man, very much. Oh, you would not know from hanging out with him from
Southern Glazers
that he is that he's
a billionaire.
Yeah. You would have no idea.
All right, so what was it like? I saw you getting a picture of the team posing out there on the field. Did you stay in the stands and soak that all up?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, when they were walking back to the clubhouse, Chris Young was down there hugging all the guys. I mean, it was just, and then you could hear him too. That's how close we were, really. And so after that, because our press passes gave us clubhouse access, so I was trying to get in, but they point me this direction, then they go that direction. They say no, go back here, and I ended up in like the family crowd. It was all like the parents and like wives and stuff of the teams. I said, okay, I think I'm in the wrong spot, but I could see the clubhouse door. They wouldn't let me in. I was like, guys, I got work early in the morning. I think I'm just gonna go back. So, and no one else wanted to go in the clubhouse. I was the only one, so I was gonna walk in there alone, try and find Jared, but that was gonna be a cool moment. But maybe next year.
So, what time did you finally get out of there and get home?
It took.
Did y'all see Bobby?
I did not. I did not see Bobby at all. We went in and went to there. Like, we got in late. We missed most of the pregame. We left at 4.
You got in late.
We left our house.
I thought that was the plan.
We left our house at 4:45, and we did not get. We were meeting them in Arlington at like a restaurant, like on the other side of 30. Then we were all going to drive together, and we left our house at 4:45 in Roanoke. Usually it's about 25 to 30 minutes to get down there. And 4:45 we left, and we got there close to 6 o'clock. And then we had to drive in, and there's obviously traffic driving in. It took another about 30, 40 minutes. Get out, walk from the parking lot all the way in. Wow. We got there. We got to our seats around 6:45, 6:50. So we missed a lot. We
late then.
Well, we weren't late to the game. We wanted to be there a little bit earlier, like to get the introductions and stuff.
You saw the anthem. That's what you worried about, right?
I saw the anthem.
Very nice.
We got there like right about when the
they
anthem.
kept that roof closed too.
It did.
That was a shame.
Yeah, it was.
Which made it louder, maybe. I mean,
probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
Bill Nye.
It was 80 something, I think, at first pitch, like 84.
Okay.
It was steamy in there. Bobby was saying Bobby was dying warm in there. Bobby, he had the long sleeve jacket.
The long sleeve of his armpits.
Golly, he was sitting down, typing his email, like, guys, I need to. He had to buy. He'll tell you this. He had to buy a $40 shirt, short sleeve shirt to wear because he could not handle wearing the long sleeve jacket.
He didn't have one underneath.
No, he had a long sleeve shirt under the jacket. And it was skin tight. I was like, dude, what? This isn't Colorado in the winter. What are you wearing?
He's layering, man.
The Texas Rangers are moving on and taking over the Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, we got Pepe. Bobby will be in momentarily. Let's go inside the clubhouse. Peyton did not get in there. He was chilling with all the moms and the wives. Let's go inside the Rangers clubhouse for the celebration and all the reaction on your home of the team that continues to shock the baseball world. It's Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up. There's a swing and there's a drive. Deep right field. That one's on its way. That ball is history. Way up in the lower deck. Pitch to Corey Seager. You're risking that. It's 1-0 Rangers in the first.
Eric Nadel with the call, 445 feet, 110 miles per hour, leaving the yard. Corey Seager lights up the crowd in Arlington to make it 1-0. 8 career postseason home runs at Globe Life Field. That's the most all-time. Cody Bellinger ranks second with 4 of them. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Pepe and Ryan in the back. We're celebrating live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Roberto Belt will be in at the top of the hour on your home for Rangers baseball as they sweep the Orioles, win 7-1, and move on to the American League Championship Series. That starts on Sunday against the winner of the Armpit and Minnesota. In case you missed it earlier in the day, the Astros just worked the Twins, so they're up 2-1. If they win today, it's an all-Texas championship series.
Man, they're like a cockroach won't go away. I'm starting to get bad vibes about them.
Yeah, I'm getting San Fran vibes.
Yeah,
watching Jose Abreu, I'm like, damn, these are some big badass bullies. I'm just watching some of the big dogs that they got over there, and I'm like, oh man, I'm getting a little San Fran feel. I don't want to think about it too much today.
Yeah, yesterday there were some situations where Minnesota, who's not a great elite off, they're a good offense, but not like the range of a great offense. Minnesota had the home run. They get first and second. After that, they can't do anything more. Leadoff walks will kill you in a big lead, and Houston didn't play their greatest, but from that perspective. But Baltimore and Tampa, you could kind of count on them to beat themselves. They're so young. At least Baltimore. Tampa just does Tampa things. Houston is so savvy with this. I don't know. You're going to have to literally beat them. It's not going to be one of those things where they'll give you too much.
Inside the Rangers clubhouse celebration, I stayed up way too late to watch all the champagne, all the interviews, all the coverage. You had Bassick on ballot. You had Jeter, A-Rod, and David Ortiz.
How were those three?
David Ortiz is awful. Bassick's right. He's gotten worse.
A-Rod, Jeter?
A-Rod is generic and fake. Jeter's the best of the three. It's just he's not going to cut loose.
Right. No,
he's not going to, totally let it go. Ortiz is trying to play like the Shaq role. Like, I really don't watch all the games. I can't talk that much in depth with it. So I'll put on the goggles and I'll do the celebrating and the partying. But, man, he's bad. He's really, really bad. But they go inside the clubhouse. Bruce Bochy, remember, he literally bit the cork out of the champagne bottles after they beat the Rays. Here was Boch after this one.
So what you guys did here, going to Tampa, going to Baltimore, doing that, and coming here, one of the most impressive things. The only thing I need to know right now, Hedgie, what's the number on your
Okay, so I need this deciphered. Hedgie, Austin Hedges, backup catcher. Did he say, what's the number on your ass?
Jersey.
Oh. Okay.
I'm pretty sure that was the quote afterwards.
Let me isolate it. Isolate it there. Hedgie, what's the number on your what? And what does that mean? Is Austin Hedges
I
eight?
get it. No,
like
he's
8 more wins to win the World Series?
He's 11, so you need 11 wins to win the World Series. Well, I mean, technically now you need 13. Right, but normally you need 11 to win. You need 3 in the ALDS. 4.
You need 8 more. You're in the LCS. You win 4. You advance to the World Series. You win 4. You win the World Series. That's 8.
Right,
8 more wins.
Right, but I think they're trying to get to his number, right, which is the total. But even that doesn't make sense because their number would be 13. Everybody, the normal playoffs is 11. Normally. Right. The the Astros only need 11 wins.
Let me hear it one more time, Pepe. Go ahead, drop it.
So what you guys did here, going to Tampa, going to Baltimore, doing that, and coming here.
Listen,
the only thing I need to know right now, Hedgie, what's the number on your
Were those champagne bottles?
That was the pop of the champagne bottles.
Wow.
Listen to that. Holy
firecrackers in there.
Yes. So Austin Hedges and Max Scherzer partying with each other. Yeah, did you see that clip?
I did.
Max Scherzer's insane.
He's a wild man.
He's a nut job.
By the way, the champagne pop, most satisfying thing in the world is when you get used to popping champagne. So that when you first pop champagne.
Wow, Mr. Bennett Glazer over here.
I'm sorry.
Tell us what it's like.
Sparkling wine.
I'm used to the twist off top.
The $2 Andre bottles.
Yeah.
So
4.
Yeah, you stick your thumb out like that. Now rip it off.
Yeah.
Oh, rip it off. What? That's the most liberating. It's the most liberating alcohol moment in my life when I learned that. Rip it off.
No more corkscrews, huh?
Well, no, you don't need a corkscrew for the champagne.
No,
27.
No, Peyton. No, 27, you should probably
You
still
should
know
know.
that. That's not an age excuse. So Scherzer and Hedges go crazy. Chris Young is towering over everyone in there. He's a maniac up there, fist pumping next to his wife as well. I see Sandler for a second on the TV. He's like peering in the back, like, how do I get involved in this? How do I go ahead and join this party? Jared will join us at 7:20 this morning. Here's the picture I took of Jared. And then Pat Doney. Pat Doney in there with his hood up.
Oh, my God, I saw that.
His raincoat hood. I should have taken a photo, but there was Doney in there. Mike Leslie was in there prepared. Leslie may as well have been holding an umbrella from Channel 8, but there was Doney.
His hair ain't moving anyway.
I know. There was Doney from our television partner, NBC5. He was in there with the hood up. It was funny.
Yeah, that photo of Doney will live in my memory forever. Of him hood up, just sitting there talking. He was talking to Simeon. That is the photo I saw.
Bruce Bochy, did you ever think you'd be able to turn this around like this in a single season?
I got to be honest. When we sat down, and we talked in Nashville there for quite a few hours. This was CY's vision. He wanted to get this turnaround, and he wasn't talking about 2 or 3 years from now. I knew this was a really good ball club. I mean, very talented club. You look at the position players, and we needed some starting pitching, and CY said, we're going to go out and get it. And I thank Ray Davis for doing that, to make this club even better, to give us the tools to be in this position. So even though you talk about it, to be here, you realize how fortunate, at least personally, I am to be sitting here and be part of this and be part of that team. I just, again, can't say enough of what they did here the last week and really all year. And so, to be part of it, I'm blessed.
Wrote down a couple of stats last night, and I had to double check myself. I was not drinking, and I was like, this can't be right. And Smoltz had read one, and he's like, I still don't believe it. Bruce Bochy has won his last 13 postseason series.
Yeah.
And he is 15-5 in potential series clinching games. He won his last 13 postseason series, 15-5 in games to close it out.
It's pretty
That's
remarkable.
crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable.
American League East teams. Peyton kind of texted us something like this last night. 11 straight losses for AL East teams in the postseason. 11 straight.
Okay, so you got 2 by Tampa, 3 by actually more than that by Tampa, because they got swept last year. So it's 4. The Yankees lost. They got swept last year in the playoffs. There's 4. And then there's your 3 by Baltimore. Wow.
Yeah.
That's surprising. That division usually is pretty solid. I mean, they usually have 3 teams in the playoffs. Wow.
All right, y'all, give us your experience. Did you go to the game? What was it like checking it out on the radio with the fellas? Were you just watching it on TV? It's a Rangers celebration throughout the entire morning for the Hump Day edition. Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That was the party. How did the Rangers actually get it done on the field to pull out the broomsticks on Baltimore? That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
We're giving you your morning sports fix while sharing. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's a ball hit high and deep into right center field. Nathaniel Lowe, did you? Yes, you did. Into the people. Out there, section 133 for Nathaniel Lowe. It's his first home run this postseason, and the Rangers now lead 7-1.
The jumper cables last night. That's Nathaniel Lowe. As the Rangers sweep Baltimore, move on to the American League Championship Series, this is the place to celebrate. Your home for Rangers baseball. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell. Chop, Bobby, and Peyton. The only, I would guess, the only morning show in the Metroplex representing there at the site of the game. You had the nosebleeds as well. Will Chambers was out there. Gavin Dawson. I know Broadus and Walchuk stayed to the very end. This is 105.3 The Fan. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thanks for being a Tolo. In case you don't know, that stands for turn it on, leave it on. So Nate Lowe, of course, with his brother dealing with their mother and brain cancer. Awful story that Major League Baseball touched on and covered to start off the American League Wild Card Series against Tampa. And Nate Lowe is at the plate for an epic out. The most epic out that you'll ever see. 15 pitch at bat. Mm-hmm. Longest Ranger at bat of the season. And he ends up lining out to left field. But Smoltz and them were saying, will this give him confidence against the fastball? He's been struggling with the fastball. He was clearly still late in that at bat, but with every single foul ball was the anticipation building there in
Absolutely.
The stadium.
Yeah, and there was a point where everybody got up, probably around pitch 7 or 8. The whole place got up. It was cool. Like you love to see, like, baseball nerds like myself love seeing that. It was a really good at bat, and I mean, that's one of those things, like, for a guy like Nate had not had a great postseason. You could tell things are weighing on his mind. And then you could also tell when he hits the home run that he's like, God, thank God.
The 15 pitch at bat, longest in the postseason since Austin Meadows had a 17 pitch AB in 2021. And then the home run with both fists going up immediately. Yep. So that was awesome for him. You could see the celebration and how happy his teammates were for him in the dugout. Afterwards, he did a post-game interview with Ken Rosenthal, and he was just giddy. It looked like the weight of the world off his shoulders, but Corey Seager said that really kind of jump-started things for us because how much are you taking out of their starting pitcher, who, of course, had to leave this game early. Kramer, I felt bad for him. You're rooting for the Rangers, but he's dealing with everything going on with the war. He's got Israeli ties. His family is all over there, and he's gone real quick into this ball game. So I did feel bad for him, but the Rangers exploded for 5 runs in the second inning, and that was ball game.
Yeah, it was.
That was night-night.
Yeah, he lives in Israel 2 months a year. I was looking that up yesterday. He played for them for the WBC team, so he's got those ties. That's got to be tough for him. That had to be a brutal headspace for him yesterday. But the Rangers bats, man, they got it done quick. They put that game away 30 minutes in.
Good morning, Roberto. How was your Rangers experience?
It was great, other than sweating through that bullpen windbreaker that I was wearing and convincing
I thought you were saying sweating through Aroldis Chapman, the bullpen.
Yeah, so that's not great. Him walking in throwing 7 strikes.
Were you sweating more
pitches.
than Aroldis last night?
Gosh, that was yeah. I mean, I made Peyton hold the undershirt that I was wearing. I was like, here, hold this. Feel how wet it is. It was drenched, wasn't it?
I could smell it from a mile away.
When are you gonna learn?
Well, I was doing a bit, and it didn't work.
A bit to make yourself really uncomfortable.
So I had an entire package of Big League Chew, and I picked it up and I put it in my mouth and started chewing it up, and then I put the aviators on, and then I had the little 90s windbreaker on, and then I pulled my shorts up really high so I was showing a lot of thigh.
Yeah.
And I walked up on G-Bag set like that, and I was like, this will be funny. And then I started having heart palpitations, and my BPM was 150, and I was pouring sweat, and I was like, I got to change out of this. So I went and bought a $50 shirt and changed into that. And
have you showered since?
No.
Oh yeah.
Well, you are ripe.
Oh yeah.
Didn't have any time.
Baby.
Is there onions? I guarantee there's onions.
Onions.
Didn't have any time.
The game.
The game was great, but the game was over in the second inning.
Yeah.
Like the second, I was like, all right, cool. Like we could start thinking ahead. We could start really scoreboard watching. It was Nathan Eovaldi is so impressive, and I take back any slander I had over him.
Well, there's
over
no
the
way.
last month.
It was impossible to see.
Yeah,
I still take it back.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't have seen it coming, but I still take it back, all the slander I have from him, because he has just been incredible. When you said Cliff Lee earlier, that's the comparison. It feels very much like, you know, only this is a bigger redemption story, because there was no shot. Like with Cliff Lee, you were like, okay, he's dominant and he's going to step up big in the postseason. We all were sitting here after leading up to the first game of Eovaldi pitched, and we're like, can we get 5 innings? Like 5 innings, 3 runs. Just give me that.
Yes.
And instead, he's been dominant. And it's just, when you pair that dominance with, you know, Montgomery being as solid as he's been over the last month and a half, even though he got hit a little bit last time, the bat's waking up now, and then the potential of, you know, maybe some Max Scherzer in the LCS, it's starting to feel a little magical.
Nate Eovaldi on what was working for him last night.
It's one of the mechanical adjustments that I was able to make. You know, like you said, I mean, I'm trying to rehab up here in the big leagues, and it was kind of tough. So for me to be able to figure it out at the right time, you know, I mean, that's what it's all about. So right now, it's just kind of ride that wave and continue to execute pitches and, you know, attack the hitters.
95, 96, 97 for Eovaldi. They were highlighting the splitter last night on the broadcast. A-Rod actually did say something pretty insightful and interesting in the post. He said Nate Eovaldi has the best arm of anyone he's ever played with. And then after you pause, like RJ just did and I did, he goes, let me explain. This guy has he's got a rubber arm.
Yeah.
He can throw 130, 140 pitches, come back and do it again. He doesn't have the most electric arm. He doesn't throw the hardest. Yeah. He's just got the most durable arm that can go out and work up that type of mileage. I thought it was pretty interesting.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
and then, of course, Ortiz was loving him, too, because of the Red Sox experience where he was a Boston hero, and now the Rangers have their Mad Bum, have their Cliff Lee out there working for them.
Dude, he is, you know, because there was talk. We were talking about this, like, what, was it early? Was it Monday? Was it late last week? About how is Eovaldi the best postseason pitcher left in the playoffs? And that's, you know, it's a discussion. We all thought maybe Verlander or somebody else, but I mean, he certainly is in that discussion because I mean, he has been pretty nails. If you take away like one outing, one relief appearance 6 years ago, he's been phenomenal.
He struck out 2 of his first 3 batters. That's when you're like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
He had 20 pitches through 2 innings. Then he went 3 scoreless. He had thrown 35 pitches, 29 of them for strikes, so only 6 balls. His strike rate last night, the highest for a postseason start since 2000.
Wow.
77% strike rate.
Dude, he had like 86 pitches thrown and like 15 balls. It was insane. Maybe not quite that high, but maybe it was like 75 pitches, 15.
You said it with confidence.
Yeah, I remember looking up at the board like all night, thinking like, okay, how can we get him to the 8th? How can we get him? Like I was like, because they had a long at bat. He had a long at bat in the 7th inning, which really kind of put him way over the top to where you knew this was going to be the last inning for him. Like he started that inning, you know, like 80 pitches. I'm like, okay, if he gets out of this thing quick, he can maybe get to the 8th. But it wasn't going to happen after that one at bat. Just really kind of derailed that.
A great benefit that we have had so far, probably not going to continue.
His big leads.
Exactly what I was about to say.
Man.
Definitely going to continue.
For when Aroldis Chapman butchers something or screws something up, well, you're still looking at a 5-6 run cushion.
If it's Houston, I don't even put him on the roster. That dude is spooked by the Astros. It's half joking. But
it's half joking.
But it's half joking. Because that guy he is definitely gun shy at Minute Maid at least.
John Smoltz's ALDS MVP. His selection, his choice, in the 3-hole.
Here comes the 0-1. And that ball was hit hard past the third baseman, Westberg down the line. That gets Young home. Simeon scores. Seager stops at third. It's a 2-run double for Mitch Garver. And the Rangers lead at 3-0.
Smoltz felt like the home run in Baltimore flipped the series, gave the Rangers all the momentum. Yesterday, you heard Hicksy with the call right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is your home for Rangers baseball, and Garver comes up big. Again, the 2-run double that made it 3-0.
And these last 2 games, as important as he's been, I don't want to hear in the future again any of these ridiculous explanations for, well, the lineup and this and that. That's why you got to put Robbie Grossman's 4 strikeouts in there. You got to have him in there over Mitch Garver.
You got to have his 4 strikeouts.
If I ever hear that again, I'm going to lose my damn mind.
But
yes, they were trying to say, it's because the lineup and the way you can rotate, and he's a switch hitter. I don't care. Don't tell me about lineup matchups anymore. Put Mitch Garver's bat in the lineup. That needs to be in there. We're not discussing it anymore the rest of the season. If Bochy puts him back in there, if Bochy puts Grossman back in there for any other reason other than health, it's negligence. It's ridiculous.
That was in the second inning. So Lowe had the 15 pitch at bat, right? He jacks up the pitch count for Kramer. Then Young and Simeon double. They intentionally walk Corey Seager because, of course, and then Garver drives in too. Could have been worse. Baltimore got lucky that ball hit off the wall out there in left. And didn't get all the way to the corner. And then, of course, Adolis hit the bomb to make it 6-0. Kramer is gone. 7 runs batted in the series for Mitch. So that was the selection for John Smoltz if he had to pick ALDS MVP. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Of course, the easy MVP could be Corey Seager. He tied an MLB. People are treating him like Bonds, and he's kind of hitting like him. He's got an MLB record. He has reached base 3 or more times in 5 straight postseason games. Let me say that again. Let that sink in. He has gotten on base 3 or more times in 5 straight postseason games. The other guys that do it, Ortiz, Bonds, Edgar Martinez, and Pete Rose. His 9 walks are an MLB record for walks in a divisional series. Jared Sandler caught up with his guy afterwards.
Corey, we talked about it after that win in Tampa Bay. Winning's fun. Winning at this time of the year is even more fun. So what was it like tonight getting the job done and moving on?
Yeah, it was fun again. We competed our asses off this whole series, just grinding out ABs. The way our pitching staff threw the baseball, you can't say enough about what they did to shut down 2 good lineups back-to-back. So it's just been really fun to watch and fun to be a part of.
So this guy has zero emotion. None.
No, he does.
Zero.
He's very, very calm.
So even keel.
He doesn't get too. That's what you really want out of a baseball player. Not very high, not very low, because you literally have to go back the next day and do it again. You don't have time to get down. You don't have time to get up. And look, you don't always come up. The best players don't always come with the biggest hit, but they're always around the biggest moments. And he started the whole thing off. Right? Yes, he starts the whole thing off with the solo shot, and then all of a sudden, he gets the intentional walk right before the Garver double. So he's always around. He's always around everything, and that's what your best hitter usually does. That's what your best player does. That's what these guys that are special usually wind up finding a way to do.
It's wild. You talk about how much he's getting on base right now. He has 11 walks in the postseason so far. He's walked in every game, obviously, but 11 walks in the postseason. Over the last 37 games of the regular season, he had 10 walks. He's doing something. He's hidden out of his mind, and pitchers are having to pitch around him, and he's showing great patience. And you're right. When you look at the 3 home runs yesterday, Adolis pimped that home run. Nate Lowe stood there, looked at it for a second, then pumped his fist. Corey Seager just looked like he could have grounded out to short or hit a home run. You don't know. He was just reacting the same.
After they clinched, he ran by his teammates just like that's it.
Good
Wasn't
job, guys.
any hardcore emotional high five. He's like, I was born to hit, and I'm here to hit.
I don't feel pressure.
I don't feel pressure. There you go. And David Ortiz did talk about that in the post. A lot of criticism. We all had major questions. Did you have to overpay? Did you overpay in bringing Corey Seager here? The injuries, does he really want to be part of the process? Or, the Rangers were the highest bidder, and now there are no questions left at this particular time. Back to the Rangers with the Sean and RJ show in the crowd with the Tolos. The audio you got to hear celebrating the ALDS win at 6:40 this morning. But Jerry Jones making news everywhere. Reaction to Jerry's backing of Dak and McCarthy. And how are these Dallas Cowboys going to respond? Jerry's resolve yesterday? Or are we going to start to see some quit and finger pointing next? But first, let me go ahead and get you set up.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Peyton Russell with maybe the stat of the night here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Your home of the Cowboys and Rangers is 105.3 The Fan. Rangers, Mavs, Stars have all been to their conference or league championship round of the playoffs in the last 2 years. The Dallas Cowboys have not been in 28.
What about FC Dallas?
Or the Wings. Sorry, I didn't mention the Wings. I got a bunch of comments like that.
We can't even figure out when soccer season actually has its title or not. So,
I think
one more time. Rangers, Mavs, Stars have all been to their conference or league championship round of the playoffs last 2 years. Cowboys 0 for 28.
I mean, I think we could do one better where they've all been at least twice. At least twice. Since the Cowboys went to their last conference championship. Yeah. I mean, they may have all been at least three times.
If it's conference championships, the Mavericks have been 3.
And, and now the Rangers have been 3.
Yeah.
So and the Stars have been 3.
Mm-hmm.
So that's bad. Bad.
Bobby saying yesterday had the most text reaction to a Jerry Jones interview since he's been on the morning show. Why do you think that is?
I think people were just fed up after the 49ers game. And so that's why I mean, when they hype it up as their Super Bowl and they lose, it's really tough to then say, season's not over, guys. Yeah. Well, because you told us this was your season in a lot of ways. And so when you lose that game, it feels like even though you're uncomfortable with it and you get upset at it, you need to take questions as if your season's over because you talked about this was your season and you lost.
So Jerry came out with 3 agendas. One, sound super serious. Whenever Jerry asks you questions back, he's kind of ticked. When he interrupts a question that you're asking, Bobby, he's really ticked.
Sorry.
And he wanted to make sure you're the people's champ today, so feel good about that. You
other than Mr. Glazer, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The big dog, Mr. Bennett Glazer.
How about I tell you how to move Jameson, Mr. Glazer?
Wow. Whoa. I think they do just fine over there. Yeah. My gosh.
So he wanted everyone to know that he was really, really ticked off. He wanted to support his head coach, have no hesitation, get that stuff out of here about Brian Schottenheimer taking over the play calling, any major changes. He wanted to be very, very direct. And he wanted to have no doubt that they have the quarterback to get this done as well.
Dak Prescott is a quarterback that can get us to the Super Bowl, and that's the way that's going to be. We have other quarterbacks on that roster, and players that certainly, if something should happen to Dak, but I want to be real clear. Dak's very capable of making this team be where we want it to go.
So that's going to take over all the TV shows today. Look, he had to come out and give this backing. The Dallas Cowboys are not getting out of Dak Prescott's contract. It's a $61 million cap hit. The man has a no-trade clause, and he cannot be tagged again. It's not happening. So he has to treat Dak like the belle of the ball. He just has to. So $61 million with the cap hit. He said Dak is the guy. Mike McCarthy is the guy. What else jumped out to y'all before we move on from this? What else jumped out from Jerry or the reaction to it?
I mean, the fact that he did say he has faith in Dak being the guy, I mean, forget about whether that's true or not. That is the right thing to say. We all agree that's the right thing for him to say.
No doubt.
Yeah, like you can have the talk about Dak or Mike in the offseason if you want to, but like you could change the play caller in the regular season if you wanted to, but like what good would it have done for him to come on the radio yesterday and say that Dak might not be the guy? I mean, I know that's the fans want to hear. I know the fans wanted to hear that Mike's not the guy. We're gonna make some shit. But that's like
that'd be really stupid.
Yeah, or even for him to say the system in place is not the right system. That'd be dumb.
So I'm gonna read too much into something, as I often do. I think it's Jerry's come on here before and come on with the agenda of support the quarterback or back the quarterback or whatever else, and we'll say it. This was like 4 or 5 times on his own, just going, let me be really clear. He's our guy, blah, 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 blah. I think as much as it is, hey, come out, show public support because he's not going anywhere because of where things stand. Like, I just wonder, when you look at Dak's face on the sideline the other day, I wonder if it's like Jerry's like, he needs to hear this right now. Like, because there's a little bit of, it feels a little unsettled.
Yeah, Wolchuk yesterday during G-Bag said he would not be surprised if Dak wants out of here after this year.
He looks more exhausted by being the Cowboys quarterback than he ever has in his career.
I mean, look, I get it. I mean, I wouldn't be stunned. Dak's name is to the, I mean, obviously the Cowboys brand elevates you, but Dak's name now is big enough to where he can go anywhere. It doesn't matter. And plus, if he's good, it's not going to matter anyway. Good quarterbacks in the NFL, NFL quarterbacks are local anyway. They're local in every market, especially the great ones. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he's having second thoughts about whether or not he wants to re-sign here. And by the way, the team may be having second thoughts too about him.
Well, and that's why a lot of people are saying, what's up with the offense? This offense is not a fit. It's not a match. I know Bobby believes that. I heard Chiafalo expressing that yesterday. Kurt Warner did a film breakdown kind of talking about some of the Cowboy pass patterns, how Dak should not be blamed for one of the interceptions because the design of the routes was not proper and correct. So we asked Jerry, is this offense and scheme really suited for your QB?
I do. Yes, I do. I think we've, as a matter of fact, do you think getting the ball out quick, do you think it can be effective? It happened against us the other night. That ball was coming out of there so quick, and frankly was able to get it in lanes right in the middle of the field, get it down through lanes, and it shows what good quick throws can do, and they can be very effective. We've got more of that than we've had in the offense. It just happened against us, but we have that in our offense. But we're going to put it in there. We're going to have it in the games as well.
I'm curious. Have you come around any to my idea that they're just not going to push the ball downfield? I'm just curious.
No, I don't, okay. Because
when you hear Jerry talk about that,
you want everyone to believe that there's like no plays there's no capability or possibility of them pushing the ball downfield. This isn't NFL blitz. You don't drop back and just throw the ball 35 yards down the field every play.
Right.
They went downfield more in the San Francisco game than any of the other games taking shots. They are going to take some shots. I think there's this misconception. First of all, I hate talking about offensive coordinating. I hate it.
Especially when McCarthy's
there's a lot of bottom feeder to it.
Yes. Everyone forgets this city ran Kellen Moore out of town. I'm not gonna let people forget it. This fan base helped run Kellen Moore out of here. You hated him. You were tired of him. He was a bum. And Jason Garrett was a bum. And Scott Linehan was a bum. And now Mike McCarthy is a bum. There's nothing that could satisfy a fan base. Not DFW, a fan base. Because we all think because we played a little bit of Madden and because they're not scoring 40 a game, the play calling has to be stupid. You have no idea what the route concepts are. You have no idea what the route concepts are that other teams are running. You have no idea what other teams' red zone packages are. Zero. And every team has short routes, medium routes, and long routes. And that's the way it is. That's the fact. Now, I respect Bobby's opinion a little bit more because he's sitting there watching the film and talking about it with Broadus, but I do not disagree with their approach and their notion of 3-step out, 5-step out, simplified a little bit for Dak Prescott. I just agree with it.
Well, look, I mean, and look, it's a lot of white noise.
They haven't even installed their 7-step drops yet. McCarthy said that the other day. Like, we haven't even installed that stuff.
How do you not install that? Like, shouldn't that be installed, like, already? I mean, that's surprising to me.
They've been really busy smashing watermelons.
But, yeah, I mean, look, a lot of, when you talk play caller stuff, that's a lot of just a lot of noise. It's like A lot of times penalties can be a lot
Kurt
of noise.
Kurt Warner did at least 3 film breakdowns last year that I can remember him calling out Kellen Moore. So I have a memory. Everyone has convenient memories. I don't let stuff go. I'm petty like that. So Kurt Warner called out Kellen. The city called out Kellen. People on this radio station called out Kellen. So now everyone just wants to pour it on because everyone thinks they know offensive play calling. You don't. I don't. That's the reality. That's the fact. What else? What really frustrated you with Jerry yesterday?
I don't like the way he approached the CeeDee Lamb stuff. Like, CeeDee Lamb's clearly frustrated. Well, he wants the ball more. Okay, well, how does that happen? Well, I don't know that it needs to happen. What do you mean you don't know if CeeDee Lamb needs the ball more? He very clearly does.
So that
and not just because of his discomfort, but because it's best for the offense.
So Jerry's response to that was, oh, man, you could hear Mike McCarthy may as well have been Geppetto having Jerry deliver his lines. Jerry said, I don't know about that. What I want to see is the ball spread around to several wide receivers and tight ends. So Jerry was trying to preach balance. It doesn't look like the best headline when it says Jerry Jones is not intent or hell-bent on getting his best wide receiver the football.
I actually agreed with something Dan Orlovsky said yesterday.
Oh, no.
Oh, man, he got destroyed yesterday.
And
he got embarrassed.
If it's what I think they do, like the last few weeks, they've treated him like he's a number 3 receiver.
Okay, now listen. There's a side to this though, because his targets are low, his receptions are low over the last 3 weeks. He only has like 18 targets in the last 3 weeks. If they're purposely,
By the way, do you remember the last receiver we did this with?
The last receiver we did not get enough targets with?
Yeah.
Dez.
Amari.
Well, I mean, I felt like Dez, because Dez was the one that had to force feed.
Amari Cooper. We bitched and cried about that under Kellen Moore's offense, too. I mean, it's the same thing as the offensive coordinator complaint.
Right, and here's the thing. Like, the quarterbacks throw to guys who are open generally, and every quarterback is a different threshold for what's open and what's not. And if your quarterback, like, Rodgers' threshold for what's open is different than maybe Patrick Mahomes', which is different than Dak's, which is different than, whatever. Kirk Cousins, go down the list, right? Everyone's is different. If they're purposely other teams trying to take CD out of the game, of course his targets are going to be low. And I don't have a problem with his target number. I think that's, that's an opportunity thing. Wide receiver, you could win your individual matchup and not get any production out of it. But if he's getting doubled or all kinds of attention to him, and that opens up other guys, and the offense is still clicking, I don't care what CD's numbers are. You know who cares about CD's numbers? His agent and him.
No, I mean, I do. Like, do you care about success of the offense or not? Like, he is when he gets the ball, they win. Like, that's just been consistent throughout. And by the way, Amari Cooper, I'm looking at it right now. And when Dak and Amari played, there was never a time that Amari, outside of injury, if Amari got hurt, missed the end of a game, whatever else, there was never a time over a 3-game span that Amari was targeted as little as CD has been right now.
Are you going to take into account the blowouts when they're running in the second half?
No, because I'm not going to take into account the fact that they couldn't get the ball to CD in the first half when they were getting their,
because he was blanketed too. He was blanketed too. Did you watch
Okay, yes, I did. But here's the thing: when you watch CD Lamb play, like his whole thing, and this is is that he can make contested catches. He can make tight catches. You need to get the ball to him. I don't want to hear anyone. Look, when you talk about precision and this whole West Coast offense being about threading a needle, you need to start throwing into some damn tight coverage on CeeDee Lamb. He is a number 1 receiver for a reason. This team wins when he gets the ball. Get the ball to CeeDee Lamb.
Tell your quarterback that.
I agree.
I tried to get the answer out of the general manager, and the general manager got pissed off.
Okay, now hang on. But the offense will hum if he is blanketed, doubled, and that leaves Cooks one-on-one, Gallup one-on-one. The offense is going to hum. You don't need to have – your number 1 doesn't have to have elite production for your offense to be great. If he's taking attention away, like Micah doesn't have to ever get a sack again for him to impact the game, right? I mean, that means that it's opening things up for other guys.
Do you want to sit and hear the straight face and tell us that Jerry Jones and Mike McCarthy don't want CeeDee Lamb to get the football?
Jerry Jones said yesterday, I don't know about that.
So you believe that? You believe that with a straight face?
What am I supposed?
I can't have a serious discussion with you with that.
But I'm saying
he's preaching to what he wants the offense to be ideally. Do you really want to sit here and tell me you're going to lose all credibility as a football person if you want to tell me that Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones don't want CeeDee Lamb to get the football?
No, what I'm saying is that when they take a public stand like that, how else can I take anything else seriously about what he's saying about the offensive concepts or anything else? My point is that You need to get him the ball, and there's not a concerted effort to get him the ball right now. Either whether it's from Dak or the play design or whatever else, there needs to be a more concerted effort. It's absurd that he's getting the ball, that he's getting as few touches in these losses as he has.
What are the differences between Evan Carter and Josh Hamilton? The morning show went into the Rangers crowd as they swept Baltimore. Rangers audio next on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead.
Cowboys, Chargers, this coming Monday night. Our coverage begins at 4 with the old 75 Beer Garden kickoff at 7:15 on DFW's home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground, unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Leclerc set. He delivers. He struck him out swinging. And the Rangers have swept the Orioles in the division series. Hello, ALCS, starting Sunday. Jose Leclerc is mobbed in front of the mound as the Rangers stream out of the dugout. 7-1, the final score tonight.
The Hall of Famer Eric Nadel with the call of your Texas Rangers moving on to the championship series. They await the winner of the Astros and the Twins. Houston put it on Minnesota yesterday. They're up 2-1. They can advance to meet us with a victory today. What?
It was such a good time last night, and we were talking to one listener. One listener came up, and Peyton couldn't escape trolling, even like out at the ballpark, just trying to enjoy the game. So we brought him over and made him say unprecedented to the listener. He's unprecedented, like he was trying really hard.
Yeah, then Bobby kept saying unpresidential, basically.
You did a decent job right there in the read.
I know, I saw you look up. I can't tell if that's a good thing or bad thing. I don't know if I'm about to get an earful from you or, a well done.
What is it? Say it again.
Unprecedented.
I like it. You attack the C.
Yeah.
You attack the C right there.
I got to change it to an S on the script.
Yes, there you go. So how was the crowd last night? A lot of build-up.
Good.
We were worried, not living up to Philadelphia, not living up to Minnesota, even the Baltimore crowd. What did you think of the Globe?
I thought it was really good. I mean, it was incredibly loud. DJ was there with his little, his monitor for the decibel meter, and it maxes out at like 114, and it was like peaking at like 112. And so it was loud. It was really loud. It was, it was one of those things where I had my phone up in center field on the bar area trying to take a video of something, and when they were cheering, it was like I couldn't keep it still. It was like vibrating.
Yeah, there was a time where it got like super loud. Like the home run got super loud. The right at the very end with the Valdi got super loud. At the ninth inning when they clinch it gets super loud. It was a weird game though because like once Adolis hit the home run, the crowd had really nothing. They had
all the drama was gone.
Yeah, you look up and it's like, well, crap, man, we got 2.5 more hours.
Yeah.
Before nothing, there's nothing to get excited about now. What are you gonna get excited about pouring it on? I mean, that's fine, great,
right?
But it's like, all right, now we got 2 hours of kind of just sitting here, man. Let's get in line for a beer. Let's sit down. Let's check our phones. Let's put some videos up there. Whatever. It was a very odd night because the game was decided so early.
They got loud every time there's 2 strikes, though, and I know that's one of your complaints. So even in a blowout, when Evaldi got to 2 strikes, they would get loud.
Did they stand up?
Not universally, but a lot of them.
Because one of my huge problems, Atolo mentioned this, I hated the camera view on TV because it only showed that lower dugout portion of seating, and you can't see anything up top, and I hate that. It felt like they were going way out of the way to show first baseline, outfield, third baseline for the fans. Man, again, you can hate the Yankees all you want. I always love watching playoff games at the old Yankee Stadium because you saw everyone standing up in the back, and I could not tell unless they went to a special separate shot if the crowd stood up. I will say, in the shots that they showed, the crowd was up like 95% of the time.
It was, it was.
Which they're only going to show when they are standing up.
Yeah.
So I was just assuming that like the overwhelming majority of the park was standing up with 2 strikes.
So, 2 outs especially with 2 outs. Like when there was 2 outs, 2 strikes, the entire place was up. Generally 2 strikes.
We did it with 2 outs.
Generally 2 strikes. It was
better than normal.
It was right. There was people up. But like it's again, there was a lot of, especially where I was, there was a lot of people sitting down. Now,
eating caviar.
Yeah, well, we were inside the moat, inside that little.
Sipping Jameson.
I don't know what that is.
So like on the lower level, right? So you get the main level is the 100 level, then go below that is instead of like 131, it's section 31 or whatever, right?
Field level.
Field level. There you go.
It literally just says 1%ers, and then you walk down to the field.
And, oh my gosh, when you get down the escalator, the concourse is like each gate has like these wood framed doors. It's like they save all the fancy stuff for down there. But when you walk down the section, you walk down like all these seats, and then there's this walkway that you can go the entire lower level, go all the way around. And then there's seats on the other side of that. That's where we were. Like that's like 8 rows or whatever. And it's like the moat. It's like a moat around it. And the people in front there, they sat for the most part.
All right. So how did the whole Creed thing play out? Pat Doney, Jared Sandler took video of Chuck Morgan trying to get the entire stadium into it for a sing-along. The best moment for this in sports is college football games when the whole stadium just breaks out in song. Here's what it sounded like last night at the Globe. Okay, sounded like a sing-along.
That was, I think, about 50% Scott Stapp that you were hearing.
Oh my God!
Creed tweeted "Go Rangers" yesterday.
How he has to sing.
We have to get him on. We need music connections. Jake Springer downstairs. I don't know who it is. We have to get a member of Creed on. I don't even know who's left. If they're all there, I have no clue.
He has to sing the anthem for Game 3.
Yeah,
he does.
He has to.
This is look, it's the Rangers crowd did a great job in a lot of ways last night. This was a failure. This did not come through the way I wanted it to. I was very disappointed. I was really excited when it started. I was like, oh, here we go. We're gonna get this big swell at the chorus, and everybody's gonna go, and they just didn't. It was maybe at its peak there was a third of the people doing it.
How much did they play Creed during the game?
Once or twice.
Yeah.
Oh, so it wasn't like 50% of the songs and
the guy who runs the DJ in house did an interview, and he said he wasn't going to overdo it.
Okay.
He wasn't going to overdo it, which I think is the right thing to do. Like keep it fun, keep it special. They don't need to have it every half inning.
So the morning show represented right there on the scene with Choppy, Bobby, and Pepe going to the game, and that means they caught up with some Tolos. Walking around, Bobby number 1 with a very interesting jersey that caught you off guard.
Yeah, so it's funny, when we were driving up, Will was asking me, he's like, what's the most obscure jersey you could see tonight that you'd be like, I'm genuinely impressed you have that? And I was like, I don't know, Kevin Elster. Like, I have no clue what it's
Elster.
And my answer should have been, if I would have even thought of him, I would have said no. You know what it'd be? It'd be Jerry Hairston, which is the jersey that this guy was wearing. You got a Jerry Hairston jersey on. I didn't know they ever made any of those.
Yeah, that's true. He gave it to me.
He gave it to you personally?
Well, yes.
Like he was on the field, got off it and gave it to you?
Yes.
It looks signed, is it?
Yeah, it's game used.
Are you ever do you tell people it's a Scott Hairston jersey so that they'll think of it a little bit more favorably? No. Okay, so big Rangers fan, obviously. It looks like we've got a trip to the ALCS coming here.
Yeah.
I'm guessing then that you hate the Astros just like everybody else does.
Correct.
Okay, good. Can you give me a good just 10 to 15 seconds of just trash talk to the Astros?
Astros suck, man. Rangers are gonna win, man.
Don't hold back. Give it to me more. Come on. As foul as possible.
Rangers are gonna fucking win, man.
There we go. That's what we need. He was very inebriated. He was having trouble walking out of there, and he's like, I'm not supposed to be here. I can't use my name if we go on the air. And I was like, okay, well, I'll use you anonymously if you like.
Do you think it was boss or wife?
I have no idea. He was very insistent that I've got to be anonymous. I'm not supposed to be here. Yeah, so I could use
Who's
that.
Jennifer?
Jennifer is a fan that I was walking around out there, and it was Peyton and I were standing around. She had this Evan Carter jersey on. At least it looked like an Evan Carter jersey. It was actually Josh Hamilton jersey that she had taped over Evan Carter, and I think Ryan will have the picture up on the fan cam. It was my favorite one. It was her makeshift Evan Carter jersey on the 2010 World Series, and so I just was impressed, and I wanted to see if she knew the differences between Evan Carter and Josh Hamilton.
All right, what's your name?
My name's Jennifer Snowden.
Where are you from, Jennifer?
I'm from Arlington, Texas.
So I see you've got the Josh Hamilton World Series jersey that you've turned into an Evan Carter jersey.
I fixed it.
You did fix it. It looks good. It looks very realistic. I took a picture. We'll put it up on the fan cam when we're looking at it. So because you're a Josh Hamilton fan, obviously, and you're an Evan Carter fan now, I'm going to ask you some Josh Hamilton versus Evan Carter trivia, okay?
Oh boy.
All right? I think you'll have this. Okay. He grew up in Tennessee. Is that Evan Carter or Josh Hamilton?
Hamilton.
As Evan Carter. Oh, okay. All right. He was the first overall pick.
Hamilton.
Josh Hamilton, very good. Okay. He was originally committed to Duke for college.
Ooh. Carter?
It's Evan Carter.
Very impressive,
good.
Jennifer.
It's a little bit trickier, okay? He loves cocaine.
Oh.
Hamilton.
Very good.
Oh,
Very
man,
good.
That's why I didn't fix the jersey.
Yeah, that's why. Exactly. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Go Rangers.
There
Go
it is.
Rangers! Woo!
The morning show in the crowd for the wrap-up game against Baltimore.
From the same hometown as Jason Witten.
Yes.
Evan Carter.
They've got a ridiculous, for small cities there,
Yeah.
they've got 3 super stud athletes that have come out of there.
Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy. We got Bobby, Pepe, and Ryan live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Hit us up at 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line on your home of Rangers baseball. The ALCS will kick off on Sunday. Jared Sandler will join us at 7:20 to start the commercial-free expressway. And now we got to see what's happening with Max Scherzer. Is he going to be on the ALCS roster? Is he going to be in the bullpen? Or is he actually going to be in the starting rotation? Plus another 49er punks Micah Parsons yesterday. That's all next with Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatest of diamonds.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the 1-2 pitch. And that ball is lifted high into the air, deep left field. Hayes is going back onto the track. He looks up. It is gone. Adolis Garcia will touch them all. His 3-run blast has given Texas a 6-0 lead.
Hicksy with the call on your home for this amazing, incredible, unexpected Rangers postseason run. It's 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. It was a 5-run second inning that chased their starting pitcher. Orioles starter ERA for the series was what?
Let's go with a... Radish wasn't terrible. Let's go with a 11-9. Probably way too low.
20.
14.63.
Holy smokes!
Holy boom!
A 14.63 ERA for the Baltimore starters in this series. And I've written down this note that Bruce Bochy wanted the adjustment made with that Seattle series. He was really mad after that Seattle series to close out the regular season. Stop swinging for the fences with everything. We can play a little bit of small ball. And you saw all the walks. John Smoltz yesterday on KMC saying, I've never seen anything like it. The patience that these Ranger hitters, they're just bludgeoning you. Everyone is talking about the Rangers offense like they did in the first half of the season. They destroyed the Orioles starting pitching. You had Adolis Garcia with the big shot, of course. And now you have swept every team you've played. They've won 5 straight. They have yet to lose. Nathan Eovaldi is looking like Cliff Lee. Corey Seager is looking like Barry Bonds. And Evan Carter is out here looking like the natural. He has a hit in each of his first 5 career postseason games. Special moments for Nate Lowe yesterday. And, of course, everybody that was at the park, including you 3. What?
Nothing. You just said Nate Lowe, so I was just looking at Peyton.
I love the guy. I'm done with the bit.
I know you love him.
You're a big fan.
It was Evan Carter. Look, get it together. 1 for 4 with a strikeout. All you got was a single. You didn't even walk yesterday. I don't want these October lights getting to you. Like, please put it together.
Kid too. Holy crap! He looks like a lethal killer Henderson over on the other side. He had
Gunner.
He had 500 for the series.
He looks 11 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is
like Cole Beasley.
That's the thing. That entire Orioles team looks 11 years old. They're going to be good for the next, 5 years.
Hang on. Hold up at that.
They got Jackson Holiday.
Well, you got Peter Angelos, or Peter Angelos' son, too. Yesterday, I was wondering to myself, how long will Baltimore be a threat? Because didn't the Sun come out and say, just get ready, O's fans. We're not going to be able to pay all these guys. Remember that?
Of course.
So it's like, how long is Baltimore really going to be a threat?
That was John Angelos. And so, they've got, now, Gunner will be around for, he's got, 5 more years of team control.
That's the thing, is that even if you don't want to pay these guys, you usually can just control them until they're 32 in Major League Baseball.
Adley has got at least 3 more years. I think it's 4 of team control. And he's a little bit older because he was a college player and a catcher. I mean, they may have him for his entire elite catching career. They're so loaded up with such young talent. And the thing with them is they hit on them, and those guys made it immediately. Like Jackson Holiday is going to wind up spending, as little time in the minors as Wyatt Langford did, right? And Gunner, same thing. Like, these guys are so young.
We have reaction. Of course, you got the champagne celebration with it being wheeled in to the clubhouse last night. Jared Sandler was in there, and Jared will join us in 15 minutes to kick off the Expressway. Bruce Bochy was asked to rank this postseason run so far with his other World Series teams.
They're all different in their own way, but they're all special. This is why you play the game. This is why I came back. You have your moments, the ups and downs, but to see see those players, celebrate. I couldn't be happier for them, especially the ones that were here last year. That was a tough year for them over the last 2-3 years, and to see their faces and in the celebration, that's what really made it special for me. And of course, front office and ownership. That's the cool thing about this game, and makes it all worthwhile. The getting in at 3-4 in the morning on some of these trips, and but here, we are celebrating going to the championship series.
So, I bet you if you were to hook up to a lie detector, he would point to 2012. They lost the first 2 games against Cincinnati in the division series, won the next 3, won the series. They were down 3-1 to St. Louis in the NLCS, and then they wind up coming back and winning the series, and then they sweep Detroit. And that's a special run that team had. This one's the complete opposite. They have gone in, and they were not good to end the regular season. That's an understatement. This team limped into the playoffs, and his ability, his history, his experience allowed him to communicate the notion that it's easy to say, hey, your record's 0-0. It's really easy to say that.
Yeah.
It's another thing for that to manifest itself onto the team, and somehow, some way, it did. I don't know what he said. I don't know what he did. But this team has gone in, and they have been, I don't even think it's close that they've been the most dominant team in the playoffs. I mean, who's number 2 at this point?
I mean, they're
Philly, maybe?
They're 5 games in. They've allowed, I would have bet anything against this, that through 5 games, 4 times they would have allowed 2 runs or fewer. I would have bet anything against that. It's absolutely insane. The Bochy thing is hilarious. They had a great profile on ESPN called The Radical Calm of Bruce Bochy that was just talking about how his whole demeanor, how it helps guys out. And there was a funny story from Nate Lowe where he talks about getting the most pathetic base hit while he was in the middle of a slump in August. And that Bochy, as he's walking back to the dugout, he's all upset at this cheap hit he got. Bochy goes, "That's a good piece of hitting right there." And Nate Lowe said he just burst out laughing.
The Rangers, according to Peyton Russell, have trailed for 1 inning in 5 playoff games.
It's insane.
Sources?
Myself and the MLB Bet app.
All right.
Now, what about Max Scherzer? Scherzer was a nut job celebrating with Austin Hedges last night with the champagne. He was going pacing up and down in the dugout. My gosh, I want the Mike McCarthy meter on him of how they track.
Oh, the GPS. The
GPS. I want the Max Scherzer GPS.
I must have seen 20 Tolos last night, and at least a dozen of them asked when Scherzer was going to come back.
Mike Leslie caught up with him afterwards for Channel 8.
Just give me a chance. Let me get back into this thing. So I've been grinding away, doing everything I can to just being in position to have a chance. And, the guys are going out there and provide that chance. So I got to go out there, still do my work, and hopefully, be ready for next time.
Where is your health right now as you've kind of gone through this process?
Yeah, today was the first day I can finally say I felt like normal in my program. So really bodes well for me to be able to throw some game tomorrow, extend my pitch count, and do the best I can to get ready.
Dancing to that music there in the background.
I like that stuff.
That's your jam. So I'm setting myself up for very realistic, toned down expectations. I'm not thinking of Max Scherzer as a starter in this series. Last night on Fox, they were putting up all the projected rotations for the LCS, and it's Max Scherzer and it's John Gray supposed to come back. And I was like, you know what? Max will come out of the bullpen for a couple innings. That's what's going to happen.
I think that's how you start him out. Like that's because you have no idea what his command's going to be like. The adrenaline, you have no idea.
Or I think Bassick had suggested,
if they even put him on the roster.
Yeah.
Right.
Bassick, I think, had suggested that instead of bringing him to the bullpen, because he said he thinks he's so routine oriented, because you hear him, he's like nuts about his process, that he said bringing him in the middle of a game has not worked in the past for the Nationals and when other people have asked him to do it. So he said he thinks he could be used as one of the bullpen day starters. So like, hey, I'll have you pitch 2 innings and then it's the bullpen the rest of the way.
That makes sense. LCS awaits the winner of the Armpit and Minnesota. Astros are up 2-1, and it will start on Sunday on this radio station with the Cowboys playing Monday Night Football.
Just waiting for them to go away, and they're not. And they.
Well, we'll have to set that up because apparently there was some chants in the crowd of "We want Houston.
was.
Micah Parsons, I've tried to beg you to stop talking so much and sounding dumb like the hot boys of the past. You have taken the mantle from Tank Lawrence. Kyle Shanahan, well, actually, I guess Tank still has it because Kyle Shanahan used Tank's comments about being what you just saw was the best defense in the NFL, and they played that to get the 49ers team hype. Micah Parsons told George Kittle that F Dallas shirt, that's going to come back and bite you. We got something for you. I'm not going to get too much into it, but you watch. I got something for you. Deebo Samuel responded to Micah with K. Adams.
Kittle's my guy, but I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You going to make it personal? We can make it personal.
It was already personal before the game started. Now, 42-10, I don't think you want to see us again. It might be a little bit worse.
Oh, man.
I love it.
You have an I don't.
I do.
Because it makes you look dumb. You have an obligation to tell your boys, like, yo, man, you took the loss. Shut the hell up. You just take your L. Stop. You sound dumb. You sound foolish. And that's what Micah Parsons sounds like. Delusional.
Yeah,
really.
but I love that, like, Deebo, starts it was personal before and you guys got your ass kicked. So what do you think's gonna happen? Like, I love that. That's gonna make people hate each other.
Yeah.
That the more hate that's infused between these players, the more I love it. That's what I want out of a real rivalry. I want players that hate each other.
But is this a rivalry? Like, we don't even know. This isn't a rivalry. This is not a rivalry from San Francisco. They have a better coach, quarterback, offensive line, defensive line. I mean,
and the record's 3-0.
The record, head-to-head record. Now our wide receivers are deeper. Cool.
No. This is the history of the rivalry. Does this? They go through these waves where somebody's good for 3. So what I'm saying is,
you're right.
They ping pong like that, where somebody generally takes a section where they're starting to dominate it, and that's what we're in now. But it's setting up for whenever Dallas State. Like, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, is that you're setting up just tension for when that moment happens.
Yeah. Now the difference is that by the time the tension really continues to mount. How many of these guys are still around?
Oh.
What's that?
They're having a parade?
They're having a parade. But, the last of the Cowboys were dominating the series, Deebo Samuel wasn't born.
Star season is going to kick off tomorrow night. NHL has gotten underway, but, man, this story struck all of us with Barry Melrose.
Barry Melrose has been diagnosed with Parkinson's. And that is a very brain injury, brain cognitive nervous system. We just know so little about it. And, my dad's been dealing with dementia, and they just know they have absolutely no idea how to cure it, how to fix it. And Parkinson's is another disease that is just terrible. And we see people that have had it, have had to leave what they're doing. Obviously, I think Michael J. Fox is the most prominent one that we know of, or that I know of, that has it. And just as you see them just deteriorate, and it sucks. And Barry Melrose, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Is there somebody whose look captures a sport or country more than him? Like, you look at him and you know exactly where he's from.
And was he the biggest media face of his sport?
Yeah.
And in America, I mean, Don Cherry probably in Canada, but you look at Barry Melrose and you know exactly where he's from and what sport he's an analyst for. And I don't know there's another one.
Yeah, I don't know. I try not to just look at people's faces, Chop, and say, I know exactly where you're from. But what I do say is that even though I lean into the, I am the hockey hamster, and even though I lean into the hockey expert thing, as somebody who grew up not really following hockey super closely and was very casual about it, he was like the face of hockey to me as somebody who didn't know it very well. And he was really great at being able to communicate it in an accessible way. And I love that about him.
Inside the Rangers clubhouse celebration, what's really going to happen with Max Scherzer? No one hates the Houston Astros more than this guy coming up. Does he want the armpit? And can the Rangers really move on and win this entire thing? Our Rangers insider, the guy who got Creed going throughout the Metroplex, Jared Sandler, with the Hump Day edition, continuing on the Fan.
The Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
What was that feeling like when you got the final out and realized you guys were moving on to the next round?
I mean, that's the thing. This Baltimore Orioles team is really good. Even though we put up, 6 quick early, you knew you're going to have to play all 27 outs. It's a really good offense. Evo did a hell of a job today. Heck of a job today. And then Chappie comes in. Leclerc bails us out there in that inning so they don't, create a big inning. I always say the 8th inning's harder than the 9th most of the time. Those last 6 outs are really tough in the big leagues. And, for our guys to go out there and get it done, not allow anything, heck of a job. Bullpen did a hell of a job. Let's just keep it rolling now.
Jared Sandler inside the Rangers clubhouse celebration, just like he was for the Tampa series, and he is joining us here as our Rangers insider on 105.3 The Fan, on your home of Rangers baseball with Sean, RJ, and Bobby via the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. I got a little television shot that I'm going to tweet of Jared right now. He got the shout out from Ken Rosenthal for starting the Creed overtake in the Metroplex. Good morning, buddy. How are you? What time did you get out of there?
Like 1:30 maybe.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, but it was worth it. You want to know why?
Yes.
The Rangers are going to the ALCS.
Man, there's a great shot that someone took of you that Peyton tweeted as the show tease. I'm retweeting it right now. This is better than your TV shot. I mean, were you a fan? Separate journalist from fan last night as you were probably going insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's both. I hope it came off, in the stuff we did on air. It was broadcaster, right? I obviously elated, but like inside, when they got the final out, so Emily Jones and I wait in the tunnel right off the side of the field, and because we go and we'll do an interview or two on the field before we go into the clubhouse. And I mean, the fan in me wants to storm the field and run to the mound and jump up and down with the guys, but can't do that. But yeah, I mean, it's inside. The fan doesn't leave, but hopefully it doesn't intrude too much on air. But it's just, those moments are special, right? I tweeted this at some ungodly hour. This is not the final desired destination for the team, but I mean, what a ride so far, and just enjoying it. I think when you miss the playoffs 6 years in a row, you don't get so focused on, we got more work to do. They do. I mean, I'm not playing, so it doesn't really matter to me. I'm going to show up. But this ride has been so much fun, and it's really cool to. I'm very fortunate to be able to get an up close look at these experiences. It's pretty incredible.
Best atmosphere that you've heard at that stadium so far in all your games?
Not even close. Not. Eric and I were talking. Matt and I were talking. So I wasn't at any of the games in 2010. I did go to Game 5 of the 2011 World Series. And I was actually someone's driver for Game 4, so I was outside.
Yeah, thank you for that, by the way.
yeah, you wish. And Game 5 was loud in 2011 when Mike Napoli had the go-ahead in the 8th. It obviously was loud. Eric said that he hasn't heard that place louder since Neftali Feliz struck out A-Rod Game 6, 2010 of the ALCS. Wow. It wasn't. Yeah, when Seager hit the home run, you got a sense of what it could be, and then when Adolis hit his home run, that place erupted. And I thought one of the coolest moments, a moment I hope I don't ever forget, is the curtain call for Nathan Eovaldi. Mm-hmm. Because, first of all, it was so deserved. Second of all, one of my biggest – it's not an issue. I don't know. It always bugs me that when a pitcher has such a great outing but completes an inning, they usually don't get the recognition because they walk off the field with the team and people are more, they're cheering the pitcher, but they're cheering the accomplishment of getting 3 outs of that inning. Whereas, when Derek Holland was pulled after 8 1/3 in Game 4, and arguably the greatest pitching performance in a postseason game in Rangers history, he got a thunderous ovation as he was walking off the field. it was so cool that the fans were chanting Evaldi, Evaldi, and Nate came out and tipped his cap, and that place, I mean, I think that's the loudest I've ever heard a Rangers game. And I would tell you guys, that's one of the loudest I've ever heard a baseball game. Wow. It was really, yeah. I mean, still, I hate to bring it up, but I mean, it's just the reality. When Jose Bautista hit the home run in Game 5 in 2015, that is still the loudest I've ever heard a baseball game. I mean, that was unbelievable. But some of those moments last night approached it. So major, major props to Rangers fans, because I've had people from other organizations, players and other teams say, yeah, I mean, it was sold out, but it wasn't very loud. Or, yeah, the Rangers fans aren't loud or whatever. I mean, I'll just be honest. A lot of people have said that. Wine and cheese. It's like, just like Jerry World, blah, blah, blah. That was not the case last night. Rangers fans showed up, obviously, but Rangers fans were super, super loud. RJ, Bobby Payton, what was it like for you guys? Because we obviously have different points of points of views, not points of hearing throughout the ballpark. To us, it was deafening. What was it like for you guys?
It was pretty loud. There was the two main boosts, right? The Garcia home run, and I totally agree about the curtain call. I mean, that place went. It was like kind of like a slow build, right? Like, and then crescendo, and then Nate comes out, and then I thought it was a really cool moment because you don't see it's not every day you get to see a curtain call anyway. So I thought the atmosphere was pretty good. I thought it was very. I thought from a fan perspective it was a strange game to be at because you knew the game was really decided about 50 minutes in, and now you're just as a fan you're just kind of sitting there like, all right, well, I've kind of done all the cheering, and now I've got like 2 hours to wait. Now it's about like we gotta clean up the mess here and just finish this game off, and just do some house cleaning, and then the game's over. So I felt it was a little bit odd, but it was no doubt very, very loud, especially in those two instances.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredibly loud. The entire atmosphere. I kept trying to take videos, like I'd hold it up on a railing or whatever, and the video just kept vibrating. I couldn't keep the phone still. So that's as loud as I've ever heard that ballpark, and it's right up there with the loudest times that I ever heard the ballpark in Arlington.
Love it. Keep it going.
Yeah. So Evaldi, since the end of the regular season, like this is a massive turnaround. Has his velocity increased? Like, has anything changed with him from the numbers you've seen?
Yeah, the velocity's up. I mean, yesterday was he carried the highest fastball velocity he's had throughout a start since I think it was June. So that's a great sign. I to me still the command. I mean so he threw strikes 77.6 or 7% of the time, whatever the number was. It was the second highest figure since 2000 for a pitcher in a postseason game, behind Andy Pettitte back in 2001. I think Andy Pettitte had an 80% strike rate. Now, sometimes you don't want to throw that many strikes because you're showing the zone and hitters can tee off. I think that kind of speaks to his command because he wasn't just throwing pitches right over the heart of the plate. He was really, he was going corner to corner. The splitter was such a good pitch again. And I don't want to oversimplify it, but I just think the ability to locate that fastball on both sides of the plate, it makes that strike zone feel so big to a hitter, and it opens things up. And he was just nails. He didn't have a single 3-ball count through 6 innings, and he had 2 in the 7th inning. I mean, that's it. And that's the other thing. He was getting in and out of innings pretty quickly. This guy coming into this year had a really, really impressive postseason resume, and he's added to it. I mean, he's pitched in 2 closeout games. He's gotten the win in both closeout games. And in those games, he's gone 13 2/3 innings with 15 strikeouts and no walks. I mean, holy smokes. This guy, he is so good, and he has risen to the occasion. And the Rangers are going to need that because they're going to play the Twins or the Astros, and we know what's happened when the Rangers have played the Astros. And if the Twins are able to win tonight and again on Friday, I said it on the postgame show last night, I think a lot of Rangers fans will feel like, okay, we got the lesser of the 2 opponents. Hey, the Twins would be one of 2 teams left in the American League. You can't sleep on those guys, and they match up really well. So having this version of Nathan Eovaldi back is huge.
Is Eovaldi giving you Cliff Lee or like Mad Bum vibes? You feel like the Rangers have that guy right now when he goes out there for a postseason start, or is that an exaggeration?
I mean, I don't think it's unfair to bring it up, right? Mad Bum's just a different level doing what he did coming out of the bullpen against the Royals in, 2014? But yeah, I mean, Cliff Lee, I guess the only difference I'd say, Sean, is, Cliff Lee did it in Tampa in a winner-go-home game for both teams, right? So he didn't have the wiggle room of, well, if I put up a dud, then we got another chance. And, I think that's a part of what made that so impressive. But yeah, I mean, I guess Nathan Eovaldi has been this team's best postseason pitcher since Cliff Lee. I mean, Colby Lewis played for the Rangers more recently, but a lot of his best postseason work was really more during those, that first run. And then, unfortunately, Cole Hamels and Yu Darvish weren't good in the playoffs. In 2016, the Rangers got swept by the Blue Jays because Cole Hamels and Yu Darvish put up duds. So, Nathan Eovaldi is definitely heading in that direction, no doubt about it. And then when you look at his postseason resume, he's there. He's only made 2 starts with the Rangers, but he's thrown over 50 postseason innings. He's got an ERA of 2.70. So collectively, he's there. For the Rangers, he's heading there.
Jared Sandler here talking with us on 105 through the Fan. Jared, I think the most stunning figure for everybody has been the fact that in 4 of these 5 playoff games, they've allowed 2 runs or fewer. What is it? I mean, that was such an unpredictable thing for all of us. What's the biggest factor here, you think, in the pitching getting to where it is? Is this a Bochy thing? Is this just health finally lining up at the right time for some of these guys? What is it that's caused the pitching?
Not forget Mike Maddox either.
Mike Maddox as well. What is the biggest thing you think that has contributed to the Rangers finally getting some consistent pitching here in the playoffs?
Yeah, well, Bobby, it's a great question. Let me, before I answer that, just let you guys know what I'm feeling right now. Let's go! It's just not awesome.
Where's your wife?
Great.
They're going to the ALCS.
Where's your wife?
A month ago, we thought this team. Where's she sleeping? I'm going to be in so much trouble.
I know.
Oh my God.
Emily don't play like that, boy.
Wow.
Trust me. Emily don't play like that.
Yeah, y'all know. Sean knows for sure. But Cooper,
when I wake her up,
she's
she's definitely not happy.
Well,
yeah.
Dang.
So, Bobby, I think a few things. One, the starting pitching has been so good. Why? Well, Jordan, if you want to get into the specifics, Jordan Montgomery's changeup sinker combo has been really good. We just talked about what Nathan Eovaldi's done. I thought they matched up so strategically well with the Dunning-Heaney combo in game 1 of this series. And so, like Tampa, we talked about this, they only needed to get 13 outs from the bullpen in 2 games. So you take your team's biggest weakness throughout the regular season, and in your first 2 playoff games, you sort of protect them in that regard. But the Spores-Chapman-Leclerc combo has come up big. I know Chappie wasn't great last night, but hey, let's give him credit. In game 1 of this series, he got 3 outs without giving up a run in a 1-run game. They need a little more consistency from him. There's no doubt about it. But Jose Leclerc has been nails, and Josh Spores has been nails. They really haven't had to get a whole lot out of their relievers other than those 3, except for Cody Bradford, who did what he did in game 2. And I'm not counting Dane Dunning, because to me, Dane Dunning, I'm thinking of that as like a combo start with Andrew Heaney. I just think, we talked about it last night, you have the ability to be way more creative with your pitching usage in the playoffs. You can also be more aggressive. You don't have to use the 7th guy or 6th guy in your bullpen if you don't feel comfortable with that guy because of the off days. And let's also not forget this: the Rangers bullpen has not had to be tested because they've swept those series.
Yeah.
Right? In Tampa, they would have had to have played a 3rd game in a row if they would have lost one of the first 2 games. Here in this series, they played 3 games in 4 days. That's not a huge burden for a bullpen. And so it's opened things up for Bruce Bochy. And I just think it's a little more formulaic in the regular season, the way you use the bullpen. Some teams way more formulaic than others. But it's a little more predictable. In the postseason, you've got an ocean of creativity in how you want to use these guys. And when you have a manager like Bruce Bochy who has been through this and understands how to take advantage of that opportunity to be more creative. I think it plays a role because some managers first time through, they either stick too much to that formulaic regular season approach. They don't know how to pull that trigger creatively, or they almost put themselves in a bind because they get a little too aggressive. And Bruce Bochy's pressed all the right buttons so far.
Sandler, not to make excuses for Chapman last night, but how much of he's been historically a closer, and closers seemingly when they're not in a save situation, maybe a little bit off. Where's your confidence meter with him?
Yeah, I mean, the Rangers obviously had wiggle room when he came in, and so you're right. Now he pitched prior to coming to the Rangers, and even when he first came over, he wasn't pitching in save situations. He was pitching in the 7th, 8th inning for the Royals, 7th, 8th inning for the Rangers. And I would like to think that a playoff inning, no matter when, to close out a team is, high leverage. But yeah, he had wiggle room, and sometimes you pitch to that. My confidence level, if he has a day or two off and is coming in to start an inning, I feel really good about it. I'll admit, I do worry, and I'm curious if they get put in a situation, what they're going to do if they feel the need to use him in back-to-back days. And so in the ALCS, the format is 2 games off day, 3 games off day. So, during that 3-game stretch, that's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, next week at home. What if you get put in a spot where you got to use him in back-to-back days, or those 2 games in Houston or Minnesota to start the series or end the series? That's to me where the question is. You would like to not be concerned about using one of your best relievers in back-to-back days, but that is a fair question, and they have not been in a position where they've had to test him in that way so far.
So their game 1 starter for Sunday, it looks like who right now?
I mean, I would imagine it's Jordan Montgomery. I guess maybe they can make a creative decision based on who they play. Minnesota struggles against lefties. They're not a very good team against lefties, so I think that'd be a no-brainer. Houston is a really good hitting team against lefties, but so is Tampa Bay. So my guess is they go Montgomery. Obviously, Eovaldi there. Maybe they want to move Eovaldi back to Game 3 for some strategic reason. I don't know. And I know then a follow-up question here is Scherzer and John Gray. I get the sense, especially with Max Scherzer's comments last night, that he is going to be on the ALCS roster and he plans to start. Now, he might not be someone who can give you 6 or 7 innings, but, any innings from Max Scherzer, I think, people are going to say, let's give it a shot and see how it is. And then with John Gray, we haven't heard as much, but he'd be eligible to come off the IL if there were a Game 5. I don't think they were going to start him in Game 5 of this series against the Orioles, but that means he'll be ready to go or eligible for this upcoming ALCS series. And whether it's as a starter or someone who can give you some leverage innings out of the bullpen, I think John Gray is likely to be an option as well.
Jared Sandler here on 105.3 The Fan, fresh out of the Rangers champagne beer clubhouse celebration. Smoltz chose Mitch Garver as his ALDS MVP. Who would be yours?
I mean, I guess you can't knock that pick. He had 7 RBIs. Let's just be honest here. It's Corey Seager. Corey Seager got on base, I think, like more than 100% of the time in this series. It felt like he tied a major league record, reaching base 3 or more times now in all 5 games this postseason. Set a record for most walks in any 3-game stretch in a playoff run with 9, and hit that home run to start things off. I think to me it's Corey just simply because he got on base so much and he made it happen. But if you want to go to the 2 big hits, then I guess, would be Mitch, right? The grand slam. First of all, the little 40-foot dribbler in the 2nd inning of Game 2 gave them the lead. And then his grand slam is, punctuated that big run early on. And then yesterday, they're up 1-0 and they intentionally walk Corey Seager, right? So you need someone behind him. You've got to get protection. And they load the bases in the 2nd inning, and Mitch Garver hits that shot down the line to give the Rangers a 3-0 lead. And then obviously later in the inning, Adolis a few pitches later does what he does, and that's hit these mammoth home runs and get the crowd going. So I guess you can't go wrong with Mitch. I'm not going to argue that. If you really want to say like, hey, if you take this one guy away, who changes the complexion the most, to me it's Corey. But Mitch did have the two biggest hits in the series, arguably.
There was a chant of "We want Houston" in the crowd. Do you want Houston?
I want to go to the World Series and win the World Series, and I will not apologize if the Rangers get the lesser opponent to do that. I would love. I mean, I'm not going to lie. A part of me would love this. I mean, how amazing would it be? If the Rangers could be the team that eliminates them. And I'm going to tell you something. I think the players want Houston. Again, they're not going to apologize if it's not Houston. It's not going to be a big letdown if it's not Houston. But I think they're ready for those guys. I think they want a little revenge. And I would tell you that there are rivalries in sports that are more for the fans than the players. I don't know that I mean, and this isn't a surprise to people, but collectively around the league, I don't know that there's a professional sports team in America that is maybe more disliked than the Houston Astros, like more than the Memphis Grizzlies for sure. I don't know what, in the NFL, is there a team that really like people like hate? I mean, I don't like players, like genuinely. No, but they don't, right? Like,
not players.
Right. Yeah. So, that would be electric. Now, I do think the Rangers match up better with the Twins, just a little bit. I do think they have some advantages with the Astros. The Astros bullpen, I think, is a little worn down, and I think the Rangers have a better rotation than the Astros, and I think that the Astros' lack of a lefty in the bullpen is something that could play a role late innings in a playoff series. But the Astros are a better team than the Twins. So, if you're looking for I don't want to say easier opponent, but if you're looking for maybe the better matchup, then maybe the Twins, you could argue that. And then the counter to that would be, all the Twins do is match up. They are similar to the Rays where they can match up super well out of the bullpen. They can match up super well in their lineup, both to start a game and in game. And so maybe that scares you. But, yeah, why not? I'm not scared of Houston. The only thing I don't want about Houston is then I have to go spend time in Houston. And honestly, I spent 15 I in a holding cell in my life, and I think that was a more enjoyable experience
I'm
than having to go to Houston.
sorry for that. I tried to get you out earlier.
You guys talked yesterday about moments that accidentally changed your life, and Bobby and RJ went like the sentimental route.
Yeah.
The moments that accidentally changed my life were meeting RJ Choppy and ending up in a holding cell later that evening. There's no way those two things aren't connected.
Give us one more celebration.
I got a need for Creed.
I got a need for Creed. I did not know where he was going.
I was like, what?
Tell your wife we apologize. Thank you for being an absolute beast, and we'll catch up with you. Thank you. Love you.
Let's go, fellas.
Jared Sandler on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Feel like you might need to elaborate on that story of Jared Sandler. Well, you can decide as your intro plays.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
All right, we can do a quick memory lane here. Jared Sandler's an intern at another radio station back in probably, I don't know, let's just say 08, 09. We're in San Antonio. And the great Mark Frito Friedman, rest in peace, passed away. Was it last week? Mm-hmm. Him and I were down there working for ESPN. We were rooming together, and Frito, who is Jewish, told Jared, who is also Jewish, that so was I.
That what?
That I was Jewish. That's what they said. I was Jewish. And
Wow.
Jared took like a liking to me. Like he starts looking up to me, and that's why I was his.
Looking up to you?
I guess so. 'Cause I was. That's why I was his.
He
phone.
looks up to everyone.
After he tried to, I guess I could tell it. He tried to pass a fake ID.
Yep.
And we were going into the Coyote Ugly. That was the night that Jerry was there. Jerry was in the bar with Roosevelt, and Steven was there. It was
Maybe
great.
This is the part you shouldn't
Yeah,
tell.
it was a great night. It was a great night.
Yeah.
Great night. I mean, like the amount of media, local media that were there was tremendous. And Jared gets stopped at the door. We all walk in and we look back, and he's like, he's still there. We're like, oh no, they caught him. They caught him. We get back to the hotel after the night, and I get a phone call, and it's Jared, and I think he called me because he thought I was like
his brother.
His brother. And he was like, come on, man, just help a brother out. And I was like, man, because I was playing along with this joke, and I said, this is probably a bad time to tell you this, man, but I am not Jewish. And this is a bad time to bring this up. That is not me. I was like, we were playing a gag on you. And he's like, can you come get me? And I was like, yeah, I can. And I was thinking to myself, wait a minute. I'm really going to go down to a holding cell, drive down there, because this was before Uber. I was hammered.
Yeah.
There was no way I was going to get in the car to drive down there. I was like, I'm sorry, man. I'll get you in the morning.
Dang.
And I felt so bad.
Taxis weren't invented.
Oh, this was 2 a.m. I
Cabs.
had no idea where I was in San Antonio. I had no idea what I was doing. It was more that I was just drunk. I wasn't going to walk into a police station drunk.
Yeah.
I love that he says, I was in San Antonio. Like, he's talking about, like, it's like Tijuana.
Yeah,
like,
out in the
San
desert.
Antonio.
I didn't know any place.
The Bermuda Triangle, man.
Beautiful. Let's be perfectly honest. I was blitzed and I was tired.
Yeah.
And I felt so bad. Let's sleep it off. We'll be fine. I was like, someone else will answer. Because he's got like 8 other people that he is calling. So like someone else will answer. And someone did. I can't remember what happened. I used to know the story. I don't remember. My mind is just terrible now at this point.
It is. And it wasn't about you, so you forgot.
Right, absolutely.
NFL Power Rankings coming up at 8 o'clock. Maybe the quickest edition of Power Rankings so far this season. What else?
All right. The state of California, very bad place, has waged war on Skittles, Sean.
I didn't even open this article because I wanted to react to it live because I don't believe it.
California will officially ban Skittles and other candy starting in 2027 after Bill AB 418, the California Food Safety Act. So they will ban food products that contain substances like brominated vegetable oil, potassium bromate, yada, yada, red dye number 3, that, aren't good for you. Quite frankly, aren't good for you. Now, they're not technically banning Skittles. That's what the headline reads. What they're doing is they're banning the ingredients in Skittles, forcing the manufacturer to change the formula. So either they change the formula for what's in Skittles, or the state of California, not allowing them to sell the Skittles as they are made today in their state starting in 2027.
Wow. Man, I posted a bunch of tequila that my guy Jamie Bellin sent over here to the station, and I got a response like that, like, drink something without sugars and the additives and the this and the that and the this and the this. And I was like, shut the hell up.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's sugars and additives, and they're not great for you, but people enjoy them. Like, that's right. I mean,
that's been an all-time debate of whether the government should. I know your stance. The government should stop us from ourselves, ban these fats, ban these oils, stop the fast food restaurants from serving it to you, or, yo, man, it's my decision. I can decide if I want to ingest it or not.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I am. Now, there are some things that are like I like that they say you have to wear a seatbelt.
Yeah.
That's good. It's a good thing to do.
I love Skittles.
They're great.
I mean, I don't like. I ate them more as a kid, but
sour ones.
It's the rainbow. They're great.
I don't like anything sour like that.
No. Sour Patch Kids. Not like that. Not a fan.
Oh my gosh, I love Sour Patch Kids.
Sweet and sour chicken.
Ooh.
It's not sour.
Oh my gosh, that's so good. No, yeah, that is. I've always when New York was like, you cannot have anything bigger than a 16-ounce soda and like stuff like that. That was always like,
yeah, that's dumb.
Yeah,
if I want a 16-ounce soda, I'm gonna get a 16-ounce soda. What do you do
for a Klondike bar
if you're engaged to a girl and she refuses to take your last name?
You see ya.
End the engagement.
It's debating with
well,
the
I got to get engaged first. But.
Yeah.
Again.
So now this is a little bit different of a story.
Oh,
that's right.
Were you engaged? Did you get her a ring? The first one?
No.
Okay.
No.
But so you were not engaged.
I was never engaged. Now the first one, we dated so long. We talked about rings,
Okay.
but we
Bob.
I don't know where Bobby came with that.
So a Florida bride. Now this is really her husband's fault.
He probably hasn't told his current one about that.
Yeah. So we'll call him Fred. That's what the article says. She's a 28-year-old. She goes, it's been 1 month since my wedding with Fred. I'm refusing to sign our marriage license, and I'm honestly considering leaving him. So for years, for 6 years, they were on the same page from what they wanted for each other. They agreed never to have children, and they agreed that she was not changing her last name to his. So he agrees to this. She's like, I'm an only child. He's got 3 brothers, yada, yada, yada. So she also says it's an archaic tradition, whatever. They get to the ceremony, and part of their vows were they were going to sign the marriage license in front of everybody. So he goes and he gets the marriage license, but he puts it under his name, and she's going to change her name to his name. He signs it. He gives it to her, but he puts his hand over top the name change on the marriage license. And she's like, where's your hand? What's going on? And then she sees it, and she's like, well, I'm not signing this. And now she's not signed the marriage license. She's considering leaving altogether. Do you stick with the girl, or do you leave if she refuses to change her last name?
Look, I guess it's yes, archaic, emasculating, all the old school things. That's how the majority of us feel as guys. The guy has to have the last name. If you have an awful, terrible
last name,
the Mountcastles, like
from the Orioles.
I feel like I could compromise there. Do you go with the hyphen? I don't think I'm breaking up, but I think that kind of tells you the type of girl you're getting. If you know from the jump, she's like, I'm just letting you know you're taking my last name. I'm not breaking up like after we get engaged because I've already signed up for but I'm probably not staying with her throughout the relationship. That's probably someone that's a little bit too alpha for me.
Too alpha?
Yeah, a little bit too Jane Slater for me.
So this is not just keeping their last names each. This would be him taking hers, and then
No, just they each keep their own last name.
Okay, so they each keep their last name. He agreed to it though before,
right?
So I would normally say if this was an issue and she was putting up a fight and there was a disagreement, he wanted to walk away, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But if he said yes and then he's trying to pull a fast, he's a wuss.
He's a wuss.
Would you rather take her last name or have the hyphen name? Which one's more awkward?
I would not want to take her. I mean, here's I don't want my kids to have a high. I would, if she wants to keep her. If Sarah said I'm keeping my last name,
keep it separate,
and I'm saying she goes, she wants to keep it separate. I'm like, fine.
Yeah.
I am not having a child with a hyphenated last name.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I am not Choppyman. That's gonna be his name.
Choppyman.
He's gonna be.
I would be down for that. I would be down for that. We can just combine them into one.
We create a new legacy.
So what would it be?
RJ Choppyman.
I'm in with that one. That sounds good. Nondescript. I like it.
NFL power rankings. Let's see if the Cowboy homers find a way to get them in the top 5 and apologize to me for doubting the Philadelphia Eagles. 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Next on the Fan.
Let's get you over to 8.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Yes, let the ALCS overshadow this week's NFL Power Rankings. Only the homerist of the homer, possibly Bobby Bell, I think could have the Dallas Cowboys in your top 5, 1 through 5, 5 through 1. This was pretty easy for me.
Okay.
You guys?
Not terribly easy at number where to put, had a range 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
1 and 2 was not easy either.
Yeah. Bobby, I don't even care about asking you because you have to reprove your football opinions based upon last week's power rankings.
Well, Cowboys are 32 after Jerry snapped at me, so that's where they are.
Let's judge.
Speaking of last week.
Yes, let's judge it.
You had...
hey, you'll never go to his party now.
Yeah, you had
bringing the coffee.
You had San Fran 1.
Genius.
Buffalo 2.
Not.
Miami 3.
Got away with it.
Kansas City 4.
Got away with it.
Philly 5.
Brilliant.
I had Kansas City 1. San Fran 2. Buffalo 3. Dallas 4. Miami 5.
3 for 5.
Correct. Bobby had San Fran 1. Buffalo 2. Kansas City 3. Miami 4. Dallas 5.
3 for 5.
Peyton had San Fran 1. Buffalo 2. Kansas City 3. Philly 4. Miami 5.
Was that 4 for 5?
4 for 5.
Well done, Pepe.
I think I count as 4 for 5 because I put San Francisco above Dallas. So that's not like they played each other and I was right in my projection.
Well, then I would be 5 of 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't go to 6. We go to 5.
Oh, then I would be perfect. So good job, Pepe. You and I, baby.
High five.
You're not only the Ranger expert, you should replace Bobby on Love of the Star.
You guys should get a room.
Okay. 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Actually, no, let me just knock out blogging the boys. They compile the national rankings. So let's see how far the Cowboys dropped after getting humiliated. Last week, Blogging the Boys had them 5. This week, 9. NFL.com, Cowboys from 5 to 8. ESPN from 5 to 7. USA Today from 4 to 8. Yahoo from 5 to 7. CBS 5 to 7. The Athletic from 6 to 7. Sports Illustrated had them 5, kept them at 5. So the lowest drop was down to 9, but it kind of averages out to the 7th best team in the NFL around the country.
You know, I think what's interesting is that what this game did, it didn't necessarily maybe drop the Cowboys so much. What it did was increase the gap between the teams at the top and everybody else.
All right, well, let's hear you back that up. Number 1.
I'm still struggling with this one.
Oh, my God. Pat Mahomes has a pulse. Pat Mahomes is breathing.
I know. And you know what? I went and looked. They stay, for all the bad things for them, they still have the second best point differential in the NFL.
Who's got number 1?
San Fran.
Yeah.
They're winning their games by an average of 12 points. We think the sky is falling. They have a defense finally. If their receivers learn how to actually play like the NFL, they are going to boat race everybody. They are better. They have a higher chance to win the Super Bowl right now than the same time last year. They're 5-1. Last year they were 9-1 to close things out. What? Oh, yeah, I don't know. I still have them number 1.
Okay, so
it's very.
But tomorrow on a neutral field, Vegas would favor San Fran.
So I asked my handicapper buddy, Bo. He said San Fran on a neutral field by 3.
Okay.
Is what Vegas would have it. Now
you've been going by Vegas this whole time.
Yeah, I would take Kansas City for 2 reasons. 1, Mahomes. 2, Shanahan likes to mess up Super Bowls. That's his favorite thing to do in the world. It is. He screwed up Matt Ryan's and he screwed up Jimmy Garoppolo's. Or maybe those guys screwed it up for him. I don't know. I don't know how you want to put that, but they had no business losing that game to Kansas City. I kept moving 1-2, 1-2. I'm going to keep Kansas City there one more week. They get one more chance with me.
By the way, Kansas City is 4th in point differential, not 2nd, as I'm looking at this.
Yeah, we need to fact check you on power rankings every week.
This is
You're like the Cal Ripken of screwing up power rankings.
No, I saw yesterday they were 2nd.
Okay, well, I don't know what you're looking at. So, the number 1 team in football, nothing moves. It's the 49ers. And now the question becomes what you were asking yesterday. like how good are they? Like how much do we need to start talking to them about one of the better teams we've seen in recent history?
Yeah.
They're really, really good. They're averaging.
Like the best thing that could have happened for the Cowboys is if San Fran faced Philly this week and they beat Philly by 25, 28. Because then we would step back and go, okay, now maybe we're dealing with a Patriot all-time Randy Moss squad. Maybe we're dealing with a 93, 95 Cowboys. That's the best that could have happened. Unfortunately, they're not going to face each other till later in the year. But I think we have to allow for that in the back of our minds. This could be the best, most balanced, explosive team that we've seen in years.
Yeah, this team to me is like, the more I start thinking about them and looking at where they're at, like the closest comparison I'm coming up to in recent history is they remind me a lot of the Seahawks from like back in the day, like from 2013, that era. Then I don't think the defense is quite as good as that one, but the offense is better.
The offense is better.
And so I think when you balance them out, I think that's the most similar team. But San Francisco, best team in the NFL by far. It's not close.
49ers stay at 1, obvious. You know, I said it last week. They're the best team in the NFL, and it's not really close. So the 49ers, 1 for me.
San Fran 1. Obviously, Chopper, you have San Fran 2.
I do. Like I said, 3-point favorite on a neutral field. They have, over a Kansas City team that hasn't improved defense. But, look, San Fran has had the 31st ranked schedule to date, 6th toughest the rest of the way, according to other teams' efficiency numbers. So that could spell good things for the rest of the NFC.
Number 2, I have the Kansas City Chiefs going up a spot after Buffalo let us all down in England. And so Chiefs their one loss on the schedule is one where it was a bunch of thin margin mistakes and there was no Chris Jones and there was no Travis Kelce. And so I've got the Chiefs.
I'm really interested to see where my football bro goes here because I'm thinking about switching.
Uh-oh.
I moved the Chiefs up like Bobby did at number 2. I think they're one loss. If they play Detroit again, I think they win that game and they move to 5-0. So I have the Chiefs at number 2.
Okay, then. I'm going to not be the same.
The Dallas Cowboys.
It's a coin.
Did you have KC initially there and then are changing it?
No, I'm just going to keep what I had. Philly at 2.
Okay.
Oh, Philly at 2. Wow. Barely. Coin flip.
Barely.
Coin flip. Barely. Coin flip. Philadelphia at 2, and I'll just ruin it. Kansas City at 3.
Kansas City at 3.
Angelo Sharif with the number 2 Eagles. We got Angelo Sharif and W.I. Payton over here.
W.I. Payton.
I like it.
I continue to go back and forth on this one too. I don't love this spot for either team. I think both teams are more suited for the 4-hole, but I got to put somebody there, and I will put Philly at 3. The NFC East right now, it's like they got such a cushion. It's there. Like they had a cushion last year and it went down to the wire almost, but they've got a little bit here. My perception, and I think clouds us on this one, this team covers spreads. All they're doing this year is they're just covering spreads. Yeah. They're not dominating games.
No, what's really, but they have this 4-minute freaking offense. Yeah. Final drive in the fourth quarter. I'm watching these games. That's a 6-point game. They get the possession and they salt away the clock. AJ Brown's unstoppable, by the way. Like we need to start talking about moving him up in terms of the wide receiver tiers, and they go down there and they make it a 2-score game and they take your soul. I hate it, but it happens.
Sucks.
So number 3, go ahead. I dare you to triple down on your stupidity.
Number 3.
You did it 1 week with Cleveland over Philly, moronic. Then you did it last week with Dallas over Philly, which I told all of you were stupid. Got proven correct. So triple down on your stubbornness.
Number 3, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Ooh, okay.
That's right. Buffalo.
Honestly, I want you to get David Fields' phone
Would you
number.
let me finish?
I want you to get David Fields, the CEO of Odyssey, big-time Philly fan. This Odyssey podcast should be discontinued. It should, for y'all to have 2 million downloads is a joke.
I haven't recorded one this week. So.
It is ridiculous. It's mind-blowing that this football intelligence can get 2 million downloads, and David Field is an Eagles fan. You should be canceled.
Buffalo winning 3 straight games by like 30 points. I am going to give them a break when you do the London travel. Jacksonville had stayed out there, had the advantage of being out there all week. It's a close game.
Advantage? Yeah. Have you tried London food?
Okay, so, yeah fish and chips.
Indian food.
I'm familiar.
Is it Indian food? Is that what it is?
You have the best Indian food in the world.
Really?
Yeah.
Never would have guessed that.
So the issue with Buffalo, that's already a close game.
Maybe besides India.
Yeah, I think so. You think India? A little bit higher.
Maybe besides India. India just popped into my brain.
Right there. Anthony Richardson going to IR, according to ESPN right now.
We'll miss at least 4 games. Man.
Those are all winnable games, too. Jacksonville, Cleveland, New Orleans, Carolina.
Broadus and Chiafalo going at it back and forth a little bit yesterday over running back / Anthony Richardson arguments. Go ahead.
Buffalo, though, they had some dumb penalties. They got gashed a little bit in the run game. But overall, I think they played a pretty good game, even still against Jacksonville, all things considered. So I'm not dropping them more than just the spot. Buffalo 3.
No idiot takes here. Maybe David Field. I will be the next Love of the Star co-host with Brian Broadus because I have Philly 5-0 Philadelphia. That's right, Bobby, at number 3.
Philly at number 3. This is Power Rankings at 877-881-1053. 1 through 5 or 5 through 1. I will go with the Buffalo Bills at 4.
Buffalo 4.
And I think we got to play Josh Allen's audible. Maybe Dak should learn some of these different audible calls to get out of Mike McCarthy's offense, since this is what he was yelling the other day on TV.
Hey, LeBron James! LeBron James! What do you have? Hey, LeBron James! LeBron James!
Yeah.
Did we figure out what that meant?
Man, I think it was a miss because he should have go, hey, LeBron James. LeBron. Like, that's what it should have been. Now, I have a theory on this. Watching these detail segments with Peyton Manning, he would say that like they would do their audibles 1 or 2 based on the world golf rankings, so Phil or Tiger. And whoever was 1 that week, that'd be the first audible chain. Whoever was 2, that would be the next one. And I wonder if LeBron James is either the first audible because he's the GOAT or the second audible because Mike is.
I have no idea. I'd have to see what the play was, but usually once you see the play, you can start figuring out. LeBron, a lot of times, L would be left. So, like, we're calling the play to the left. And then, like, James could be, okay, LeBron James is left jet sweep or so. I don't know.
I wasn't looking for a serious answer. I thought you were going to make a LeBron
Who
joke.
did you have third? You said Buffalo was 4, but you skipped 3.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kansas City.
Okay,
Yeah,
there we go.
he said it the last time out. Okay, so you had Buffalo at 4.
Yeah.
My number 4 is Miami. I could have put them at 3. I think they're a really good team.
Man, this I'm not saying his name correctly. I say A-Chain. A-Chan. He's out for weeks.
Yeah.
Man.
Super stud.
I was listening to G-Bag talk about scouting him as well. They're arguing that he was a second rounder, but he's out.
Yeah, and that team they're fast as F, boy. That's what they are. They are speedy. I love the team, love the offense. I've got Miami at 4.
I'm with RJ Choppyman. Give me the Miami Dolphins at number 4. They've been really impressive outside of the
Bobby,
Buffalo game.
I dare you to not put Philly at 5. I dare you to do it when we circle back around the room. Watch what happens to you. Who's your 4?
I'm with Sean on this one. I have Buffalo number 4.
My number 5, and this was my only indecision, Miami versus Detroit. And I would still pick the Dolphins to outscore the Lions. So the Lions were my 6, but Miami is my 5. So San Fran 1, Philly 2, Kansas City 3, Buffalo 4, Miami 5.
All right, I've got Detroit. I think they're a problem if you play them at home offensively. The defense is better. DVOA is a stat. It's a per-play efficiency number. The only other team in the top 4 in both offense and defense is Buffalo, which surprised me.
Who brought this in? Who brought
that's been in there for months.
But who brought in this Josh Young bobblehead?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't know. Anyway, I've got, and by the way, they have one of the easiest schedules the rest of the year. They got an outside chance at that 1 seed if San Francisco slips up.
Peyton, why don't you go next with your number 5?
I'm with Choppy. I have the Detroit Lions at number 5.
So I think that there's a lot to consider here.
Oh, my God.
There is, but ultimately, you have to say at number 5, you have to say Philadelphia killer Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions at number 5.
Oh, he's getting beat. Josh Young's hit him in the head. Oh, my God, he's getting
David
beat.
Field, get
Lions.
Man Campbell.
This you lost all your Dak argument. You proved that you were
It's Philly.
troll.
It's Philly at 5.
Is it Philly at 5? We found the rowdiest fan in Arlington to celebrate the Rangers. We have the audio on your home of the LCS bound Texas Rangers next.
Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Abreu waiting for a 2-1. Runners lead off first and third. 1-0 Astros. The pitch. And Abreu cranks it deep to left field. Kissing goodbye. A 3-run home run for Jose Abreu. And the Astros have a 4-0 lead in the first.
My guy from KC, Robert Ford, now the voice of the Astros. They are one win away from making it an all-Texas LCS. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home of the Rangers. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Wait till you hear Bobby's Below the Belt topic at 8:40 this morning. It's going to be fun. Former Major Leaguer Brett Boone on the Rangers' undefeated playoff run at 9:20 today. But I did put up the poll question. There's a reason we played that highlight from Astros Radio. Who do y'all want? We have to ask it before the Astros possibly/probably end this today. 877-881-1053. Let's see what wins out. The intelligence or the pride. Let's see. 877-881-1053. Who do you want to see in the LCS? First, our Rangers expert, Peyton Russell.
Who I want to see, obviously the Twins. I mean, the Astros have had your number all season long. I don't think that changes really much next series. I mean, because they're going to start the series in Houston, and they've dominated at Globe Life Field this season. I would want Minnesota, and I know I'm scared when I say that, but I mean, it is what it is. I want to, like Jared said, I want to win a World Series, so I want Minnesota. That's the path to get to the World Series. You can beat Minnesota. It's hard to beat Houston.
Okay, so you're taking the Twins.
Yes.
Choppy.
Oh, I would rather face the Twins. I mean, Minnesota has absolutely there's not many people that scare me on Minnesota. You know, Houston's got guys that can get hot. Of course, they've been there. That does play a little bit of a role. But yeah, absolutely give me Minnesota any day of the week over Houston. I don't want any part of them, man. I don't want any part of Houston.
Yeah, look, I will say this. It's definitely Minnesota, but to say, you know, you can beat Minnesota, you have to show you can. You haven't done it this year.
That's
You're
true.
2-5 against Minnesota this year. But yeah, it's definitely Minnesota's who you'd rather play. I don't want look, I think we all got a healthy reminder this week, like this past weekend, of what oh yeah, we won ours. We won our revenge. How little that actually means in terms of, are you better than them? Because that's what happened to the Cowboys. The Cowboys wanted the 49ers. So when Jared's like, I think this team wants Houston, it's like, I don't really care what they want. I want to get to a World Series. Give me the crappier team. Give me Minnesota.
The record against Minnesota is scary this year. I mean, that is scary. Now, some of those games were pretty close late. So they could have probably gone either way.
And it was in the middle of a larger skid, but still.
Yeah, like you played the Astros in April. You played the Astros in late June, early July. You played the Astros in late July. And you played the Astros in early September. So you played them over a much different span of season to where it wasn't just in a slump when you played Minnesota.
How do you think the Tolos have voted?
Oh, I think the Tolos voted with their, their midsection.
With their boomstick?
With their boomstick. I think they voted Houston overwhelmingly.
I have, from what I've seen on the fan text so far, it is overwhelmingly Minnesota.
Really?
Yes.
It is amazing how text, Twitch, YouTube and Twitter differ. I wonder why that is.
We got 214. My pride wants Houston. My brain wants the Twins.
Yes.
214. Twins all day. 315. Astros are cash money in the playoffs. 254. The Twins. It's nobody wants any part of Houston.
There is no penalty for being crazy on Twitter. On text, your phone number's right there.
Oh,
there's a penalty for being crazy.
But you know what? I think 214 said it the best. That's how I feel. 214. My pride wants Houston, but my brain and everything else says no. You give me Minnesota. I don't want to play them.
Yeah, I don't want Atlanta or Philly. I want Arizona. So
56% of
I want Oakland.
56% of Twitter. You won't want them soon if Lacob is taking over, the Warriors owner.
Joe Lacob, the Warriors owner, wants to buy them. They still have not signed officially their deal. It's not official. They've signed a lot of things. None of it's official that they're moving to Vegas yet. So he wants to buy them, maybe even keep them in Oakland.
56% of the Tolos on Twitter have voted for the Astros. 44% say the Twins. Give me Minnesota. Clean sweep of the room. How do you think Corey Majors will vote?
He wants Houston. He will vote for Houston.
Okay.
He wants to test his mettle. He wants to test his mettle against the best.
Give me Houston, man. Give me the 1927 Yankees. It doesn't matter. The Rangers are winning this thing. They're gonna win, and they're gonna be carried on the back of Andrew Heaney. Andrew Heaney's gonna throw a perfect game against the Astros.
Corey, that was Roberto. I know you're listening. All right, Pepe. Last night, the morning show went out to the Globe. Only morning show actually going to end sporting events in the Metroplex. Peyton, you found the rowdiest fan in the building?
Literally the rowdiest. His name is Rowdy C. Now, from when Sean, you sent my tweet to our group message and you said, "Oh, he found Rowdy C." You knew him. You guys knew him because I don't think I've ever heard of this guy before.
We know Rowdy.
We know Rowdy. We know Rowdy all too well.
Good experience or bad experience?
Correct.
Oh.
He's a diehard. He's passionate.
He is a diehard. He is no doubt passionate.
He was Jasmine's #1 fan. So I don't think he was too thrilled when Jasmine left the show, but he's a diehard. He's passionate. He's all in. He's rowdy.
He literally is rowdy.
Yeah.
Literally.
So
And he was dressed, full attire yesterday?
Yes, Ryan, do we have the picture ready to go? Because, he was, full Ranger gear, everything. He could go out there. I even said in this interview that we're about to play that. He'd go out there and bat for them. Look at him. Ranger gear. He's got the jersey tucked in, the belt, the shoes, the socks. And I don't know if you can see there, but it's dirty. That guy was running around some mud or something because it's dirty.
This is you see this at a golf tournament where you'll see a guy dressed like a golfer and then they'll wear the golf shoes. This looks way more acceptable than the golf outfit.
Now, real quick, before we play this audio, how old do you think he is, or do you know? Because I could not tell. I didn't know if he was 20 or 50.
I don't know. He's not 20. We can tell you that right now.
I'll guess 38 or 42.
I have no idea. Didn't ask. No one knew around there. But okay, so this clip here, it's about 2.5 minutes long. We can start and stop it whenever, but you get a little treat at the end. So I just talk about him, and he's, great voice, great guy. He just goes, he's like TJ from used to be downstairs. He just starts talking, and then you get a little bit. He's not dead yet. But yes, he starts singing here at the end, and enjoy it. All right, guys, I'm here at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Game 3 tonight, Rangers and O's. We're here with Superfan, and what is your name real quick?
Chris Leemore, otherwise known as Rowdy C.
Rowdy C. Now, Rowdy C, you are decked out in a full Rangers uniform. You can go to bat right now for them right now. Who are you? And you got the violin. Can you just describe to the listeners who you are?
Well, first of all, I don't know if they'd actually be eligible for it because this is technically the old 2010 uniform that I put in for good luck. But I've never tried to be any type of major celebrity, but what I've tried to do ever since the old ballpark opened, especially starting in 1996, to try to do things to help get the crowd fired up. I've always had my own rally towels, even the ones that, besides just the ones they've given out for these games. My tradition has always been to try to mock play along with the Cotton Eye Joe during the 7th inning stretch with these mock fiddles. Managed to get a new foam one for safety in there.
Now this jersey is really filthy.
All right, so I was not aware of this. I know Mavs Maniacs. I know the music stuff that they do. I don't know what he's talking about with the fiddle.
Well, the Cotton Eye Joe.
Oh, so he just playing with that.
He plays around, acting like he's playing the fiddle.
So it was a little fiddle, like a little violin that he had.
Yeah, it's very small.
Okay.
go? Where did you come from?
That is great. I didn't know if they broke out a band or something there that I wasn't aware of versus just playing it in there. All right, continue.
Managed to get a new foam one for safety in there.
Now, this jersey is really filthy. When was the last time you washed it? Have you washed it, or is it just a good luck charm?
It was probably about a month ago. I admit this. I kind of, to be honest, I'm kind of embarrassed that people actually noticed it and whatnot. This might be the last year I probably wore this particular jersey because I made a vow, especially if they win a postseason series, and especially if they win the pennant, I'll give in and buy a jersey from this season and probably get it fitted out as well and just more or less retire this one like the one with the old red lettering that I had back in the 90s as well.
That's incredible.
Okay, so why isn't he washing it?
I mean, it could be just
like he's still cleaner than Bobby after Bobby's heart attack last night, but is it just out of tradition?
Well,
he's not wanting to mess it up.
So does he wear this to every single game?
I think so.
And he goes to every game?
It might be a superstition.
So does he have season tickets?
I don't believe so. I think he just picks and chooses games.
So he may not wear it every day. Plus, they haven't been home for, 3 weeks?
Yeah.
2 weeks plus. So
Well, why would the jersey be dirty?
Because he just hasn't washed it in a month, which God knows why. But who knows?
We're the most critical show about people's laundry. Peyton just did this. Section 133, a guy had spilled mustard on his shirt, and he told me, he's like, I wanted to clean off, change shirts. He's like, before I introduced myself to Choppy. And then he went over and introduced himself. And apparently the first thing Choppy said, he was like, how'd you get mustard on your shirt? And the guy was like, damn it.
Pay with Rowdy last night at the Globe.
That's incredible. Rowdy C, super fan here. Now, you've been keeping up with the Creed, right, for the Rangers and everything, what they've been doing with Creed?
Well, yeah, I've always sort of discovered at the moment. I mean, whatever works for them, you never know what might get a team fired up. I mean, who would have thought that a disco cover song by Laura Branigan would fire up the St. Louis Blues to a Stanley Cup? I mean, I'm more of a Bon Jovi, Bruce Springsteen, Huey Lewis kind of guy. But whatever works for the Rangers club, more power to them for what works for that, and I'll find my own ways to fire up the crowd as well.
Now, can you sing it all? What's your best Bon Jovi song? Can you sing some Creed for us?
Well, I mean, I don't know the lyrics, unfortunately, of any Creed songs, but I'll probably try to throw in maybe some Bon Jovi, go back and throw some Tim McGraw as well, or from the olden days and stuff that I know.
Can you do it right now? Could you try right now? Or
Well, I'll give you what my theme song might pretty much be. Oh, if there's one thing I'll hang on to, it gets me through the night. I'm gonna do what I don't want to. I'm gonna live my life shining like a diamond, rolling with the dice, standing on my ledge. I'll show the wind how to fly. When the world gets in my face, I say, have a nice day. Hey!
Man, that was incredible.
Yes!
All with
G-Bag of the day.
All with G-Bag right there, too. They were on air, too, so I hope that got over
G-Bag of the day, G-Bag of the week, G-Bag of the month. Rowdy last night at the Globe. Why does Bobby want to talk about another quarterback like Trey Lance? Below the belt. Next on The Fan.
Well, maybe you need...
back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet Texas. It is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Will a hot mic during the commercial break one day get us all canceled? Most definitely.
Yep.
Most definitely. No doubt about it.
The one to watch is Ryan. All he's got to do is keep the volume up in the commercial break on that fan cam. Whoever does him dirty,
It's gonna end you.
Going bye-bye.
Yeah, you guys want to talk about his little Cheez-It notes on the vending machine?
I don't say anything about it.
By the way, there's a new note up on the vending machine, Chop. Somebody else put a note up there. Said, 136 is not dispensing, and 136 is the Cheez-Its. So there's a big Cheez-It contingent here at 105.3 The Fan. Okay, we're going to talk about Trey Lance and why he's why he's the future of the Dallas Cowboys. Not really. No, look, when the Cowboys made that trade, I think we were all universal in our thought that this is mostly about they're trying to create pressure or any sort of power in a negotiation where right now they're powerless. Even if it's a silly thing in reality, they're trying to create the illusion of it anywhere they can.
Yeah.
And that's where they're stuck right now. And so that was the whole thought process behind this. But this was a really good article from Todd Archer over at ESPN. Archer, who I think is honestly the best person on the Cowboys beat. He's really, really good. Ooh. And this is a fantastic article that he wrote. So he got a chance to talk specifically to Jerry and Steven for this. And so this is stuff that has not been said publicly or in any of the comments that they've had about Trey Lance. But he's telling the story about how the 3-day span back in August that just rattled Trey Lance, which was he's called into Kyle Shanahan's office. He's told, you're third on the depth chart. We'd love for you to stay. Completely understand if you are upset by this and you want out. So take some time, figure out what you want to need, or figure out what you need. The 49ers apparently have described him as being devastated at this news. He really wanted things to work out in San Francisco, and he was really close with a lot of teammates. Trey Lance told Todd Archer that he still talks to his teammate or his ex-teammates in San Francisco all the time, and so he's still close with them. Maybe he's so close. Maybe he gave them all the game plan. Maybe that's what happened.
John Lynch,
did you consider that?
John Lynch had a little quote. How much info Trey Lance could share with the Cowboys about San Fran. Quote, my experience with that as a player tends to screw you up more than it helps. I mean, this isn't the Astros banging a drum for fastball or curveball. He can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, there are some people who the basic is that they don't want to know. They don't want the sign. They don't want to know. It screws them up too much. I could understand that.
Boy, coast to coast. Tampa to San Francisco. We got the NFL taking shots at the Astros. Everybody hates him. But so Trey Lance took about 90 minutes apparently. Left, took 90 minutes to think about it, came back, told John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, yeah, I'd like to leave, please. And so what was interesting was the team that was most aggressively on Trey Lance early on, the team that apparently the league was pretty universal and they thought he was going, was Buffalo. That Buffalo was really interested in bringing him in and thought that they could do some different things with him. And ultimately, though, when the Cowboys found out, Jerry got on the phone and they offered up a 4th round pick, and they made sure it was you take this or you don't get it. It was, you do not get to get off the phone with us. You do not get to go take this anywhere else. Use it as leverage. This is the offer. 4th round pick. You tell us now on the phone or it's not happening.
Very Shark Tanky.
It was, and it worked. It worked in the sense that if you think Trey Lance has the value that you need, or if you'd rather have the 4th round pick, but it worked. San Francisco agreed to it, said, all right, let's go. Trey Lance comes here. There's a couple things here that were really important to the Cowboys that Todd says. Now, I've kind of recapped it here. I'm going to read off of this because I think this is really important the way that Todd breaks this down. He says there was an off-the-field component that Jerry had to understand, and I don't think we've heard this part of it. The biggest concern for the Cowboys was not Dak's psyche, was not anything else. It was just his health. They had concern about Trey Lance because he had suffered a broken right index finger in a preseason game as a rookie. He had his 22 season end with a fractured left fibula and ligament disruption. And given some of the issues they've had with quarterback injuries recently, they wanted to make sure that if he's coming in here that he's healthy. So it wasn't the level of play. It wasn't, is he a bust? They're confident in their evaluation of him. They like him a lot. Their biggest concern was, how healthy is he? Can we get this medically cleared? Is it something that we feel comfortable with, our doctors feel comfortable with? And ultimately, they did. Jerry said he felt comfortable with everything that he saw. Team apparently felt comfortable with it. He says what Jones did not worry about was Prescott's psyche. Prescott, the face of the team, was not told by Jones the deal beforehand, which we already knew that. But what Jerry told directly to Todd Archer was, I know that top quarterbacks, starting quarterbacks, really do want as good a talent behind them as they can. They say, can you really say that with a straight face? Nobody wants a threat to their job. Okay, you don't threaten Dak Prescott's job in my mind at all. You can't, because he's such a great leader. He's established what he's done in his career. There's no question. If healthy, we want him on the field trying to win football games for us. So that's not an issue either, and it's a fact of life that you are better off as a team, the better backup quarterback backing you have, because they do get hurt. So that's interesting to me, is that Jerry is talking about Dak as not, you don't want to threaten your quarterback's job, like, or you can't do that. You can't threaten your quarterback's job. You can't bring that in. He's saying, no, I don't believe you can threaten Dak's psyche. Like, I could do anything I want, and he would not be threatened by it.
Yeah.
I think so.
Do we think that Dak's psyche right now is a little shaky?
Which is kind of the little off-road.
Not because of Trey Lance. Because of everything.
Not because of Trey Lance.
No.
But definitely, look, here's the thing. He was, and I think we talked about the time, I think you guys could see it on his face when he did the media stuff. He was annoyed by the Lance trade. Not that it was, they went out and got somebody. He was just annoyed by, I have to stand up here in an emotional moment with the whole Will Grier thing, and now you're going to make me take direct questions, whether valid or not. I'm going to have to take direct questions about my job status and how I feel about this while I'm sitting here trying, like, I'm getting out of what was a really emotional moment for us with our teammate of ours, a guy that we've been really close with and worked close with for 3 years.
Yeah, I get that, but like, you know, and I understand, like, I assume the Will Grier aspect bothered him the most.
That was it.
That's my assumption. Because, like, if you're if it bothers you to take questions about the third string quarterback, like, I mean,
yes,
get over it, man.
Right.
Like, you're Dak freaking Prescott, and that dude that you just traded for is like, no disrespect, like, he's a nothing.
That's like Peyton getting worked up over Jeffrey being brought. Oh yeah, you did. you did get worked up.
I'm gonna draw I'm gonna draw an analogy here. All right, I'm gonna draw an analogy.
He's gonna
here.
bring his wand out on you.
Here to our show. Okay,
I just gave an analogy. It was pretty
good.
good.
We talked to you and I had talked about this yesterday when I was walking out.
When I had to scold you.
I was a little
JJ.
No, not that. But see, that's exactly where I'm going with this. Was that I was a little frustrated with something at home, right in the break, right after Jerry. I had just gotten a text, made me a little frustrated. We come back into the reaction segment. It probably bled a little, but the problem is that now I'm having to, like I'm talking about the Jerry situation with a demeanor that's probably more impacted by this, but the time looks bad. For Dak, I think it was, you're forcing me to take questions that are naturally going to look controversial, and I'm going to be upset about something else.
No doubt.
And so it's going to look bad because it's going to look like I'm upset about this,
Yes.
and now you've made people confuse my emotions.
Very good. That was a better analogy.
And so I think that was something where that's what he was most frustrated by, was give us a better heads up than the first time we talked to the media is right after we found out our brother's leaving the locker room. And look, I think that this is a really good article too. I'll put it up on the Facebook page, but I think that what Trey Lance and Dak have here is they do seem good whenever I've seen them interact in the locker room, when they talk in the practice field. They were, even chit-chatting, joking with each other, in the locker room a couple weeks ago after the Patriots game. They're talking all the time. I don't think there's any tension there between Trey Lance and Dak. I do wonder if there's not tension. I do wonder if there's just the slightest 2 to 3 on a scale of 10, like what the dissatisfaction meter of Dak Prescott being the quarterback is, how he feels about being the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. I do start to think this year more than any other, we're starting to see his own frustration and some cracks in his like his comfortability being the quarterback of the Cowboys.
Will Trey Lance take a snap this year?
Yes.
I mean, you got,
in what capacity?
Quarterback. At the end of the game.
What game situation?
Yeah.
The end of a game, a blowout.
Quarterback.
Yeah, because I think he will be at some point elevated to the 2, at least for, he
won't be elevated to the 2, in my opinion, the whole year.
No. I agree. He may be. like they can elevate him for a game and then bring him back, right? That there's no rule against that with the new third quarterback rule thing.
Yeah, I mean they have to make some logistical. I do think that ultimately Trey Lance becomes the number 2 quarterback before the season's over. Like I think he's the guy.
No,
I do. And so because of that, I think he'll be the active one.
Maybe if they're out of it. That's the only way.
I don't think so. I mean, I think that they want him to get...
How would you justify that?
He is a much better talent than Cooper Rush. The entire thing, I think, is they just want him to get comfortable in what they're doing. Like, he didn't get any training camp. He's been here for 4 or 5 weeks. Like, he's going to need time to get into a point where he can do it.
They'd have to be out of it.
I feel like we said when they made the trade that he was here to be the number 2 eventually.
By December, that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say
not this season. I said not this season.
I will say by December he's the number 2 quarterback.
Okay. Wow.
And when they get into a blowout or whatever else happens, they get into a situation where they need to have some reps late, he'll come in the game then.
Jerry Jones was asked by Bobby Belt yesterday, what has to happen or go wrong for some changes to be made around here?
Well, first of all, that's about as general as you can get. Long December, if you wanted to answer it like that. But again, I don't know what changes you're talking about at all. Let me see what our injury situation looks like in December. Let's see again, principally would be availability of players. That would be the most impactful thing for me to answer a question about, I guess, changes. But you're implying no changes now, and that's just not the case. We'll do some things differently this week against the Chargers, and I'm not trying to be trite, but we'll go out there and make adjustments for things we didn't do right. But it's going to be good. Looks like we're going to have our offensive line back for the second game of the line that we would really design to have out there, which is hard to do because of the injury factor. But we'll have that, and we'll do some things that probably better, and we'll do some things that we should have done against San Francisco we didn't do.
Then we followed up with, would McCarthy hand over the play calling to Brian Schottenheimer, and he came back emphatically with a quick no. How would Dak Prescott feel with Trey Lance bumped up to 2?
I don't think it would necessarily matter at all.
Okay.
I don't
because to me, I'm more bothered by that if I'm Dak than when they traded for him. Because what are y'all trying to develop here? Especially if it's clear that Trey's better than Cooper Rush in practice, which he's not going to be getting any reps. That was the case in San Fran as the 3. Then fine. If not, and it's like, let's get him moving along here, then I would be a little leery.
I mean, I don't know that he would be if he is. I think that tells a lot.
The only thing that would bug Dak, I think, about this is if you started subbing in red zone packages for him. If you were like, oh, we're in the goal line, this is 3rd and goal, we're gonna get creative. Dak, come off the field. We want Trey in there. Yeah. That is where he'd start getting upset.
Even if it's just Trey running.
Yeah, I think that he'd be. I think that's I think that's just a. I'm a man. I'm going to execute this for us. You do not need.
I'm a man. I run like I'm 40.
Man, I'm 40.
Brett Boone and more Rangers celebration along with Nick Eatman on your home of the Rangers final hour Hump Day edition with your squad going to the ALCS.
WSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1-1. And there's a swing and there's a drive. Deep right field. That one's on its way. That ball is history. Way up in the lower deck. Pitch to Corey Seager. You're risking that. It's 1-0 Rangers in the first.
The ALDS MVP ? John Smoltz went with Mitch Garver. Oh, yeah, it's final hour. Fist pump time on a Rangers hump day. On your home for Rangers baseball. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. He was at the game. Bobby Belt was at the game. Peyton Russell was at the game. And hopefully you are riding high in the middle of your week as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. The stories from last night, Nathan Eovaldi. Your new Cliff Lee, your Madison Bumgarner, 77% strike rate, highest postseason strike rate since 2000. 2 playoff starts, both closeout games, 13 2/3. 2 runs allowed, 11 hits, 15 strikeouts, 0 walks. Nate Lowe, probably the highlight at the plate. The 15 pitch at bat to help run Kramer, and then the home run where you just felt so good for him. Both fists going up. Finally caught up with a fastball. He's got all the health issues going on with his mother, and he was just euphoric along with everybody else afterwards in the champagne and beer-soaked clubhouse that Jared Sandler was in. Max Scherzer going crazy in the background there as he's trying to get back on this LCS roster. Him and Hedges look like 2 frat boys going crazy. What's going on over there with you and Peyton?
Nothing.
How's it going, Bobby?
Well, you're really distracting. You're going back and forth 5 times over and over.
I agree with you. It was really great to see Nate Lowe step up last night and to have a really big moment. That's all.
I didn't get to ask you this earlier real quick. I saw a lot of people text me. Was Smoltz rooting for Baltimore?
I don't think we have enough time for this.
Okay.
I don't think we have enough time.
Did
for
you
this.
catch that too?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I responded to it. It's just some people just have to be a little bit miserable in life. They just have to be. The Cowboys can be up 40-0 and people just want to bitch. And it's just why do you I don't know whether it's just naturally ingrained in some people, and I'm probably more pessimistic and cynical than most, but like, you got paradise sitting right in front of you, and you want to complain that there's 8 ice cubes in the drink instead of 10. And it's, we're up. Yeah, we're up, and we're going to the LCS. Why are the announcers still talking about Baltimore? Why are they still talking about the Baltimore rebuild? We're just not getting any respect. Who cares? Good Lord. Who cares? John Smoltz doesn't hate the Texas Rangers, just like Joe Buck did not hate the Texas Rangers, and Joe Buck did not hate the Dallas Cowboys. John Smoltz came on this freaking radio station yesterday with the midday show. The Orioles are the bigger story because they're the 1 seed. They're the 100-win team. They had to put them the rest down with a eulogy. Do I think Smoltz talked about him a little bit too much at the end when he should have been previewing the LCS? Yes, but... And this is every fan base. There's nothing more annoying. Every fan base thinks every announcer hates their team. Yeah, you're going to the LCS and you're sweeping everyone and kicking everybody's ass. Enjoy it. Don't be miserable.
Yeah, I do think the Orioles getting swept is far more stunning than the Rangers making the ALCS. The Rangers making the ALCS is not stunning. The Orioles getting swept, I think, from nationally was like pretty eye-opening. So I get from that perspective that you would be doing a moratorium.
And I personally love Smoltz. Like when I see David Ortiz and Alex Rodriguez, and then I hear John Smoltz educate and talk baseball, I'm like, this is a treat. This is an absolute. It's like hearing Bassick 1 through 9 for every single inning, every single at bat with the way Mike breaks things down. I love it. So we'll crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. We'll see if Mikey B even went to sleep. Right now, Nick Eatman brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. I guess you don't get to figure out or hear what announcer you think hates the Cowboys the most, but have you caught that? Who hates your Razorbacks the most?
Well, I have a theory about that.
Okay.
I think it's crap, actually. I think everybody thinks that way because when their team scores, they're high-fiving and yelling and screaming and all that. They don't hear anything. But when the other team scores, they don't say anything. They shut the front door, and all of a sudden all they can hear is the announcers talking. So, like, why are they always talking about them? Like,
Right.
I think it evens out pretty much. It's just most people are talking about the same time that they're talking good about your team.
Yeah, and when you get your – like Romo has been caught in the Chiefs era, just like you had Madden in the Cowboy. I hated John Madden growing up because he was only talking about Brett Favre, the Dallas Cowboys, and the San Francisco 49ers.
Nate Newton.
And I'm like, why aren't you talking about Washington a little more? Or I love the Buffalo Bills on the other side. Well, those guys are caught in the era of the dynasty. Like Phil Simms was with the Patriots.
Always.
He's the AFC color analyst along with Jim Nantz, so they have to talk about them more often. It's just a victim of the circumstances. What did you think of Jerry Jones, of anything, yesterday?
He was serious. I mean, he wasn't playing around. You know, and that's and what I thought what he said was accurate when it comes to that there's ways to look different next week in this next game without changing out what do you say, changing out the towels. But no, I mean, you don't have to make wholesale changes to make some big adjustments to the game plan. So he said what he had to say. He came out, he had an agenda of what he wanted to say, and he said it, and trying to squash some things. And even though he was asked multiple times about the same thing, he was
yeah, baby. Wow. There it is, Nicholas. There it is. Teach him how to do it.
No, I'm playing. I mean, I get it. I know. I'm. The thing is, and I don't know this, but because I don't think I've ever done this to you guys, but I would imagine you guys are getting text messages from other reporters or other media guys during the interview or before, like, ask him this, ask him that. I don't know if that's a thing, but
yeah,
I bet you that that's happened a couple times.
Yes, it has. Brian Broaddus. Okay, so and Broaddus does it for educational purposes for everybody else. So he was very serious.
Hey, to be fair, I texted Broaddus in the middle of the show. In the middle of his show yesterday.
Oh, you
were at the stadium. Yeah.
So
you were talking about, Micah or whatever.
So, Nick, you are in this locker room all the time, like Bobby, even more so. Bobby was worried about this loss splintering them. We saw Lamb on the sidelines. Micah Parsons said, "Don't ask me, man. I just set the edge." Give us your guess or read on how this group of guys will respond. Truthfully, not the coach speak and all that stuff and the resolve, and you flush the game tape. Are you worried? Should we be a little bit worried that they could splinter, or you think they have that Jason Garrett process mindset?
Well, I think let's be fair to McCarthy on this. I don't know if it's a Jason Garrett mindset. It's a McCarthy. Whatever's happened with McCarthy, this team has proven that they do bounce back. Until they don't prove that to us, then I think that's when you can start looking at a trend and say, all right, they didn't bounce back from this one. But every time they have lost a game here in these last couple of years in the Dan Quinn era, or obviously with McCarthy these last couple of years, they have come back. They've come back with a lot of points. I think they're averaging 36 points a game in these bounce back games, including a couple of weeks ago. So I think that's what we have to go off of what have they done? Let's see if and maybe a little finger pointing here and there has been good. It's not the first time that's happened. So let's see if it fuels them a little bit. Yeah, you don't love some of the comments that you're hearing, but I knew Jerry was going to say that about Michael Irvin, about wanting the football and all these receivers that want the ball. Does it drive them though today and tomorrow and Friday in practice when they're out there? If they're upset about things, do they do the things that they need to do this week in the film room and practice to get motivated to get over the hump?
Nick, give me the top two things on Mike McCarthy's bulletin board to try to fix immediately.
He's got to be able to move the ball better with Dak and this offense. I mean, he's got to figure out the ways that his quarterback is comfortable. And this is not one of those things where this is my offense or whatever. This is, I think the best coaches are the ones that look at their personnel and figure out schemes to fit them. And that's what I think he's got to do. He's got to make his quarterback comfortable. And whatever that is, they've got to figure that out. He's got to go out there and beat Dak. This is the guy they're paying for. So whatever is going to make his quarterback the most comfortable to go out there and play with the throws that he needs to make, he's got to figure that out. That's one, and that could be 1 and 2. Because if you get that, then it's going to help. It's going to open up a lot of other things. But I think that would be the number one thing.
What do you think he's What do you think he's uncomfortable with, and how much should we allow for growing pains? Like, that's my stance. That's why I fight with Bobby every day. I'm like, there's some changes here. It's going to take a little bit of time, and then we want to go ahead and just abandon the plan 5 weeks in and bring all Kellen's plays back.
Well, I don't think you have to. You don't have to bring any. I mean, I don't know if it's bringing plays back. I just think it's got to be. I mean, there's things that are in this system that we saw it at training camp. We've seen some this year where they are moving the ball. They're moving it well. He's just got to figure out ways that. I mean, I think they have to throw the ball down the field a little bit, but I'm not talking about 50-yard bombs. I mean, they have to use all of the field. They need the 20-yard, deep curls, deep ends. They need those throws in the offense, and that's not one that I don't think Dak's comfortable doing. But there are some throws that has to happen that I think is going to open up the rest of the game plan. Because I think teams figure out what Dak wants to do and what they don't want to do, but they've got to break out of that comfort zone. There's some things. There's yards left on the table here that they're just not taking advantage of.
We're talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. By the way, Jeremy Fowler over at ESPN reporting the Cowboys are visiting with former first-round pick Rashaan Evans, the linebacker with Leighton Vander Esch's injury. So he will be meeting today. Nick, hopefully I'm not repeating a question here. When you look at when you look at matching up against Kellen this week, I don't know that that's going to be like a drive for the players, like a motivator, the same way like San Francisco felt like. But do you think going up against Kellen does mean a little bit extra this week for McCarthy or Jerry and just their evaluation of where the team is?
I think so. I mean, I don't know how it isn't. I mean, I think it's the number one storyline of the week. And it'd be one thing if the Cowboys offense was doing well and the Chargers kind of struggling a little bit. But no, I mean, like here we are going into this matchup. The Chargers I think they ranked 5th in total offense. Cowboys are like 17th. And there's questions being asked about, is this the right move? Is Dak in the best offense for him? And so ironically, you're playing an AFC West team that you matched up with on the schedule, and here it is, the Cowboys and Chargers. I mean, there's been sometimes 4, 5, 6 years in between playing the Chargers, but no, you got them right here on the schedule for this one. So I think it's a fair. It's a fair question, and it's a fair, storyline to say this is what's going on right now, because the Chargers look like they've won some games without their star players. I mean, Austin Eckler has missed games. I think Joey Bosa missed games. And they've kind of figured it out. The weird thing is I was looking at the schedule. I mean, looking at their results. They've played their average margin of victory in their 4 games is 4 points. They have not had a game less than 7 points, and the Cowboys have not had one less than 10. Their average margin of victory is 27. So, I mean, Cowboys haven't played a close game. The Chargers have only played close games. I don't know what that means for Monday night, but something to watch.
You got any Rangers gear?
Gear? I mean, I have a couple of, shirts, that I've worn and I've gone to the games. But, if you guys want to invite me to one of these games against the Astros, I'll definitely, gear up. I probably won't be like Rowdy and probably go head to toe.
Nicholas. I love Nicholas. The Tolo, bringing it strong.
I might. If I could get like a Dean Palmer throwback jersey or something like that.
Templeton.
Rusty.
Yeah. Thank you, Nick. The great Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. He actually stuck with us during some of the season collapses. Brett Boone, former Seattle Mariner, on this Rangers run. Booney joins us next.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
Injury Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Here comes the 0-1, and that ball is hit hard past the third baseman, Westberg, down the line. That gets Young home. Simeon scores. Seager stops at third. It's a 2-run double for Mitch Garver, and the Rangers lead at 3-0.
9:40, Rangers crosstalk. Bobby just told me Mikey got a little emotional last night after the Rangers clinched, so that should be fantastic radio. We know it was yesterday as they swept the Baltimore Orioles. Let's bring in our guy who stuck with the Rangers this entire way, Brett Boone, former Seattle Mariner, host of the Brett Boone podcast, an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in baseball and all-around sports every week. And Bobby, real quick, you're going to continue celebrating today out and about?
Yeah, Market Street and Flower Mound. If you guys, if you haven't been able to make the Firehouse tours because of the timing of it or whatever, 4 to 6 p.m. we will be at Market Street in Flower Mound. Free brats. We'll have G-Bag flags. I'll have Firehouse tour stickers. So come on, come say hey. It'll be fun.
Brett, the Rangers are going to the LCS.
I'll tell you what, they're rolling, aren't they?
Yes.
They kind of got to this postseason and they were ready, and it seems like Baltimore wasn't. I'm not completely shocked, although it was Baltimore's first time they got swept all year. But I'd looked at Baltimore all year. Great year. I think that's going to be a franchise to look to for the next 5 or 6 years. They got such a young nucleus. But I just looked at the Rangers and their experience versus that Baltimore. I kept looking at that Baltimore roster and go, wow, really good player. And they're all about like 22 years old, it seemed like. So I don't know. I just think Rangers kind of came in. The impressive thing for me is the way the Rangers ended the season. Then all of a sudden they go sweep their first 2 series in the postseason. And they were kind of limping out of the season. You lose 3 out of 4 to Seattle down the stretch, and all of a sudden you go from home field and a bye to getting on a plane and going to Tampa Bay. Well, they took care of that. They won 2 straight, and then they as you mentioned, they just swept Baltimore. So 5-0, looking good. Will Scherzer come back? I'm waiting to see. He looked like a caged animal walking up and down that dugout last night.
What do you think? What do you think makes the most sense for him? Really to start the LCS, a starter in the LCS, an opener coming out of the bullpen. What do you think makes the most sense?
Well, I don't know. I got to be on the ground to know exactly what he's feeling, how healthy he is. Only he knows, and the guys close to him in that clubhouse are going to know what he's really capable of giving you. But if he goes to Boch and goes, Boch, just trust me on this. I can give you 5. I can give you 6. I go with him as a starter. Now, if it's a little more limited and he doesn't think he can do that, maybe he's that swing guy that you use him whenever you can use him for 2 at a time. So they're going to make that decision. But I think any series when Max Scherzer at this stage of the game is on the roster, I think it's a good thing if he can definitely help the team. Seems to me I don't think they're not going to waste a roster spot just because Max wants this so much. He's either going to go and be a big part of this next series or he's not going to. So it'll be interesting to see. I think they did a great job. The key to me was game 1, the way Boch started Haney, and then just threaded the needle through that bullpen, which we all know has been the weak link of this Texas Rangers team. Game 1, you got that victory. That was the key to me. Montgomery goes game 2. Yeah, he gives up 4-4, but I don't think the score really told the true story there. It was 11-8. Really wasn't that close to the game. Texas was in control from the beginning. Then yesterday you have Eovaldi come out, who's your ace now, and just shoved for 7 innings and pitched about as good as he can. His last 2-3 outings have been really good. That's got to be a positive for this team. I think they can do it. I think they have enough depth in that starting rotation. The key to me is Aroldis Chapman.
Oh.
He's got to be able to come in and be Aroldis that shuts you down with that nasty stuff. But he's shown that he can implode at any time. And it could be a 3 spot or it could be 3 punch outs. He's going to be the key to getting a Leclerc at the end who seemed to be handling that position as closer really well and feels comfortable there. But it's going to be threading that needle, getting from the starting pitcher to that closer. That's going to be the challenge, I think, for the Texas Rangers. Obviously, offensively, there's no challenge. They're as good as anybody out there. And I like this starting pitching depth, especially if you bring Max Scherzer back. That just adds a whole new entity to this thing. But so far, so good. They got to be feeling pretty darn good right now, winning 5 straight, have a little bit of a break, and get ready for the next series.
Brett, how like realistic is Scherzer coming back and pitching immediately? We've had a million people say, these experts, analysts, articles written about the team that is the higher seed having 5 days off being too much. Max Fried getting 2 weeks off. Scherzer's going to have like 6 off. How realistic is it just to come back in and then bam, be ready to go?
Oh, I think very realistic. I look at him if we go back a few years to like a Madison Bumgarner type guy. Scherzer's that type of guy. Give me the ball, get out of my way, let's go. So if it were anywhere else or anyone else, I might, other than like a Scherzer, a Verlander, just as another example, that type of elite pitcher that's been there, done that, veteran. I wouldn't worry. If Max says he's ready to go, I wouldn't worry about it at all. I'd give him the ball game one, say let's ride you, because he's been there so many times, and he's at that stage of his career, and that's why I think. We have tendencies as athletes, we want to be in there no matter what. But he knows the writing's kind of on the wall for Max. I mean, this might be his last run. He's been around a long time. He's getting a little bit older. He's got a World Series championship. This might be the last run for him. So I think he's got to be a little extra cautious to not get tangled with your emotions and how bad you want to be out there, and is it the right thing. But they'll make the right thing. They'll make the right decision. They've got time to do that. And you're not going to let a guy like Bruce Bochy put Max Scherzer on the roster just for as an emotional decision. It's going to be a sound decision based on what they think he can do. But if he's healthy, he's on the roster. Believe me, I don't think he's going to be on the roster to be a swing guy that comes in the 5th. If he's on the roster, you're giving him the ball game one.
Brett Boone on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. You don't have to name names. I know you got a podcast. You don't want to burn any bridges. But did you ever find yourself in a series? Because we always say, who's got the managerial matchup? Who's got the coaching edge? You just mentioned Bochy. He's obviously a legend. Were you ever in a series where you're like, I know that we're getting outmanaged and we're getting schooled on the other side by their skipper?
No, never.
Wow.
Players win games. Players lose games. Skippers are actually just there to kind of add that little bit of edge. We've talked about Boch so many times, and that calming influence he has. That's huge. I kind of liken it to being on a plane and being not an experienced traveler, and you got those heavy turbulence. It's one of your first flights. Who are you looking to? You're looking at the flight attendant. If she's smiling and she's fine and she's composed, or he, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. Same thing in the postseason. As much as these athletes were tried and true, we've been there, done that. But when the going gets tough and we're in trouble, you look to who? Your skipper. That's our flight attendant. And Boch is as cool as they come. And as long as, Skip's okay? All right. Now, Skip's worried. Now, I'm really worried. But he's just got that calming influence, and he's won 3 World Series. He talks about managing with urgency in the postseason and how it's different than the regular season. But, who are they going to get next? It's going to be the Minnesota Twins. Is it going to be the Houston Astros, who have Dusty Baker? Pick one or the other. Pick one of the legends there in Dusty and Boch. But no, players at this point of the season, they win games and they lose games. And the skipper has very little to do with it other than keeping that, keeping that calm and keeping everybody in a good frame of mind. It's managing people. The X's and O's can take care of themselves. Boch isn't going to make this huge decision where he brought in the lefty and he should have brought in the righty. No, the computer can do that. It's about running the ship, running personalities, running egos, and putting them in the best position to succeed. So I don't really think there's going to be an advantage. But there is a stigma to Boch. And I don't mean, not stigma. There is what's the word
Aura.
I'm looking for? Yeah, there's an aura to him, like, wow, he's won 3 of these, He did it in 10, 12, and 14 with the San Francisco Giants team that everybody kind of was looking around and go, we didn't know they were that good. So Boch is something special about him. But on the other side, if it's Dusty, He just got his first one recently, and there's a little aura to him as well. And especially that Houston Astros team, that's probably, if you look at all the teams in the tournament, Astros have the most experience from the guys on that roster.
All right, so I want to ask you about that because last night we had seen a chant in the stadium, "We want Houston." Maybe not. Yeah, I want to take you back to 2001 because you guys were like the best team in the league that year, and you faced the Yankees in the ALCS. They had just won 3 in a row. They're kind of like now's Houston. Did you want them in 01, or did you want to go through anybody else?
01, we didn't care, I looked. We still, when the guys get together, that group of guys, we still talk about it. Like, how did that happen? In 01, we won so much. I compare the closest thing we've seen since then is probably the 2022 Dodgers. They won 111 games. They got knocked out by an 89-win Padre team a year ago. And I remember going in that series, people asked me about it. I said, you've got to be very careful when you win this many games. We won 116 games. That is so many games. We never lost. And if anything, and I don't say this in an arrogant manner, because that team was far from arrogant, but as confident and as sure of themselves and our abilities and what we could do as any team I've ever been on. But we went into Cleveland that year in the postseason, and it wasn't a matter of this is going to be a tough series. We got to play well. It's like, it doesn't matter what we do. We're going to win this series because that's what we do. We win every series. Didn't play very well in the Cleveland series. We ended up sneaking it out. I think we beat them in 4 or 5, I forget. And then we went to Yankee Stadium, who we'd handled decently that year. And it wasn't the big mighty Yankees to us. It was, no, we're coming to town. They know who's kind of boss this year. And we have to play this series as a formality just to get to the World Series. And, then we're going to have to play the World Series because we need to get that trophy. But it's already over, but we've got to do it. And the next thing you know, we're sitting there on a bus in New York getting ready to go to the airport just with this stunned look on our face like, did that just happen? So I always caution these teams nowadays, especially the teams that have great years, clinch really early and they're waiting around, especially, when they have a bye in the first round, is don't get too comfortable. Really don't take anybody for granted just because you're the superior team. Don't take that for granted. I think we took it for granted in 2001 and we found ourselves going home. Anything can happen in this game. It's a different game now than it was years ago. It's a lot easier to get to the postseason, but once you get there, it's a lot tougher because there's so many landmines, so many rounds. Anything can happen. You're seeing that with an Arizona team that won 84 games. Dodgers are on the brink of getting swept, and nobody expected that, but they came into the postseason hot. The Dodgers had clinched a long time ago. That's an experienced Dodger team, and to go to the Dodgers as an Arizona Diamondback and beat them 2 straight, headed home, for a possible clinching game. Nobody saw that on that writing on the wall. So anything can happen, especially in these 3-game series, 5-game series. You get to the 7-game series, usually the best team wins. You can set your rotations up. You can figure it out. Usually the best team wins in a 7-game. But in that 3-game, anything can happen, as we just saw, 4 sweeps. And in the 5-game, kind of anything can happen. But you get to the 7, usually the best team's going to win that. It'll be great. I'd love to see, for your guys' sake, in the state of Texas, Rangers versus Houston. I think that would be pretty awesome.
Thank you so much, Brett. We'll continue the ride next week.
Let's do it. All right, guys. Thank you.
There he is. That's Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast, Odyssey Original. Make sure to follow the Brett Boone Podcast on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Mike Bassick getting emotional over his baseball team. Rangers Crosstalk with KMC next. But do you have a diversified portfolio focused on capital preservation, growth?
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Leclerc set. He delivers. He struck him out swinging. And the Rangers have swept the Orioles in the Division Series. Hello, ALCS. Starting Sunday. Jose Leclerc is mobbed in front of the mound as the Rangers stream out of the dugout. 7-1, the final score tonight.
Imagine getting this like every year in all of your sports, like Boston. Like,
yeah,
look at how we're reacting to this.
But it's exciting. It's unprecedented for us.
Yeah, it is. And Boston, it's just like, oh, okay.
Peyton, we thought you got over the hump of that word.
Well, Bobby's talking in my ear the whole time, so I did it just for him.
It's not true.
So there's no president? Is that what we're
yeah, it's a synonym. It's a synonym. Synonym for impeachment.
Corey Majors, what's coming up?
All right, we do start the show off talking about Rangers pitching. We will start that as the baseball show of record. We are excited to be here for you today. And then right at 10:25, the founder of 133, Kaden, joins the show. So it's a Rangers fun fest all day. Baby.
Where's Hagelin to celebrate?
Ooh. Hey, look.
He was rooting for Baltimore.
I feel bad.
Yeah.
First of all, he hates Evan Carter.
Yeah. He took a shot at Evan Carter last night.
Yeah, last night's taking a shot at Evan Carter, and then the Rangers win. He's like, I'm not coming in tomorrow. But I just have this feeling. I don't know this. I think he relapsed. Yeah. You know, we sent him to rehab. We got his place on Sunday.
Joke about rehab.
He came back on Saturday, and then it happens.
We thought it was all worked out.
I texted him this morning. I don't know, Corey, you can pull up my text in the group message, and I just said, it happens. It's okay. We start a new streak today.
Yeah, so that's what we're hoping is that he gets back tomorrow, and everything's working out for him.
You getting a little emotional last night, I heard.
Yeah, I teared up a few times on Bally's. Leslie was too, so it doesn't help when the other person starts getting a little watery eyes. We didn't cry, but we just feel so great for this organization and for everything. And I'll talk about this during the show, but at one point during the show, they showed Chris Young after the interview, and I know Chris. I don't know him well, as in we don't hang out anymore or anything, but being teammates together in AAA.
He's intense.
He is. He's very intense. And he can be, like, at times, I think, tough. Where people are like, gosh, that was tough. But Chris Young's sacrifice that he has given to this organization, and Ray Davis, whether you like him or not, Ray Davis recently, over the last 2 years, the complete and total sacrifice that he told Chris Young, not word for word, but in a sense, we're going for it.
Don't hold back.
Whatever you need to do, I'm with you. I'm behind you. Do it. Budget, be damned type of situation. I mean, there's a budget, but it's like, let's go do whatever we have to do. And the sacrifice doesn't mean you're going to be in an American League Championship Series or doesn't mean you're going to win the World Series. What the sacrifice has to be is it has to be knowing this from a player. And I'm not trying to, like, other people can know this, but I couldn't believe the sacrifice when I saw Charles Nagy, and I saw different people like that in the Indians organization working, and I said, oh my gosh, like, there's a lot of sacrifice to keep me away from his job. Mm-hmm. I'm going to have to sacrifice a lot to try to be in the major leagues. And then you just see the sacrifice from when I was there. I know people don't like John Hart here, but John Hart and Mark Shapiro, who's now the president of the Blue Jays, and where I'm getting there is this. That only gives you an opportunity. It guarantees you nothing. But you have to give all of those things just for that opportunity. And most people don't want to sacrifice that. I played with guys that did not want to truly sacrifice their life. You have to give up some of your family time. You have to give up your friend time. And I get guys party, guys do certain things, but there's a lot that goes into putting yourself into a position to succeed. And now I'm going to take a shot. Jerry's smart enough to know all these things, and he will never sacrifice. He will go to his grave knowing the formula for the opportunity and going, I'll be damned with it. I'm just going to hope it works out my way. And so Ray Davis is like, look, I tried doing it a certain way. And I tried this rebuilding thing, and it's working for Baltimore. And it worked somewhat for Houston, and then they added, obviously, Verlander, Garrett Cole, Zach Greinke. They added people throughout that time, too. But it's just interesting as the two teams that we have here on our radio station, the Texas Rangers, who are in an ALCS for the third time ever, but they've been in it now 3 more times than the Cowboys have ever been in an NFC championship game since there was one sacrifice Jerry's done in his whole football life. And I'm not talking about Arkansas as a player. He probably sacrificed a lot there to be a champion at Arkansas. He sacrificed one time in his whole life. He fired Tom Landry, and he gave all the football operations over to Jimmy Johnson. And that's why he will die without ever putting Jimmy Johnson in the Ring of Honor, because he doesn't want that person to have any credit for the thing that he had nothing to do with. From that point on, he won another championship without any sacrifice. He's like, let me just go get a guy who's going to stand there and Barry Switzer. And every player that was on those teams are like, dude, Barry had nothing to do with this.
Right.
And Troy's the only human being. Yeah, Troy's the only human being who will ever admit, right? Michael Irvin, Jerry's the greatest. Emmett, Jerry's the greatest. They're all the greatest because Jerry does help them in other parts of life. Great for Jerry. But Troy's the only one who actually is honest about the Cowboys organization.
Yeah.
And that's why I've quit the Dallas Cowboys. And I quit them not last week because they lost to San Francisco. I know what it takes. And Jerry Jones is smart enough to know what it takes. And he'll go to his grave never sacrificing for this community, never sacrificing for Dallas-Fort Worth, never sacrificing for the Dallas Cowboys. Because he's smart enough to know what he doesn't know. He's one of the smartest people in the world. But Ray Davis, Chris Young, Bruce Bochy coming back in his early 70s. A lot of people have to sacrifice for the opportunity to be in this situation. Nothing's guaranteed. They might win 80 games with all that sacrifice. And then Jerry decided, you know what? It's just not worth it. I would rather just hope it works out on my timeline.
And the same with Cuban.
Yeah, Cuban's the exact same way now. He got his championship. Cuban is satisfied and done with. And that's the other thing about staying on top.
Basketball. He's got to be basketball guy. I even think more than Jerry has to be football guy.
Yeah.
I think Mark cares
about status, and he cares about popularity.
Yeah.
He cares about money too. I'm stupid. Like when you're a billionaire, you obviously care a lot about money. But
that was a great sermon, Michael.
Yeah, so I just love that emotionally. I love that it paid off for Chris Young this quick. Like literally a little over a year into being the general manager of the Texas Rangers, all that sacrifice paid off. It doesn't mean it'll pay off to a World Series or a championship, or it'll ever pay off in another playoff experience. But Chris Young, because he is a former player, and I'm not saying if you're not a former player, you don't understand the sacrifice in professional sports, but he played it long enough, almost 20 years professionally, to truly understand the sacrifice it takes to be successful. And he was on a championship team in Kansas City. And he knows without that sacrifice, you pretty much have no chance. You're just basing everything off of pure luck. Like Jerry knows Dak isn't good enough. He knows he's good. He isn't good enough. Jerry will never admit it because he doesn't really care. Because he knows he's not sacrificing.
Serenity now.
You can't say he doesn't care.
Yeah,
You can't say he doesn't care.
He cares a percentage. He doesn't care like Chris Young cares. 100%. He does not.
I have no idea.
I know you're defending him, and it's because it's a hope thing. It's a hope thing as a Cowboy. That's why I'm not trying to take a shot at you, Bobby. But
no, I'm enjoying this.
But I would say this: there's people that have podcasts that make money off the Cowboys, and I'm not saying. I'm not trying to take a shot at you. I'm going in general.
I don't make money off it.
But if you are making money doing kind of a Cowboy centric podcast, and this is a general thing, I'm not being specific. You have to keep hope alive, because if you have a Cowboys thing and you explain everything that I believe is the truth, and you can say it's an opinion, and I understand that it is my opinion. You can't ever have a fact on this, because Jerry might end up winning a championship before he dies. He's running out of time, but he might do it. And then it would be like in your face, I did it my way. I didn't have to sacrifice the way you thought you had to sacrifice to win. But I know, unfortunately, I'm smart enough to know what it takes to put yourself in a position to succeed. And if you have a Cowboys podcast and all of a sudden you say these things about Jerry, or you say, hey, probably our quarterback's good, but not good enough, you've killed all the hope from the Cowboy fans. They're not going to want to listen to you or watch you anymore. So there's certain things consciously or subconsciously that people do to protect their job status or to protect their money based off of their Cowboys podcast.
I think you significantly underrate how much a large section of the Cowboys fan base enjoys wallowing in the misery at times.
Oh, there's no doubt.
I think
people love misery.
I'll tell you what. Just objectively, you want to look at the stream numbers. Some of our biggest days on the stream are after brutal losses where people just want to come in here and complain about it.
Peyton tweeted this out last night. Rangers, Mavs, Stars have all been to their conference or league championship round of the playoffs in the last 2 years. The Cowboys, Corey Majors, haven't been in 28. You're a diehard baseball and Ranger fan. What were your emotions last night?
And I did tear up last night during Nate Lowe's home run. That was whenever you saw all the emotions in that one as he's walking. He's like, it's going, and then his fist pumped, and you could see everything right there. It was.
I got a little goosebump right there, re-describing it.
Yeah, man. You could all this stuff that he's been dealing with, and just kind of this relief of, man, I'm actually contributing the team now too.
I'm not trying to minimize his real health scare. It was like the 15 pitch at bat was like his struggle, his struggle, and then the breakthrough with the home run. And you saw his emotion, just like he was giddy afterwards. Great for him.
I keep saying this, and I'm not trying to swerve across the highway to hit the Cowboys like Mike did, but
thank you.
But they played complimentary baseball the last 5 games now. Like they're doing the things like the Cowboys say they want to do, complimentary football. Look, and we're going to go score runs and pitchers. That allows you to attack hitters because you know you have run support behind us. So, like, the crowd, they did their job last night. They did very good things last night. And then they were given the tip of the cap by the team at the end of the game. That was deserved for the fans last night. They deserved that tip of the cap from the team. So, it was great seeing both sides doing their jobs to ensure that they got that thing clean last night.
Did you guys hear Smoltzy compare it to Philadelphia's crowd? I thought that was amazing.
Everybody gave up listening to John Smoltz after he said Baltimore would win it, Mike.
I understand, but John Smoltz, who covers all these World Series lately since Tim McCarver didn't do it anymore and passed away, he compared last night's game, the crowd and the atmosphere, to going to Philadelphia in the playoffs. I thought that explains a lot of A+++ to these Texas Ranger fans.
Well said, Mikey B. Much more of that with a Ranger celebration with the KMC Masterpiece on your home of the Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
But first, we're tailgating at Market.
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
1-1. And there's a swing and there's a drive. Deep right field. That one's on its way. That ball is history. Way up in the lower deck. Pitch to Corey Seager. You're risking that. It's 1-0 Rangers in the first.
Oh my gosh. Dude, that was it right there. That started. Everybody in that stadium knew immediately this team has this tonight, baby. This team has this tonight. Evaldi went out there, shut it down in the first inning. Corey Seager says, I got your back, homie. And it is a Rangers party all day today, Mike. We are the baseball show of record here on 105.3 The Fan, KNC Masterpiece. Kevin is out today, but it's okay. Mike is here. He will be celebrating Rangers and focusing on them all day today. He is going to be excited. You're going to be excited. Hey, hell, we might do shout out Wednesday, dude. We might just go ahead and say shout out Wednesday. What Ranger do you want to shout out? What fan last night that you saw do you want to shout out on your home of the ALDS winners, the Texas Rangers? Mike, I want to start with pitching, but if you want to just get some emotions out first, go ahead. But I want to start with Nathan Evaldi.
I'll start with Evaldi, and I'll start with his presence, and we talked about it yesterday with Bochy. Thank you for coming on yesterday. Gosh, he's such an amazing manager, but Evaldi on the mound has reverted back to 2018 Evaldi. Now, that's when I knew him the most. I remember saying, we should sign him after this. We should give him 4 for 60. Now, he did get hurt quite a bit after that Boston run. Because I remember talking to Sandler, but I was like, I don't know if the Rangers like him or not, especially with his injury history, this and that. And we were just having fun conversations on who to add back in kind of 2019. But when he is in this playoff mode, the 2 playoff games we've seen, he looks possessed. And I mean in a good way. Like, you know how you talked the other day? Yes. I can't remember the whole situation, but you talked about Kawhi Leonard, and then I compared him to Michael Jordan in Game 6 against the Mavericks here.
It's a transcendent moment.
I don't know if he's going to keep doing this every time, but it looks like when Nate Evaldi takes the mound in a playoff game, I'm not going to lose. In fact, I don't even want to use that word lose. Like Evaldi's like, I'm going to win. And he just gets the ball and pitches like a winner. I was keeping track of the game, obviously, getting ready for a post-game show. He was through 4 innings. He threw 51 pitches, 41 strikes. And they weren't down the middle strikes. Once again, I said, hey, one of the keys, watch Evaldi. Watch that first pitch, especially the first time through the lineup. He was throwing first pitch fastballs for strikes. Not every time, but most of the time he threw a first pitch fastball for a strike.
In different locations
but was spotting. Yes. It wasn't middle, it was spotting.
Yeah.
And then from there, as you got to the 4th and 5th and 6th inning, he was 18 of 26 first pitch strikes. So, he was getting ahead, putting himself in a favorable situation. He started then mixing in sliders for first pitch strikes and getting a little bit of chase, right? Because those guys are going up there and going, I keep striking out or I'm not having success. Why am I not having success? He's getting ahead in the count. Well, I'm going to go up there and be aggressive. So this is what's so important as a pitcher about throwing first pitch strikes and quality first pitch strikes early in the game is you get the expansion of the zone as you stay in the game. So now Evaldi with the lead, so he's not worried about a solo home run beating him. So now as the innings progress and he gets into the 4th and the 5th and the 6th, he can attack with secondary pitches early on in the count, knowing these guys are getting ticked off, that they're getting out, that they are getting themselves in 0-1, 1-2, 0-2 counts. They're going to try to attack me now first pitch. All right, watch this. And then he's jamming them on fastballs in. He's throwing sliders just off the plate and getting swing and miss or swing and foul ball or quick outs. Like, I loved one of his innings. He had 7 pitches, 6 strikes. And that was, I believe, I'm not 100% sure, going off of my, notes and memory I believe that was the 6th inning.
Okay.
I think in the 6th inning, he threw 7 pitches.
Wow.
And 6 of them were strikes, and he was just efficient. The last inning is where the pitch count kind of got pushed up. He had one inning where he threw 22 pitches. That might have been the 5th inning. But he was tremendous because let's face it, I do have a friend here who's scouting the Texas Rangers for another team. And we'll talk about that as either that team gets eliminated or the Rangers are progressing. So I don't want to give he's a friend of mine type deal. He's like, I still think that bullpen's shaky, right? So he's having to write reports on the Rangers, and Eovaldi stops right now the issue of, even though it's 6-1 or 7-1, obviously 7 when Nate Lowe hits the home run, is that you're not having to use possibly 4 or 5 guys to expose what is your weakness, and Nate Eovaldi eliminates the weakness by going 7 innings.
Mike, when I'm watching him pitch, I immediately go back to watching the All-Star game when he was mic'd up, and I think it was 2 batters in, he was like, man, I finally got ahead of a hitter. And like how important that is in his mind. You just broke it all down, but that's how important it is to him, because it changes everything for these hitters. You hear John. I know a lot of people are mad about a couple things John Smoltz said last night.
I understand,
but there was so much more really good information coming from John Smoltz last night, and he even talked with us yesterday about the way that our pitchers have forced their hitters to do it, and the way the Rangers have been keeping the strike zone so tight. They did a great job of it last night again. But there were these little moments where you could see, now I see that guy swinging at an outside pitch that he doesn't typically swing at because the pitcher forced him to.
Right.
But that All-Star game was the moment where it kind of registered to me. Now I'm starting to talk like Eovaldi when I'm watching him, because I know what he's thinking when he's up on the mound. Your opinion, the curtain call last night.
Amazing. I teared up when that happened. First of all, I'm getting to see, I don't have just Fox up when we're at Bally's. We get the inside situation. And so
you saw the dugout.
I'm seeing the whole thing happen live because we don't go to commercial break. We get to see the whole thing.
Yeah.
In fact, it's fun because you can kind of hear at times Smoltz and those guys talking back to their producers, getting ready for the next inning and what they're about to go to and everything like that. But when I saw Eovaldi, I was like, look at that emotion, Leslie, when he got the last out in the 7th, because he knew he was done. He knew he'd thrown 98 pitches. His battle was over. There was a let out of emotions knowing that it was over. And so I'm hearing the crowd and I'm like, Leslie, do you hear this? Because she's kind of taking her notes too. I'm like, they're chanting Eovaldi right now. It wasn't like that loud on our television because they go to break and it's just the like overhead cam. And I'm like, dude, they're on their feet chanting Eovaldi. And then when he came out to take that and seeing it live, I started tearing up. I'm kind of tearing up right now.
I am too.
Because you don't get that as a pitcher. You get that when you hit a home run. I'm not saying every time, but that's when, like Riley the other day for Atlanta, when he hit the 2-run homer in the bottom of the 8th inning, you're going to get that playoff time. But for a pitcher to throw 7 innings and to have 40,000 people chanting your name and then to recognize them, that was special. It was really special for Eovaldi. I know that he felt like he's never been treated that special before, even though he's been treated special before.
No, he said it last night.
Never
he did say it.
Never, and he's probably never had a teammate been treated like that after 7 innings of work.
And he said he's never had it in that stature. That was the way that he said, I've never been at that stature before.
And I know we're going to talk about this at 10:20ish, and we're going to have on Kaden from section 133, who was there last night, just give his thoughts and emotions of being there. But that crowd, that Ranger crowd, I wasn't there, but I would argue that's the greatest Ranger crowd in the history of Ranger baseball. So all the credit to the 40,000 plus that were there cheering for the Rangers. You went above and beyond the expectations of the Rangers front office, above and beyond the expectations of the Rangers players. They needed that. They desperately wanted that, because throughout this run of winning 90 games this year and making the playoffs, 2.5 million people, by the way, they're going to get 3 million people next year at that stadium, they wanted a little bit more interaction, because when they would go to Houston, when they would go to specific places, they're like, dang, like we have the same amount of people, but our people aren't making the same amount of noise. They're not as engaged as it felt like Seattle was that last series until they lost on Saturday. And so the Rangers love everybody coming out there. They love Ranger fans, but they're like, we just want a little bit more engagement. We want that engagement we're hearing when we go on the road in a big series. And the Rangers went above and beyond I think any crowd that has been to a Major League Baseball game this year.
Hell,
Great job.
Like the last 3 weeks almost, they haven't had a home cooking.
Yeah.
They got their home cooking last night. They got people cheering for them rather than booing them and yelling at them and cussing at them. So they had people that were right there fighting along with them. The moment, Mike, when I watched the curtain call, is seeing Scherzer in the background just smiling so big, and he's going, "Get out there!" And then Evaldi turns around, and all the pitchers, Austin Hedges, they're all standing there, and they're just pointing, "Get out there!" He didn't tip the cap. I want to know, do you always tip the cap on the curtain call? But he did walk out there and acknowledge them.
But,
dude, it was great. That was a special moment, I know, for him, and Rangers fans. You got what you deserve too, because when you call for it, when he does it, especially after doing something special like that, it's meaningful. Now the other pitcher I wanted to get to, we'll get to Aroldis Chapman tomorrow. We'll talk about some negative stuff later down the road. I'm not in on that today, man. I'm partying.
Okay.
Leclerc has to go out there and save the 8th inning.
Yeah.
And that was the moment, Mike, where I was like, that's Mike.
I was still nervous.
That's Mike saying of our bullpen wears out our bullpen. But then Leclerc goes out there and does all, I was amazed. Another thing, the amount of amazing pitching defense fielding their position last night. How many times did Evaldi have to run to first base to get a play or make a play over at first base? I was caught off by how many times he did that so well and so fluidly. And then even Leclerc did the same thing. But man, Leclerc gets the punch out to end the game, Mike. He strikes out a dude on a 98-mile-an-hour fastball and says, "See you later, fireworks, let's party."
I'll tell you this, and I'm going to give credit to. I was dead nervous. Yeah. Now help me out. Some of this is going off the top of my head. Maybe our Tawolos can help me out here. Was it Hicks who hit the home run in Game 2 off of Leclerc to get that thing to 11-8?
I thought it was Santander, but I'll have to go back and look.
Okay,
give me just a second.
Because all it takes right there, we've seen Ranger games change. Yeah, they're saying it was Hicks.
Okay.
Because I think he came up, pinch hit the ball in the right field. So it's the same guy. So bases loaded. If he accomplishes that same feat, it's now 7-5 with an inning to go. And now all of a sudden you feel like you're trying to hold on for desperate life. And the Rangers have struggled at times to do that. And now the Orioles, who thought they were dead for 2.5 hours, they believe they have real life. So, yes, I was nervous. I've just seen too many things happen in playoff games and maybe to the 2023 Texas Rangers to know. But I'm going to give Mark McLemore credit.
Whoa.
We're talking to Matt. I was sitting there with Mac during the last week of the season. And, look, I'm going to be honest about what I thought of Leclerc here. This is the LA-Seattle series. And he goes, "Mike, they need to pick up that option. Leclerc's your closer in 2024. And I said, "Mac, don't you want to see the playoffs play out to see this first? Like, I understand where you're coming from, what Leclerc has done in the second half. But what if, right? We start playing the what if scenarios. I hear what you're saying. And if he keeps doing this in the playoffs, I'm with you, Mac. But let's see how the playoffs play out because he doesn't remember. It's funny how Mac's played in so many games, he doesn't remember anything. I'm like, do you remember when you guys had Mike Henneman as your closer in 1996 and you guys had a chance to beat the New York Yankees in Game 3? He's like, "Mike, I don't remember any of that." And I'm like, well, you guys probably felt good about your bullpen back then and it didn't work out. And then you guys had to start making changes for 97, 98, 99 season. But Leclerc proved Mark McLemore right. He is going to be a major part of your bullpen next year. You probably feel great, and there's still more playoffs to happen.
He's got lots more opportunities.
But you feel great about Jose Leclerc coming into the game now, and I never thought I would say that. If you had asked me at the All-Star break, how do you feel when Jose Leclerc comes in the game? I'd say nervous. And I was nervous when he came in because the bases were loaded. So momentum had shifted a little bit. There was now hope and a little bit of belief on that Baltimore side, but Leclerc gets the big out to close that out. And when he got that, and by the way, kids who aren't listening because they're at school, I have a big issue with kids who never cover first base as a pitcher. The Rangers lose yesterday. If Nate Evaldi and Jose Leclerc pick their butthole while the ball's hit to first base, then they lose because there were 4 outs the Rangers got because the pitcher covered first base.
It was great, man.
So that play there where Leclerc covers first base, but that was huge, and Leclerc has just been he's been such a blessing for this team because it was kind of at one point without Will Smith, you're not in this situation. Then it was like without Aroldis Chapman, you're not in this situation. Now it's without Jose Leclerc, you're not in this situation. And luckily the Rangers starting pitchers, or however they're combining to get to about the 7th inning, are doing enough that Bochy has enough left in the tank down there to use Leclerc and maybe use one or two other guys to close out these games.
From the 469, shout out to the guy who caught Seager's home run ball. What a cool moment. I saw an angle of a dude that caught the Adola's home run ball. Shout out to John Burkett for rolling out the first pitch like he was bowling last night.
I was making a joke, but that's awesome.
Shout out to, he listens. He's a Tolo now. I talked to him about it. Shout out to Mike for killing his Rangers talk. I live for Mike talking about the Rangers. Hey, keep these texts rolling in. It's a Rangers party all day today, baby. And we are talking to you. If you were at the game last night, have you ever been part of a crowd like that? How amazing was it? Text in next on the Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in.
Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Man, that was Rangers fans last night singing the Creed song as we rolled into it. I'm not lying, man. It's been stuck in my head for now 2.5 days. That's all I've been singing. Last night, I think it was during the Adolis home run, they reached 116 decibels. That's louder than the fireworks that went off last night.
Wow.
That crowd was big. Now, 142 is Arrowhead's record. So 142 is the max.
In Kansas City.
Yeah, in Kansas City. Can the Rangers at some point get over 142 or to that point? So
wouldn't that be tough because there's double the amount of people? There's approximately, I don't know, Arrowhead, I'm assuming, is like 65 to 80,000 people.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. But even still, Mike, what I'm suggesting is let's try. Hey, if we don't try, what are we even doing here? You know, you got to keep trying.
I tell
you
what, man, that was just so impressive by the Ranger fans. Everybody that went to that game, standing ovation for what you guys did. Now, I said this last night on Bally's. The Rangers have to give you something. I'm not saying that you still need to cheer and you got to try to inspire the team and encourage the team. But the Rangers gave you so many things to cheer about and explode, especially so early when you're that amped up. When's the crowd most amped up in a football game? Right before kickoff, right as the thing is kicking off. And then when's the next most time? Most likely it is near the end of the game when there is possibly something that will determine the game. But the Ranger fans, unbelievably great. And then the home run in the first and the 5 runs in the second with 2 outs. I just think, to make this clear, the Rangers had a 1-0 lead in the second inning with 2 outs, a runner on first, and an 0-2 count to Marcus Semien. And the next thing you know, and it happens quickly on the mound to you in the major leagues, the next thing that Kramer does is he looks up and he goes, I'm out of the game, and it's 6-0.
Yeah, they all look stunned. They looked like, honestly, I'm not trying to swerve and take shots. They look like the Cowboys did Sunday night. They looked lost. They look like I don't know what to do. Shout out to Mike and his bold prediction last week that the Rangers would sweep the O's.
I can't believe that worked out. I decided to go with 3 instead of 4 just because I felt like Game 4 could be really tough because the Rangers last night, Bochy admitted he was going to go with a Heaney-Dunning combination again like he did in Game 1. I just felt uncomfortable picking the Rangers to win a series on somewhat of a bullpen type of day. So I decided, you know what? Screw it. Let's go with the Rangers sweep on Friday. And I didn't know this. Did you hear the note? The Baltimore Orioles had not been swept since Adley Rutschman got called up to the major leagues.
Wow.
It was, I think, May 13th through May 15th of 2022. The last time the Baltimore Orioles got swept. They didn't get swept one time this year. They didn't get swept last year once Adley Rutschman got called up to the major leagues.
I was there, never experienced something like that before. The best sporting event I've ever been to. It was insane from the 2-1-4 and then from the 4-6-9. Corey, I was there last night. ALDS Game 3, O's versus Rangers. I've been part of a lot of the ruckus crowds and concerts and other sporting events. I'm here to tell you, never experienced. That was the loudest crowd I've ever had the pleasure of being part of. The noise was deafening. The environment was electric. Thank you, Mike, for educating us all week on how fans should act during a playoff game. I really hope Twillos show up and show out and made you proud.
Well, I'll tell you what.
That's Richie for Menace.
We do. Thank you, Richie. We do have a special guest on, and I think somebody who brought something to the table in 2023 that was amazing is Kaden. Kaden is the leader of Section 133. And Kaden joins us now. And Kaden, before you join us, we're going to play your Instagram where you recorded and put out to the world what it was like where you were sitting when El Bombi came up in a 3-0 game with a 2-strike count against Kramer.
Chills. I'm getting chills right now just hearing that. I got to watch it this morning, Kaden. That was an awesome moment last night. And the duck call and everything. Is it just, hey, anything that makes noise?
Can we hear him?
Oh, no.
Kaden, we don't hear you. Do you have your mute button on?
He is on the Zoom right now. He is on the Zoom on the videos as we experienced during COVID.
Alec, do we have him pulled up? Yep. Kaden, can we hear you? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, no.
I don't know what's going on either. Hey, you know what? Call us right now. Does he have a number?
Yeah, call him. I gave him your number. Call him and we'll get him on.
He's calling
we'll get
right
him on
now.
the phone. But I just felt like having Kaden on could be really special
From
just
the
because
214.
he did something special this year for the Texas Rangers, and they truly appreciated it.
From the 214, I was there last night. I turned into a 46-year-old crybaby as the Rangers won probably once-in-a-lifetime experience for me. It was the best. Now I'm hoarse right now. Was at the game last night, sat in the nosebleeds, and it felt like I was in the lower section. That was a crazy environment.
Yeah. I can remember I was at Game 6 against the New York Yankees, and I was down the third base line, kind of in the outfield area. And I remember tearing up tremendously after the double, I want to say it was by Vladimir Guerrero Jr., that put up the Rangers 5-1 or 6-1. So I can remember being at a Ranger game. The only time I've really teared up was when the Rangers beat the Yankees in Game 6. So now I believe we do have Kaden on the telephone now. So Kaden, man, congratulations. How much fun was that game last night for you?
That was the greatest baseball experience I've ever had in my life. It felt like everyone was family out there and knew me forever. I mean, everyone was high-fiving each other. The whole crowd was into it. And, I mean, it's great to see the fan base just unite for this team like that.
You know, I remember going, Mike, to Game 5 for the Mavericks, and Sean Heath is the PA guy down there. And I said, man, you don't have to do anything tonight. The fans are doing it themselves. And we've been out to Section 133 before. Did you feel like Section 133 had to do all the work, or was that stadium doing it all on its own?
The stadium was into it. There was like 2 innings where it was kind of us, and then it started catching on. It was around the 5th inning or so. And I think everyone was their voices were getting to them. But then after that low home run, then it got intense again. But for the rest of the game, from the 1st inning to the 4th and the 5th was kind of all right. And then after that, it was just loud. That was the loudest crowd I've ever heard.
When it came to the Evaldi curtain call, that was a moment just watching on television that I teared up. How cool was that for you to be chanting Evaldi with 40,000 other people and to give a starting pitcher after 7 innings a curtain call?
I mean, that was amazing. After going 7 innings, 1 earned run, after having the shaky starts at the end of the regular season, and now he's back to playoff Evaldi, he deserves it. And I'm glad that the whole crowd got behind it.
Man, how many more of these games do you think you can get in? Do you think you're going to be riding it all the way through the World Series here?
I'm going to keep going until I run out of money again.
Well, Kaden, we need you, and I just want to tell you, I know this for a fact. The Texas Rangers organization, the Texas Rangers players really appreciate what you created in Section 133, and I really do believe what you did during the regular season carried over and really inspired the 40-plus thousand people last night.
Well, I'm hoping so, because at the start of the year, it felt like a golf match. Before a pitch, it felt like, and Tiger Woods is teeing off on hole 18 at Augusta. That's what it felt like.
Well,
so now I'm glad the crowd's getting into it, and we're starting to get this atmosphere in here.
Well, thanks a lot, Kaden, man, for joining us, and hopefully we'll see you out there. I'm going to work my tail off to try to get a couple tickets. I have to buy them too, like everybody else. I got to try to buy them today or tomorrow and see if I can get me and the boys in for one of these ALCS games.
Hope to see y'all out there.
All right, brother.
There he goes, Kaden. Man, and Section 133, Mike, it's a thing where it's like, you're expected to be rowdy. You're expected to be doing things like that. That's what you want. That's what your teams, your players want. They want to be part of a rowdy environment where they feel supported. And this is what I love seeing today, Mike. all these texts that are riding in right now saying that they were there at the game, or that they were at a bar last night and everybody was on their feet through the entire game at a bar last night. From the 858, the second inning rally started with a 15 pitch at bat. Please discuss best at bat of the season. I think, Mike, as what's interesting, because we're going to discuss that I think at 11:20. But the big deal is the fans started noticing how important that moment was. Yeah, like this is when you talk about St. Louis and their Cardinals fans. I hate to bring that up, right. But they are the smartest group because they understand what's a good play and what's not, and what's happening in the moment.
And what the Rangers fans did last night. The reason that maybe we get a reputation, we had it yesterday, right? We had the article that they rank the 8 teams left in the playoffs, and
we're 7,
and Arizona was 8. But if you think of Arizona, now they did win a championship in 2001, and they've had some playoff moments. Is the Rangers haven't had this. When I called my son this morning, because I got off the air a little bit after 11 p.m. last night on Bally, so I was too fired up. I didn't go to sleep till like 1 o'clock, just thinking about the emotions. I don't want to get emotional right now, but just thinking about the emotions of this season, that series, and what just happened is we don't have experience with this. St. Louis, I don't know how many championships they have. Sorry, I don't know the history of St. Louis, but they've been in the playoffs a lot. I can remember as a kid seeing Tommy Herr and Ozzie Guillen and Willie McGee and John Tudor and all those guys, playing in the World Series versus the Minnesota Twins and versus the Kansas City Royals. And so they have a history, and that Stan the Man Musial and Bob Gibson and all these things. There's a history. Grandfathers passed it to their sons, and that father passed it to their son. They have a tradition. They know what it's like to be in World Series after World Series, playoff series after playoff series. So do the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Phillies, and the Rangers don't. When I called my son on the bus today, I said, Jake, do you know this is the 3rd time in Rangers history they've been to the ALCS? And he goes, only 3?
Only 3.
And I said, Jake, this is how special this is. There's not a history here. That's why the Rangers don't really get covered. They're the Arizona Cardinals of the NFL. Like, that's who we are, like it or not. And I love rallying around that we're not popular. That this is our team. This is our community. We don't have outside help. When the Rangers go across country and they're playing other games, it's not like the Cowboys. There's not 20,000 people in the building still cheering because they're a national product. We're not a national product. We are a local product supported by us, the DFW Metroplex, and a little bit of the surrounding area. So I love that, and I love what those Ranger fans brought last night. And if you keep doing it, Houston had no clue how to cheer for baseball, but you go to the ALCS 6 years in a row and it's getting close.
Out.
Tonight it might be 7. You figure out how baseball's supposed to be cheered because now you get game after game, season after season of this environment, and then it carries over to the regular season. I do think the Rangers are going to get a little bit of a carryover next year. I think they're going to get 3 million fans. It's going to be a really fun team to follow. And I do think the Rangers have at least 2 more home games in this playoff run. I do think this is going to be a little bit of a carryover on how you're supposed to cheer at baseball games. We're learning as a community because we haven't had a lot of experience. Our grandfathers, they have no clue what playoff baseball was as a kid, as a young adult. 1996 was the first time. And then 98, 99. And guess what? 3 times in a row, we got hammered by the Yankees.
Yeah, my dad's just like, man, this experience is too wild for what we did whenever we were growing up at the old stadium out in the metal bleachers, opening Sprites up. We were like, we could never expect for the Rangers to have this kind of dominance in the playoffs, man. All right, coming up next, let's stick with it, baby. It's Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Let's talk about that second inning and break down what's next for the Rangers.
Having trouble finding that luxury?
Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Corey, we talked about it after that win in Tampa Bay. Winning's fun. Winning at this time of the year is even more fun. So what was it like tonight getting the job done and moving on?
Yeah, it was fun again. We competed our asses off this whole series, just grinding out ABs. The way our pitching staff threw the baseball, you can't say enough about what they did to shut down 2 good lineups back-to-back. So it's just been really fun to watch and fun to be a part of.
Complimentary baseball, both sides complimenting each other on the work that they did to make sure that they got a win last night. It is your baseball show of North Texas, the KNC Masterpiece right here with Mike Bassick's Baseball Nuggets.
All right, so I want to go to this highlight because there was a very important moment that I think gets a little bit overlooked because of the unbelievable Adolis Garcia home run to make it 6-0. But the Baltimore Orioles did the right thing. 2nd and 3rd, 2 outs. We are not letting Corey Seager, who just hit a ball 445 feet at maybe 445 miles an hour out of the ballpark in the first inning. We are not going to allow him to beat us. We're going to load the bases with 2 outs, and we're going to pitch to the team that probably scouting reports say, in a weird way, great offense. They don't really have a 3-hole hitter, though. And so the Baltimore Orioles decide to put all the pressure on Mitch Garver again in Game 3 and see what he can do.
Here comes the 0-1, and that ball is hit hard past the third baseman, Westberg, down the line. That gets Young home. Simeon scores. Seager stops at third. It's a 2-run double for Mitch Garver, and the Rangers lead at 3-0.
What a huge at-bat right there. And what I loved about that, which was a little bit weird from me, from Adley Rutschman and Kramer, and this is where sometimes pressure can get to you. You're like, oh, how can pressure get to you? They're professionals, this and that. Well, sometimes
they're humans.
You call the wrong pitch, wrong situation, and after throwing a first pitch curveball, and he does a good job right there, he gets a breaking ball away for a strike. Mitch Garver takes it. He's looking for, remember, he loves fastball, so he's looking for a fastball in probably a middle in area, very similar to when he hit the grand slam the other day in Baltimore. He doesn't get it. Discipline. This is discipline. Taking strike 1. That sounds weird. Discipline, taking strike 1. If you're not looking for a curveball, and I don't think you should be looking for a curveball on the first pitch of the at-bat when a dude is more of a fastball cutter guy, because if you're looking for 78 and he throws it anywhere close to 90 miles an hour, it might as well register at 145. You're not going to swing the bat. You can't. It gets by you way too quick. In fact, I think it's unfair. It doesn't look as fast as it looks. Did you enjoy when they showed the umpire cam?
I don't like it that much.
You can't see the ball at all.
Yeah.
It's like, I get it. It's the angle of look at the batter or the catcher's perspective.
Yeah.
We do see the ball. I know I only have 50 at-bats in the major leagues, but we do see the ball better than when they show it on television because you're like, how does any human ever hit this? You barely even see the ball out of his hand, and then it's in the catcher's mitt pretty much right after that. But I was taught this by Pat Corrales. Pat Corrales, a former coach of the Texas Rangers who recently passed away. He was my bench coach on the Washington Nationals. He was also a coach on the Texas Rangers when my father was a Texas Ranger. So literally, Pat Corrales was a coach of Mike Bassick Sr. and Mike Bassick Jr. He was the manager of the team that my dad played on when he was in Caracas, Venezuela, playing in winter ball. So I remember giving up. It was either a double or a home run to Paul LaDuca when he was on the LA Dodgers. And I can remember the next day, Pat Corrales sitting me down. He cared about me, and I love that he cared about me and was trying to help me out. And he said, Mike, what did LaDuca hit out of the park against you? And I said, change up. And I said, what? He goes, where was it? And I go, it was middle down. And he goes, yeah, it wasn't that bad of a location, but what was the pitch before? Let's look at what the pitch was before. And he goes, it was a first pitch curveball, right? And he goes, this is when I learned something, and I'm 28, 29 years old, still learning, right? And he goes, when you throw a curveball and then you throw a changeup afterwards, you're not changing speeds anymore. Changeup is changing up off of the fastball. Why do they call it a changeup? What's the definition of a changeup? Well, it's changing up off of a fastball. It's not changing up off of a curveball. It has the backspin on it, just like a fastball, but it doesn't have anything that dictates that it's going to break. It might break a little bit. You two-seam a changeup, and it can sink just like a two-seam fastball. But 79 was the pitch by Kramer, first pitch. 84 was the second pitch for the double down the line. Well, was Garver a little bit out in front? He was a little bit. He hadn't seen a fastball.
Yeah.
So we're in the second inning, and I know I'd go back and yes, he did hit in the first inning, but you haven't shown him 95 yet. What are you changing up off of? So if you throw a changeup, Pat Corrales said, if you throw a changeup after you've thrown a curveball, you're going to go curveball changeup in a sequence of pitches, and sequences are very important, is that if you're going to sequence that way, your changeup has to be perfectly located. A changeup does not have to be perfectly located a lot of times when it's off of a fastball, because the hitter sees a fastball spinning his way. He's thinking 94, and then you throw it 84. You've got him out in front, and as long as you don't throw that sucker like thigh to belt high, you're probably going to get softer contact. It still might be a hit, but probably get softer contact if it's decently located. If you throw a changeup after a curveball, that son of a bee better be perfectly located, because now you're not changing up off of anything. So I thought mistake by Kramer and Rushman going changeup after a curveball, and great job by Mitch Garver staying back just enough to he hooked it a little bit, right? But it was a low line drive. Once again, the Rangers, yes, home runs were key yesterday, but the Rangers talked about stop chasing home runs. We're not chasing home runs.
That's
we
true.
chased home runs in Seattle, and we lost 3 out of 4.
I think Bochy got into him during that Seattle series.
Yeah, it was kind of like, guys, if we're going to win in the playoffs, and you respect Bochy, right? Here's the veteran leadership. He's led you this whole way. He has 3 World Series rings. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. And when a guy has that resume, and he's won with, let's be honest here, if you follow baseball, at times San Francisco had lesser talent than the top teams in the major leagues. They had probably a little less talent in 2010 than the Texas Rangers did.
But they forced a moment.
Right? They forced moments. They put pressure on the Rangers defense. At times the Rangers didn't make the plays. They put pressure on the Rangers hitters. At times they didn't come through. And the San Francisco Giants are the 2010 world champs. So Bochy knows. Those players know Bochy knows. So when Bochy says we're getting on top of fastballs, and I also want to give Ecker and Hire their props too, because that's the offensive coordinator, hitting coach, the two kind of hitting coaches for the Texas Rangers, is home runs are thrown. They are not hit. What do I mean by that? The pitcher has to throw a home run pitch. It is almost impossible to hit a home run on a well-located pitch that is not in your home run zone.
Okay.
So they have to throw a home run to you. If they throw a home run, let's take advantage and possibly pop a double, pop a home run. But if they're going to throw some pretty good pitches, we have to go with the pitch. We have to get on top of fastballs. We have to hit hard line drives. We have to hit hard ground balls. They will find holes. They will find base hits. Garver does that in that situation to make it 3-0, and that's huge. If the Garcia home run doesn't happen, which it did, but if it doesn't happen, you took advantage of the intentional walk. Mitch Garver in the postgame show on Bally's with Emily Jones said, look, I would walk Corey Seager in all of these situations too. Like if Mitch Garver was the manager, if Mitch Garver was the other player, yes, you walk the best hitter, at least in the American League, possibly in baseball this year. You do not mess with that guy. But
they did it to Josh Hamilton. The Yankees did it. Remember, they single-handedly, they were like, we can't let him. He's killing us.
But a little bit of an unsung hero here, and I love John Smoltz. I get, yes, was he a little bit talking more about Baltimore and their situation and their
he was
future
talking
and all
to
those
two
things.
different crowds last night.
Right, I get it. He was. I hear that he was, but he also said his MVP, if he had to give one, which would be very tough because so many guys came through, he would have given it to Mitch Garver. And I think the reason is when you're a pitcher and you're looking at it, you're going, I'm walking Barry Bonds. I'm walking Corey Seager to get to the lesser hitter. And when that lesser hitter hits a grand slam in game 2 in that situation, and that lesser hitter hits a double to now make it a multi-run game, that's the MVP, because that's somebody, when you're in Baltimore and you're going through, do not let this guy beat you. 1, Corey Seager. 2, let's be a little bit careful with Marcus Semien, but we can pitch to him. 3, Adolis can kill you because he is home run hitting. He is trying to, a lot of times, have the big hit. if you don't throw him the big pitch, he won't get you. Luckily, Kramer did throw the big pitch, which kind of, I don't want to say ended the game, but made you feel as a Ranger fan that there is a strong possibility we are winning this game. But it was Mitch Garver. He's on the scouting report. They know how to pitch to him, but not as a threat. We want Mitch Garver at the plate, and Mitch Garver made them pay in game 2 and made them pay in game 3. So a lot of props to the superstars, a lot of props to Nate Eovaldi, who we've talked to, but I wanted to in this baseball nugget, and I didn't even get to the Houston game yesterday. I shouldn't even call them Houston. Right. They're just the Astros.
We can do that tomorrow.
But because we'll have to know. Tomorrow we'll be talking about possibly playing the Astros, or the Astros are in trouble because they have to play in Houston. They might just want to stay in Minnesota the way they've been playing. But Mitch Garver. Thank you, Mitch Garver. Thank you, Ezekiel Duran, earlier in the year when Corey Seager got hurt. Thank you to Jankowski when you needed a left fielder because left field wasn't going as well as you thought. Thank you to so many guys, Dane Dunning, who pitched great in this series, who had to take Jacob deGrom's spot earlier in the year. I could go on and on. We're out of time.
No, I'm just saying.
Mitch Garver, I love you.
I love to hear that from Mike. And that's what I'm saying. I'm looking at the fan text and they're like, can we talk about this? Can we talk about this? Can we talk? We got a full show, guys.
Yeah.
We got 4 hours. We're going to get to it all.
We'll be talking about Nate Lowe in the second inning and his home run in about 25 minutes.
And I guarantee you the guy that we're about to have on next is going to keep the party rolling with us as we talk with Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
And the 1-2 pitch. And that ball is lifted high into the air, deep left field. Hayes is going back onto the track. He looks up. It is gone. Adolis Garcia will touch them all. His 3-run blast has given Texas a 6-0 lead.
Man, look, I told you, it is a Texas Rangers celebration all day long. And that feeling right there, that was awesome. That was the moment that stamped the moment, Mike. You talked about that inning. And I know it coming up in a few minutes. The Nate Lowe at bat led to the Josh Young at bat that led to all that moment happening. It was awesome.
So here's the tough thing for me, and I don't know if I'll ever get to do it again, but when Eric Nadel was out, Matt Hicks got sick, and I got to work one Texas Ranger game. It was actually during NFL draft night, so probably a lot of people weren't listening to us doing the game that night. Garrett Cole dominated the Texas Rangers that night. If I had to do that game, let's just say in a dream scenario, I was working right there with Matt Hicks or Nadel or Sandler, I think I would have started crying.
In the middle of talking?
Yeah, I think I would have been so excited for the Rangers, for myself, for all the Ranger fans in our Metroplex and the Rangers fans that were there. That emotion would have, I think, spewed out accidentally. And I don't know if you want a guy in the second inning on radio crying that he's so excited about the Texas Rangers.
Well, let's go to the Star and talk with Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Mickey, how's it going today, man?
I'm great. How's it going?
Well, we're just riding high right now, Mickey. It's awesome.
Yeah, what would happen if, there was a big touchdown in the NFC divisional game and then Babe Laufenberg starts crying on the air because he's so excited about the touchdown?
Yeah, that would probably not be acceptable. If it was out loud, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Right? It's okay to tear up, I guess.
Yeah.
Let him have those slow tears over there. That'll be all right. Yeah.
But you know what? You said it. If it was a divisional round game, there's a long way to go yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, what do you do if they win the pennant?
Oh, man, cry more.
I do remember when Eric Nadel called 2010 the Neftali Feliz strikeout to Alex Rodriguez. I believe you could hear him get emotional and tear up because I think he said, "Hello, win column."
Yes.
In that moment. And it's the first time ever in Rangers history. They were going to the World Series. It was against A-Rod. It was the New York Yankees. Maybe it didn't have to even be that situation, but that situation, I'll always remember, like, Eric Nadel deserved to get emotional in that situation.
I think I probably, I don't know, 2 times maybe got emotional. So in 2005, when the White Sox won the World Series, that was pretty emotional because they had never won the World Series in my lifetime and a lot of other people's lifetime, including my dad's, right? And then I remember in the 85 season, I was covering the Bears, and I wasn't really a Bears fan growing up. I was a Packers fan, but I guess I was somewhat of a Chicago fan. And I was covering the game when they won the NFC title. And right at the end, I was on the field waiting to go to the locker room. The game was basically over. And just before the clock ticked 0, it started pouring down snow, like something from heaven just happened, right? And I remember kind of looking up and going, "Ooh, this is pretty cool," right? I think that might be the only couple times that I think at an event like that I teared up. Now, I went crazy when the Stars won the Stanley Cup that year, but that was an away game, right? So you were not part of the scene. But, being in there last night, that was pretty cool. I ended up going by.
Oh, wow. Really? Where were you sitting? What area?
As high as I could be, but
yeah.
I was in the building, right?
That's awesome.
And then I walked down around the 7th inning, and I should have bought a standing room only ticket, right? Because I was standing the whole time in front of my seat because everybody else was, right?
Great.
But you know what? The 7th inning, people were leaving. And I'm going, there can't be this many Baltimore fans here. And I know the game was kind of over until the bases got loaded.
Yep.
And then my mind started wandering like, what if, right? But all's well that turned out well.
Yeah, I think, Mickey, the moment of being just being a fan of something like that was whenever Nathan Eovaldi comes out for the curtain call after the 7th.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
I've never experienced that live, and I don't know if I've seen it like once or twice. That's just a really cool
Yeah,
moment.
because normally when a pitcher gets a standing ovation, it's when he gets taken off the mound, right, after a great performance. In this one, it was like, oh, I guess he's not going out for the 8th, which also created a little bit of an alarm in my head. It's like, oh, could they get one more inning out of him? I didn't realize, and I forgot to look up that he was at 98 pitches.
Is there a football equivalent of the curtain call? Do we have? I don't think we have a football equivalent.
No, I don't
of that.
think there's any curtain calals in football. You get it in basketball, I guess.
Yeah, you get that chance to leave with
You
about
really
2
don't
minutes
get
left.
it in hockey either.
That is that's the equivalent, I guess, would be the hat trick when everybody throws it on the ice for you. So
yeah, but yeah, that was that, and well deserved too. Boy, what a bulldog!
Oh, that was great. All right, Mickey, let's kind of talk a little bit about some things ahead of us now, as we got the Chargers to look forward to. What do we know about Eckler and his return right now?
Well, I just read something that he is insisting with the bye week, coming off the bye week, that he is 99% sure he's going to play, and was reminded that in the opener, the Chargers rushed for 233 yards, and Eckler had 117 of them against the Browns. And they, since then, haven't been as effective running the ball. They haven't had anybody eclipse 100 yards. But they rushed as a team for 155 yards the last week when they won. So that caught my attention, since when the Cowboys have played teams that wanted to and could continue to run the ball, the old problem of last year reared its ugly head with, Arizona going for 222, and then this past week the 49ers 177. And you would imagine the Chargers are going to school on whatever the 49ers were doing. By the way, offensively and defensively, they've had, extra time to kind of take a look at that, especially with the extra day.
The play of Herbert, has it changed? Like, do you see a real difference between what he was doing before and what he's now doing with Kellen Moore?
Yeah, I don't know that I've seen a bunch of their games. I know they're 2-2.
Okay.
But offensively, they're the number 5 ranked offense. So we just saw what the number 2 ranked offense did to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
They've got that passing game going, and when they're scoring points, they're winning. Now they're just 2-2. Kind of got off to a slow start, but that offense is certainly ramped up. Now the difference is they also have the 31st ranked defense. So if there was ever a game the Cowboys needed to get healthy offensively, this might be it, since they're 32nd against the pass. So I don't want to hear anything about, got to be balanced or everything. Just get out there and move the ball. Get the ball down the field, and try to establish a consistent running game where you're getting some splash plays. Because the splash plays of late have been few and far between. They need to hit some big plays, and that's part of the game. And, Mike McCarthy talks about that, big plays are usually the difference in a game, and you want to have a bunch of those. And, obviously this last game, I think they had maybe 2-3 of 20 yards or more. It's got to be more dynamic than that.
Yeah, is CeeDee Lamb grumpy? Is that what he's dealing with? And rightfully so? What is your feeling on that?
Well, I think it's typical wide receiver, right?
Yeah.
And they're fine if they're only getting 4 catches for whatever he had, 50-some yards, if you're winning. But when you're losing and the offense is not functioning, in my history with wide receivers, that's when they start griping. because they feel like they can do something about it. Now, there's also, getting open. And I think, prior to this game, you basically heard, well, yeah, but if they're doubling me, my other guys are, making them pay for it. Well, nobody paid for anything, whatever San Francisco was doing, especially putting pressure on the quarterback, which everybody overlooks. See, it's real easy to look at the stats and say, well, Dak didn't do this and Dak didn't do that. That's just cheap. Go back and look at the game and see some of the pressure he was under and how many times they got in such third and long passing situations when they weren't doing well on first and second down. I think that all goes together with causing problems in the passing game. Now, I know, probably the last interception on the slant, he's got to be better than that, but the game was over by then. Just remember how this guy has played. And I don't want to hear this, well, he can't do this, he can't do that, because he has done it. He has done it over 7 years. They didn't get to 12-5 in 2 consecutive games with a quarterback not functioning well. So I just think you have to take it in context to just see what's going on in the game before you start throwing shade.
Hey, great stuff, Mickey. We will get back with you tomorrow, man. Looking forward to it.
Enjoy it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are enjoying the ability to win in playoff situations, big-time playoff situations, going to conference championship games. The Rangers are heading to the ALCS. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're driving in your car, say it loud through your windshield. The Rangers are going to the ALCS, baby. And, Mike, I just saw a video from MLB Network last night with Evaldi. I don't know if you've seen this yet. He's sitting there doing his interview. No, He's standing up doing the interview on the field, and out of nowhere, the entire pitching rotation walks up. And I haven't heard it yet, but it looks like he just goes, Andrew Heaney goes, hey, we're all ready to party, so why don't you come along with us real quick? And they ended the interview. Either way, that team right now is in a place where they're enjoying the vibe. But I just wanted to say, Mike, Marcus Semien made a very easy play last night. He made a very routine play, but it was a big moment, and it was across the middle of the infield, and he turns and makes a shortstop throw over to first base. I want to go back to this defense is playing defense, man. They are a championship style of defense in moments where you would expect some guys just to flub the ball. I've seen Rougned Odor do those things. When you expect just a flub play to happen, they aren't doing it. And that's something that I'm loving. Like last night, I know I texted, I was kind of just joking, but Josh Young at the end of the game hits that little dribbler down the line just to establish that he's the dominant third baseman in the room. He beats out the run. I just thought it was so much fun, man.
It was really fun, and I had no clue of this, so I know the Rangers players had no clue of this. Maybe they were tipped off, but probably not. So I'm sitting there, and our producer last night for Bally Sports was Clark. I'm really hoping to get an Emmy off of that one. I think I got a chance. I think for the first time. Hopefully DallasCowboys.com doesn't submit 74 different entries and beat everybody
They
up.
will. They will.
Yeah, they got money. So when it comes to last night, the Rangers were 1-11 in divisional series games at home.
Wow.
That's the second win in Rangers history. The only game they've ever won in Rangers history in the divisional round at home was Game 2 in 2011 versus the Tampa Bay Rays. So every game out of the 12 times you could have gone before last night, one time in Rangers history have they won a divisional game at home. So last night being the second divisional win at home in Rangers history, and you get a clinching game. Amazing. I had no clue because you've advanced 2 times out of the divisional round to the ALCS before last night. So it just didn't make sense. And then you start thinking, oh my gosh, 96, 0-2, 98, 0-1, 99, 0-1, 2010, 0-2, 2011, 1-1, 2015, 0-2, 2016, 0-2, and then you get to last night and you go 1-0 at home in the divisional round. So it's just amazing. You just forget that the Rangers have not really had any success in this round at home.
The the team just keeps doing its thing. I did not know they had a champagne room to celebrate in instead of their clubhouse, but that was a brilliant move last night. Great part on their part.
Yeah. No carpet. You don't have to redo the carpet in the offseason. They still might. Hey, guess what? It's a Major League Baseball team. They make a lot of money.
We will get into more of what the Rangers did next, the Nate Lowe effect next on The Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Here's a ball hit high and deep into right center field. Nathaniel Lowe, did you? Yes, you did. Into the people. Out there, section 133 for Nathaniel Lowe. It's his first home run this postseason, and the Rangers now lead 7-1.
From the 469, damn you guys, I can't get any work done. I'm too excited, and Rangers talk is all I want to hear and think about. Hashtag take me higher. Yeah, man, it's a great feeling right now. These are the days.
You know, it's funny. We got told we do not do that on Bally's.
Oh, yeah?
Because I guess there's
this is radio. This is the fan,
no,
baby.
I know.
I can do it.
There's something. I have no clue. I didn't read the email. I just saw like that part, and I'm like, I'm not going to sing Creed on the post-game show. But it was just interesting that I was like, ooh, don't want to do that because I guess there's something on TV or whatever. But.
That's the exact same feeling, Mike. Before I got into radio, I would be driving and I would get excited about a game, whatever game it was. I couldn't think of anything else all day long. I would do my work. I would be productive. I would get it done. But the whole time, all I was thinking was, I can't wait to talk to whoever about this game last night. And my friends at work would always come by and sit around and talk. And then I get home, my roommates and I would talk. This is what it is for me. When I hop on radio on a day like this, I love it. I relish it. I'm sad Kevin's not here because Kevin enjoys this stuff too.
Things happen, right?
And it's just, I love to enjoy the conversation with even more people. That's why I'm glad we got the Tolos in on this vibe all day long. We got Alec Medford on the boards with us today, making sure you're getting all those sweet highlights in your ears. And we have Mike Bassick, who
I've spent
baseball
a lot
knowledge
of money.
is amazing. And what are you doing,
I've
Mike?
spent over $1,500 during the Mickey Spagnola segment. The ALCS tickets did go on sale, and I bought tickets for Game 4 and Game 5. Now, I might be working one of those games and not be able to go, but I'm trying to check my app. I'm in left field for Game 4.
That's not
which is
133.
Thursday. No, that's like section 2930. I'm in that section. Which is the all-you-can-eat food, but you can't all-you-can-eat during the playoffs. They take that away.
Oh, man.
They don't give you all-you-can-eat nachos and hot
Probably
dogs.
smart.
And
I think our friend Rachel Ring's in that area.
I am in section 132 for Game 5.
Oh, man, that's
I think
dope.
it's row 14.
That is
so
awesome.
they just went on sale. Obviously, the Rangers, no matter what happens tonight, the Rangers cannot have home field advantage because you have the 2 and 3 seed playing each other. You're the 5 seed. So you know that you're playing at home game 3, 4, and 5 if necessary. So I'm going to be there, not Wednesday, but Thursday and Friday. I'll be with my boys, hopefully celebrating a Rangers game.
Man, yeah, and hopefully
a victory.
Yeah, hopefully an ALCS victory. And we'll get into all the other stuff for the future down the road, but right now we're celebrating last night's game.
And Lowe.
And Nathaniel Lowe. Last night, I don't think anybody, when he stepped to the plate, was thinking, man, he might foul off 15 pitches here, and that's going to be the most intense thing we see all night. But he gets up to the plate, and I'm going to say it was about pitch 7 or 8.
Yeah.
When I was like, oh, this isn't going to end soon, and it's probably going to end poorly for Creamer. Like, that's what I was thinking was Nate Lowe is working him, and it's probably going to end up poorly. And what I loved about it,
I wonder what the longest at bat is in a playoff game, like pitches. I'm sure it's 20. I mean, I don't. 15 is a lot, but I bet there's quite a few more at bats that got to like a possible 20 pitches.
21.
21.
Brandon Belt or something Belt in 1988. So maybe Bobby Belt.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's 21 in a playoff game, it looks like. So that's as far back as the data is available.
Okay, cool. You picked that up quick.
The moment was around pitch 10. I was like, it's going to end poorly. But then they showed this angle of Nate Lowe's eyes. And Mike, his eyes look so intense. Like he was just completely focused on, I'm going to get this right at some point. It's going to work for me. Things haven't been working out great for him yet, right? It hasn't been perfect for him yet. And he's wanting, it's always frustrating when you're not contributing to all the great success that your team is having. And he has this moment where he is working Creamer over and over and over. And even still, whenever he got out, because he flies out, I was like, that's a successful at bat. You just made this dude throw 15 pitches. He had to throw 15 competitive pitches to you, and now he has to reset. And so he resets, and he goes, all right, let's cruise one in here real quick, have a nice casual pitch and catch. Let's get ahead. And Josh Young knew. And Josh Young took advantage of it immediately and drives one down the line. And I at that point, I was like, something big's about to happen. And I did love hearing John Smoltz talk about this is what the Rangers do. They make things happen fast. And all of a sudden it's over for you.
When you have to throw a whole inning to one batter to start the inning off, because your goal is, if people don't know this, to throw 100 pitches in a game and be a very efficient. Your goal is to throw 15 pitches or less per inning, 5 pitches per batter for 3 batters, and that's a 1-2-3 inning. If you have to face 4 batters, which is highly likely if you just look at whip, right, you're probably going to allow a base runner or a hair more per inning. And you're going to go, hey, 4 pitches per batter, approximately 16 pitches, and I'm out of the inning if a runner gets on base. That's on average. So for Nate Lowe to go up there, he had some hittable pitches, but he kept fouling them off. For him to go up there and have 15 pitches in that at-bat to fly out to left field, I remember looking at Leslie McCaslin and going, let's see if this pays off, because that was a hell of an at-bat, and it could pay off and benefit other guys behind him.
You've been talking about this team in particular has been struggling to hit the fastball for whatever reason. Late in the season.
Really through Jared Sandler. I'm going to give Jared Sandler a lot of credit. He feeds me a lot of great information.
And Nathaniel Lowe, as I was watching him, it's been a very specific thing, is that even the scouting report on him right now is he's not hitting the fastball well.
And in a weird way, that's always been his report. But like John Smoltz said, when you start fouling off enough fastballs, and that's kind of what Nate Lowe does when he's hot. He fouls off enough fastballs for them to go cutter or for them to go slider. And then he gets the bat head out and he can, hit the ball very hard against you. He's worked very hard to try to get the bat head out a little bit sooner, but he has a major weakness on fastballs in, especially if they start getting to 93 miles an hour or above. But because the fastball is not considered a valuable pitch, and what I mean by that is it's lost some value. It's still very valuable. You'll see when pitchers can't throw their fastball for a strike as a starting pitcher, they're in deep doo-doo. I don't care if it's 1925 or 2025. You're in deep doo-doo in the game of baseball if you cannot locate your fastball for a strike. You can throw more breaking balls in today's game than you did 20 years ago, 100 years ago, but you have to have some fastball command to last in the major leagues. And they go to breaking balls probably a hair too much, and I'm wondering if it's going to start reverting, Corey.
You think so?
I think there's always adjustments in the game, right?
Yeah.
There's always adjustments in the game, and I think we might be getting close to the point where players for a good, I would say 7 or 8 years, have gone away from majority fastball, throwing majority off speed. I do think because hitters are getting more used to seeing, let's say, 60% off-speed pitches than 60% fastballs, they're starting to make adjustments. Just like, hey, fastball up, fastball up, fastball up, fastball up. Well, hitters have made adjustments and they're hitting a little bit better at times fastball up, and they're like, hey, let's get below the zone now. Let's get to the lower part of the zone. Let's put a knee in the ground as a catcher so we can really dictate the bottom of the zone by the catcher framing those pitches maybe a hair below the zone and getting a strike. So things keep ebbing and flowing. It doesn't happen in a season. It takes years for then hitter to make adjustment, pitcher to make adjustment, then hitter to make adjustment, pitcher make adjustment. But I could see where fastballs are going to get more in vogue here in the next few years because hitters have made the adjustment to more and more off-speed pitches. I don't want to take anything away from Nate Lowe. I know we have a lot here on the great Nate.
Actually, this is Nate Lowe talking about his 15-pitch at bat.
15 pitch at bat. I know it ended in a line out, but there's no. We talked about it during the game. There's no way that at bat did not contribute to the 5-run inning. What was it like in the box during that battle?
Exhausting. I wasted my timeout too early, and 10 pitches in, I'm going, oh my God, I can't call timeout again. 13, I can't call timeout again. I get something to put in play, and the team capitalizes on the rest of it. So, we did a great job tonight.
It's like those guys in the home run derby when they're just like over and over and over, and he only had a few seconds to recollect, get back into it, and get going. But Mike, then I know a lot happened that gave the Rangers the lead, but maybe the key moment for me last night, the one that teared me up, was his home run. And
right before we get to that,
okay.
I was talking to Jesse Hawley last night, and this was before the game. And obviously, he's a professional athlete. We both made it to the highest level of our sport. We are top 1% in the history of mankind to make it, but we're not in the top 1% or anywhere close. We're kind of in the other 1% of success at our sport at the highest level. But we understand how mentally challenging that level is. I don't think people understand. A lot of times after games, yes, there is some physical tiredness, and you get more physically beat up in a football game than a baseball game. You can be physically tired from pitching, and you'll feel it the next day tremendously. But you're
mentally fried.
The mental part of it, people will never understand. Even if you're great. Look, I was the greatest player in high school in 1996 in this Metroplex, won Dallas Morning News Player of the Year. That didn't take. I didn't know mentally, right? You hear people, my dad, who's a former major leaguer, talking about Bill Fahey, who was around me, former catcher for the Rangers, around me, and they talk about how tough it is mentally. And then you'll hear when you get in professional ball how tough it is mentally, and you start feeling it and recognizing it at the minor league level. And then you get to a major league level, and you see the greats that I played with, like Tom Glavine or Charles Nagy or Bartolo Colon, and you see after a game, yes, they're icing and they're doing certain things, but you also see when they go deep into games, the mental exhaustion that they had to put forth to stay that focused against the top 1% in the world to get them out and to have a quality game. And I just can't imagine when we're talking about Nate Lowe and Kramer on the other side. And that's what happened. The mental exhaustion from throwing 15 competitive pitches to just one batter.
Yeah. And then Nate Lowe, I think it's a combination of things, Mike. Let's go to cut 18 here. When he hit the ball, you could see he was like, okay, is it going? And then it did, and you could see every feel on Nate Lowe's face.
How good that home run feel?
It was amazing. It's a lot of pent-up energy for a long time. Really happy for getting another run across.
Man, a lot of pent-up energy.
It mattered, too. Like, yeah. I know 7-1, it looks like it doesn't matter, but bases loaded in the 8th inning. That home run mattered. I'll always remember standing next to Roy White at the Fan Sports Lounge, which is long gone.
Yep.
And he's like, it doesn't matter, when I think that in the 7th inning, St. Louis scored like another run to like cut it to 3.
Yeah.
And I looked at Roy, I said, it matters, Roy.
Yeah.
Like all of these runs matter. That home run mattered. There was just a hair less pressure in that Leclerc situation. A lot of pressure, but a hair less that you're up by 6 instead of up by 5. So that run mattered. And I love what Nate Lowe said, because he's been struggling. He was your 3-hole hitter most of the year. He was your 3-hole hitter all last year. He won the Silver Slugger Award at first base last year, and he has not had a great year. He hasn't had a bad year, but he hasn't followed up 2022 with 2023, and he's dealing with his mom who has cancer, who couldn't see her 2 boys play in the playoffs at Tampa Bay. I'm sure that was really hurting her, that her 2 boys make the playoffs the same year and they're playing against each other and she can't be there. And Nate feels that, and Nate has been feeling that for months now, that her mom is fighting something else, that she can't come right. As far as I know, she's not here in Arlington, that she can't come see one of her boys play in the playoffs, possibly now in the ALCS. Hopefully she can. But all of that, and he's dealing with that and trying to help his team, also getting demoted in the lineup and dealing with demotion, and he's sacrificing. He's a team player, but to hit that home run, I think that's the pent up situation. And hopefully, because what if it does unlock him? What if all of a sudden Josh Young is batting great in the 8-hole? Somebody's going to get cold. Whether it's Evan Carter,
not Corey Seager,
right? Not Corey. And honestly, I don't think Corey Seager. But as Nate Lowe has gotten cold, well, Josh Young in the 8-hole's done good. Leody Taveras, unsung hero in this series, unsung hero in the month of September. So, hey, if that happens, what if Nate Lowe unlocks what he was doing some of this season, what he was doing a lot of last season as the Silver Slugger at first base? So, if that unlocks him and all of a sudden he gets a little bit hot here in the ALCS, what could that mean for the Texas
He looked
Rangers?
relaxed. He looked calm. He looked like, we've all experienced that moment where the world is just not working for us and we're trying and trying and trying. That's what the 15 pitch at bat was. We've experienced that. You're just hammering away at something over and over, and it's just like, it's not working. Why not? And then you have a moment like that. You have the breakthrough, and it relieves you. It gives you everything. All right, Mike.
Real quick, other side, I will give Kyle Gibson credit. He did give up that solo home run, but former Texas Ranger.
You called for him in the third or fourth.
I did say yesterday, I said, if you see Kyle Gibson in the third, fourth inning, the Rangers did their job, and they are probably in really good shape. But Gibson came in. Look, it was 6-1, or really 6-0 when he came in. But he did give them the 3 innings that they needed to have a chance to come back.
By the way, Max Scherzer is pitching a sim game today, so we'll have more on that coming up
Against
shortly.
a bunch of hungover guys.
But coming up next, it is time to go around the entire NFL, and Debo ain't wrong. Next on The Fan.
home run in front of 40,000 plus in an environment like this?
Yeah, it's pretty special. We were just trying to get on them early. But really, Nate Lowe's at bat in the second inning is what kind of turned the corner for us. He grinds out a 15-pitch at bat, and then that guy makes some mistakes, and we take advantage of him and score a bunch of runs. That's what it takes to win playoff games.
God, this team, Mike. This is awesome. 877-881-1053. Text in what you're feeling today as you're getting in work, driving around DFW, being part of this, celebrating with us here on 105.3 The Fan. It is your baseball show of North Texas. Just driving it home for you today.
I know we're about to talk a little bit of football, but that's Corey Seager. And somebody might say, gosh, I wish Corey Seager showed more emotions, or I wish he was more excited or whatever. That's what makes him great.
Yeah.
In fact, in the history of baseball, there are emotional players that were great. I don't want to take anything away, but a lot of the people that we think about in our lifetime, Miguel Cabrera, Albert Pujols recently, Mike Trout, Mookie does show quite a bit of emotion. Obviously Acuna does.
Yeah.
Ohtani doesn't at all. A lot of times, not all the time. This is more general. This is not, there's a line here and you can't cross this line.
In the World Baseball Classic, he really did have some great emotions because they won.
Right, and after it was over.
Yeah.
But in baseball, because it's 162, because there's so many things that can happen throughout a season and then happen throughout even a playoff series, even though playoff baseball is totally different than the 162. The best players in the history of baseball, Derek Jeter, when I was playing, Ken Griffey Jr. did show emotion, but you do have to have this kind of steady kind of mindset to be the best, where you're like, yeah, it felt great. I'm good. We're playing on Sunday. I'm gonna be ready for Sunday.
Yeah.
And when it's all over, even Corey Seager, when he won the National League Championship Series and was the MVP of that and won the World Series and he was the champion of that, you still didn't see super emotion from him. I'm sure inside he's just not a guy that just outwardly shows a lot of emotion, but it's really cool to have a leader like that because he can kind of keep you calm.
Yeah. Somebody did text in from the 817, how is Corey Seager immune from going cold? And I wanted to add this quote real quick because Marcus Semien said last night, that's what he does. He's done it before in the big moments. He picks up his game in the playoffs. It'll be really fun to see what he can do as we move on.
Yeah.
And that's what gets exciting because these big moments, he did it in this stadium in the World Series. These big moments he lives for.
Yeah.
Like Adolis lives for the shine of the big moment. Like he loves the spotlight.
And he's chasing
those moments. Yeah. And he's like, I'm ready. I'm going to hit a home run. Just watch. But Corey Seager's like, no, I want all these moments. I want to give my team the best chance for us to make runs happen. And that's what he lives for, these moments. And Mike, whenever I remember a couple of years ago, I was like, I want Corey Seager. And you were like, okay. And I was like, I also want Marcus Semien.
You wanted two shortstops on the marketplace.
I said, bring all three of them in.
It's Trevor Story was the other one.
We're good.
I mean, nothing against Trevor Story, local guy. He actually listens to the station. Thank you, Trevor. But I mean, I'm not trying to take a shot at you here, but you are a little bit lucky with his injury history that he has had since signing in Boston. That you didn't have that situation with Seager or with Semien. I forget where I was going there.
But yeah, we got Josh Young now, and on the front of not going immune to going cold.
Well, I can answer that. That's where I wanted to go, and it's easy to answer. The guys now, there is some guys that are able to do it. Your favorite player, Corey, or one of your favorite players of all time, is Vladimir Guerrero.
Yes.
He would chase. He was a guy on the scouting report that we'd say pitch around. I pitched against him when he was on the Montreal Expos and I was on the Mets, and we would talk about he cannot beat you. If we get to especially somebody like me who I could not strike out people in the major league level, I struck out people, but I was not a strikeout pitcher, is you cannot pitch to him because he will kill you. But he would chase, and sometimes we'd tease, just throw it down the middle. Maybe that's his immunity because he seems to hit everything that's not, down the middle. But most guys that don't slump much, whether it's Tony Gwynn, Wade Boggs of when we were kids, and now you look at a guy like Corey Seager, the guys that won't chase will usually have very small slumps.
Discipline, man.
Everybody has slumps. Even the greatest people in the world, their success is 30% of the time they get a hit. So the guys that can stay at that 30% of the time, because when you break it down into smaller sample sizes, if you go 2 for 10, you're not a major league player. If you go 3 for 10, you're a Hall of Famer. Just one at bat.
weird,
Out of
yeah.
those 10 at bats, one at bat changes you from a bad hitter to a good hitter. But usually the guys that stay out of big slumps have the best plate discipline.
Yeah.
And that's why I do love Evan Carter.
Yeah.
As he progresses, he
he
already
was bad
has it at
last night.
21 years old, right? That's his worst game of his career in the playoffs. He went 1 for 4. He didn't get on base 50 to 80% of the time.
He's hitting 429 just like Corey Seager, but Mike's right, man. The ability of these guys, and Corey Seager especially, to just say, nope, that's not a strike. I'm not going after it. I'm going to make you pitch to me.
God, football time.
All right.
Thinking Evan Carter's been in a hotel for 7 weeks.
He needs somebody give that guy a house.
Yeah, does he want to? I'll let him live with me.
Yeah, he can live in my house.
I got an extra room.
I got a pool house.
Mary Grace is at college. I got an extra room. If you want to feel like you're at a house, I'll cook for you, Evan.
I think, Mike, I have I have a better route to the stadium because the toll road's pretty good. All right, let's go ahead and dip into some gridiron gravy real quick, all right, on this celebration day. Hit a quick dip for us real quick. Dip. There it is. That's the dip. Colts officially will be without Anthony Richardson for 4 games at least. Indianapolis placed Richardson on IR with the shoulder injury, so that decision has been made. It is Gardner Minshew time there.
That doesn't worry me too much real quick with Anthony Richardson because there's still a lot of development that has to take place. But like we said the other day, it does worry you that he's getting hurt so much so quickly because there's some guys that just can't avoid injury. And I don't want to put that tag on him. Let's see how Tua T does the rest of this year. So far, Tua T's an MVP candidate. He was an MVP candidate at this point last year, too. But let's see if Tua T, who looks like he's plagued by obviously concussion/injury, let's see if Anthony Richardson starts getting that tag. I hope he doesn't.
The player of the week for the NFC on the defensive side, Fred Warner. Mike.
Not Micah Parsons?
No, it was not Micah. On Friday,
dang
Mike, I told you, I said I'm going to pick 3. I thought DeMarcus Lawrence would make an impact in the game. Didn't happen. I thought that Fred Warner and Hargrave would make impacts. Both of them did. It was tough, man. It was very tough to see that happen. All right, now let's go to this. Deebo Samuel was on. They say it was an ESPN podcast. I thought this was with Kay. It was with Up and Adams. It was with Kay Adams. And this is what he had to say. This is Micah Parsons first, and then Deebo Samuel immediately responding separately across the country.
Kittle's my guy, but I'm going to say this. Laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. Just trust. If we see them again, just trust. And we're going to put it just like that. I ain't going to put too much on it. You're going to make it personal. We can make it personal.
It was already personal before the game started. Now, 42-10, I don't think you want to see us again. It might be a little bit worse.
Oh, my gosh. He's not wrong.
I don't think it will be worse. I do think the result will be the same. The 49ers, if you have to play them in the playoffs, the Cowboys will lose. There's no doubt in my mind about that as long as they're somewhat healthy. But at the same time, I don't think – I get what he said. I get how bad it was and how miserable it was. Just like I think when the Cowboys play the Giants, the Cowboys are going to win. There's no doubt in my mind. The Cowboys could have Cooper Rush or Trey Lance play quarterback against the Giants, and the Cowboys will win the next matchup. But it probably won't be 40-0.
Yeah, it's just now it is that mental hurdle. And Micah, I don't know why. Maybe he just talks. Maybe that's just him. That is one of the parts we love about him, right? Is that he talks. He talks his talk. Most of the time he backs it up. But Deebo Samuel, he got the dunk on right there. That was the dunk.
And it matters. Look, eras change, cultures change. I like when you have a Larry Bird say we were sissies out there. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I would have rather Micah Parsons said, I played with a bunch of sissies, and I hope I don't play with those same sissies next week.
Because he's making it sound like, you know what? It wasn't personal before. It was. The Cowboys went into that game. Yeah. All they cared about and everything in this offseason was getting to week 5. CeeDee Lamb said, look, everybody knows after week 5 is when everything changes. And that's what they all cared about the most. And they're now saying, well, now it's personal. All right, man. It's okay. That's fine. And I hope that it is more personal. I hope you look like you took it more personal if you see them in the playoffs. You got to get there first.
It will be really interesting, Corey, Monday night. First of all, I'll be watching the ALCS. But when the Cowboys play, on Monday night. By the way, there will be that conflict.
I will be.
You'll be at Old 75.
I'll be at Old 75.
They
Beer
better
Garden.
50-50 those
They
TVs.
will.
Old 75. You don't wuss out and go pro Cowboys and go 80% Cowboys.
We're going-
They don't deserve it.
We're going 50-50. That's what I'm going to tell them. Every single one of these TVs
Every
has
other
both
one
games.
better have on the Ranger game.
Dude, what a
Old
night.
75.
What a night for everybody to be out there,
Yeah.
too. Monday night, we're going to have a football game and an ALCS game. That's awesome.
But I will say this. Monday night's going to tell us a lot about the Cowboys' character and want to the rest of this season.
You're damn right, Mike. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Bruce Bochy and his celebration and the way he leads this team and the turn of this franchise. Where did it all start? We get into it next on The Fan.
Now, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, real quick, man. I see some stuff. What you guys did here, going to Tampa, going to Baltimore, doing that. The only thing I need to know right now, Hedgie, what's the number on your
That is awesome moment right there. Hedgie, what's the number on your ass last night? And you know what? Here's what I'm really interested in because I don't have any more information on it yet.
I don't know what that means either.
I have asked around, and I want to know are they drawing a number on Austin Hedges' butt?
I hope not.
Does he have a number 8 tattoo? Are they shaving it into his hair? I don't know what's going on with Austin Hedges' butt right now, but it's a celebration. You can hear him as like he says it, and immediately you hear Austin Hedges go, "We need 8 more!" And Mike, I was really legitimately thinking that while he was being interviewed by Rosenthal after the game last night, I was watching him, and I was counting because I remember I was texting back and forth with Derek a few days ago, and I was like, "Man, that was awesome," and he said 11 more, and I was like, "Oh yeah, we need 11 more to win the World Series." And then so now this series is closed out, and how many more do you need? I was trying to count in my head, and I was like, do you think Bochy even brings that up to his team? Like, hey, this is the countdown. It's an interesting psychology of.
I think a little bit, but not
it.
much.
He discusses everything, though, man.
Because he talks about one game at a time. Last night, when I think whether it was Rosenthal, whether it was Emily Jones, obviously I'm doing the job last night, so I'm not getting to watch Fox or Fox Sports 1 with, I'm sure, guys that are really watching the game closely, David Ortiz and Alex Rodriguez, I do think Derek Jeter is, by the way. I hope he doesn't fall into that category of I don't really watch the game, I just live off of my name. Bochy was talking about, in the press conference, he said, look, no, because they kind of asked him, who are you? Have you looked at the Astros or have you looked at the Twins? He's like, no, not at all. He's concentrating on tonight's game. Now, he might bring up, obviously, how many games you have to win being a wild card team to win it all. I get it. Pat Riley did that, and unfortunately it worked out for him in 2006, and they beat the Mavericks in the end thanks to David Stern wanting to really make Dwayne Wade a star. Congratulations, David Stern. I would just say that I think you have to concentrate on one game at a time and not make it a bigger number. Because if I tell you 8's a big number. If I tell you win this inning, just win this inning.
Yeah.
If I tell you just win this game, let's figure out how we win each at bat. Let's figure out how we win each at bat when you're on the mound pitching. Let's figure out how we win one inning at a time. That's doable. I can't win 8 games today. And I understand they understand that too.
So you're questioning Bochy's management is what you're saying.
Yes.
You were saying, I don't know if this guy's
if
right
all
for
he's
the
doing
job.
is talking about winning 13 games and then winning 11 games and then winning 8 games. Obviously, Adolis talked about it. So they are talking about, hey, they got to win 4 in the ALCS and they have to win 4 in the World Series. But I think Bochy, I'm not questioning this. I know that Bochy is talking way more about tonight's game. Then, all right, I know we're playing game 1 on Sunday, but I really want to talk about Wednesday's game here at home that we are still 2 games away from having. So I do think he really concentrates on the moment.
Yeah, he definitely does. Even whenever he interviews with us, you can hear he's present. That's an important thing in life. But like last night and going back to when they got into the playoffs, he said, we celebrate achievements. And they celebrated last night, as they should, damn it. And they in that moment, he was like, look, we've accomplished this. This is what we have in front of us if we want to have an even bigger party and an even bigger champagne room later down the road. And I'm hoping, man, you know me, I'm hoping that champagne room does come.
Look, I grew up a big Ranger fan. My first ever favorite baseball player was Oda B. McDowell.
Yep.
He was number 0. I can remember going to Arlington Stadium. I'm sure I'd been there before, but I can really remember at like 6 years old going there for the first time. And Scotty Fletcher was the shortstop and Oda B. McDowell was the center fielder. And obviously they had Charlie Huff, and I can remember Bobby Witt and Jose Guzman and Edwin Correa and Jeff Russell and Delma Horsick. I mean, just to give you Mike Stanley and Gino Petralli sharing catching duties. I mean, so I can remember all that. Steve Buechele, who, what a blessing I get to work with. I can remember meeting him for a birthday present / Christmas Christmas present. My dad took me to the Rangers clubhouse, and this was in November, December, and Steve Buechele was there working out, and he took time out of his day to talk to this little 10-year-old runt that was in the clubhouse. So excited, to be there, and he gave me 10 or 20 minutes of his time, and my dad had a present for me. I got a Don Mattingly autographed bat that day. So I can remember all of these things. I got to meet Bobby Valentine, who later in my life would be a manager of mine for the New York Mets. So look, my love for the Texas Rangers goes back. Obviously, Chris Young has talked about. You kind of fall a little bit out of love with your childhood team when you're playing for other teams, because you are concentrating on your career. You're concentrating on getting some dude out in AA. You're not really concentrating on what's Rusty Greer doing right now for the Texas Rangers tonight. So, but I feel the love and the passion, and that Chris Young was able to become not only a hero at Highland Park and then at Princeton and then for the Texas Rangers and then along his baseball career, but he's getting to be the general manager of the team that he grew up loving.
Yeah, this is wild. And Mike, I did kind of want to talk with you about how this team was built.
Yeah.
Because there are going to be some people out there that just keep trying to plug John Daniels' name in there, and he made some significant moves.
Yes, there's a lot of John Daniels footprints on this team, and Chris Young would be the first one to tell you that John Daniels has a part in this success.
I would also say that John Daniels would be very risk averse in a lot of the moves where Chris Young said, okay, all right, I'm going for it. I'm going to let it hang.
And Mike Maddox would never be. I mean, I like John Daniels, but I do not think that without Chris Young, I do not think Mike Maddox and Bruce Bochy are part of the Rangers organization, which means I don't think, nothing against Woody. We love Chris Woodward. I don't think that you would have the success you had if you were still letting everything be run through research and development. The Rangers and Chris Young and Bruce Bochy use a lot of the research and development team, or analytics, whatever you want to call it. They use a lot of it. They love it.
Experience and
they
gut.
need it. But if that's all you use and that's all you do, you probably don't find the success that the Rangers have had in 2023.
So the idea happened last year. They said we're moving on from Chris Woodward. We still have a bunch of young players. We have 2 great stars that we've paid money to. What else do we need? We need to add some pitching. Yeah. We need a manager that can really, instead of just, because John Daniels' history of hiring managers was hire guys that haven't had a job yet and give them their first chance to manage. And I get to control a lot of the lineup and stuff like that. And these guys will, kind of run with it and just be the guys that listen to me. And then here we are with this GM that says, no, I need a guy that can manage a clubhouse, that is the guy that guys look up to, a man's man. And so that's his first move is, I got to get this guy.
I love what you're saying.
He closes the deal to get that guy to be the guy running the show.
And I don't know this, Chris Young could answer this, and I don't know, look, he keeps things away from the media. Yeah. Every general manager and, like Jerry Jones does, and I totally get it. But did the research and development team say, put Mitch Garver in for game 2 at the 3 spot, put Evan Carter in the 5 spot for this series, take him out of the 9 spot, do this, do that, use Andrew? I do think they got a lot of information on Andrew Heaney at Camden Yards, which was a very smart use of him. Put in Cody Bradford, the rookie, over Martin Perez.
Yes.
In the situation over Montgomery. There's a lot that goes into, and there's a lot of analytics. Those guys do a tremendous job of giving as much information as they can to the coaching staff and to somewhat the players, which gets handed to the players but all of those situations are not research and development situations. Sometimes you have to rely on a manager to put together your lineup and put together your pitching staff and make ballsy decisions with the bullpen in situations that there's not enough time for all the information to be handed down. Look, Dave Roberts is a friend of mine. He's going to be fighting for his life tonight against the Arizona Diamondbacks to try to stay in the series. The Dodgers have had a lot of success in a lot of different ways. We would love to be the Dodgers over the next decade, but they do use a lot of do not go with your gut. Mm-hmm. Do not go with feel. Go with these numbers. And it's worked out tremendously for the Dodgers for the most part. And Dave, I love Dave Roberts. I do not want Dave Roberts to get let go. And Dave Roberts is part of Bruce Bochy because he was under Bruce Bochy.
Chris Young is what you said the other day. He lived baseball. Yeah. So he's like, I have an education in baseball that is different than anybody else.
He might be Nolan Ryan and John Daniels put together.
Probably so.
Before this year, the most success the Rangers have ever had, let's see where this year takes us, was Nolan Ryan and John Daniels, or vice versa, however you want to put them. I'm not trying to put Nolan over John Daniels. Them working together. They might have not liked working together or loved working together, but those two together made a lethal combination. Those two without each other is a different situation.
Yeah, and it really was the turning point was getting Seager and Simeon, because that really did force you to say, okay, we paid these guys this money. We can't just say that's good enough. The fans will show up to watch them.
Yeah.
Like that was a turning point, because they made the investment that forced them. That was skin in the game now. Yeah. We are at a point where we have to make something else. We can't just say that's good enough. They wouldn't get DeGrom. Okay. He gets injured. We kind of expect it. But they were like, that's not good enough either. Let's get Evaldi while we're at it. And you know what? This Andrew Heaney kid, let's get him and hope that he can keep what he did last year. Evaldi's signing was amazing at this point. That. I know he missed parts of the regular season. We were just kind of hoping he could find a form. He found it. He's back. But he, early in the season, what he's done in the clubhouse, and those things are things that Chris Young, he thought about, very thoughtful about, hey, I want to make sure I get these things. Then they're middle of the season, are we good enough?
Yeah.
Let's look around and say.
And Ray Davis had to say, go for it.
He did.
Ray Davis, when they got the All-Star game, next year the Rangers host the All-Star game. When the Rangers got the All-Star game and Ray Davis stepped up to the podium and said, I give Chris Young free reign to do anything possible it takes to give this team the best opportunity for Bruce Bochy to be managing next year the All-Star game, which means whoever is in the World Series, those managers manage the All-Star game the next year. So Ray Davis had a commitment to, if it costs us Luis Angel Acuna, if it costs us certain prospects, do whatever you have to do, because we are in a position now to go for it now.
Yeah.
And I don't know if other owners in this Metroplex, without calling out anybody's name, to be very nice to those people, I don't think they're in it to win it the way that Ray Davis is in it to win it in 2023, going, if it does cost us in 2026, I'll worry about 2026 and 2026.
The addition of Chapman was unique. It was interesting, and it's been when he's on, it's a show. Erratic is something that you can say, but when he's on, it is a show. Then they're like, you know what? We need another pitcher. This Evaldi thing, the DeGrom thing, we need another pitcher. Let's go add Jordan Montgomery. And everybody was like, who?
Yeah, he was the secondary thing.
Yeah, and then they said, hey, but we also need relief pitching. The Stratton kid, he's not even with us right now. Oh, well, that's a move they made. They tried. Hey, let's also add Max Scherzer. And I know he hasn't pitched yet, but he could be pitching very soon. We'll get into that in just a few moments. Yeah. But probably the most important thing that they did, Mike, was add Austin Hedges, a guy who has pitched in relief so many times.
That dude, if you need him,
he's a vibe, dude.
However he does it, however he throws batting practice, the batting practice gets 3 outs.
And he, his whole energy in that clubhouse, he's talking with everybody. Mike, did you see the video last night of him and Max Scherzer just pouring beers on each other, just going insane? It was he keeps it loose in the clubhouse.
Yes, 100%. Here's what I don't know. And Jonah Heim has been just awesome as a catcher, behind the plate and hitting. But I just wonder with Jonah Heim, I don't know this. This is where being part of a team, inside things, and maybe we should ask this. Does Austin Hedges help out a little bit Jonah Heim with game planning, saying, hey, I've been behind the plate? Because Austin Hedges is
a good catcher.
The only reason he's in the major leagues is because he's an unbelievable catcher, because the way he hits, you don't stay in the major leagues at all the way he hits.
Second best frame rate to Jonah.
Yeah. So not only framing, but I think also calling a game. Yeah. And there is a feel, right? Even Nate Evaldi said, yeah, we have a game plan going in, but you make adjustments off of the game plan. That's why I don't understand the first 15 plays, no matter what, in football type of situation. You don't make adjustments at all the first 15 plays. Hell, the Cowboys were in the third quarter by the time they got their 15th play off.
Saturday.
So I look at it and I go, man, I wonder if Austin Hedges, too, just giving him some credit that I have no clue if he deserves or not, I wonder how much he possibly helps out Jonah Heim during the game, before the game planning, working sequences. I talked about earlier the sequence of curveball changeup and how that can be a bad sequence. It doesn't mean it's an impossible sequence, but Mitch Garver took advantage of that sequence. So I just wonder how much Austin Hedges, with his experience of being a very good defensive catcher, maybe puts like little nuggets, little things, little seeds into Jonah Heim's head pregame or leading up to a series or in between in the third inning going, hey, Jonah, great job on that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That sequence really worked. Be careful on that sequence next time, or hey, repeat that sequence again. There's no way that hitter is going to be able to adjust to that sequence.
Yeah, or even if Jonah asks, hey, man, I didn't see this. What are your thoughts here? It's great. They've built such a great clubhouse, and the energy in that clubhouse.
Can you imagine other people trying to talk like us right now that are competing against us?
Nobody can. Nobody can. The home of your ALDS winners, the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And if anybody out there, if the Tolos find out what is on Austin Hedges' butt, like if we find, I would love to find out what that meant. When Bochy said that last night, what was he talking about? All right,
it's truly not on his butt, right?
You know what?
It can't be literal.
Maybe it is. Maybe they're just marking it every time. Maybe they're just marking off games. They marked it and they said just keep it on there. Don't take a shower. All right, here he goes. You know what, Mike? You just asked the question. Can anybody else talk like this? No. Except for the Tolos. Tolos, it's your chance. We don't do this a lot. Call in 877-881-1053. Ask Mike any baseball question you want right now.
Or tell us something
about the Rangers next on The Fan.
watch and fun to watch him go about his business.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway, ladies and gentlemen. It's 35 uninterrupted minutes of sports content right in your ear holes. We do this every single day. 35 minutes, no commercials, commercial-free, having an awesome time with the Tolos. You know what? We're making extra time for everybody that wants to call in. Give us your best Rangers call right now. 877-881-1053. The Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline is what we want to talk to you on. So let's start things off. Who is this on line one that we're getting with Alec? Let's go pull up line one. I'm not even gonna screen it. Who are we talking to?
Q from Ennis.
Okay, what's going on, Mr. from Ennis?
Yes, sir. Just want to let Mikey B know how much I appreciate him schooling us on
baseball.
On baseball, playoff, and getting it done on how to fan. Sorry, I didn't realize that I was connected.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go Rangers, baby.
All right.
There we go. Let's go Rangers, baby.
Hey, thank you for calling.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a slow start to the callers.
Okay? So all right, we're going to need to step it up just a little bit
Thank
here.
you for the compliment. That was huge. And the fans deserve a lot of credit for last night. Obviously, you guys didn't hit the ball. I hate to tell you guys that, and you didn't pitch the ball.
Right. Yeah.
But I do think you inspired that team a lot last night because they were really – we had on Kaden earlier, who's the leader of Section 133, and he's a huge Tolo. And it's just one of those things where if you guys would have done kind of maybe regular season stuff and it would have been a sellout, the Rangers would have been like, man, it's really cool to have a sellout. They've had a lot of sellouts this year. You guys have bought a lot of tickets, 2.5 million fans. But last night, you took it to a level that John Smoltz called you. I know you guys might not appreciate this because you've probably never been to a Philadelphia Phillies game. I've never had a louder moment in my life than giving up a home run on game 162 to Ryan Howard in 2007. Remember, in that same year, I gave up a home run to Barry Bonds. It was super loud when I gave up the record-breaking home run to Barry Bonds. It was even louder. I believe I was in the fifth inning when I faced Chase Utley. I got him out with a bunch of doo-doo stuff. Then I put doo-doo stuff to Ryan Howard, and on like the sixth or seventh pitch of the at-bat, he hit a home run. I was like, oh, my God, I suck. And then I thought, damn, this is the loudest place I've ever been in my life when I was on the mound in that situation. And John Smoltz compared you guys to that crowd. So don't take it as some sort of, oh, man, we got compared to Philadelphia. That Philadelphia Phillies crowd is insane, and you guys got compared to an insane crowd last night.
The lines are full. Let's go to line 10 right now. Who do we got on line 10? Is this Brandon? Brandon, what's up, man?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
This is Mr. Hurtado. This is Mr. Hurtado. Brandon, thanks for calling in. I know that you've been to a lot of Ranger games in your life, and you've been to a lot of Ranger games this year with Hurtado's Barbecue out in left field. Can you explain the energy and the electricity and the excitement last night in the building?
You know, you have one of those moments in your life where all the hair on your arms and all the hair on the back of your neck stands up, and you get a tingle down your spine. That's what it was like all night last night. I mean, Globe Life Field was absolutely electric. It was insane.
What was more insane, that last night or when you first made the perfect brisket?
I don't know that I've made a perfect brisket yet, but last night was pretty intense.
He's still trying.
This is a question, Mr. Brandon Hurtado, some of the best barbecue you'll ever have in your life. Hurtado's Barbecue, just about a mile away from the Globe or from AT&T Stadium.
Or inside the Globe.
Yeah. But when was the time you tasted your brisket and said, I think this is almost perfect? What year, what moment was that?
Oh, man. Probably whenever we first moved into our brick and mortar in Arlington back in 2020, right before COVID hit. The first day that we opened, you know, I tasted our brisket and I was like, all right, this is it. We're here. The people are lined up. The food tastes great. This is a good moment. So I was pretty confident then.
So, Corey, last night or yesterday afternoon, I'm listening to G-Bag Nation, and I know Hurtado's brought some barbecue up to the boys of G-Bag Nation.
All right.
It sounded like, help me out, Brandon, do you guys have a new item?
Oh, yeah, the new hot dog.
So for the ALCS, if you weren't there for the ALDS, by the way, I got tickets for Game 4 and Game 5. I know that some of the tickets went on sale today for the ALCS. What's the new item possibly I can get at Hurtado's for a Thursday or Friday night?
So in anticipation of the long lines, which we were correct in anticipating the lines were very long last night, we switched up our menu. We 86 the birria tacos off the menu, and we added the new Poblano Oaxaca dog, which is our house-made Poblano Oaxaca sausage on a brioche roll, smothered in queso and topped with fresh pico de gallo. Let me tell you, that was insane. That dog is freaking awesome.
So one of my favorite items at barbecue places is a great sausage.
Mm-hmm.
I do
love sausage. Yeah.
I do. And I do love putting barbecue sauce on my sausage. Are you saying that this one doesn't need the barbecue sauce?
It doesn't. It has queso on it. Okay. I mean, if you put queso on anything, you don't need barbecue sauce.
There you go.
Okay.
Brandon, thank you so much for calling in, dude.
Are you going to be, I mean, I'm assuming this because your somewhat restaurant is there. Are you going to be in the stadium for Wednesday, Thursday, and possibly Friday?
Absolutely. I'm going to be there cheering on the Rangers. I'm so excited for this season. The postseason has been electric. And, we're really emotionally vested in this season and in this team. So we're excited to be a part of it. Go Rangers. Looking forward to the rest of the postseason.
All right, man.
Mr. Hurtado, we love you.
We'll see you there soon, dude.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
There he goes. Brandon Hurtado right there joining in on the Rangers.
I like him a lot. I do love his barbecue.
Oh, I do too.
I maybe need to get to know Brandon better before I tell him I love him.
He's a good well, maybe so. But you know what? You're just emotional today. I get it. Yeah. Let's go to Rodeo Ron in Dallas. Rodeo Ron, you're on DFW Sports Station, home of the ALDS winner Texas Rangers. What you got, Rodeo Ron?
First of all, I got 4 letters for you. ALCS, baby. Yeah! I live for this stuff right here. I had Tolo all day, every day, and boy, our Rangers was the most electrifying crowd I've ever seen last night. I wasn't at the game. I've been to WrestleMania. I went to 2 World Series games in 2010, 2011, and I felt that crowd all the way in Dallas last night. We raided our red flags. We're having a good time. And listen, if you're not listening to 105.3 The Fan, Toloing with Rodeo Ron, Drake and Jim B, where the F you at? Let's go Rangers!
That's what I'm talking about. That is how you do a call right there, Rodeo Ron.
Rodeo Ron, I need this. Gavin Spittle, Tim Collins is down the hallway. They're working hard. They are listening a lot. That needs to be some sort of promo for 105.3 The Fan and the Texas Rangers. That was amazing, Rodeo Ron.
I felt him going into your line, Mike. If you're not doing this, what's wrong with you?
What's your deal?
What's your deal, man? Let's go to Derek in Dallas. Derek, you're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What you got, Derek?
Hey, guys. I don't know if I'm going to be crunk as old Rodeo Ron there.
That was nice.
But I was at that game last night, man, and I've been to a lot of Rangers games. I've never seen nothing like that, ever. The chants, it was so incredible, man. I had such a great time. It was so much fun last night, man.
If you could pick one moment, what was your favorite moment as a fan? Was it the last out? Was it the Evaldi chant after 7?
Creed.
Was it the home run? What was it?
You just said it. The Evaldi chant, man, that was like, I got chills, man. That was incredible, and he deserved every bit of it.
There it is. There's Derek in Dallas right there on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers.
I did have FOMO. We do have to do the post-game shows in the studio for Bally's. Maybe it could change in the ALCS, but last night we had to do it in the studio. But there was a FOMO of I'm so excited to do it. The post-game show.
You wanted to be there, though, yeah.
But that moment of I saw Broadus is here, and I saw Broadus. It might have been Broadus, Zach, and was there somebody else in that video that I'm forgetting?
Was it Chio? Or
I don't think Chio was there, but they were really close.
Oh, yeah, Tolo was there with them. They messaged me earlier.
And it was like, wow, that moment of being there for that moment. Wow.
Our very own Will Chambers now joins the conversation. He wants to talk about the Rangers fans last night. Will, what's up, buddy?
Guys, it was me.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was you.
Oh, Will, that had to be special.
It was myself, Peyton, Zach and Brian. So we're there covering the game. I want to say something to the Rangers fans here in just a second, but this was a really fun situation because we had talked about, we're kind of, we have our media passes and we're looking around and, we're like, okay, maybe we could just go down to one of these seats that are really close because there was a couple spots that had some empty seats. And so I look over at Chiafalo and I go, you want to try it? And he's like, yeah, sure. Peyton's like, all right. So we go down and we walk through and nobody really stops us. And we just come up to, one of those places right, on the first base side. I turn back and Eric's gone. And I'm like to Peyton, I go, where's Eric? Like, I don't know. He was right behind me. Eric ended up dipping somehow and wanted to beat traffic. I have no idea why. The usher comes over and is like, guys, you can't just move down. And I was like, oh, okay. And I showed him the badge, and he said something because it was so loud I couldn't hear. So I got up and I talked to him. I was like, hey, my fault. I couldn't hear you. And he's like, we're looking for wristbands and stuff, but I didn't see your badge. Just come up and tell me, and then that's it, and it's fine. If then we'll come down and get you. And I was like, okay. So I text Zach, who they're up in the right field in 133, the, badass section. And the four of us watched the last 3 innings down there. And we were just saying to each other, it was, a moment that we will never forget. But I want to say this to the Rangers fans. And Mike, I think that you'll agree with me, but you'll tell me otherwise.
Okay.
Do not take a backseat to anybody, to any fan base. There's one St. Louis, okay? And then that's it. You know what puts butts in seats? Wins.
Yeah.
And a win baseball team. And teams that go to the playoffs and go to the World Series. And that hasn't happened in more than a decade. And I was talking to Eric during the game because this was the biggest game, biggest sporting event he had ever been to. And he said, what are the biggest ones you've been to? I said, well, and you guys know me, I grew up in a baseball town. Cincinnati is a baseball town. They love their Bengals, but it's about the Reds. And I was at Game 6 in the ALCS in 1990 against the Pirates when they clinched. And I was at Game 1 of the World Series. And that is what it sounds like, what we heard last night. In fact, it was louder because the dome was closed. But I hear this all the time on, and I know it was back in the day with the Hamilton thing that it's not a baseball town. Or, you know what? There are 3 baseball towns, okay? That's it. The NFL is huge. If you're in Major League Baseball and you're a fan base, if you're winning, that's going to get your fans to show up. And the story behind this team, I just want to say, don't let anybody tell you that you are inferior to any other fan base because of the fact that you're not packing, the stadium night in, night out over the last few years. That atmosphere last night took a backseat to no atmosphere that I have ever been a part of. And you guys know as well as I do, we have the great benefit of being able to attend a lot of great events. And that one last night just takes a backseat to nobody. Kudos to Rangers fans. Don't take any crap.
That is what I'm talking about, Will Chambers. Thanks for the call, good sir. Have a good one, man. That is our very own Will Chambers telling you, Rangers fans, do what you're doing, baby. Keep it up. This is what it's all about. These things. Hey, look, man, we're getting lucky right now that we're having it. Yeah. Hopefully we can have a 10-year run with this. But this one right now, enjoy the moment as we go along. Let's go to
Thank you, Will, by the way, for that kind of call and inspiration, because you're going to get to go to at least 2 more games and most likely 3, and I'll be there for a few of those. I have to take my boys. This is one of those things that I don't know. Like when my boys grow up, the Rangers most likely, hopefully I live another 40-plus years of my life. Most likely the Rangers will be in another ALCS, I think. But look, I also thought that in 1995 about the Cowboys, and I don't know in my lifetime if they're ever going to be in an NFC championship game. So my boys will grow up and become men, and I don't know where they're going to be living in this world when they grow up. This is a moment for me in my life that I will be able to take my boys to an ALCS game with it being the Texas Rangers, and I don't want to miss that moment with them.
Don't want to miss a thing. Let's go to Nolan in Waxahachie. Nolan, you're on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What you got, man?
What's going on, boys? It's actually Noah.
Okay.
Like, Noah's Ark.
I like it.
But now, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. My mama picked it. But so I just wanted to ask Mike, last night I was at the game, and they talked about the atmosphere left and right. But, when Chapman and Leclerc came in, they had this, awesome blackout entrance with the flashlights and stuff. And I'm just curious, how does that affect you as, a relief pitcher? I know Mike's had his share of coming out of the pen.
Yeah.
And, does that affect your psyche at all, or are you kind of so locked in that it's like, hey, the whole stadium could be on fire right now. It does not matter. I'm throwing strikes.
You get excited. Thank you for the question, by the way. You get excited when that bullpen rings. I don't know how to. Okay, my wife has had 3 kids. But if I can remember correctly, she might be like, Mike, you don't remember correctly. I know the first one was induced labor. The second one was one of the worst pregnancies that you could possibly have, and everything go okay. Our second child was born in Columbus. The third child, Caliph, I remember that was also an inducement too. I don't know how to put this. When the phone rings, the adrenaline rush that you get, and Derek Holland can talk about this because I never pitched in a World Series. I never pitched in a Major League playoff game. I don't know how much more your adrenaline gets ramped up when the phone rings and it's a playoff situation. Now, back when I played, they did not have LED lights, so you could not, when the lights were turned off, it took a while for them to get built back up for the stadium to become completely and totally light. But now they can, with the LED lights, they can flick them on and off. They can have different light shows going on and not have to worry about the lights not working 3 seconds later. So I don't know when all the lights are going on and off, a guy being put into the game. Like Will Smith, he does have, I call it the G-Bag Nation theme song.
Yes.
He comes into the G-Bag Nation theme song. And that is a special moment. People do like Stranglehold.
Yeah, they do.
That is a really cool song. I will say the people do love when Adolis comes in, and I don't know that song. It's a Latin song. But it is a good song to come into the game, and everybody knows Raldis is coming in the game. He struggled. We'll talk about that more as we get into the LCS. But when Leclerc comes in, it might not be the most inspiring song, but for him, it's inspiring. Maybe for the fan base, they don't get as pumped up for that song, but I'm sure the lights flashing gives it a little bit more of a adrenaline moment too.
Yeah,
which
different energy.
Obviously that's only happened since the new stadium. I don't know if I don't remember them being capable of doing that at the ballpark in Arlington / Globe Life Park. I don't know if they had the capability in 2019 of flashing the lights like that.
Let's go to Nick in Grand Prairie. You're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers. What you got, Nick?
GP!
Hey, I was just calling and wanted to say, harping back on what Mike said about his kids. I got to go to the ALCS Game 6 in 2010 and watch an A-Rod strike out to send us to the World Series. The stadium last night, it was cloud nine compared to that, and just take them, man. It's undescribable. It's an unforgettable memory. And then I also wanted to say or ask, when are you starting your shrine for Evan Baseball Jesus Carter?
There we go, Mike. There's your. Hey, I know he didn't get on every time last night.
I know, only 1 for 4.
Kevin called him out.
Worst game of his life in the playoffs was 1 for 4.
Kevin texted, "Swing the bat, dude." Yeah. And now Kevin's sick, so obviously the baseball gods didn't like that.
Yeah, yep. But for Evan Carter, I do have a lot of his cards. I brought him out to Buffalo Wild Wings in Keller the other day, and that was just a few of them. And some people took advantage, right? Hey, those cards are going to be more expensive next time you see me. But he is going to be something special. He is a little bit of a not recognizable guy. He came on the scene. Remember, to start the year, I believe Baseball America and MLB.com prospects had him somewhere between 33 and 41 to start the year. So he was not on the map as Gunnar Henderson or Bobby Witt Jr. Hey man, thanks for listening to our station. He listens to our station when he's in town too. He's a big Tolo is. He was not Adley Rushman. He was not Gunnar Henderson. Jackson Holiday right now is the number one prospect in all of baseball. They have another one. Even for a guy, Grayson Rodriguez was a top 10 prospect coming into baseball this year. So because he wasn't on the map as a top 10 prospect, I do think nationally, John Smoltz will love him. I think he's amazing at calling. You're going to have to hear him again. If you don't like him, too bad. You're going to have to hear him calling the Rangers LCS series. I do really like him. He was on their station yesterday. He wasn't built up throughout his minor league career. If you're a Ranger fan and like a big-time Ranger fan, you know what he was doing last year in A-ball and winning the championship last year in Frisco and Double-A, and what he was doing throughout this season in the minor leagues, mostly in Frisco, just a few games pretty much in Triple-A. But he is going to be a guy that I think is going to be a perennial all-star, a guy with him and Young and Wyatt Langford at some point probably next year with your two middle infielders that you can start looking at, hey, 25 years from now, when there is a statue of Evan Carter with his line drive swing, yes, Evan Carter will have a shrine. It will just be outside of Globe Life Field and not outside of my house.
Yeah, well, maybe inside your garage. You don't know yet, Mike. You might decide.
Can I get how amazing would it be on your property if you had the money to have replica statues of like Dirk Nowitzki and Nolan Ryan and all the statues? There's the Tom Landry statue.
Or how cool would it be to just have actually Evan Carter like in a glass case at your house, and you're just like, we pay him to be there.
That
all day.
would be kidnapping.
Okay, we won't do that then. Let's go to Logan in Argyle. Logan, you're on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What's up, man?
What's up, guys?
Chilling today, loving it.
Go Rangers. I'm glad you took my call. I was actually just about to hang up because my wife called me. We were at the game last night, and to echo what everybody's saying, the atmosphere was insane. You can probably tell my voice is almost gone. There were so many highlights. We were sitting in section 21 on the 13th row. Corey Seager's home run in the first inning, the sound of that and how fast it got out. I mean, I basically said holy and a lot of expletives and then just started cheering my rear end off. But I will say, guys, real quick, the biggest highlight for me was meeting the man of the morning show, Mr. RJ Choppy.
Nice.
Last night, saw him, we happened to be up on the concourse together. I told my wife, oh, my God, there's RJ Choppy. I was looking for the rest of the guys, and I didn't see anybody else there. And then I asked him, and he said, oh, well, Peyton and Bobby are up in the booth and all that. But my wife, she was like, well, why don't you just yell his name and give his attention? I was like, no, I'm not going to be weird. If I see him up there, I'll ask him if I can buy him a beer. We happened to run into each other. I was able to buy him a beer, met him and Sarah. They're both super awesome. And now my wife and they follow each other on Instagram. So, yeah, just all around amazing night. Incredible. And what everybody said, let's keep up the energy because I've never heard a stadium so loud in my life. I went to a World Series game in 2007 when the Rockies were in the World Series because I was living in Denver at the time, and that was nuts. I was blown away. But last night the energy was way higher, and it was better from the jump. Even walking into the park, the energy was high.
That is awesome, Logan. Thank you for that call, and that's why you Tolo, man. Everybody at this station, baby. All right, let's go to Rick in Burleson. You're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers. What do you got, Rick?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. So I'm 65.
65.
The very first job I ever had was with the Texas Rangers at Arlington Stadium taking tickets. I saw Frank Howard hit his home run. I was there for David Clyde when he came in. I watched Nolan Ryan throw a no-hitter. I was there for Kenny Rogers when he threw his perfect game. I was there watching Pudge and Sierra, watching them go, thinking that we had the team to be able to take out the Yankees, but couldn't. I was there with season tickets in 2010 and 2011. I had a heart attack watching Nelson Cruz in right field.
Oh, my gosh. I get it.
But last night was more than anything I could ask for. I've been a Ranger fan my entire life, and that was so special. And thank you guys. And Mike, all I can tell you is, man, you have made this season so much fun being a Ranger fan. Evan Carter, I've been an Evan Carter fan ever since the very first part of this year. And then you talking about him, and I just fell in love with the guy. And you have just made this year so special, and the Rangers have too. So thanks for taking my call, guys.
Dude, Rick, Hey,
way to go, Rick! Way to make me cry. That's amazing because he's been through it all.
Yeah.
Like that son of a gun saw some young Mike Bassick in 1975 from Bishop Dunn, the first ever local product in Rangers history to make it. I think Hargrove was the first ever Texan. So, man, like that was an amazing call. And now I have to pick up my glasses here and wipe out a few tears because that's just really cool to hear that you've been through it all. And the Rangers aren't popular. I think what makes it to me really special,
It's
and I
our
think
thing.
to a lot of like it's us.
Yeah.
They're not a national product. They're not like a team that a lot of people get on bandwagons of. It's our team.
You got to really love them. You know, you got to really love them. And the majority of the fans in Texas, and I know the Bally situation kind of screwed a lot of things up, but a majority they know the stories behind each one of these guys.
Yeah.
Not like national where you know all those other stories. It's a little bit different. And from the 214, damn you, Rick. I'm crying now. That was
an amazing
That was
call.
great, man. All right, so here's I wanted to get to this real quick.
Mike Likes It, by the way, /Baseball Nuggets is brought to you by the Diamond Factory.
There we go.
Because the Diamond Factory is an amazing company. I forgot to get in the Diamond Factory earlier in the show, so just want to give a shout out.
You know what? I got one more caller that's been on for a while.
Okay.
I want to go to Reed and Tyler. Reed, you're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers. What you got, Reed?
Mike, Corey, hey, thanks so much. Go Rangers. So fired up. This is an unbelievable ride. And I wanted to ask Mike specifically, and I know that you don't have all the details on his health, and I know that Chris Young and Bochy are going to make the best decision, but hey, we've got bigger goals in mind, just like Bochy has continued to remind the team. This isn't just a satisfied to be to the ALCS. Oh, this is a good story. They've got bigger things on their mind, which absolutely fires up the fan base. And I wanted to hear your thoughts on, as a former pitcher, right, with Scherzer, especially with the 7-game format of the ALCS and the more consecutive days and the way our bullpen is with our right-handers, only really Bochy able to trust Leclerc and Spores. Like, is it more valuable to potentially have Scherzer out of the pen? Is it a starter, like a situation where he's an opener? Like, what are your thoughts on that strategy, Mike? Would love to hear that.
I think it's a great call, and I know that we are getting close to the C block, which will be Texas Rangers and Future. Yeah. So I know it's going to be I'm going to make you hold. I'm going to really tease this.
All right.
Because I think that I can answer that question, but I can't do it in the 30 seconds we have left in this segment.
For our clock, yeah.
Because you wanted to talk at 1 o'clock. I know that I kind of saw the run sheet. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
It was
everything.
late today. It was late. We got an emergency Kevin situation. Yeah, I wanted to talk about who you want next, but that
kind of leads, though. I can really talk about how to set up possibly your rotation and how to use Max Scherzer. John Gray, I think, is going to be activated, for this series coming up. So you're going to get Scherzer activated and John Gray activated for the ALCS, and how to use not only Max Scherzer, but possibly how to use John Gray. Then
that's what we'll do. Everybody that's Toloing right now and having a party with us.
I'm going to answer that question. You're just going to have to, hold on.
For
Hold
the
your
C-block
horses.
Coming up next. But before we do that, let's give something away. That's right. Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to WWE's Monday Night Raw, happening at the American Airlines Center October 23rd. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com, but you can win them right now for free. 877-881-1053.
Cowboys. our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It's 3-2 right now as Leclerc comes set. And here's the pitch to Hicks. Swung on, bouncing ball right side. Lowe's got it. Underhands to Leclerc in time. And the inning is over. The Orioles leave the bases loaded as Jose Leclerc has put out the fire.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, I can't thank the Tolos enough. Look, man, a lot of times in this business, calls can be a very fall flat on your face kind of thing, all right? Our callers crushed it. That was great. Rick, that was beautiful. Rodeo Ron, that was amazing. Great job, and thanks for making the Expressway, brought to you by QC Kinetics, an amazing Expressway for today, because that was awesome.
Sometimes you don't know how much things mean to you.
Yeah.
And it means a lot. And the callers, you could feel, for the most part, their emotions. Obviously, it made me emotional, you emotional. Tim Collins was like, way to go. I was crying then, too, at the end of that, because this is something special. And we do give a lot of our free time to this entertainment called sports. And then when something special happens that we don't know what's going to be next, and the moments of your team doing something special are rare, because at this point, the Rangers are going to be in a series that 26 teams are watching.
Yeah.
Or not watching, because look, Baltimore's we've talked to players that usually this goes through, and sometimes us as fans, when something happens, when Golden State went on to the NBA Finals, I'm going to tell you something. I don't really remember that NBA Finals. I was so invested in the Mavericks, and I get that they made it someplace that we never thought they were going to make it that year. And I think we're to the point where, man, you had to be a super optimistic fan before this season started to be like, we're going to the ALCS. Now, I get, there are some out there that said that, but realistically, it's like, dude, if we could make the playoffs, that would be amazing. You are now going to be out of the 15 teams that have the possibility of being in this situation in the American League, you are one of the two that are going to be in it.
It's exciting because, again, you're now you're getting to watch again the best baseball being played by your team. They're in it. Your interest level, every day you get done with a game, you wake up, your emotions are high, and you're going to be waiting for the next game. It's a fun time. Now,
I have a question to answer, I think, right?
Mike, the Tolo on the other side, Reed, asked this. I wanted to make sure we asked this, and I'm glad we're getting to it, because yesterday, Bochy commented on this. Scherzer did comment on it while it was very, much before he was partying his butt off with Austin Hedges.
Man, he's having fun.
They are having fun. But he told Bochy, I'm feeling normal. And he said with, I do believe it was with Jared last night, he said, I'm feeling as close to normal or as I ever have. This is great news. This is great to hear.
Yeah.
The Rangers, there's two things that I wanted to ask you about this. One, they have some time off here. Is that good or bad? And also, is it good for Max Scherzer, who has the chance to come back here?
I'm lucky enough and blessed enough to have another job where I get to cover the Rangers even closer than you do on radio, because you get a lot of inside information being kind of an analyst on a pre- and post-game show. And so Chris Young spoke to some of the people at Bally's, obviously, that he said, even though you could look at it and say, hey, the caller, that lived in Denver in 2007, the Colorado Rockies were not even considered a playoff team. I think in 2007, Corey, they win 20 of their last 21 games to get into a one-game playoff. And they're riding that streak. They win. They sweep in the DS, they sweep in the NLCS, and then they find themselves in the World Series against the Boston Red Sox, which they lose, and they felt like we were riding such a high of literally only losing one game over more than a month, and then they had like an 8-day layoff, and it killed their momentum. They're like, look, would we have beat Boston? Boston proved they were a better team. They swept us in 4 games, but because one of my buddies on that team was Jamie Carroll, utility guy, really, player that kind of exceeded all expectations of his career. But he was just like, man, we had so much momentum and we were winning. We just wanted to keep playing. We didn't want to stop, because once we stopped, we lost that edge that we had. Would we have kept the edge? we believe we would have, but nobody knows the situation, the reality played out that Boston kicked our butt. But the Rangers feel like, through Chris Young, I can kind of speak through this, is that they do feel like this isn't going to hurt them.
Okay, good.
Because they had such a long road trip from L.A. to Seattle. Obviously, major disappointment in Seattle. They took 2 of 3 in L.A., but they still weren't playing great. They struggled against Reed Detmers, and I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank on the other lefty they faced in that series. That was a little bit ago. Then they go to Tampa, huge 2-game, could have been a 3-game series, but you win the first 2. Then you go to Baltimore. Eric Nadel was on with G-Bag Nation yesterday talking about he had to go to the Under Armour store in Baltimore because he ran out of underwear.
Ran out of clothes.
He had prepared to go to Minnesota. He had prepared to possibly go to he had prepared for a lot of scenarios, but that scenario playing out where you play the wild card, then go to the divisional series and play on the road, it was like everybody was out of clothes. Everybody could have never predicted after Seattle, we're going to go to Tampa, go to Baltimore. So you have that situation happen. You get a day off. You come back to Texas. You play a game. They almost feel like, from what I'm hearing, is even though they're riding a high and they've won 5 playoff games in a row, having a hair of a break here to kind of take a breath and to get ready for the LCS, whether they go to Minnesota or more than likely go to Houston. It's like we can take a deep breath, and then also they can reset some things here, because if you wanted to pitch Eovaldi in game 1, he'll be on normal rest. You have today, which is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That's your normal 4 days. If you were in the middle of a baseball season, that's how many days you get off. Your other 4 guys pitch, and you would be pitching on your 5th day. If they wanted to go with Eovaldi in game 1, they could. And then Montgomery in game 2 or Max Scherzer. So kind of going back to Reed, the Rangers feel okay about having this time off, because even though they're riding a high and they've won 5 playoff games out of 5 playoff games, they don't feel like all of a sudden that they're going to lose everything by having this a little bit of time off. So
you think any of them are going to be out there golfing on this time, or are they just rest? What do you feel like?
Today they'll definitely rest. Now, obviously, Max Scherzer is going to the park to pitch.
He's pitching a sim game.
A guy like Jordan Montgomery might feel like, I want to get in some throwing today too. That's all up to the pitcher. Some of the pitchers that didn't pitch in the playoffs here, I'm just trying to think of the guys that didn't, but they might want to get some work in today, just a light work, maybe light cardio, maybe a light workout. The players that aren't getting to play every day, your guys that are on the bench, they might want to get in some swings. They might want to keep kind of, I need a routine. Now, Corey Seager, Simeon, all these guys, they're probably like, no, I'm taking today off. We've had a blast. I need today off. Tomorrow, they will get back to a workout situation. So tomorrow, they will have a workout at the ballpark to kind of keep everything as normal as possible.
Okay, because like the Dane Dunnings and the Nate Lowes, I know they like to golf during the season. They'll stop at a place.
I have no problem if tomorrow they wanted to have a day of just a day of golf.
Yeah.
That's not going to hurt them.
But I love what you're saying too, though, because this is that time where they have this addiction of they're playing great baseball. I want to keep doing those things and keeping those things in place. I like it.
I can only speak for myself, and I never made it. I was on Cleveland when we made the playoffs in 2001. I was left off the playoff roster, and rightfully so. I wasn't thinking I was going to be on the playoff roster. That was back when you could call up. We had I'm going to guess 33 guys on the roster in September. And I knew I wasn't going to be one of the 25 that made the playoff roster team as the month of September was progressing. That being said, this is your whole life. For me, at about 3 years old, and I don't really remember at all 3 years old, but my dad's on the Minnesota Twins, 3 years old. I could imitate Roy Smalley. I could do all these things, watching the games with my mom as my dad was either on the road with the Twins or stuff like that. So I early on had the dream, the real dream of this is what I want to do. I want to be like my dad. I want to be a major leaguer. And you lead up to this time. Your whole life leads up to this moment. Now, for Evan Carter Or just example, a long time ago, Cal Ripken Jr., his rookie year, he wins the World Series on the Baltimore Orioles. You probably think, hey, I'm going to be in this situation again and again and again. But for guys like Nate Eovaldi who've been through it, or Max Scherzer, they don't know. Because the reality of making it to this situation, making it to the playoffs, and then making it to a CS, this is what you dream of, and you know you don't have much of a dream left in your life of playing baseball. It could happen again, but these guys aren't going to do anything to ruin, like playing golf won't do it, but they're not going to do anything to go, gosh, I didn't take advantage of this moment. Your guy, I don't think the Rangers have any party guys that are going, like, yeah, that was
Nobody's going to Cabo.
In a way, that was a little bit weird. I mean, you can look back and go, did it hurt him? Probably not. But like taking that big of a trip, that probably wasn't the smartest thing to do. But who was young in that situation? Jason Witten, Tony Romo, Bobby Carpenter. They were young guys. They didn't know any better. Other guys went to Vegas and stuff like that. They were young. They didn't understand the opportunity that was being presented because they thought it was going to happen over and over. I do want to get to Max Scherzer.
Let's do it now. Let's do that now. All because Mike, the
probably
Rangers,
reads like, when the hell are you answering this question?
The Rangers are currently the only ones
that have moved
that
on.
are in the ALCS. So
by the way, today I have it pulled up. You have 4:00 Atlanta at Philadelphia on TBS. At 6:00 you have Houston at Minnesota, which obviously means a lot if you're a Ranger fan watching that. And that's on FS1. And then at 8:00 tonight, you have Dodgers at Diamondbacks. So if you've loved this situation and you're like, I need more baseball, you have 3 baseball games starting at 4:00 for you. But Max Scherzer.
Yes.
I don't know everything. I know a little bit. Talking to Jared Sandler, talking to everyone.
We need another pitcher.
So he's going to
You have to win 4.
As long as everything goes good today, he will be on your active ALCS roster. As long as everything goes as far as I'm hearing with John Gray, well, he will be on your ALCS roster.
Interesting.
So you do have to work, 2 guys being taken off the roster to put those 2 guys on the roster. That being said, Max Scherzer has been working to be a starter in the playoffs. I don't think they're going to put him in the pen. I can remember, this is only going off of my head and remembering playoff moments. Max Scherzer has not done well as a reliever in the playoffs. He's tried it before. He's like, give it to me. I want the ball. He desperately wants the ball. Has he been great in those moments? He has not been great in all those moments. I might be forgetting a moment or two where he was great, but I can remember moments going, oh, damn, that's not going too well. You'd give him the ball. If he wants the ball, you give Max Scherzer the ball and you believe in Max Scherzer. That being said, I think because this injury is something that is serious, it's not a nothing injury and he's coming back and he's healthy. They do want him with the trainer and doing his stretching before the game. They do want him throwing his long toss. They do want him having all the time in the world, knowing what time the game starts, being ready for 7:07 first pitch. When the bullpen rings, what if it's Simeon, Seager, and I guess Garver? We know Simeon Seager ain't taking the first pitch if they throw a strike. What if after 2 pitches there's 2 outs and Max Scherzer's like, I'm not ready, and you're like, crap, we've already told the guy, we've told Jordan Montgomery Scherzer's coming in, and he's not ready. Do you go back to Montgomery? You turn your brain off when they say, great job, you're done, and then Max Scherzer didn't have enough time to get ready because he's not, and he wouldn't say that. He'd probably go out there, and now there's the fear of, is he going to get hurt again? Because he's not. So I do think when Max Scherzer comes back, to Reed and all the Tolos who are wondering about Max Scherzer, I do think he comes back in the ALCS as a starter on a very limited pitch count.
Okay.
I think it'll be more than 30. I don't think it'll be like Eovaldi's first time out there where it was 2 innings because you're very limited in your pitches. I do think it could be pushed to like 50.
All right.
Which could give you, last night, just to give you an idea, very efficient. Eovaldi threw 51 pitches, 41 strikes through 4 innings. So I'm guessing he could do something like that. But the thing is, which is going to be very interesting for these Texas Rangers, is you have a starter in Eovaldi who's a righty. You have a starter in Montgomery who's a lefty. Those are going to be your 2 guys. I do expect those 2 guys to throw the first 2 games because whoever throws games 1 and 2 most likely will get 2 starts, which would be game 5 and game 6. Game 3 and game 4, I think, will be shared this way. Max Scherzer will start one of those games, but on a limited pitch count. But you have Bradford, Heaney, and Perez. What are they? Left-handers. you set up a lefty lineup against Max Scherzer, and then in the third or fourth inning, you bring in a lefty for 2 or 3 innings that faces the whole lineup. And do you make adjustments there? Because now if I bring in righties to hit against them, and then I bring in Spores in, let's say, the 6th or 7th inning, or opposite way, Game 4 might be Heaney starting and Dane Dunning coming in, and we saw how that worked in Game 1 of this series against Baltimore. So I think the Rangers have this interesting, and then John Gray, you could bring in John Gray. I do think John Gray is going to go to the pen. I do not think he will start Game 3 or Game 4. I think if they use him, he does throw hard. He does throw 97.
Yeah,
will he be throwing harder
stuff
with 1 inning?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if he'll be used. Perez has not been used at all in the playoffs yet.
They'll have their time.
Right.
Like there's going to be a moment where Bochy's going to he's going to go, you know what? It's his turn.
I don't think Max Scherzer will be used as a reliever. Where do I think Max Scherzer fits in? Because of his experience, because he has huevos rancheros. I think they start him in Game 3 because whoever starts Game 3 will be set up on normal rest to start Game 7.
Okay.
So I do think they look at Max and go, let's start him in Game 3. Let's use Eovaldi and let's use Montgomery in either order. Let's use them in Game 1 and 2. But start Max Scherzer in Game 3, followed by Bradford, Perez, or Heaney. Most likely Bradford or Perez, because I do think Heaney's going to start Game 4. And then they're going to use Dunning to back him up. So whoever faces the Texas Rangers, you have a good righty starter, a good lefty starter, and then 3 and 4, you have kind of this weird combination, which is a cool combination of, if you're the manager of the other team, do I put in a heavy lefty lineup against Max Scherzer, not knowing if he's going to pitch more than 2 innings, and then they could bring in a lefty for 3 innings? And then the night after, do I put in a majority right-handed lineup against Andrew Heaney, knowing that Dane Dunning most likely is coming in and he might pitch more than the lefty, and then I've screwed myself over because I'm making adjustments in the middle of the game that I can't readjust and bring the guys back into the game after taking them out? So I think the Rangers, I'm not saying, hey, they're definitely winning the next series. I'm excited to see who they play. And by the way, don't let the Twins win tonight, because if they do, Pablo Lopez is one of the best pitchers in baseball, and he goes back to Houston.
You know what, Mike? Let's talk about that next. Okay. Coming up next, I know we've been very baseball-centric today. I hope the Tolos have enjoyed all the baseball talk, because like they said, I think it was Rick earlier, it's been a lot of fun riding this way with Mike all season long. We've had the pleasure of doing this for a while with him, but in a winning season like this, it just makes it that much more fun. Mike, it reminds me of the first time we ever worked together, where I asked if the Rangers were in it to win it.
It looks like they are.
Coming up next, we will discuss, all right, here it is. Who do you want to face in the ALCS? The Minnesota Twins, or that team down south? Next on The Fan.
All right, let's.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
All right, Josh, first full year. This is not bad for Major League Baseball life, huh?
No, not bad at all. I do got to get better at spraying champagne. Not very good at it. I just kind of throw it around. But yeah, this is incredible.
Man, that is Josh Young, your rookie third baseman, who established that he was the dominant rookie in the game last night. He was like, look, I'm the dominant rookie third baseman. I just hit a dribbler, and that dude couldn't get me out. I love it. And then after the game and the post game, by the way, we'll have Ken Rosenthal join us at 11:20 tomorrow. He gave Jared Sandler a shout out last night for the Creed thing that happened last night. Everybody was singing Creed. It was awesome. And he will be joining us to talk about this. But also, Mike, after the game, he was interviewing Bochy on the field, and he said, "You've managed 3 World Series championships. Can this be the 4th?" And I don't like this question. It's a bad setup question. I thought Bochy handled it well. He said, "Well, that's what we're here for." And the crowd kind of went nuts when they heard that. And look, he's right. This is what you play these games for. You want to get to the World Series. That's the goal. And so I know he's like, look, I'm looking at this team. I'm just we got 8 more. That's where they are at this point. But Mike, I started thinking about, the days off, however many days off they have and all that stuff. And then
they'll play on Sunday.
And then I started thinking about this because when the Mavericks won their championship, I distinctly remember, Kevin can tell you, that I came on air and said, you don't want to play the Bulls in the finals. You want to play LeBron and Dwayne Wade. I said, the Bulls are a bad matchup for you. The Bulls play physical style. The Heat are going to be a little more laid back. They're going to try and play some hero ball. And Kevin was like, I don't know. We disagreed on it. And ultimately, it probably wouldn't matter. They won anyway. But I didn't want to play the Bulls.
Okay.
I also remember calling into a show and telling the hosts, hey, bring me the Yankees. I want to play the best team. I want the Rangers to get that off their back and then move on to the World Series. And that show laughed at me, and they acted like I knew nothing about baseball, and they didn't know who Evan Carter was at the beginning of the season. Anyway, that's a different story for a different time.
Okay.
Who do you want in this ALCS, the Minnesota Twins
son of a gun.
or the Houston Astros?
All right, so
this is
great question.
I love this. I love this question.
So if you beat the Houston Astros, it will be
everything.
It might be better than striking out Alex Rodriguez. I don't know, because that was the first time ever you went to the World Series, and it was the New York Yankees.
And they had been,
and they were the defending champs.
Problem. No, they were your problem. They beat you in many
96,
playoffs.
98, 99. If it's the Astros, obviously that's what baseball wants, as in that's what New York wants / the MLB, because that matchup they can truly sell. The other one, Minnesota versus Texas, they're probably a little bit fearful of the national ratings. We don't care. We're in it. But I get what they're thinking, because if you get the Houston Astros and you get true hate, true passion, this is the state of Texas versus each other, that will be so sweet if you beat them. It will hurt more if you lose to the Houston Astros.
Yep.
No matter what, it'll hurt. As great as we're feeling, as great as this season has been, when you lose in the playoffs, when the Mavericks just made it a few years ago, it hurt still when you got blown out by the Golden State Warriors every game. As great as it was to win that game, it felt like 100-10 against the Phoenix Suns in Game 7. It still hurt when you lose and it's over, even though you can look at it and go, what a successful season. We went further than anybody expected us. So that being said, I would rather play the Minnesota Twins.
Okay.
But I get the emotion. I get I get what you will be sold tremendously. The state of Texas facing off against each other, the true hate. I expect, if you do play the Houston Astros, I expect a little bit of hanky-panky.
What?
Yeah. I expect a little bit. Well, first of all, I know for sure.
Hanky-panky?
For sure, there will be fights in the stands.
All right, gotcha.
I don't know. In fact, I feel bad for that. I do know the guy who kind of runs security with the Texas Rangers. He's unfortunately going to have to write up citations and send people to jail. But that's how passionate it'll be. I think if you play the Minnesota Twins, I can't imagine anything crazy happening in the stands in Minnesota or Texas. It could, but I know something will happen in Houston. Multiple things will happen in Houston. Multiple things will happen in Texas. If you're a Ranger fan, try to avoid that, because you do have to go to jail, and it does really stink. I've never been to jail, but I definitely don't want to do it and then have to go to court and all those things.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
But that being said, the Minnesota Twins are a good team, and they beat you pretty good. But there's no Yordan Alvarez on that team. Kyle Tucker's a really good hitter. Obviously, Altuve has hit so many big homers and so many big hits in his career. They've been to the ALCS so many times. It would mean more in a weird way if you beat the Houston Astros, because it's going to mean you're going to the World Series no matter who you beat. But I would lean towards the Minnesota Twins. But if it is the Astros, if the Astros win tonight, then let's do it. Let's bring it on. I get it. They're going to be favored heavily in that series, and they beat you 9 times this year, and they destroyed you. September 4th, 5th, and 6th, Astro fans like, yeah, we did. I get it, man. You can brag about it. You can brag about what your team has done in the past that the Rangers haven't done. But I do think the Rangers, in a way, they would want the Houston Astros, because they know the pain and somewhat a little bit of the embarrassment. 39 runs, 50 hits in 3 games is almost impossible to do, and they did it. So the Rangers would be coming into that a little bit of, hey, let's take on the best. Let's beat the best. What you would hope is that the first game wouldn't be kind of San Francisco 49ers, Dallas Cowboys,
Right.
where it's a reminder of, can you really beat us? Can you really compete with us?
So
that's a long answer.
No,
Sorry.
it was good too. It had a lot of context to it. And I don't, the Twins have had they've been pretty good, to get to where they are.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not like they've had big losing streaks in the second half of the season. They did get you in some very significant games down the stretch here.
Yeah.
I am looking at the Astros as I love that opportunity to beat something that's bigger than you. It's not just the opponent. There's something else with it.
Yeah.
The San Francisco, that's why the Cowboys needed to beat San Francisco there. They needed to get the Nate Lowe relief of finally, and I think what happened, Mike, that was the most miserable series of the entire season. Correct me if I'm wrong. When the Astros were here.
Yeah.
And obliterated this
God.
team.
I've never seen anything in my life. I've been on some bad teams too. I was on the Washington Nationals. We weren't good. We never, and we got hammered. We never got hammered like that in 3 games. I've never seen in my life as a Ranger fan, as a baseball fan. I'm sure there has been, but I wasn't part of it or didn't watch it. I've never seen a showdown of 2 very good teams and something like that happen over a 3-game period.
Somebody is saying the late series, we didn't have Josh Young fully back, and we didn't have Evaldi fully back, and now Evan Carter. I agree. Again, they embarrassed you. If you want to ask, were you embarrassed? They were embarrassed.
Yeah.
They were demoralized. They were humiliated. Everything within that. They wanted to leave the stadium early in those games.
Austin Hedges pitched in 2 of those games.
Yes, because they were like, this is just bad. They couldn't stop that team from hitting. They also couldn't hit well. And Mike, here's the thing. Here's the reason I think it's different.
Yeah.
They were outside of themselves. They in that series, go back and watch how many things they swung at that they haven't been swinging at over the last couple weeks now. They are in a different place right now. They're more disciplined. And I don't know, maybe it was Boach going, hey, let's just let everything go, and then because I don't want to hammer the message too much to where they're not paying attention. I want them to pay attention in the playoffs. Whenever the playoffs come, whenever we get to that point, then I will get back on these guys about, hey, you have to be within the zone. You got to do this. I don't want them the message to fall on deaf ears. So what I'm going to do is just let them go out there and let them see what they can do. Maybe it was one of those things. That's what I'm hoping, is that they were a less disciplined team. Their pitching was kind of a shambles at the time. They're trying to figure it out. And now they got their horses all back and they're ready for it. So I do want to. I want to put the Houston Astros away. I want the Rangers fans to have that opportunity to experience. Mike, they almost got in a fight earlier in this year.
Yeah.
And Marcus Semien looked right in his eyes and said, let me show you what I can do. I want that back. So that's why I want it.
It's interesting. I forgot about this. They followed each other. It was Minnesota and Houston for the homestand to start off, and Minnesota beat you 2 out of 3, and then Houston came in and obviously had just a tremendous series. So they happened at the same time. It was a 6-game stretch against the 2 teams. One of them you're going to be at their place as the visiting team on Sunday. I hear everything you're saying.
I'm not saying bring on Houston because we're going to whoop their ass. I'm saying this team needs to beat Houston to get over a hump of their own mental hurdle. They need it. The fan base obviously would need it. It would be a thing that is helpful to them. So I'm not saying bring them on because they stink. That's not what's coming out of my mouth right now.
Right.
I want to play Houston because they've been known as the best. They're the former champions. You do that changes your confidence.
Well, and in that series, look, I don't want to make any excuses. The Rangers wouldn't make any excuses for it. If I have this right, that was Evaldi's first game back from the injured list. I could be wrong where he threw 2 innings and he got beat up. Scherzer got hurt and he wasn't healthy. I'm not saying he will be healthy in this series either. Like, he's coming back after not pitching for a long time. And then in the other game, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not going to click on it. I think John Gray might have started. And so he's not going to start in this series. He might pitch in the series, but he's not going to start in the series. So that being said, look, they put it to you. It was 13-6, 14-1, and 12-3. That being said, if it is Houston, oh my gosh, like the buildup of this will be amazing. And guess what? There's going to be close to 20,000 Houston Astro fans in your building.
They're going to be trying.
Now, that being said, the tickets went on sale today. Now, I don't know if they're to the mass public. I'm not like anything special. It's like, oh, they only went out to the former players. No, they are out. Hopefully, because Houston has not advanced. Does that make sense? Houston, obviously, they have to play tonight.
That's why we're asking. Which one who are you rooting for tonight?
I'm not rooting for Houston. I can't root for Houston. I honestly did for a long time. AJ Hinch's. I love AJ Hinch. But I'm not going to root for Houston. But if they do make it, that will be, in a weird way, I think it'll be a bigger series than whatever happens in the National League. Now, obviously, if the Dodgers don't make it, which right now it doesn't look like they will, but you will have a bigger series. If it's Texas versus Houston, that is, out of the LCSs, that is the biggest series, Texas versus Houston. Even though Texas is the little Texas Rangers, who cares about the Texas Rangers? They're still trying to figure out on Fox who the Texas Rangers are, it will be the bigger series of the two. But Minnesota, make no mistake, that's not a bad team.
No.
If you make it
There's
this
no easy
far
road here now,
and they're able to make it, Minnesota will not be like, oh, we're playing Minnesota, we're definitely going to the World Series. That will not be an easy series. And you will have to deal with weather in that situation, because I don't know what Minnesota's looking like Sunday and Monday, but it could be 40 degrees.
No, it's not. Let's not play in 40 degrees. All right. Man, this has been an awesome day. We've really had an absolute blast celebrating. I just saw this from CJ Nikowski. The Rangers have trailed in 1 inning out of the 45 innings they've played so far this postseason through 5 games. They were down 2-0 going into the top of the second in Game 2 in Baltimore and scored 5 runs that inning. So it's just been that way ever since. Yeah. I'm loving it. I've had a great day. I hope I hope y'all have enjoyed this all day long. And it's just going to keep rolling as the G-Bag Nation joins us next in the fan.
All right, before we talk to the G-Bag Nation,
Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Leclerc set. He delivers. He struck him out swinging. And the Rangers have swept the Orioles in the Division Series. Hello, ALCS. Starting Sunday. Jose Leclerc is mobbed in front of the mound as the Rangers stream out of the dugout. 7-1, the final score tonight.
Man, that was amazing last night, and we've been rocking this thing all day long from the 575. Got to say, this is my first year being a baseball fan, and it's been exciting. I would never thought I would rather listen to a full show of baseball over football, but here we are. Thanks, guys. Keep killing it. Love listening to your baseball knowledge. It's been a blast, Mike. I'm glad that you were right here with me alongside me all day today. Unlike Kevin, who just gave up. I don't know what's wrong with that guy.
He was mad that Evan Carter struck out looking. He sent us text in the moment. He's like, swing the bat. I'm like, God, man.
Well, he probably relapsed in celebration last night.
Probably so. But now it's time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is you doing today?
Majors, we are rolling.
Great. That is great to hear. And hearing the stories from the guys that were at the stadium last night, y'all take it away, because I'd love to hear y'all's experience from last night's game.
I mean, it was pretty special. I mean, Brian and I got to sit 133 basically the entire game.
Yeah.
The roll call in the beginning, where they're chanting every player's name in the outfield, and they move into the infield, and they're waiting until they get the acknowledgement. And you can see Josh Young's was probably the best, because Josh Young's like ready, like, hey, I might get a ball hit to me, guys. Can you just give me a second? They keep chanting, Josh Young, Josh, and then finally he looks over, he's like, boom, a ball gets hit to him.
He literally, it's so funny because you're watching the player's reaction, and for Corey Seager, it's MVP. It's not even his name.
And he knows. He knows. He just turns around, tips the cap.
He's like, yeah. And it's funny. Josh Young was walking into position. You know, ball players, Mike, of course, it's like it's getting ready to be the pitch, and they start taking those 2 steps forward and being. And as he's taking his steps forward, he takes his glove and opens and closes
almost.
it. Yeah, like he's moving, he acknowledges, and then he gets in position to play.
It was, I mean, that gave me chills. And then we got lucky. Shout out to Will Chambers, MVP. So Will's texting me. He's like, okay, I'm going to go look and see if we can find other seats. This game, Brian and I are feeling pretty good. We didn't want to move.
Smart.
And risk jinxing. Like, hey, everything's going well here.
I love it.
This is great. Shout out to Twolo Alley, who got us a good little seat there in kind of like the handicap area.
Yeah.
A lot of the Twolos walking up from 133, saying hey to me and Brian, taking pictures. It was amazing. And then Will texts us. We end up getting seats right kind of between home plate and the first base dugout, or the Rangers dugout, 3 rows back. Ray Davis is right in front of us. He's talking to the family. He's getting them ready. He's like, guys, okay, after this inning, we're going to go down on the field. We're going to celebrate. It was, I mean, Brian and I are looking at each other like we will never forget this moment.
No, it was absolutely a blast. And again, the final that final pitch. I was watching, I was watching Leclerc, and it was like he threw that with everything he had. I mean, almost coming off the mound, he was throwing that thing so hard. But it was a great atmosphere. It was great. Jarrett was down on the field with the players, getting that coverage. We yelled at him, wave. CY was funny. I was watching him. He just towers over everybody, right?
Yeah.
So, like, he was taking pictures. He was standing next to the photographers, and he, like, had his camera. So he's 6'10", and then he's got his phone even higher than that. So his phone's like 12 feet in the air.
That's awesome.
And he's taking pictures when the
blimp
team.
shots.
Yeah, so the team took their picture right in front of us. And when they got done. Yeah. But you know what the players did? They walked all the way down to the outfield. After they took their picture, they in unison.
Thank the fans.
To thank the fans that are all, down there, down on the outfield wall and down the side. They went down there and, like what soccer players do when they clap for the crowd, and thanking them for
it. Really felt like, with the post-game comments, there's like an organizational move to embrace and engage the fans and thank them at every turn. Yeah. I think we're a postseason crowd. I think that might describe DFW's fan base. It was amazing last night. The atmosphere was nuts. I was with DJ, and he's kind of a tech nerd, so he's got the DB thing on his phone, the decibel volume. It got to 116 on the Garcia home run. That's like 10 dBs louder than a Cowboy playoff game gets.
Yeah. The other thing I learned on that is 109, 110 was what our decibel level was with Bobby and Sean in California.
Yeah.
So that's how loud they are at dinner time.
Yeah, Bobby by himself was bringing up the noise quite a bit. But the fans were incredible. When Aroldis Chapman, it didn't go great for him, but when he enters the game, that was a super cool moment. You've been talking about the curtain call for Evaldi. We're all chanting Evaldi's name.
Amazing,
it was special last night. It really, really was.
Mike, you were in a game 5, and being a DFW native, I could say we're front runner fans in a lot of ways. The proudest I've ever been of a crowd, and there's been some Cowboy game crowds I've been proud of, but Game 5 at the AAC against the Heat. That right there, I was really proud to be from DFW being a part of that crowd. Last night was right there with me as far as okay,
awesome. There
was a challenge to the fans. There was, you saw what happened in Baltimore. You saw how their fans got into it. But man, it started in that section, that 133 start, and then everybody.
Caden called in.
Yeah, he did a nice job today too. And it went around the whole stadium. It just wasn't that one section, but it just was. It was as loud of a crowd of playoff football. But that time at that Game 5, I'm like, man, I'm proud to be from DFW being in this crowd. And last night was one of those moments.
Yeah, Broadus, I was there at that one too.
I have never heard a Dallas crowd that loud.
I texted Sean Heath and I was like, "You don't even have to do anything tonight.
No.
Usually there's somebody that's trying to get everybody going, and they were doing it on their own. And he was like, "I'm so proud of this room right now. This is amazing." And that experience, I'm getting chills right now.
Yeah.
Thinking about when Jason Kidd and Jet Terry hit those threes. The place went silent, and then they hit, and it just erupts. It's amazing.
Yeah, I think the crowd, when we were watching the game and like the home runs, like Seager's home run, and then as the innings wore on, you could kind of see when there were pitching changes for the Orioles and stuff, and you could just see the outfield. They were all there, just their heads were down and slumped, but they knew it. I mean, the crowd was just so into it every pitch, and you could tell that the Orioles, it was affecting the way that they were thinking about what was going on. It's like, man, it could just get any louder.
Dude, it was awesome, man.
So I had this question the other day, and I'm going to ask you, Brian, and you guys go around real quick. I know we're running out of time.
We'll start with somebody else because I'm not quick.
Okay, you've seen a home run hit in a big situation like that. I know it wasn't game winning, but you just got that feeling.
Yeah.
You guys had just talked about like Jason Terry or somebody hitting a big three late in the game and the crowd involvement. And then you've been in LSU games. Obviously, you weren't receiving, but catching like a touchdown pass, like a big touchdown at an LSU game, or let's say a big NFL
I was at a game
at
LSU with a seismographic reading was like an earthquake when Eddie Fuller caught a touchdown against Auburn. That happened that. Yeah.
Jack, what would you rather do? Would you rather hit the big home run, make the big three, or catch the big touchdown in these scenarios where there's that electricity of that moment? If you could dream of being that person.
Honestly, I think it might be the home run because I think it might be the hardest to accomplish of the three.
It is,
yeah. And you get to jog around.
Yes,
right. Yeah.
And you're like, hey, yeah.
And then the whole team's waiting for you, and I think it is.
I think it's the homer. It's the long ball.
Yeah, it's the home run, Mike. Yeah, I think I mean, you did it all yourself, and it's dramatic. It's sudden.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. We've seen some great dagger threes though. Those basketball shots.
Oh, no doubt.
The ways that
that Vince Carter
to beat the Spurs,
that was
cheer,
epic.
That is true.
To cheer for the crowd, and also though to quiet a crowd. Nothing. The dagger three is brutal for teams.
What do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Pure Gold as always, Majors. Thanks so much for asking. We will talk some Cowboys, including Krusty's Corner coming up at 2:40. Broadus is going to preview the Chargers defense for you, and Brian Baldinger is going to join us at 4. We'll talk NFC East with him.
Great stuff. We got a great list of guests joining us tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow. Hopefully, Kevin will be with us. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
With Elko next, even they don't know.
Do they pose a threat?
This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a tremendous little Wednesday here. We have a full 5-hour show coming up. I hope you enjoy it. Amazing night at the ballpark. There's just nothing better than being in a playoff game when the home runs are hit and the home team is getting it done last night. So welcome into the show. Let's continue the conversation about that. We'll look at Cowboys Chargers with you as well throughout the show and have an eye on the rest of the world of sports over the next 5 hours. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. And hey, there's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. Woolchuck and Chiafalo. And, of course, your guy Carter Freeman's coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. Yeah, electric atmosphere. Thank you so much to the guys in 133 that kept it live, and I think are starting to get the worm turned as far as the energy levels in that building and the interaction from the fan base. Obviously, playoff baseball does it when your team hasn't been home for 2 weeks and they advanced through, the wild card and took a 2-0 lead in the DS. People are going to be pretty fired up. But I think that energy level can set a new standard now, and the job is to, I think continue that. The Creed bit did pretty good. Pretty good start on that as well. So I'm just kind of sitting in the aftermath. It's almost like the afterglow. It really is when something like that happens and you experience it. In real time, man. We're watching our team make some history here, and to eliminate the Orioles in the convincing fashion they did, also sends you home thinking we ain't done yet.
Hell no.
That's where I'm at.
You got playoff Evaldi back. I mean, he was sensational. The chant Evaldi that was erupting after he leaves the game, 7 innings, 7 Ks, 1 walk. He was brilliant. Corey Seager, you can't pitch to him. I mean, he needs to get the Bonds treatment all the time. I know he broke Barry's record for most walks, but my gosh, Seager, that first home run, we're standing out there between 133 and 144. We're all looking at each other like, guys, holy crap. I mean, the place erupted when Albombi hit the homer. That's when I think the roof was about to just blow right off of Globe Life Field. Right,
it went from, hey, we're building a good lead to, oh my God, we're going back to the CS.
Yeah.
That's what I felt.
It felt
like
real, man. It was just goosebumps. It was an unbelievable experience to be able to say we were there. We got to witness that. The Tolo support in pregame was sensational as well.
The Tolo turnout was huge.
And especially in 133, man, that's a turn it on, leave it on section right there. I mean, people are walking up to go to the bathroom to buy beers. They're seeing Brian and me. They're like, hey, you guys want to take a picture? I'm sure you guys got the same thing as well.
Yeah, it was constant for us. I can't imagine being Broaddus, though, because whatever volume we get, he gets 2 or 3 times the amount.
And he sticks out like a sore thumb.
And constantly. And you know what? It's not just a picture, but somebody wants to always tell Brian a story or ask him a Cowboys question.
Yeah,
it's not just a hey, what's up? How you doing? How's the family? It's they want a piece of Brian's time.
There was a gentleman when we were down there in that section right behind the owner's box. There was a gentleman across the way, and God, I don't remember his name. I'm sorry. I mean, it was one of those yelling at each other kind of things.
You were hammered,
and it was.
Yeah, he was.
And it was one of those times where I was sitting there. And he came over, and it's like between innings. He sat right on the step next to me, and he goes, man, I know you were at the Texas OU game. What do you think about my Longhorns? What do you think about it the next time they play? So, like, I'm watching the pitch clock thing. It ticks down. It's 2:30, 2:20, 2:10. And I'm thinking, okay, I got to just carry this thing for another 2 minutes, this conversation. But we had a good time. We were visiting. He was talking about the Texas OU game and what the matchup would be the next time that, he was a Longhorn alum. But those people, the Section 133 folks were just outside. Well, everybody even in our show that we had, people walking up and saying hello and all that. Hurtado bringing us some food. We love them all the time.
The Oaxaca dogs.
Yeah, but we were just, it was just everywhere we went, and it was just to be a part of that atmosphere was tremendous.
It was. And now you can start talking about, what could happen here against the Twins or the Astros in the next round. Corey Seager had this incredible quote where he said when he was in L.A., they hadn't won it since the late 80s, and he saw how people reacted, and he was inspired by it. And when he found out the Rangers had never won it, he wanted to come do the same thing for Rangers fans. And it's so close now, you can almost taste it, and we were this close in 2010 and 2011. We were even closer. So you don't want to get too carried away. But, last night on the Fox telecast post-game show, they were talking about how our crowd and how it was clear, we're hungry. We want this. And they were impressed with the crowd. A lot of, national analysts. I would say, yes, be confident because they now have this momentum, and you could see the look on Max Scherzer's face, who probably is going to pitch in the ALCS. Yeah. Like there's something special going on down there, and you can't put it past them. We'll have our predictions, and if it's Houston, it'll be Houston, and they're up 2-1 and looking to win the thing tonight, right? But if the Rangers can continue to hit like this, they can beat anybody. I'll be honest with you, the bullpen makes me a little nervous.
Yes, it still does, especially with what Chapman did, no doubt. But man, you keep they're at bats like the grueling 15-pitch at bat from Nathaniel Lowe. We couldn't see the count of pitches because it was kind of blocked off because we were up at the very top of 133. Yeah, we're like 10, 11. He just keeps hacking away. The plate discipline. We've talked about Evan Carter, the Ted Williams comparison. It's just a grueling lineup. Yes. And they're battling their ass off. Even if, let's say, they're not getting on base, they're wearing down a pitcher. You're forcing the other team to go to their bullpen in the second inning. That's a recipe for success no matter who you're playing against.
Yeah, Garver capitalizing in a huge way last night.
Yeah. And I had one of those FU moments at that time. When they walked,
you had a couple.
I know I had a couple, but when they walked Seager to get to Garver, and then he got that double. I FU'd.
That was probably your favorite moment of the game.
Yeah, I did. I've had those moments before, like yelling at like Giants and Eagles fans after, like being on the sidelines for DallasCowboys.com.
Right.
I've had those moments there. And so I kind of had one of those for those Orioles that decided to, I go, that's what you gave,
Yeah, don't disrespect Mitch like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Garver's about to go dong on you.
Yeah, there you go.
Will did want us to get on you a little bit though, Eric, for leaving early. He was like, what was his deal? I think he kind of chickened out a little bit. He's like, I got to be parking. You were talking about it was the biggest sporting event you've ever gone to, and then you failed in like the seventh.
It was
inning.
awesome. It was the eighth inning when Aroldis was starting to be undressed a little bit, and I was like, oh no. And Will Chambers was very confident with his pass to just go toe to toe with the usher, who was like trying to be like, hey, I don't know if you're supposed to be next to the owner, Ray Davis, right now. I still had my backpack on my back. Yeah. I'm like, I'm not going to go try and negotiate my way down here. I feel great about where I'm at here. And I don't know how long it took you guys to get out of there, but it took me about 30 seconds.
It really wasn't too bad.
And I'll tell you what, experiencing the ninth inning and then all the immediate aftermath with Nadell and Hicks and Jared on the
fun.
radio.
Oh, yeah.
It was beautiful.
Absolutely.
It was all I needed.
Yeah.
You guys were my eyes out there. I saw all your videos and I appreciate it. But yeah, no, it was as perfect of a night for me as possible.
I left like game 1 or 3. I can't remember of the ALCS 2010. My parents were in town and my dad was so mad at me. He's like, why are we leaving? And I'm like, I don't like staying for the end of the game if I know what the result's going to be, because like Chiafalo, I don't like sitting in the traffic.
It is brutal.
So last night he texted me in about the middle of the 8th inning. He said, are you home yet?
Oh, he knew he knows you well.
You sent a picture of yourself from the recliner?
Yeah, I said, I'm almost there, Dad. I'm about to be pulling in the driveway. But yeah, caught all the good stuff. It is cool listening on the radio, and then getting home and watching the coverage that Bally's had and Fox had was cool as well.
Yeah.
But that's the Seager moment, like sitting down there or standing down there in 133 when that started. I think that was the biggest explosive moment of the game, just because there was this nervous energy until somebody scores first.
Yeah.
And it's like you kind of break the dam on that, and that, where Chief and I were, we were like 20 feet to the left, we lost it. I thought for a second it went above us, like super upper tank, because that thing came off so hot.
Yeah.
And
I thought it got lost. I got lost in the stars somewhere.
I think it's incredible actually to sit in the outfield like that, because when the ball flies, the first thing I do, I was looking at the flight, and I'm thinking, does that have enough? And then I look down at the outfielder. That's my next thing. You look up and then you look down. Yeah. And when the outfielders don't move, you're like, that's it.
Watch their heads sort of follow.
and that's when I knew. But the way it's so cool to sit there and have the ball come at you, from all the way. And Gabby was talking about, because you asked Jarrett, where we broadcasted for him yesterday. How long of a shot would this be? And Jared goes, it's about 800 feet from home plate.
Yeah.
You're thinking like, that's pretty far.
Seager seemed like it could have gone about 800 feet the way he smacked that one.
About 440, I think.
Yeah,
Looked
it was
up.
right on the button. Yeah.
Well, I do want to salute Hurtado once again
Yes.
for that Oaxaca dog. It's the best hot dog I've ever had, sitting there on that brioche bun with the queso, Brian.
Do you think that I didn't ruffle any feathers with I was having a bun discussion
You
with?
did tell Brandon, who I believe is the architect of that dog,
Yeah.
that what it needed was a wider and thicker bun.
Yeah, I said, here it is. It's a beautiful dog.
Brian goes into food critique mode on him.
I go, hey, do you mind if I give you something? And he goes, no, go ahead. And I'm like,
I think he turned and pointed at the line and says, I think we're doing okay, Brian.
He did. He did.
Brandon's like, go bleep yourself, dude. This is the last time I'm bringing you a damn thing.
I don't know why I did this, but I did. It was actually a beautiful meal. It
Yes.
really was. It's a beautiful constructed thing.
I felt like a fork could have helped.
A fork could have helped.
did bring
and
some.
And a beach towel could have helped too. Actually, the rally towels helped a little bit to wipe your face off a little bit.
Anytime you can find a way to put cheese in and on something, I think you're onto something special.
But I told him about maybe you have to make the buns a little like maybe homemade.
Yeah.
Maybe you have to tell them, hey, I need a little bit more of a thicker, like that could hold everything. The bun gets soggy when you put the cheese and all that stuff with the heavy sausage link on there. So I was thinking it just disintegrates. He goes,
it needs some kind of a pocket that you could shoot it into.
Okay, that's
and
what
then
he said.
shoot the queso.
Yeah, that's what he said. He goes, you know what? He says, be honest with you, Brian, the first bun we did with this really disintegrated.
Yeah.
And he goes, I know this is something we got to
They tried
do.
lots of buns.
He said they
Yeah.
tried a lot of them. And I'm like, well, listen, I'm sorry. He goes, oh, no, that's good.
Yeah.
But he probably walked away. And like you said, he pointed
Well, I
at the
think he was
line.
busy.
He
you know.
scoreboard me.
Yeah, it was like Cowboys fans trying to stop you in the middle of your doing business. You know,
Yeah.
he had a pit to attend to.
Right, dude.
Shout out to her.
I was,
That line
hey, you
was
want to talk
I'll
some
tell you
food?
what, man. It was it's a beautiful meal though. It is filling though
Yeah.
with all the cheese
Shout out
Oh,
and
to
the
the 817.
andouille. Yeah,
Broadus likes big buns, and he cannot lie.
yeah.
We are standing by for the Max Scherzer news. So he had a simulated game again today.
Yeah,
and what are
he's
we
doing a
hearing so far?
simulation.
That if there's no complications, he will be probably pitching Game 3.
I think Game 3 likely, at least one time through the rotation. You see how long he can go, where his pitch counts, where it's at, and I think you can expect at least 3 innings from Max Scherzer.
Yeah, that's where they're getting a little bit of a vibe or a feel that's what you're absolutely right. One time through the lineup, maybe 3 innings at the most if you can get that from him. I wonder if he went out there and did the simulated game in his beer-soaked
He just never
championship
changed, didn't
T-shirt.
sleep.
Had the goggles up on top of his hat, and he was. And,
I think he
and
should.
had Austin Hedges catching for him today. Both of them are just sweating out. Budweiser.
I had such a great time watching those Max Scherzer videos today of him
hilarious.
acting like a nut.
Yeah, it's
that's the
great.
guy to celebrate with right there. He knows how to do
yeah.
it. And
Yeah.
I bet he's just so stoked that he gets to pitch now. He gets to get back in there and participate.
Begging, man. 6 o'clock, we'll do a Rangers post-game audio bonanza. We'll hear from Scherzer. And they got onto Evaldi pretty good during his interview with MLB Network. It's pretty funny.
Veteran linebacker Rashawn Evans in Dallas, free agent visit. He did sign with the Eagles about a month ago and spent 4 days there, and they released him. But a former first-round pick out of Bama in 2018. And the Cowboys are pretty aggressive here with trying to find some players, not only to replace the missing Van Der Esch, but also C.J. Goodwin, Brian.
Yeah, and Gavin, remember we always get to have the chance to visit with my gang of 7. Those
Yeah.
are the guys and gals around the league. We talked about him yesterday. Evans was one of the guys. Matter of fact, I re-asked, and I had the guys handicap of the guys, the visits they had, who would be, and Davis was on the top of their list. Got somebody from the Cowboys that was talking about him as well. It said instinctive linebacker with some thump, plays with a motor, and has played a lot of NFL games. So that's where you're at with that player. That's one of the reasons why they put him on the practice squad, work him into shape, and then probably get him involved pretty quickly.
So that's Rashawn Evans.
Yes.
Okay, they're also going to have linebackers Tanner Vallejo, Brandon Smith, and Jordan Evans in for workouts at the Star.
Yeah. Rashawn Evans was like in the you have a minute for I can handicap these real quick?
Yeah, please.
Okay, Evans was easily the best. This is from a gang of 7 again, guys and gals around the league, my friends. Easily the best in terms of playing at a starter level before and has the experience. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Vallejo was a solid backup, rotational linebacker, very good on teams, athletic, fast, but undersized. Jordan Evans is average backup, more of a special teams only linebacker. And then Brandon Smith was a practice squad type who looks the part but has some freaky athletic testing numbers, but not a good football player, lacks instinct and physicality. Those were the reports of the guys that visited, and you signed the one I think that the Gang of Seven liked the best on the practice squad.
It seems like maybe you've helped your depth a little bit and helped special teams a little bit if you can bring in a couple of these guys. I'd love to see a trade for a cornerback and a linebacker, though, if we want to get this defense fixed on a championship level. NFL O-line rankings, Cowboys spot was quite a surprise to me when I saw this earlier. Then we have the G-Bag of the day coming up next for you here in the nation.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the Truck Wreck.
Welcome back, Nation. How do you think the Cowboys' offensive line would rank? It is it's time for some Cowboys offensive line ranking news here as we go to Pro Football Focus. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Yeah, life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333, or you can jump online to truckwreck.com. Flagtober's Tour Day DFW coming up on the 21st. Will be across 12 different municipalities here in North Texas, handing you a flag. You can order one now at 105thethefan.com/Flagtober, but it is different than the one we'll be giving out on the 21st, so maybe you want to collect them all. Where would you guess the Cowboys O-line is, guys?
Is this after the current, the last game?
Going into week 6 now.
Going to week 6, they're going to be 9th.
11?
9-11, Chief?
Yeah, I would say probably, I mean, they seem pretty middle of the road to me. I would say somewhere between 12 and 15.
You do have the Eagles at number 1, but Cam Jurgens is out for at least 4 weeks. They'll play the Jets, Miami Commanders, then the Cowboys, I think. So he'll miss the Cowboys game. And games 5 and 6 are Chiefs and Bills. So I don't know. We'll see who wins this war of attrition along the offensive line. Cowboys just getting their offensive line right. Sua Opeta starting now for them. Detroit's number 2. Heck of a job by Dan Campbell there and the Detroit front office putting together a good offensive line. And then look at this. Cowboys number 3 according to Pro Football Focus. Now, we don't take Pro Football Focus as, it's gospel or anything like that, but they do put in work to grade things. And, with something like this, they're at least in the ballpark. A pretty good offensive line at worst. I think what it is, it's relative to their peers. And there's just not any perfect offensive lines out there. And the Cowboys is actually pretty good, Brian.
Yeah. It felt like that the 49er line did a better job than the Cowboys line did in that game the other night.
Yeah.
And we had a bunch of questions about what was going on the right side of the 49er offensive line.
Yeah.
Maybe that's more about the Dallas defensive line than it is about the San Francisco offensive line.
And the ball getting out so quick. I think Tom Brady made average offensive linemen look great throughout his career, and I think the 49ers are doing some of that in a different way. But to me, this is reason to believe. If your offensive line is anywhere close to being credibly a top 5 or even top 10 offensive line, to go along with this defense and the players that you have, this is probably rock bottom right now. Chief, what kind of a context can you further add to this?
Well, I mean, I just think this is one of the tougher things to grade. Like, they can be a little bit all over the place when you look at, okay, here's what Pro Football Focus thinks. Here's what ESPN thinks about your pass block win rate or your run block win rate or SIS. I mean, there's so many different entities that are grading offensive lines. And so you may have one that thinks you're top 5 and another that says you're bottom 3rd. It's a little bit all over the place. So I think a lot of it has to do with the lack of quality offensive line across the sport. But, I mean, how many holes do you feel like they really opened up over the weekend? Terrence Steele was undressed. I know it's Bosa, but, I mean, just absolutely undressed for 4 quarters. It didn't seem like it was an awesome offensive line performance by any stretch. I know it's cumulative for the whole season here.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like a top 3 offensive line to me.
What do you have on the run block win rate?
Well, when I look at the run block ratings, that's a cumulative run block ratings right now of all the entities, Pro Football Focus, ESPN, and SIS. Yeah, you're going to be sitting at 9th.
Okay.
You're going to be sitting at 9th cumulatively. And those grades are all pretty similar. They have them pretty similar. So they got them as a, bottom.
And cumulatively, their pass pro is 16th.
And let's see, their pass pro, yes.
So that Pro Football Focus story, it would be the high point, would be probably one you'd throw out if you were compiling, a composite score for each of those. They did have Zach Martin as still their best player, but check this out. He's allowed 3.8% of his pass plays. He's allowed a pressure. That is the highest rate in his career now, Brian.
Yeah, that happened. We felt like going into this game against the 49ers that they were better equipped to handle what was going on at defensive tackle. Tyler Smith wasn't particularly great. I know there was some plays where they show him getting up and blocking Fred
had some nice moments.
Yeah, had moments, but when you looked at how they pass blocked they didn't win nearly enough at the guard spot from what we've seen previously.
Last week, I think Tyler was the highest graded lineman. I think Tyron's graded out pretty well, specifically the first 2 games of the season. So cumulative, I guess it kind of makes sense why they've got the Cowboys offensive line. And PFF, even last year, we were like, is their offensive line that great? And PFF still had them as a top 3 offensive line. So they tend to kind of like the Cowboys line. I will say, if you're looking for optimism, we talk all the time about, the cohesive unit of the offensive line. And that was the first game you had Tyron and Tyler playing on the left side. The more they play together, which, cross your fingers and hope that happens, the better they should get with working in tandem, especially with those combo run blocks.
Well, we need to see it because you're talking about those run blocks. Pollard's down a yard per attempt now.
Yeah.
And that's terrifying. I think you could talk about trading for a linebacker, a corner, and a veteran running back.
I mean, if you want to, the team, we kind of feel like that the couple of teams that run the ball pretty well, history tells you they run the ball pretty well. Tennessee, Atlanta, those teams are ahead of you, but they're all at the bottom. I mean, Tennessee, Atlanta, Carolina, Dallas, these teams are averaging like 4.2 yards, 4.1, 4 yards a carry.
Yeah.
To me, a lot of this offensive line stuff comes, how physical are you to run the football?
Yeah.
And Dallas is near the bottom when it comes to running the football.
Tyler Smith had some great highlights from Sunday that I've seen. So I think they're capable of being physical. But right now, like either Tony Pollard is, really falling off, 20% less yards per attempt. You got to look at that because the scores are still saying you're a top 10 running offensive line. You're winning matchups. He's not making the big plays that he did last year that it would allow his yards per attempt to go from 4.2 to 5.2. I mean, at this point last year, Pollard was over 6 per attempt. This is a huge storyline that I think is, perhaps getting lost in the shuffle a little bit. I don't want my first crush, Mary Lou Retton, to get lost in the shuffle. Captured America's attention while winning a gold medal in the women's all-around in the '84 Olympics in L.A. She is in intensive care, fighting for her life in a Texas hospital. Her daughter said on social media, has a very rare form of pneumonia. And her daughter, McKenna, posted to Instagram, is not able to breathe on her own.
Oh, no.
The Olympic gold medal winner, Retton, 55, has been in intensive care now for more than a week. She was just 16 years old when she captivated the gymnastics world and became the first American in men's or women's to win an Olympic medal in the sport. She had traded the all-around lead with a gal from Romania after a few bobbles on the balance beam. Retton made up ground on the floor exercise with a perfect 10 and entered her final rotation, trailing Szabo by only 0.05 points. Szabo scored a 9-9, giving her a final score of 79-125. Retton headed to the vault, needing a 9.95, and she told Bella Caroli, I'm going to stick it. She executed the perfect full twisting layout Sukahara, and then raised her arms in the air while grinning ear to ear. That was the photo that was on the Wheaties box. And now, an Olympic legend there, 55 years old. Caroli said after her Olympics, it changed the mold to a more explosive, energetic Olympic athlete. And it totally changed gymnastics and really laid the future. She was a trendsetter. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
My old lady was a gymnast for a very long time.
I do know that. Yeah.
Probably longer than she's been an adult.
Wow.
And she used to make fun of one of her coaches. Coach would say, Valerie, Sukahara, right now, let's go, Suk. She said she could hear from the other side of the gym. Right now, Suk, let's go.
Those gymnasts are a lot of fun.
Yeah, they are.
They're a lot
they
of
are
fun.
100%. They will live on the edge with you.
They're a lot of fun.
Yeah, you got to watch them sometimes.
You do. In a good way.
In a good way.
Yeah.
They're fun people. They'll beat you up. They're really strong.
They're really strong.
They are incredibly strong. She still walks up the stairs on her hands.
No way.
Just to trip the dogs out and stuff like that. Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, and she's built like she works in the office now, so she's still just strong. It's amazing. I don't understand. It's amazing. All right, our champ right here is Matt Hicks.
Yeah.
His call of Mitch Garver's Grand Slam. Put a little higher on it.
The 3-1. Swinging a high fly ball. Deep out into left field. Hayes going back. Mitch Garver, can you take me higher? You most definitely can. A grand slam for Mitch Garver to give Texas a 9-2 lead.
Yeah.
Magical moments we're witnessing here. They're on a roll, baby.
We got to get Creed doing some national anthem stuff out here.
I'm hoping Game 3 ALCS.
He did say "Go Rangers" last night.
He
on
did.
Twitter X.
I mean, of course, man. You're getting their spins up right now.
Yeah, sure.
He's getting some zooms out of Texas right now, man. He's putting some food on the Creed's plate.
There you go. There you go.
I would be happy too. Like, let's go, Rangers, please.
Yeah.
Let's get to the World Series. Imagine that, guys.
Win it all. Win it all. Hey, we're trending today. What do we do?
Hey, it's not a joke anymore.
What do we want? A post-game concert? Huh? Oh, no? Okay, just keep doing your business.
No. It's two songs. That's a move right there. Streets got to eat. All right, I got a rowdy pack for you fellas. Okay. A rowdy pack.
Rowdy C?
Who's Rowdy C?
The Rangers fan that Chief interviewed yesterday.
Okay, yeah. Tell me a little bit about him just real fast, as fast as you can.
Little guy with the uniform and plays the violin in the outfield.
Boom, all right.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. Yeah, I got a rowdy pack for you. By the way, I have an uncle named Rodney. Guess what his nickname is?
It's got to be Rowdy.
Rodney.
Yeah.
Piper. Rowdy Rodney Piper. His nickname is Piper. I've always loved this nickname when I was coming up. They come Piper. Yeah, Piper's at the door. 6 o'clock in the morning. He's already got a beer.
Yeah. I went to school with Piper.
What you gonna do, son? Barbecue or boogaloo?
Yeah. There you go.
All right, here we go. All right. Yeah, Chief did interview Rowdy out there at the Rangers game. I have Chief's interview and I have Peyton's interview. We're gonna do Chiefs first here, y'all.
What is your name, sir?
This is Chris Lee, Ranger Rowdy C. Moore. Finally glad to be back for a postseason game for the first time in way too long.
And you are wearing the hell out of that uniform right now. Is this your usual? You look like you could step out onto the field right now and get after it in your Ranger uni.
Well, this is actually the uniform that they wore back in 2010 and 2011 when they wore those first 2-3 pennants. I did go back to wearing this thing for the whole season for some good luck, and so far it seems to have paid off.
Has he washed it? Dude, it has paid off in a huge way. Walchuk is asking me if you've washed it. From the smell, I would say no. This is not something that's been washed for obvious reasons, correct?
No, unfortunately, I probably will try to launder it by the end of the season. But, I made this decree. If they do win the pennant this year, I finally will give in and buy at least one jersey that they've worn this season as a memento and thanks for doing it.
He said he made this creed. Y'all don't hear that man speaking, bro.
Yeah.
You don't hear him. Yeah. I would launder it? Like, what? That's something my mother would say to me. Why haven't you laundered this room? My God. Let's go to Peyton's right here. Peyton talked to him, too.
Can you sing it all? What's your best Bon Jovi song? Can you sing some Creed for us?
Well, I mean, I don't know the lyrics, unfortunately, for any Creed songs, but I'll probably try to throw in maybe some Bon Jovi, go back and throw some Tim McGraw as well, or from the olden days and stuff that I know.
Can you do it right now? Could you try right now? Or
Well, I'll give you what my theme song might pretty much be. Oh, if there's one thing I'll hang on to, it gets me through the night. I'm gonna do what I don't want to. I'm gonna live my life shining like a diamond, rolling with the dice, standing on my legs, throw the wind out of fly. When the world gets in my face, I say, have a nice day. Hey.
This man sung the new Bon Jovi like the
crushed it.
That was great. That was fantastic, bro. Who knows? I don't even think Bon Jovi knows that song right now. He had to pull the lyrics back up.
Yeah.
Could you put the lyrics in front of me?
I know the melody real well.
Right there.
This guy's a showman, I tell you what, Rowdy.
He is. He's a blast.
He's a hell of a guy. We had this one. Derek Holland, the great Derek Holland, Texas Rangers fan favorite right here. Fan favorite, excuse me. He channels his Kermit the Frog.
Yes.
Hold up.
That's me. Exactly.
He channels his Kermit the Frog to motivate the Rangers. He did it on the G-Bag Nation too.
What's Kermit's message to the Ranger fans tomorrow as we get ready to bring out the broomsticks?
Oh, Kermit, huh?
Well, see, we got to take this one game at a time here. We got to try to finish it. We've got them down on the ground. Let's see if we can step on them, take care of business, and then we can just have all the fun we want. So we can get out there and celebrate like wild animals, a.k.a. frogs.
That was good. That was good, bro.
I love Dutch.
Because you can do a Kermit and sound real corny.
Yes.
If you don't hit the right tones and right notes.
Yeah.
He hit him.
Talented man right there.
Dutch's birthday yesterday.
On call, too.
Yeah,
On call, by the way.
yeah.
Oh, yes, was Dutch's birthday.
Yeah,
Tito,
Dutch.
crack that Dutch. Tito, crack that Dutch.
All I needed was like a little shoeing of Miss Piggy, who was always getting handsy with
Miss Piggy was my first crush, bro.
No way.
Yeah. That's why I think I like the eyelashes and the chesticle situation.
Busty as hell,
Because she
man.
was just all over Kermit. She would not let Kermit breathe, bro. Kermit!
She's like the female Pepe Le Pew.
Yeah, she was, man. Poor Kermit. I wonder if he, I ain't even going to.
He would take his frog head and just put it right there in his
He sure, yeah. She was straight up molest Kermit right there on television.
Your first
Didn't expect-
fantasies.
That was my first one. I was like, if I could close any deal, it's got to be Miss Piggy. I know I can close a Miss Piggy deal out here in these streets.
Dude, that's a
I'm
fun
6.
fact. When you do 2 lies and a truth next time, that's your truth right there, bro.
I still like them the same way. They look just like Miss Piggies. Yeah, look at my likes. You can tell.
I'm out here telling on myself.
It's called Paul or something like that.
Is it
All right,
Matt
let's
Hicks?
Go. Let's go. We're getting out of here.
Call of Mitch Garver's granny. Is it Rowdy C putting on a show there with Chiafalo and Peyton Russell of our morning show, Sean and RJ? Fan favorite Derek Holland there with the Kermit the Frog. Either one could win. I'm going to vote for my guy Rowdy because he wrote a book and he gave it to me. I'm going to start reading it to Abby.
Hit me with the Dutch. Happy birthday, Dutch.
Tito, crack that Dutch.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Rowdy pack. We smoking that Rowdy pack today.
2-1, Wolchuk.
All worthy, but I'm going Rowdy.
Yeah, absolutely.
By a score of 4-1 for the first time in G-Bag Nation history, he is your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Rowdy C. I met him for the first time in 2010 out there in the outfield at the old ballpark, and it's been good to catch back up with him here these last couple of weeks. Okay, when we return, G-Bag Nation, it's time for Krusty's Corner there with Brian Broaddus. Where are you taking us, man?
Yeah, let's take a look at this Chargers defense. We'll do that next.
I'd love for you to take a look at Window Nation, though, and the great savings they have available for you right now. If you
Chevrolet, like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads.
Alrighty, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Krusty's Corner is now. NFL News of the Day is coming up at 3 o'clock. We're watching a replay of last night's game on Fox Sports. Pretty amazing. Here go the Rangers into the ALCS, and here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. It's kind of cool to see yourself sitting. They did like they have the camera shot from the Oriole dugout, and then they show home plate, and we're all kind of sitting in that row right behind the owner's box there. But really did enjoy our time in 133 though too. Congratulations, you folks out there for all the things you did, man. You made that a hell of a lot of fun. That was a great ride yesterday.
Set the tone. Roll call was outstanding.
Yeah, it was great.
Goosebumps. You guys did a great job.
Really was brilliant.
That's just a slice of that soccer environment. I tell you what, you keep that up for years, it's going to build and grow across the entire outfield.
Yeah, it was cool. You know, something I learned real quick about, those players they put them in their hats, those cards, where they
the defensive
cards. I learned something last night because sitting out there, you kind of always like to watch what the players do between innings or between pitches and stuff. And it was funny because Tavares is it's like he stands at a certain spot, he looks at his card, and then he turns and he marks off like 3 paces and then stops.
Oh, yeah.
So in there, I wonder if Jared could tell us, or maybe we get a player show, we'll keep this thing going. And ask him the question about that. I don't think it's government secrets or anything like that, but I was watching him, and Garcia does it too. They get to a spot, they stop, and then they march 2, 3, 4 paces and stop, and that's where positioning is. I guess that's what their card tells them. Okay, from center on this hitter, go 3 steps left. And then they march them. They march
awesome.
3 steps off like they're like measuring something there.
Seager's just funny because you can see the mark on his forehead whenever he lifts his cap up.
Have you seen anybody that catches a fly ball and they still got their card in their hand? I've seen that one in some of these, watching these games, like these other games.
I've never noticed
There was
that.
a shot out to right field. I think it was in the Phillies game the other day I was watching. Shot out to right field, and the outfielder's got the card in his throwing hand and gloves it. So he's like checking the card.
Awesome.
Ball's coming out. It's like, oh, geez. So he's got, he's like, make the catch, card in hand, put it in the back pocket, and throw the ball in the stands like they always do.
I mean, this is a controversial take that I've had in the past, but catching the ball in the outfield or in baseball in general, not that hard. Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
They make
though.
a meal out of it.
Okay,
the talent's hitting the baseball. They get a bunch of guys out there in the outfield. Like some of them are really good.
Yeah.
Usually that's your shortstop.
I will say this. Young, that there was that pop-up. I think it was the first out of the inning, and Young made the catch. Like Leclerc runs over like it's in foul ground.
Young's like, I got it.
Young's like, I got it. And he catches it basically on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Like he kind of tilts his head and like it goes, and we're all like, oh, making these sounds like, bro, what are you doing?
It's the blooper of the night if one's actually missed.
Yeah,
it's the rare play of the week.
You're right.
It's just there's no defender. I got a glove. It's not in baseball. It's completely circular.
Still, we're gonna be okay. Still, when that ball goes in the air, I have no idea. If you said, okay, Brian, go catch one of these. No,
oh no, I'm not banking on that.
There's no way. Tracking that thing, finding it, running over to it. Right now?
Oh, right now? No.
There's no way.
Yeah.
That thing would be in the alley before I would even move. You hit him in the alley. I wouldn't even. Get it. It's your ball. Yours.
I'm right there with Garcia,
you. Get it. Or Evan Carter comes sprinting all the way over to get a play for you. Yeah, why not? All right. Los Angeles Chargers. Here we go. They're coming off a bye, by the way. The Chargers are. And it looks like that Joey Bosa might be doubtful for this one. He's dealing with some hamstring and toe injuries right now. So
I'm really sorry to hear that, bro.
Yeah, that would be.
I really like to play against the best personally.
Yeah, well, that's where you're at right now. So I think that he's going to be. It's going to be an out situation, I believe, with Bosa. Well, we'll see. They get back Derwin James, their really talented safety. He's been dealing with a hamstring injury. This group plays more of a 4-3 front. Than they do 3-4, but there's some combination in the way they play their front. There's another one of these teams that likes to stand around the line of scrimmage. They show blitz, and then they back out. They're a really efficient team, though, when they do blitz, but they just don't do it a whole lot. But they try and confuse you. Their big thing are the twist games, the stunts up front. That's really, really big for them. They're trying to confuse you. They're trying to confuse the blocking schemes. They're trying to give you a little bit different looks. I think their linebackers are the key of how this thing operates. With Bosa being out, you still got to deal with Khalil Mack. Khalil Mack, you watch the Raider game, he had 6 sacks in that game. And,
freaking nature, my gosh.
I mean, they're a team that,
something happens to him when he gets to take on the Raiders again.
Yeah,
that's revenge game. That's a good point.
That is a very good point. But, yeah, they've come up, they've had 16 sacks in this year, and 12 of those have only resulted, or 12 of them have resulted from no blitzing.
So they're trying to just rush.
So they're just trying to rush forward. We saw that last week with San Francisco. The secondary, they're going to play man coverage right around about 30%. They're going to play zone about 70%. They play too deep. Is the way they really line up in their zone coverage. They just don't want to give up anything on the back end. They're just trying to kind of keep everything in front of him. I wonder how much maybe they will play some man in this game after watching what San Francisco did to Dallas.
Get up and just press these dudes.
I bet you start them. They start that way. Why wouldn't you, right? Until the Cowboys prove they can get off press, man. I mean, you might as well run it.
Might as well try. But I mentioned Khalil Mack. He's just been outstanding, and the thing that's so impressive about him. And they like to move him around a little bit, not like with the Micah Parsons. They don't put him in the middle of the defense, but they put him on the edges. It's either left or right edge is what you're going to deal with. But what he does, and this could cause some problems, especially for Steele, is that his ability, that first step, he gets so much ground with that first step. And so when he's by taking it, he's on that blocker's shoulder. So he's actually step and hand swipe. He's trying to kind of mess with you. He's trying to do everything in his power to keep your hands off him from blocking him. And so Steele's got to be ready for a big long first step to get to him. And then if it's to him, I mean, hands have got to be quick because Mack will knock those things away and then he'll attack that outside shoulder. So it's that's something he's going to have to deal with. They'll flip sides, like I say, with these guys during the game. Their interior, they don't have any household names like you dealt with last week. But they don't give up many yards inside. Teams are averaging about 3.1 a carry inside the tackles. But on the outside, that's where teams have had a little bit more success. So you're averaging about 5.5 yards a carry on the outside. So it might be, hey, let's try and think about things maybe on the edge a little bit more instead of what's going on inside, even though I feel like that the Cowboys with the guards with Tyler Smith and Martin and Biotish, that they might have a little bit of advantage, but teams, have not done a very good job of running the ball in the middle of the defense here. So I mentioned their linebackers earlier. Kenneth Murray, Oklahoma, folks that are from Oklahoma or Oklahoma fans, Sooner fans will remember him. He's a super powerful player. There's some violence to his game. I like the way he changes direction. He could be out of position and then rally back due to his speed. This guy's got power. He's got quickness. He can really, really run. He's a physical player. You have to worry about him playing on the other side of the line of scrimmage. Dallas didn't do a very good job of handling the linebackers last week, but that's kind of a Superman group that you were playing. But Kenneth Murray can cause you some problems. The secondary, I mentioned Derwin James, and I think he's the best player they have in the secondary. He's a very gifted athlete. He's very versatile the way he plays. You can line him up anywhere at safety, and he'll get the job done. He's got range. He's got the ability to match up on the outside, too. He's really a fluid-moving guy. There's no problem dealing with backs or tight ends. You could put him in coverage on those guys. So kind of keep an eye. Maybe they try and take Ferguson out of this game, and they'll match Derwin James on Ferguson and say, okay, that's how we're going to play coverage there, and trying to eliminate that from Dak Prescott. Asante Samuel is the best corner on the squad that I saw. He is not the biggest guy.
Undersized, but he's a ball hawk.
That's exactly what he is. He's not afraid either when it comes to tackling and coming forward. He'll line up on both sides of the formation. I didn't get the impression that they travel. It just seemed to play left and right, but they'll flip sides, though. There was in the Raiders game, they did take Samuel. Samuel took Adams, but it was just because of alignment of Adams. Like I said, they play a lot of zone coverage, but this guy, if in fact the Chargers want to play man to see if they can challenge the Cowboys, he's the better suited of the guy. The guy you want to attack here, as I finish this up, is Michael Davis. He's going to play opposite Samuel. He's a longer guy. I mean, Samuel lacks height. Davis is on the other side. He's long, rangy. It takes him more time to adjust. He doesn't move as well as Samuel. And when you see him have to carry men across the field, it's kind of a little bit of a problem. There's just not any burst to his game. So those types of receivers that can run tend to give him a little bit of a problem because he lacks the quickness. He does have a willingness to come forward and tackle and things like that. But of the primary corners that play in this game, I would say that Samuel's the best, Davis is the worst, and that's how I would kind of try and attack him in this game.
You're the man, Brian. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll look at the offense tomorrow, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, when we come back for the 3 o'clock hour, we have NFL News of the Day with Wolchuk. Zach, where are you taking us today?
Fred Warner talking the Cowboys offense. We got Prime talking about that San Francisco game with Dallas as well and the potential end of an era. That's next.
our best value, 10 single-hung windows for $54.50 with free installation and a lifetime warranty at no extra charge.
Transparent pricing.
10 custom windows for $54.50. Call 972-200-4485. That's 972-200-4485. Or visit us at bestbuywindowsandsiding.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
We know you're excited because Cowboys football is back. With the free Odyssey app, you can jump back and listen to the moments that matter, even if you missed it live. Catch Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus on G-Bag Nation, or listen to Jerry Jones' interview with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And I hope that our fans would understand that I do know how to keep it stirred up.
Stay close to the team wherever you are this season. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Tolo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We'll be talking Cowboys and Coach Mike McCarthy here coming up at 3:20. In 1 hour, we're going to have Brian Baldinger, the former Cowboy and Eagle, and quite a media member, does his Baldy's breakdowns, and we'll get his thoughts on the NFC East and the NFL at large coming up at 4 o'clock. How much better are the Eagles and the Cowboys would be my first question for him. Here's Wolchuk right now with your NFL news of the day.
Thank you very much. Do have some MLB news as we kind of keep an eye on the Astros and the Twins series, for whom the Rangers are going to play in the ALCS. Twins just went ahead and activated their DH outfielder Byron Buxton off of the IL. So he's now been added to their playoff roster. He's going to replace Alex Kirilloff. So one of the Twins' better players, Byron Buxton, now going to be activated ahead of a winner-go-home game tonight in Minnesota. Houston, of course, leading 2-1. Will we have an all-Texas ALCS? We will see. Hopefully, Minnesota can keep that series going as long as possible. We'll get into more Rangers, of course, later on in the show as well. And thank you again, everybody. All the Tolos came by yesterday. That was amazing. Special night at Globe Life Field.
It was phenomenal. One of the best sports experiences I've ever had, for sure. No
It was
question.
amazing. Now, in terms of Cowboys news, we did get this. They're going to be wearing their Color Rush all-white uniform with white helmet and face mask on Monday night against the Chargers. It's going to be the same look that they wore last year, Thursday Night Football, against Tennessee. And Brian, your inside sources have told us that the Chargers will counter with their Color Rush powder blues.
Powder blues.
That's going to be a fun mesh right there.
Is that it's a great color clash. Is that going to be? I mean, everything clashes well. It feels like with the powder blues.
I think they're the best
of the
units
Chargers.
in the NFL.
They're always super sharp. But is that a powder blue top and bottom, or is that for sure just powder blue top, maybe white bottom? I'd like to see it be the double.
Ask,
I'd like it to be top
I
and
like
bottom.
the all blue, and since the Cowboys are going all white, I kind of hope it's the all
Makes
blue.
sense,
But it's a
We
good
could
question.
ask if the powder blue tops, but they can wear like those gold pants too.
Oh, the gold ones. That's right. The
They
gold
do
ones.
have
That
the
is a
gold
good look.
ones.
Anything other than white
Yeah.
pants, I think, would be nice.
I'm with you there. Now, we talked yesterday about George Kittle and his F. Dallas shirt that he wore. Well, the NFL is actually looking at possibly fining George Kittle for a profane message about the Cowboys that he wore on his shirt. Under the jersey.
Yeah.
Obviously, you cannot represent a personal message that will carry a fine. So we could see that from the NFL on George Kittle here very, very shortly. And ahead of tomorrow night's Thursday Night Football game, the Chiefs have listened.
I mean, what
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb had to endure last year with the fines for ridiculous things and the taunts and
Ooh,
the
and-
waving.
and Tyreek Hill's
can't-
getting it now.
You can't wave at an opponent, but you can tell an entire fan base bleep off. No, Kittle is going to get docked at least 20 Gs.
I didn't even think of it that way, but you're so right. You can't wave bye-bye after you're scoring a walk-off touchdown, and then Kittle can wear an F-Whole City shirt on his chest. I mean, come on.
I think the fine is $10,600.
Okay, $10,600.
Yeah.
Rules are rules.
Poor Tyreek Hill. I mean, he didn't wear socks for a play because he was getting IVs. Maybe it was a series. I mean, he's racking up over $100K of fines, and we're just 5 weeks into the season because of jersey violations.
Yeah.
It's insane. The NFL likes to collect their money off of that type of stuff.
I'd
So-
protect the shield on this one, though. I mean,
Yeah.
you got vulgarities coming from a player
we
on
got
national
kids
TV.
watching.
Yeah.
Come on, what are we doing? The Chiefs have listed Travis Kelce, George Karlaftis, and Tommy Townsend as questionable for tomorrow against the Broncos. Doesn't seem like Kelce is in a good position to play, according to Ian Rappaport, but we're going to see tomorrow what happens. I think it might be a similar situation as what happened in their season opener against the Lions. It was a short week. He didn't end up playing, and against the Broncos, maybe they feel like, hey, we own Denver. We can go ahead and beat them without him. So we'll have to monitor does Travis Kelce end up suiting up for Thursday Night Football. We just can't get good Thursday Night Football games, though. We got to watch the Broncos. You kidding me? Nobody wants to see this.
That's a pass. Yeah. We're going to go out to
That's a turn off right there.
It's just it's one of the like historical worst defenses ever through 5 weeks.
The NBA cannot get here soon enough.
Last year, it's so weird. We did have Dion was on Inside the NFL yesterday, and the crew there they're asking Coach Prime about the Cowboys and the 49ers game, but here's what Dion had to say.
You speak of ramifications and where the Cowboys are right now. What do the Cowboys need to do to get those ramifications back intact so they can compete with that of the 49ers? Because based on what we just saw, it ain't looking good.
See, the thing about the 49ers, they have several players out there right now that you know what you're going to get every Sunday. Like, it's several of them that you know what you're going to get. And the quarterback is playing out his mind. And he wasn't even slated to be one of those guys. The Cowboys have guys that's supposed to be dogs.
The film don't lie.
Hey,
the film don't lie.
When it's that, hey, you remember when we went to school and the teacher called your name and you said, here?
Yeah.
I need you to say here. Yeah. Some. Say some.
Right,
here.
right. You got to at least pitch him, Coach. Like you said earlier, you got to fight back.
You gotta fight back, man. I know that happened sometime in that game because we have a long season, but that was something to behold. What I watched on television the other day, and I don't watch the pro game much because I'm into the college game, but I had to see that.
Oh man, that was bad. It was bad, and he's right. I mean, I felt bad watching it. We wanted it to just be over in the fourth quarter, but Coach Prime, and I like how he's acknowledging that. Like I'm a coach in college now. All right, I got a program to run. I'm not watching a lot of NFL games, but I'm stopping down and I'm watching Sunday Night Football, Cowboys, 49ers, and that's the crap that we put onto the field. What the hell, man? What the hell? Unbelievable. So Fred Warner, who, I mean, if people didn't know his name, they should know his name now. Best linebacker in football, should be a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. He last year talked about the Cowboys offense being predictable.
Sure.
Well, we raved about the one play he made where he drops back in coverage and he takes away CeeDee Lamb, and now Dak's got to double clutch the ball, and then he comes up and sacks Dak. So Fred Warner has a podcast, and again, mentions maybe a predictable offense, and he describes that play and playing the Cowboys.
Sackaroonie, I had to wrangle him down. Big old Dak. Just something about Dallas. Unfortunately, I hate to say this, I grew up a Cowboys fan. I mean, ever since they didn't draft me, I'm like, hey, y'all had your op, and now you got to see me. They tried to motion CD to kind of see, all right, is a man zone read. I knew that they love slants and they love crossing routes to try to, when we're in man coverage, if they want our guys to run into each other as their guys are kind of crossing to knock them off. And so I'm popping and I'm kind of looking in my peripheral to see if they're crossing. I see CD coming across and the tight end. So I literally just had to try to jump in front of both of them to knock them off just to make sure that they didn't rub the guys that were covering. So boom, when I knock them off, that knocks the timing off of the play. Dak has to pump it. Oh, he escapes out. And then it's just perfect little lane for me to just run up and right in through there and woo! Sackaroonie.
Gosh, I wish we had
He's
a draft
absolutely
to that
right.
game.
No, it's funny because they're going to try and run Ferguson across to do the pick, and it was I was confused if they were I felt like they were going to try and pick the nickel back at the time.
Yeah.
The slot. And Warner just made a heady play of like, okay, it's almost like he sacrificed himself to make sure that the crosser got through, that the nickel got through with CD. They both made it. I mean, it's Ferguson missed the guys, but that's the kind of attention to detail. You're trying to get a first down there, and you're going to run a pick, a rub, and you don't do either. and it causes you to get a sack.
By the way, the Cowboys would have had to have taken Warner instead of Connor Williams that year. That would have been their second-round pick. Warner ends up going 70th to the Niners in the third round. Cowboys took Michael Gallup at number 81. Obviously, you'd rather have Fred Warner than both of those players if you'd go back with a little revisionist history. That just, to me, sounds like what you're looking for in linebacker. Got to be super smart, capable of playing the run, but also kind of diagnosing the passing game and able to move one step ahead because of what he sees.
Instinctive. This is where when you watch Fred Warner play at BYU, that he was different than anybody else in that draft.
Really?
Was how well he played the pass.
Why'd he slip to the third then?
There were questions about his ability to play the run.
Huh.
There was people were like, well, no, he's kind of can he hold up against the run? But there was never a question about his ability to be a pass defender. Never.
Just thought he was a third down backer.
Yeah, they're like, well, can he be an every down backer? And then I just remember watching the BYU film and this guy makes every single tackle. And so I was kind of curious about that. But the main thing, the national narrative about him was, well, the run defense. But you watch it, he could cover. That's something he could do.
Then there's the angle on how predictable this thing is, and we've been hearing about that, I think, since Janoris Jenkins, Giants defensive back, maybe 2015, 2016, something like that. Talking about how, that it was obvious what plays they were running, and now it just continues. I think you look at the common link here. It's the Jones family. Just you guys want to be the GM. This is what you get. You get a GM that can't keep a coaching staff accountable because they don't know what they're looking for.
Well, that's the thing. If I'm in those Monday morning meetings with Mike, I'm asking the questions. Okay, the game plan you told us last week and how we watched practice and what we saw.
But you can't just ask the questions because the coaches tell the Joneses the questions, and then that's what the Joneses go with. Okay, you need your GM to call BS on these dudes.
And you're right. And this is where Mike McCarthy gets fired. Yeah. This is where the GM, if it's not satisfactory, this is why I make a goofy prediction in June about play calling is going to change after week 7 because of stuff like this.
I was wrong.
No. It's not a right and wrong thing at all.
I'm pretty sure it always is.
No. It's not a right and wrong thing. It's where the general manager can affect what you're talking about is like letting the guy go. This isn't good enough.
Yeah.
The standard.
But that's all they do. They're just going to hire another old guy. They're going to hire a guy that speaks their language, which is crusty.
What you do is okay. Maybe you do give Dan Quinn consideration. Hopefully. Maybe you give Dan Quinn. But the first thing I ask Dan Quinn or anybody else that comes in here,
who you hiring as your OC?
Who's your OC?
Yep.
And
what do they know about what a good one is? They don't know what a good one is.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, give me the background of this OC. Where has he been? Who has he been with? Where has he learned? I would want to talk to the damn OC they're trying to hire, is what I'd want to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
But see, Gavin's right in this regard. Hey, let's bring a guy in. Let's have dinner with him. Let's hire him the next day. There was no Lincoln Riley was a guy. Yeah, I was wrong about the Ohio State coach.
Yeah.
I was way wrong about him.
Yeah.
I was way wrong about him.
Embarrassing, actually.
But I wasn't. Yeah, you're right. But
yeah,
it
me
wasn't.
Too, man.
But it wasn't. But Lincoln Riley was another guy. Why are you not talking to guys? See, the whole thing is, can you help Dak? That's the question, the ultimate question the Jones need to ask. How do you help my quarterback? How do you help this guy that I've committed to? How do you do these things?
Mm-hmm.
That's where the GM needs to step in. Mm-hmm. Whether it's Steven, Jerry, Will, whoever it is, you need to have that extensive, okay, tell me what you do. Tell me how you move the football. Give me examples. Sit down with me and watch tape and tell me what you do moving the football. That's the kind of extensive stuff when you're a general manager that you do. And you're right. You've got an 80-year-old general manager right now.
Well, and that was our concern, during the coaching search and why, Dan Quinn ended up being a great hire. But even they didn't interview a lot of candidates. It was, okay, here's Dan Quinn. He's got skins on the wall. Let's hire him. Mike McCarthy, same thing. We're going to have a sleepover slumber party. Let's hire him, right? It's not an extensive search where we're picking people's brains and we're really talking with a lot of people and options.
That's the problem, and there were questions about Dan Quinn. the Legion of Boom defense, it's so outdated. You can't play this way.
Yeah.
What did Dan Quinn actually did something that McCarthy lied about.
Yeah.
He changed his ideas on how to coach.
And a GM that's dialed could differentiate those.
Boom. There you go.
Yeah, no doubt.
There you go.
Finally, NFL news of the day. Anthony Richardson officially on IR. Colts have signed former A&M quarterback Kellen Mond, who I guess can run around a little bit if they need to play him. But the big news of today.
Your big body guy over there, right?
Anthony Richardson.
That's Chiefs guy. Big bodied quarterback,
Flick of the wrist. That ball is going at 70 yards.
It's the risk you take. It's a risk worth taking at that position.
Yeah.
Not at the other position that you're
the running
so
back
excited about
that
taking.
position.
I think Taylor could have helped him earlier if he would have.
Really, because Zach Moss seems like he's running his balls off right now. Nobody knows or cares who he is, but that's just the way the nature of the beast is at the position.
Man, this big body quarterback,
Zach Moss came over from the Buffalo Bills. All right, Patriots quarterback Mac Jones expected to start against the Raiders. Bill just won't admit it. He won't just say, hey, we got to move on. And today, Robert Kraft, we got a report out of New England. He is open to firing Bill Belichick if New England struggles continue.
Yeah, it has gotten ugly. It looks like it might have passed him by a little bit, Brian. This is Tom Landry moment.
You know what? It's you're onto something there.
Yeah.
I watched Tom Landry. Their drafts. It's very similar. Their drafts were very, very poor the last 3-4 years of Tom Landry's coaching tenure here, and it ultimately they didn't have the players. They couldn't adjust to it, and I think you're seeing something very parallel to what Tom Landry and Bill Belichick.
How old was Tom when it ended?
Oh, what was he? I'm sorry, but I don't remember. It was 1988 when they Jones bought the team in '89. But you can look it up. I mean, probably
Tom Landry was born
late 60s
in 1924.
So it was 1989 when he got let go.
So he was only 65.
Okay, there you go.
Belichick is making it 7 or 8 years longer.
Yep. There you go.
But yeah, no doubt that thing has gotten ugly. They took their worst loss ever to the Cowboys and then followed it up with something even more embarrassing, possibly to the Saints, if that was possible. Are you as confident as the Rangers and some fans were last night after their 5th straight postseason? We'll shift back into celebrating some Rangers greatness and then touch on this head coaching storyline for you as well when we get to the bottom of the hour right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with Lucius.
never forget the way some things taste. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. And we're going to get some Rangers and Cowboys going here. We got a sports hodgepodge coming up at 3:40 with the Chief. And then Brian Baldinger, former Cowboy, former Eagle, is going to join us coming up at 4 o'clock. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Tour Day DFW for Flagtober rescheduled for the 21st. Brought to you by Whataburger and Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. You can order one right now, 105thethefan.com/Flagtober. Are you as confident as some of the players and some of the fans were last night? I got to tell you, I don't do much superstition, but when the Twins were chanting, "We want Houston," and then things were going well, now not so well, and then the Rangers fans last night, as I see on social media in pockets, were chanting, "We want Houston." Now, I don't know how many of you out there were thinking, "Yeah, let's do this," and how many of you were thinking, "Wow, these guys are idiots. Why are we taunting the World Series champions?" So I'm not going to cast any stones or any aspersions at any individual, but I didn't like that particularly, Brian.
I know. Yeah, I know. Last night, listening to Jared in the post game show, and maybe it was the fact that he'd had some champagne to drink or Budweiser, whatever he consumed. He offered that several of the Ranger players that he was visiting with were looking forward to playing the Astros.
Mm-hmm. They've taken this person.
Yeah, they really have.
They are super confident. Jonah Heim was asked by Emily Jones on TV, "How do you like being ALDS champs?" He was like, "Yeah, it's fine. We look forward to being AL champs better." I mean, they're like putting it out there.
Eye on the prize.
They're going after Houston. Maybe you like this level of confidence. Maybe this is exactly what they need to get over the hump.
Well, where was the roster? Houston and Mike Bassick brought up a great point about Hedges pitched 2 of the 3 games that the last time the Astros and the Rangers met, right?
Yeah, he was a completely different looking team.
That's what I'm saying. Is it a situation because you didn't have Young and you didn't have Evan Carter?
I think so.
Yeah, that makes it's a giant difference.
And you got Evaldi certainly wasn't himself.
Boom.
And, the one home game that I went to when they played, I think it was back in June. You had Evaldi pitch, they won. Then they lose the other 2 games. Right. So you've got Evaldi, Montgomery. I mean, if Scherzer's able to come back, certainly I think that you're in a much better suited position starting pitching wise. I was with you though. I think it was our friends in section 133 because we had moved over and gotten our sexy spots right behind Ray Davis that started that chant. I did look over at Brian though, and I said, "Hey, if this one gets out of reach, I might try and start an Astros suck chant."
Yeah, he did.
Oh, I like that. Yes.
Well, it was.
I would have preferred that.
Yeah, we got to about the 4th or 5th inning, and Wolchuk did. He made that. He goes, "If I could get this thing to the 8th, I think I might start this Astros suck chant." What do you think?
A beat Astros
punted on that
nice.
idea.
A lot happened.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things you could do with it, and certainly it does not mean you are going to lose. I just kind of want to fly under the radar a little bit, but maybe that's impossible after what CY said about Houston last week and everything that's transpired. Maybe it's impossible. Maybe you just got to be chest out and thumping it and saying, "Come get some."
You're not flying under the radar with Houston and their fans, but you probably are with the rest of Major League Baseball. I don't think anybody else is taking the Rangers seriously.
Yeah, I think some of the national pundits that or former players that saw last night or have seen this series are like, "Oh yeah, Rangers." But I think people that have really been paying attention are thinking, "Wow, this Rangers story is great. What about this bullpen against the defending champions? Like, is Houston going to let you get off the hook like you did on Sunday afternoon 3 times? I don't think so. We'll find out. And anything can happen in baseball. I think Houston does have a pretty strong track record of being able to pull out some crazy postseason stuff, and I don't think they're washed up yet, Brian. No. I think they're that champion that kind of coasts in the regular season, and then they mash on the gas when they get here.
Do you get a vibe that Houston and Dallas is kind of like Dallas and San Francisco in football?
Yeah, there's a lot of
there's some hate, there's some tension.
That you want to talk tough and you want to be mean and all those things, but
but you kind of know that they're the big brother.
You kind of know deep down inside that they're
they've had our number.
Their lineup 1 through 9 is just as good as your lineup 1 through 9, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you match up really, really well. And, it's definitely possible. I mean, the bullpen has not gotten you beat yet. So, why bet against a streak continuing? It is fun. I just think for me right now is when you take stock of how amazing of a season it's been already to win 2 postseason series, and then to have the opportunity now if you don't win it. The sky's the limit with this ball club compared to Houston. This is no doubt like 2 ships passing in the night. Okay, when we look at the Niners and where they are better, guys, where is their biggest advantage to you at 877-881-1053?
Linebacker.
Okay, linebacker on the field.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's okay. It just overall.
Oh, no doubt.
I jumped in there really quick. Play caller.
Their offensive coordinator, which is also their head coach.
I thought you were thinking of positions.
A massive advantage. No, but yes.
Yeah.
And then quarterback.
I mean, their linebackers are way better. Their quarterback could be significantly better, maybe just a little bit better. I'm not quite sure. It's still so early in Purdy's career. We'll see how the story progresses. But yes, you were right on that one as well, Brian. Congratulations.
No, what?
On Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant.
Purdy's the
you
real
called
deal.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he's getting pretty disrespected.
But I think the 49ers have their Bill Walsh. And when will the Cowboys get their next Landry or Johnson or even Parcells? And my hope is that Dan Quinn can be in charge of hiring the next OC. We've talked about that a little bit. We go to Kurt Benkert on Twitter.
Kurt.
You see this?
Yeah.
And he posted on Twitter, someone asked me what stuck out most about Shanahan to you in regards to my time with the Niners. He said, here's my response. You ready for a pretty detailed response here, Brian?
Is this guy a scout? Is this guy a scout guy? Kurt Becker?
He might have been, yeah, because he posts a lot of really good
The time
stuff.
with Shanahan, where was he with Shanahan?
This was with the Niners as like the third quarterback or something like that.
Oh, he's a quarterback.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a former player, but he might be scouting now. I don't know.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was thinking because I knew a Chuck Bank. Okay, different guy. Go ahead. Let's go.
A different dude.
Yeah. His first sentence to me, Eric, just defines what we've been talking about here. Number 1 from Kurt Benkert on Shanahan. He's a learner, and his willingness to accept that he doesn't have all the answers was glaring. He also would go to the ends of the earth each week to find the answers for that week's game plan. A willingness to admit I don't have the answers. We've been waiting for somebody to talk like that for a long, long time.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Garrett would talk about football is going to be the same for the next 5 billion years. Got to win your matchups.
Yeah, it's this unique quality that some of these young guys you see, and most of them come from under this Shanahan tree, in some form or fashion, where they're just constantly evolving and innovating, and they're not just saying, okay, we've made it, we've done it, here we are, I got what I do, this is what I do, this is what we do, and let's just go out there and execute. We figured it out. Exactly. Yeah. They're always trying to better themselves, and they're willing to say, okay, I was wrong on this, or, man, I never thought about it the way this guy's thinking about it on a different team, and I'm going to steal that, and I'm not just going to steal it in the offseason. I'm going to see it this week and implement it, and you'll see it in our game plan next week. We have the ability to adapt that quickly.
And it takes real confidence to do this as a head coach, because you're giving other people in the building the power to have the answers instead of you. And I think that sort of confidence and security is key. But anyway, Kurt continues. He says, with him, whether you agreed with his opinion or not, he wanted to hear all perspectives. And ultimately, you knew at the end, he had reasoning behind every decision he came to as why a play was in that week. And the style of play that game needed to have the highest chance of winning. This is why some weeks are ground heavy and some weeks are pass heavy with the Niners. They'll do whatever it takes to win. Sometimes installed plays were his own, sometimes they were someone else's, and sometimes they were taken and tweaked from another team. Didn't matter to him where they came from, just mattered if he thought it could work. He can, number 2, he can flip the switch from being a dude to a coach like the best of them. I wasn't expecting to see the dude in him, but it was a cool surprise. This is Kurt Benkert, former Niners quarterback. There's no wonder why his guys play so hard week in and week out for him. And when he's being Coach Shanahan and not Kyle, you can nearly leave your blind faith in him, that he's done all the work to get the plan ready. And now as a player, it's on you to do your part to play into the plan. I don't think Dak's ever had that in Dallas where he has coaches that he's like, oh, you got the answers. Cool. I'm just going to go out and try to do it the best because there's no way I could possibly research this. And obviously you're spending all of your free time coming up with the greatest plays. So I would be an idiot if I challenged you. I'd be like arguing with your mechanic about a carburetor. I wouldn't want to do that to you, Kyle. I feel like, Dax has been more like peer. We're working to workshop this together. And as a player, you should demand better. I'm a player. Give me the answers. Don't lean on me. And as a front office, stop asking your coaches who to draft. You should have the answers. I just think, when you look at the way that the teams do it the best, and then you reflect on how your team is doing it, it tells the truth. Bankert finalizes and concludes his tweet with this. It was so cool to see it permeate throughout the locker room while I was there. And there's more than that. But all in all, there's no surprise with how they are run from the inside, why their sustained success looks like the way they do. Everyone there plays their part and trusts each other to do theirs as well. It's why they've been able to plug and play different pieces, navigate injuries and everything in between over the last few years and continually be in the Super Bowl. This year, they just so happen to have the best pieces to date and be the healthiest they've been so far. Very much stars aligning for good dudes playing hard for one another in a system with a great coach and GM combo. That's Kurt Bankert on what makes Kyle Shanahan different out there with the 49ers. Zach, you coming around on this dude or what?
I've always thought he was a great offensive mind. I think he has failed in moments as a coach. My big thing is just he never seems to get criticized for those failures. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, Shanahan's awesome. And I think John Lynch has done an excellent job as well. I think the one thing that they've done now is they used to kind of have to play to they had one of the best defenses, not the best in football. Now that offense is fully open because they finally got the quarterback figured out. He kind of had to hide Jimmy Garoppolo, right? So they played to the defense. The defense was the strength of that team. As much as you want to talk about the offense, the running scheme was brilliant, right? But
the passing scheme was brilliant as well. They just had a quarterback that wanted to hit the check down more than he wanted to hit the 20-yard dig. And Purdy's like, I'm ready to hit the 20-yard dig.
Right, they would play sideline to sideline. You couldn't stretch the field. Now Brock Purdy's opened it up to where they've got everything working for them. And now, to me, they're easily, hands down, the best team in football, roster, talent. And they also did, as we talked about it, they stunk for a couple of years. And they were able to draft and hit, hey, we're going to go get Nick Bosa with a top 3 pick.
But then they also, they trade for Christian McCaffrey and Javon Hargrave, or they signed Javon Hargrave.
Yeah.
I mean, we're good. Let's go be stupid, ridiculous good.
But then you hit on Fred Warner in the third. Dre Greenlaw was a 5th-round pick out of Arkansas, and they're now the 2 best linebackers in football.
Wow. And one of the things that Shanahan has done poorly a little bit over the years is knowing when to go for it and stuff like that. He's been criticized for the way he manages some things, and right now he's number one when you look at times you should go for it, when the metrics will tell you, hey, your percentage chance of winning on going for it goes up. Then he is the best in the league right now through 5 weeks at going when he should go for it. Yeah. And you even see like Sirianni's very high up there. When you should go for it, you do. And unfortunately, the Cowboys are behind the Broncos as the second worst team in the sport at going for it when the numbers are telling you, hey, you actually gain percentage points to win if you go for it. And the Cowboys are basically dead balls last right now.
Where's Brandon Staley and the Chargers on that?
They're third. Because he's back to being smart about going for it when he's supposed to. Even when he was being criticized on the front end a couple of years ago with, oh my gosh, he's going for it too much. That was actually the better version of him. Last year's Brandon Staley took the criticism way too hard from the year prior and became Mr. Conservative. And now he's back to being the guy like, okay, we're supposed to go for it. Gosh darn it, we're going to do it.
We know how much better the Niners are than the Cowboys. Are the Eagles significantly better? We'll ask Brian Baldinger about that coming up at 4 o'clock. A sports hodgepodge is next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
We got some Ranger stat of the days for you, the Evaldi Christmas present, and we ask Bochy, what do you mean by that?
Okay, I'd love to chat D&M Leasing with you, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, it's time to call D&M right now.
to the one that just turn it on when old Jerry's up.
Turn it on, leave it on, leave it on. Your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Baldy's coming up at 4. Brian Baldinger. We'll talk some NFC East and NFL football with Baldy. Here's the Chief with a sports hodgepodge.
It's a Ranger celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to the good stuff. We know the rules. Obviously, just give Nasty Nate the ball in the postseason and get the hell out of the way. It's exactly what happened again last night. He was an animal, and now you have the story in The Athletic. Ken Rosenthal, sometime after the 7th inning, right around when Evaldi took his curtain call, Chris Young's wife, Liz, turned over to CY and said, I guess Christmas Eve was worthwhile.
Okay.
Apparently, CY dropped the ball as a family man on Christmas Eve this past go-around.
Committed man is what I'm hearing.
Says she was a little mad at me, and it's because you had CY negotiating with Evaldi's agent all the way into the wee hours of the night, Christmas Eve into Christmas morning.
Ooh, supposed to be wrapping presents, dude.
That's right. That's right.
He's getting work done, man. That's our GM.
You got the agent for Evaldi saying CY and I were just doing our jobs, except this time the negotiations went until 11:30 on Christmas Eve. CY's Zoom call with Nate a week earlier was so damn impressive that Nate had to be a Ranger. And as the agent, I wasn't going to accept a no for an answer. As it turns out, Nate is in an especially good Christmas gift for everyone.
That's what the agent said?
That's
he had to be a Ranger?
Yeah.
Dude.
So apparently, a week or so before Christmas, you have CY shooting his shot to Evaldi via Zoom. Like, hey, man, we want you. This is the deal. Selling the Rangers of why this is the spot for you. And after that, Evaldi was like, well, crap, I got to be a Ranger. So much so that he had his agent working into the middle of the night on Christmas, and thus CY himself on Christmas trying to get this deal done. Of course, they reached the deal, and the rest is historical.
Picking up breadcrumbs and hints throughout the last, 15 months or so about this entire process. Last night, Bochy saying, this is what I came back for, to have a chance to do this. Corey Seager saying, I wanted to come here to give the Rangers their first championship. Evaldi's agent saying, after hearing that presentation, Evaldi had to be a Ranger. Chris Young is telling all of these people, I got the owner's checkbook. We're going to get a bleeping World Series. Come here. Trust me. The old man's getting older. We're doing this.
We're all in right now.
This will be your best chance at a World Series. I guarantee it. Then he gets DeGrom, Evaldi, Scherzer, Montgomery, Gray. It's ridiculous. And I think he has the task, go get me the World Series, spare no expense. I definitely feel like that's why all these people have come here.
Yes.
It's not a regular, we got something special cooking, come down here and help us. It's this is going to happen, guys. And if it doesn't, it'll have to be something crazy.
And you can, as a player, you talk to CY and you can feel the former player in him. And so there's an endearment there. And then you tack on the fact that he's selling it like, dude, I'm born and raised here. I want nothing more than to win the championship for my city. I'm a Ranger at heart. I'm a Highland Park. I'm a DFW guy. I want this as bad as any of you players do to win it. And so these guys are buying in a big way. And I liked this, speaking of Nasty Nate, which the curtain call last night was special. Really, and watching Evaldi work throughout the game and just the confidence, the swagger, the maniacal focus, as Bochy describes it, as you can see it. It's just it feels like his shoulders are the broadest shoulders in the world when he's on that bump and he's rocking and rolling and it's October and you got the red towels just flowing. It's just beautiful. And even after the very first inning, like the top of the first, as soon as he retires the last batter, that place went, and that was the moment where I was like, oh, okay, we are.
It's different.
They're not messing around tonight, they being the Rangers fans, and the fans worked beautifully with the team. Like the fans starting off erupting that way, and then all game for 9 innings, the team is giving you reasons to cheer. It was absolutely beautiful. And you had CJ Nikowski saying the highest percentage of strikes thrown in a postseason game since the year 2000, minimum of 5 innings pitched. Evaldi is now second Almost 78% of his pitches were in the strike zone. And a huge credit to the offense for getting that lead and Eovaldi just going, now I can just be dialed.
What's his playoff ERA? Do you know that?
Well, it was 2.9 coming into last night.
2.75.
Yeah, he's been
a monster.
Sensational
and that's
in the
like
postseason.
50 innings of pitching baseball there. So
yeah, he's just a different
energy
animal.
too.
For sure. For sure. And I also like this, another Ranger stat of the day for you. Rangers have trailed in 1 of their 45 innings so far this postseason through 5 games. They were down 2-0 going into the top of the second in Game 2 in Baltimore, and then they score 5 runs.
5-0.
That's
5-0 in the postseason. Jason Stark had this, which I thought was kind of incredible because it ties back to Bruce Bochy going back all the way to 98 with the Padres.
Okay, hit me. Yeah, I was about to hit it, but you just rocked, sir.
Okay.
No, please.
So the Orioles, right, through an entire season, they didn't get swept in any series. You get to October, Rangers just swept them. The only other team that's ever done that, the 98 Padres, who were managed by Bruce Bochy.
Yeah.
It's just insane.
Yeah, it's storybook. It was meant to be. It was meant to be right now, dude. And speaking of Bochy, what do you think he meant by this? And this is Bochy, like I believe, like his first really addressing of the team inside the clubhouse party. The champagne. He's got the champagne. He's ready to uncork it. He's got a couple of words. What do you think he means by this?
The only thing I need to know right now, Hedgie, what's the number on your ass right
The only thing I need to know right now is, Hedgie, what's the number on your ass right now? And it sounds like, it's a question you hear and you're going, what does that mean? It's very obvious the players in the clubhouse know exactly what that means. And I think we're talking about magic numbers.
Yeah.
I think after every, how many is left here in some way or another, Austin Hedges, who has become one of the, just the rally guys of the clubhouse that everybody seems to love.
Cardinal.
Yes.
Or the Theo Pinson.
Just the energy. Yeah, the Theo Pinson at the end of the bench that just everybody loves. He gets hyped. And I don't know if he's is he mooning the clubhouse after every.
He's walking around naked.
It's got to be. It's got to be major league when they were. Remember when the lady owner, and she was the stripper, and they keep taking a piece of clothing off her.
Oh,
and they get to a point where that was part of the story. Like every time there was a victory, they removed a piece of clothing. So I think what's happening here, it's a little major league. He's probably got the number on his rear. And so
that's brilliant, Brian.
Yeah, it's going to be 8 when they get to the next game, right? Because you need 4 in the CS, 4 in the World Series.
wins.
Last night it was 9. Last night there was a 9 on Austin Hedges' butt as he was strutting around the
Yeah.
clubhouse. That's my
Pre-game,
narrative.
And then post-game, do you think is somebody with the magic eraser changing that 9 to an 8, and he's starting the clubhouse victory party
there's
with
probably a
his
ceremony.
His
he
cheeks?
gets up on the table and wipes it off with a towel, and they write a new number. It has to be. Absolutely has to be.
Because it'd be really hard to write the number by yourself.
Yeah.
You're kind of writing upside down and backwards.
Somebody,
We're gonna need to get. We need to go inside the process of
Player
this.
of the game.
This
Player
might not
of the
be something we're
game
going to
gets
figure
to
out.
put
Instead of the game ball, you get the opportunity to draw the next magic number on his ass cheek.
Yeah, remember
what
the
an honor.
stars? Remember the stars in the bubble? They kept passing around the chain.
Yeah.
And Hidova.
Now they're just passing around Hedgie's
We're
ass.
not done yet. That kind
Bring
of
me
thing.
that cheek, Hedgie. Come on.
He stands up on the table. Game MVP gets to put the next number up.
And what, not only was it Hedges, I think maybe my favorite clip of the night is Hedges and Scherzer just pouring beers and champagne on each other, just loving it like they're best friends. Here was Scherzer with, I believe this was TBS in their post game, and listen to him try and work through the echo and the inebriation.
Yeah, Kaden told me a couple days ago, you got to get rid of this echo. Can't talk. I'm drunk. Whatever.
Can't talk.
I'm drunk.
Whatever,
What?
man.
Just
Yeah.
let me pitch again, please.
That's our guy, Mad
Activate
Max.
me.
Mad freaking Max, ready to get dialed, man.
Right on. Thank you, Chief. There's a sports hodgepodge here for you. It's the G-Bag Nation with 2 down and 3 to go. Brian Baldinger, we're talking NFC East and NFL at large with Baldy of Baldy's Breakdowns coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I want to chat Men's T Clinic because I love them. Go to mensteclinic.com. Get your edge back.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we're going to be joined by a special guest here, talk some Cowboys football, some NFC East and NFL at large, as Baldy's going to be on here in just a second. Coming up at 4:20, we have Zach Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20. Looking forward to that. And then we're going to be back into the Rangers with you for a lot of the afternoon, pretty much going back and forth Rangers-Cowboys right now, as we're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Odyssey original podcast In the Huddle, with Jason LaConfort and Carl Dukes covering the entire National Football League. His Baldy's breakdowns go viral every week on Twitter X. How the heck are you, Baldy?
I'm doing great. It's good to be with you guys, man. Week 6, we're cruising, but always a good moment when I get a chance to talk football.
Yes, it is. It's always good to talk with you, talking football and whatever else comes up. Now, how much better at 6-0 do you think are the Eagles than the Cowboys sitting here at 3-2?
Well, I mean, they haven't played the 49ers yet, so they will play them, and that seems to be the barometer in this business right now, as Dallas found out. But I think Philadelphia is better. I think they're better in the trenches than the Cowboys are. I think they have more star power than the Cowboys do. The Cowboys do have Micah. Obviously, he's a great player. But, the Eagles with Jalen Carter and Hassan Reddick and Sweat and Fletch, I mean, they're just deeper. They're just deeper and better. The Eagles are a better offensive line than the Cowboys are. And they're better on the defensive line. And so I think the quarterback is better than what Dallas has at quarterback. So I think the Eagles are a better team.
They have been playing some close games. Is the league adjusting to what they do?
Well, I mean, look, it's still early for everybody. The Eagles have had as many injuries in the secondary as anybody in this whole league. Every week, they're just juggling players just to see, taking guys off the street and playing them. Bradley Roby played last week. They signed him off the bus stop on Tuesday. They played him on Sunday. They're not completely healthy, back there. They've got 2 new coordinators. It does take a little time to kind of find your stride, but it's not like these teams have the lead and the Eagles got to go down there with 2 minutes to go win the game. It's not like that. But, they're not just running away with games either. So it says a lot about the league, and just how kind of balanced it is.
Baldy, you mentioned Micah, and in Micah, of course, as you know, he's got that podcast, and he was talking about the Niners and the Cowboys. He doesn't think the Niners are just this level above or on a different tier. When you watch that game, do you think it was just a bad performance by the Cowboys, or do you think there really is a different level that the Niners are on?
Well, nobody's playing better than that quarterback. When you get a quarterback playing at that level, they're on a different level. He doesn't make a single mistake. He hasn't thrown an interception in 8 or 9 games. And he gets the ball to all of his receivers in stride. Like when he plays that perfect, and it was almost perfect the week before. He missed one throw the whole day, and that was a throwaway. And it was, outside of a couple throws in the second quarter, it was pretty perfect. So unless you're going to affect that quarterback, there's a big difference. And, Micah can recognize that, not recognize it, doesn't matter. When the quarterback is that unaffected by what you're trying to do, then there's a big difference between the two teams.
Baldy, when you watch Shanahan go to work offensively and then you see the next possession, McCarthy go to work offensively, does it feel like you're watching 2 different sports being played?
Yep, I do. One, can really spread you out sideline to sideline with elite players, and then they can stretch you vertically with great players. And you can run Christian McCaffrey on what looks like an innocuous handoff, just a ball fake. The next thing you know, they're throwing a Texas route to him on the backside, and it looks like he's the primary receiver. They're not magicians, but it looks like 2 different offenses to me.
Baldy, when you watch the Cowboys, they finally got back the 5 the starters. It seemed like forever before this group ever got to play a down together. The struggles that they had, was it more that what the 49ers were doing to them on that front, or were there some technical things that you saw with the Cowboys that they were struggling with in that game?
I didn't think Tyler played good.
No. Yes,
I'm a Tyler Smith fan.
Yes, sir.
And I blew him up a bunch last year, but he didn't look good in that game. Now he's going up against Javon Hargrave. He's going up against some elite defensive tackles, but I've seen him go up against elite players and move bodies. Like, he can move big bodies. I didn't think he played well. They couldn't run the ball. They haven't run the ball against the 49ers at all in the last 3 meetings. They've completely shut down the run. And they need, look, for the Cowboys to be good, to be competitive, to play deep into January, they need to run the ball. And they're not just, throwing Kevontae Turpin back there and running a fly sweep. They need to knock people off the ball and run the ball effectively. And they didn't do that the other night. They didn't run it a lot, obviously, but playing from behind. But they didn't run it when they had a chance to run it.
It's Brian Baldinger here with you on 105.3 The Fan. When you say nobody's playing on Brock Purdy's level, what do you think his ceiling is as far as, could he, play his way into being in consideration for his up there as the top quarterback in the game?
Well, he is the top quarterback in the game. Nobody's even close to him right now. Tua, Burrow, nobody's close to him. Like, he's setting records every single time he goes out there. Like I said, I'm jokingly around. I said, he looks like he's artificial intelligence quarterback. Like, nobody plays that good, that perfect. I mean, he put a ball on the right shoulder of Brandon Ayuk on a dig route. It looked like he Velcroed the ball to his shoulder. Like, you couldn't throw it any more perfect. The touch, the speed, the location. Sometimes you come away and you have good stats, but, the other team drops 3 interceptions. That's not the case. It's not like guys are dropping interceptions. They're not getting an opportunity to intercept the ball. So I don't know what the ceiling is, because everybody said from the beginning, this will end, they'll figure them out. Well, that was the number one defense in football, and they've been living off turnovers and takeaways against everybody else, and they couldn't come close to getting one. They couldn't pressure him. They couldn't, force him out of the pocket and make a bad throw. Like, he looked like, I don't know. It looked like he was a Friday afternoon practice to me.
Yeah. He's figured out the league more than the league's figuring out him. So if there's an all-time, all-player available draft right now, maybe not all, no, just right now for this era of quarterbacks, would you take Purdy ahead of Patrick Mahomes? Is that what you're saying?
No, I wouldn't take anybody over Patrick Mahomes, because he's done it in the biggest games over and over and over again. I mean, even last week, it's 4th and 1 at the 50. There's no reason why you're not punting the ball. None. And Kansas City's playing in Minnesota. And Andy Reid calls a deep shot with Mahomes. Now, they got defensive pass interference, but nobody would make that call in this league. But it's just, the belief in the quarterback. So I wouldn't do that. And I probably, a healthy Joe Burrow, I probably wouldn't pass on that. But there's not a whole lot of other guys I would take over the way he's playing right now. Now, he might all fall apart. He hasn't played 17 games yet. But I think what we're looking at and what we're watching is who he is.
Cowboys defense have had 3 incredible performances, granted against 3 very poor offenses, and then you had the stinker in Arizona, and then obviously what happened on Sunday night. Through 5 weeks, what's your assessment overall on this Cowboys D?
Well, they look like that basketball team that plays in a small gym on Friday night, and the crowd's going crazy, and when they start running and dunking on you, like, they look unstoppable. And then you get them on a big NBA court, and you slow it down a little bit, and, you play against a smart team. They don't look at all invincible, like what Arizona did to them when they ran for 222 yards and they pushed them all over the field. So, you get 2 different teams, and I don't know which one it is yet. I think they're more of the team that can take it away, because they've done that for 3 years in a row now, which is probably the most disappointing thing about the Cowboys offense is nobody's gotten more extra at-bats than Dak Prescott in the offense over the last 3 years because of what the defense has done. But, they're a team that feasts off turnovers, and if they don't get them, they look – they're not pedestrian, but they don't look all that special.
The Cowboys are suffering now at linebacker with the injury to LVE. Yep. Do you think Micah now has to go back to more of an off-ball linebacker role, or do you think, no, don't do that because he's so darn effective rushing the passer?
Well, it's interesting you bring that up because, I think Micah was able to really freelance and do what he does best, which is just use his instincts and just chase after quarterbacks. They were able to do that because they had Leighton behind him. And with his speed, if you had a poor rush lane, the quarterback broke the pocket, whatever, like they had Leighton to kind of cover for him. And they don't have that right now. And, you know, just like we found out, like Trayvon Diggs makes a big difference in that defense. I think we'll find out again when you lose Leighton Vander Esch, his speed, his ability to cover really sideline to sideline and chase guys down, like that's going to be a big hit. So I don't know yet what Dan's going to do, if he's going to allow him to freelance as much as he has, or if he's going to be more in a traditional role. I don't know that until we watch him against the Chargers this week.
It's Brian Baldinger here on 105 Through the Fan. Can you help us out at all with Rashaan Evans, who the Eagles signed and then he was gone 4 days later? Did you hear anything about why the former Bama first-round pick in 2018 didn't stick around there? Because the Cowboys have him in today.
I don't know. I mean, he's been a good player when he was in Tennessee, and he was a starter. I don't know the injury history and the medical and all that kind of stuff, which can chase a player away pretty quickly. I don't know of any off-the-field issues with Rashaan, but I know there was a stretch when he was a really good inside, off-the-ball linebacker for Tennessee. But it seems like, you know, in this business, it seems like that's been, you know, a while ago.
Baldy, if I could circle back about, you mentioned about with the Mike McCarthy, and I was wondering, you've watched a ton of Cowboy games, evaluated a ton of them on tape. Is this offense conducive to Dak Prescott's style of playing, or is it still way, way, way too early to say that?
I mean, you know, I think Mike wants to run the ball, you know, really effectively. I don't know. Dak seems to get in trouble, and I know they went back and watched everything, when he's late in the progression. If you said, okay, CeeDee Lamb's coming off this double screen on the inside and this, like, Dak's fine. If you said, okay, read this side over here and high-low this and read the corner and this, like, he's fine. But like a lot of quarterbacks, not just that, but when they get late in the progression and they got to make decisions, Jimmy Garoppolo, Dak Prescott, they seem to make errors when it gets late in the progression. And I don't think I'm wrong saying that, and I'm not here to bash Dak, but we have seen this pop up. It happened on Sunday night. It has happened against the 49ers before the playoff game last year. It's happened against Washington late in the season. It seems like when he gets late in the progression, that's when he makes mistakes and he makes his errors.
Baldy, what do you think of these rookie quarterbacks? Bryce Young, Richardson, he's banged up now. And then, of course, C.J. Stroud. How impressive have you been with some of these guys?
Well, C.J.'s been impressive. I mean, they had when he left the field on Sunday, they were 3-2 and they beat Atlanta. But, you know, he scored, threw the touchdown to your Dalton Schultz, you know, with a minute and 50 to go, and it gave Atlanta too much time to go down there and kick a field goal to win it. But he's been awfully impressive. He's made, you know, like good quarterbacks do. Nico Collins was a guy before he got there. Now he's the number one receiver. Tank Dell's a rookie. He looks dynamic. Like Robert Woods, he's got a role. Dalton has stepped up, and he looks like, you know, a really good tight end. CJ has been heads and shoulders above everybody, but I will say this. Richardson, I know he's been hurt twice, but, man, he looks like he's been playing this game a long time. Like, he's not making rookie mistakes. He plays the game with no fear. He's got a rocket of an arm, but with touch. He's been impressive when he's been out there.
It's Brian Baldinger here wrapping up. How much does the Cam Jurgens injury impact the Eagles' offensive line?
Sua Petter's been really good the 6 quarters that he's played. I mean, Aaron Donald, you know, his name didn't get called on Sunday. Sua was a part of that. So was, you know, Kelsey. But, I mean, Sua Petter's been in this system now, drafted out of Oregon State, been in the system for 4 or 5 years. Like, it's a luxury to have a guy that has been coached by the same guy, same system, you know, for those years. He stepped in and has played real good.
What are your thoughts on that brotherly shove or the tush push and kind of how that should go moving forward? I mean, the NFL, I think, is going to do some looking into the injuries and the impact of that. I mean, it's such an effective play. Philadelphia runs it masterfully.
Well, I thought they would outlaw it because it just looks like an unfair advantage in it. But more than that, to some of your points, the injuries, I mean, guys are going to get hurt jumping over the top and trying to, go for Jalen Hurts' head. Like, they're going to do that kind of stuff. I'm not saying it's right or wrong or whatever, but you're going to do something to try to stop it, anything they can. Now, I asked the officials how do they officiate the play, because that seemed like the reason why you would outlaw it. And they said, well, as soon as the quarterback starts going sideways, we're going to blow the whistle. Well, all right. That sounds great, in June when you're talking about it. Mm-hmm. Like, it looks impossible to officiate, on Sunday afternoons. So other people have tried to imitate it. Nobody's duplicating it right now. But, Jalen Hurts deadlifts 650 pounds. Yeah. He's the strongest quarterback in this league, and nobody's close. And so that's what you can't duplicate is his leg strength. And it's one of the reasons why they're so good at it.
Well, you're great at this, Baldy. We appreciate you as always. Enjoy your week 6, and we'll catch up with you soon.
My pleasure, guys. Take care.
Yeah,
Enjoy the weekend.
There he goes. Brian Baldinger, brought to you by his podcast, the In the Huddle, on the Odyssey app, or subscribe wherever you get your podcast there. Odyssey NFL Insider Brian Baldinger here. Look, sounds like he's overlooking the Jets there a little bit, putting them at 6-0 already. Do you think there's any way Philly struggles with New York? They are getting ready to take on the Dolphins the following week. So maybe a little
look-ahead game.
Yeah, look-ahead game.
Dude, that game's going to be amazing.
Sunday night. That's Sunday Night Football.
Oh, hell yes,
dude.
it is. Thank goodness. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think any of us, if you had have asked that question ahead of the Chiefs game, would have said that the Chiefs will have any issues with the Jets. They did. So anything's possible. The NFL's a strange lady, right, Brian?
It's a strange lady for sure.
And the Jets do have some good players. So maybe we need to, give him a little bit of respect.
A little bit.
Maybe not as much as Mike Greenberg. I saw.
No. He can't help it, man. He's a Jets
Did
fan.
he say the Jets are the biggest threat to the Chiefs in the American Football Conference?
He managed to put that take together somehow, some way.
Incredible, dude. That's fascinating.
Is it old? Is it
we need a
pre-Rodgers?
30 for 30 going inside the take from Greeny there.
Boy, they'll send you back to radio if he has too many more of those. Wooly Bully, where are you taking us next?
Happy National Sausage Pizza Day. I got America's top 10 favorite pizza toppings. What's yours? Plus some Ranger Nuggets for you. That's next.
How convenient. Somebody might have just... Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10, brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now here he is, the Wooly Bully. Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. Let me know your favorite pizza toppings. It's National Sausage Pizza Day. We'll get to that in a moment. But we're celebrating the Rangers going to their third ever ALCS, baby, after a 7-1 sweep of the Orioles. Last time the AL East was swept in a postseason was 1990. The A's swept the Red Sox, and the 0-7 mark by the AL East this postseason is the worst by any division in a single postseason in the LCS era since 1969.
Wow.
By the way, the Rangers were the ones to completely sweep that division alone as they took care of business against the Rays and the Orioles. That makes them the first team in Major League history to sweep two teams with a combined 200 regular season wins in a single postseason.
That is right. We did it.
So they took down 1 and 4, right?
They took down 1 and 4, and now they'll have to knock out either 2 and 4. We will get the Astros. If they win tonight, they advance. So we'll see. We'll be in Houston on Sunday for Game 1. If the Twins win tonight, of course, they will force a decisive Game 5.
2 or 3?
They're 2 and 3. The Astros are 2. Twins are 3.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You said 2 or 4. I was just
2. Yes, I'm sorry, 2 or 3.
No
Astros
okay,
are 2.
I thought I got it wrong
Twins are
myself.
3.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
And we actually had a better record than the Twins did, but the Twins, of course, the division champs, so they would get the home field advantage in the ALCS. Great job by KNC today. Mike was fantastic. Yeah.
Real quick, are you okay with how this all played out when you look at the season and how at the end?
Oh, blowing the division?
And where you're at now?
No.
Not at all?
No, it sounds like Chief is, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was, I think it was kind of a, they rallied around.
I was worried that we were going to get in. I was worried that we were going to get in at the end.
I think obviously having home field advantage because they've been so good at home this year still would have been beneficial. End results, all that matters. And they're sitting in the ALCS. But I think you have a point there, Eric, and they seem to really get galvanized by that whole road trip, like us against the world mentality. So, like, hindsight, it might have worked out to their benefit a little bit.
There's something about them flying over Texas to get to Florida that probably when they looked down and saw Texas and they're thinking we should probably be landing right now or not.
Yeah, it made them mad.
Yeah,
like
it kind of like
night.
it kind of like what the hell, Now we're having to fly another 3-4 hours.
A little bit of a reality check.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, the reason I answered it, I said earlier, this is a time to appreciate and celebrate how far you've gotten. This is awesome to be here.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not okay with what they've done with the bullpen. If you want to be a contender, you see how awesome their team is. You see the offense. You see what they invested in starting pitching. How did you leave the bullpen to a point where there's a good chance they're going to get bludgeoned by an NL juggernaut or the defending champion Astros? I don't know why CY did that. I think what we'll watch over the next 10 days is CY become convinced that I'm right and he needs to fix the bullpen in the offseason. So sorry, to say that, but you asked the question, Brian. And I do take pride in being honest.
No, I did. I think there was, I would want them to open this thing at home.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of appreciating the journey
it's
now.
Unbelievable.
It's been a fun run, man.
And I was scared to death they weren't even going to get in the thing, like I said
now
earlier.
Look at us, baby.
Yeah.
Getting ready for the ALCS. Okay, before we slide into the list, great call-in from Rick in Burleson today. As KNC got a lot of really good calls. We'll open up Club Rangers coming up at 5:20. Maybe open up the phones then as well. But here's if you missed it, Rick, super emotional. I loved it. One of the best calls that we've ever had here on 105.3 The Fan. Super loyal Tolo, big-time Ranger fan. He was just Rick in Burleson.
All right, let's go to Rick in Burleson. You're on DFW Sports Station, home of the Rangers. What do you got, Rick?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. So I'm 65.
65.
The very first job I ever had was with the Texas Rangers at Arlington Stadium taking tickets. I saw Frank Howard hit his home run. I was there for David Clyde when he came in. I watched Nolan Ryan throw a no-hitter. I was there for Kenny Rogers when he threw his perfect game. I was there watching Pudge and Sierra, watching them go, thinking that we had the team to be able to take out the Yankees, but couldn't. I was there with season tickets in 2010 and 2011. I had a heart attack watching Nelson Cruz in right field.
Oh my gosh, I get it.
But last night was more than anything I could ask for. I've been a Ranger fan my entire life, and that was so special. And thank you guys. And Mike, all I can tell you is, man, you have made this season so much fun being a Ranger fan. Evan Carter, I've been an Evan Carter fan ever since the very first part of this year. And then you talking about him, and I just fell in love with the guy. And you have just made this year so special, and the Rangers have too. So thanks for taking my call, guys.
Dude, Rick. Hey.
Way to go, Rick. Way to make me cry. That's amazing because he's been through it all.
Yeah.
Like that son of a gun saw some young Mike Bassick in 1975 from Bishop Dunn, the first ever local product in Rangers history to make it. I think Hargrove was the first ever Texan. So, man, like that was an amazing call. And now I have to pick up my glasses here and wipe out a few tears.
Man, what a great call from Rick. I've loved listening to Mike, too, especially when he picked the Rays to sweep the Rangers.
That's why sports are special, man. It helps you mark history. You know, I can't wait either, Wolchuk.
I'm ready.
Stop talking.
All right, let's slide in because we can smell that pizza, baby. Oh, we can smell it.
Yeah,
I smell something. Is it here?
Something is here.
It does smell like there's
something.
pizza
It smells
here.
like pizza. Maybe it's just
it's not my pie.
Maybe we're getting ready for this list, but it's National Sausage Pizza Day. Know you guys love your big sausage pizzas out there. 877-881-1053, your favorite pizza topping. We'll go around the horn. We start in the Pim Cup with Lucius Alexander. Favorite pizza topping, my friend?
Meat lovers, but I'm always cool with a classic pepperoni.
Okay, and I know you're a Supreme guy as well.
I was Supreme it. Yeah, you can put all the veggies on mine. I'm cool with that.
I'm with you, but pepperoni, I'm with you, man. I think pepperoni is the one seed. Like if I'm limited to just one topping, pepperoni is usually my go-to.
Yeah, if I got to share, you know what I'm saying? Everybody will complain about the stuff. You can't complain about a pepperoni.
Right.
You might as well get a cheese pizza then, kid.
Let them know.
Yeah, man. Come on. Sit at the adults table and eat some pepperoni with us.
Pepperoni, you're a pepperoni guy?
Pepperoni, but I would probably go sausage just because there's more, you know, there's
love sausage.
Yeah, dude, there's more vitality to that meat right there.
Daddy, would you like some sausage?
Ready for the big announcement?
I'm gonna say pepperoni, but I'm thinking I want those Oaxaca dogs sliced thinly and have a pizza made with those bad boys.
Also got like the kick, the
queso
jalapeno
dipping
pizza.
sauce. Yeah,
Oaxaca pizza, bro.
That's genius.
Really
That's
cool.
genius. Where are you going, Brian?
Yeah, I'm with Lucius on the Supreme, but if you had to make me pick one, I'm the sausage guy.
Okay. So we got sausage, pepperoni. I love what Dawson's doing there. Buffalo chicken from the 210.
Not a bad call.
Yeah, it's a good one.
214 is in line with Lucius. Meat lovers, and I know you're a meat lover guy as well, Eric, but pepperoni. Classic pepperoni or go with buffalo chicken. 254 is going hamburger and onion right there.
It's a good combo.
Solid.
Not bad.
Got some more pepperoni love coming in. Jalapenos, mushrooms are coming in here as well. People love their mushrooms. So here's America's top 10. Now, honorable mentions here. We do have the chicken as an honorable mention. The Canadian bacon made an honorable mention as well.
Ooh, that does not go on pizza.
Yeah, but the pineapple, not bad.
It's not bad. I'd still rather go pepperoni and pineapple.
It's a change up.
Yes.
It's a change up in the dirt. You might swing at it. You might, hit it.
Yeah, like I am a pro pineapple on pizza guy. I can rock with that. But to me, it's pepperoni and pineapple. I think, and maybe some jalapeno. Like that right there is a pretty good combo.
Because you need that saltiness
Absolutely.
to combat the sweetness of the pineapple.
No doubt. Black olives and peppers.
Black
Those are the
olives
ones
is a good call there, too.
No, see, black olives is really the only, other than I guess anchovies, which is not even really something that is
My
around.
dad loves them. I can't
The
do
black
them.
olives is the only thing I can't do, but I will say,
Can you do any olive? Like green, or is it just the black
I'd prefer
olive?
to just go no olives. Everything else I'm totally fine with.
There's something about the saltiness that kind of helps me there.
The green olives I do think better than the black olives.
Okay.
But my sister, that's her favorite topping, is the black olives.
Not a bad call.
I had to grow up picking them off.
The underrated thing over the last few years that I've discovered that these places are doing, where you get like some of that spicy, like a sopressata, but then you got the honey, like a bee's knees sort of pizza, where there's like some type of honey drizzle on like the pepperoni or whatever it is.
Who did that for us? Who did that for us?
Kaden Rosso does one really good.
Somebody that was a sponsor of ours at one time. Remember they brought a bunch of pizzas up here in the...
Fireside Pies.
Was it Fireside?
I believe so.
Very well could have been Fireside Pies.
They're kind of that specialty pizza place.
Yeah, little artisan.
Artisan. There you go. Good
Wood
word.
fired.
There you go.
Smaller.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, they're
Dawson.
right down. They got a couple of locations.
You know,
but
there you go.
DeLuca, that Pizza
unbelievable.
DeLuca one.
Dawson knew it.
They
He
do
knew it.
one there, and they're like slicing it right in front of you. We went there for RJ's birthday a couple of years ago, and holy crap, that thing! It's basically like the Texas Day Brazil Pizza.
Yes. I've been there. Yes, that's
it's
excellent.
so good. It's so good. Absolutely fantastic.
What?
Yeah.
Texas Day Brazil pizza?
Of pizza, yeah. So they give you a card.
It's like green card, red card.
And they're just
you flip it?
walking these
right
specialty
over here.
pizzas.
It's like 5 minutes away.
Yeah, and they've got one in South Lake. They've got one in Frisco. We can have a date out there if you want. I'm down.
what are we
Show
doing?
date.
Yeah,
nice atmosphere there too.
I know
it's a
it's a
place.
good vibe.
All right.
And they give you meatballs and I
I'm
think some like lobster bisque.
They give you meatballs.
Yes, they give you meatballs.
right.
Yeah, that thing is freaking delicious. Yeah, dude.
Like one meatball as an appetizer.
Yeah, and they're big. They're big balls.
How do I?
What?
I'm gonna have the green card up on the meatballs the whole time.
Yeah,
They're
I know
not gonna
you will.
stop feeding me meatballs.
I think that's endless.
There's nothing wrong. You eat balls all the time. Yeah.
Yeah,
Green
sausage
card.
and then the meatballs. All right, let's get to the top 10. 10 is pineapple. 9 is ham.
You're about to take a swing at him.
Man, I'm a pineapple guy. You stay over there, all right? You stay over
but
there.
it's
Like,
list, Wolchuk? It's not on the
This
10.
is America. This is America's top 10.
Okay.
Pineapple is 10. I would probably have pineapple higher. I know people hate me for this, but that's my personal thing. 9 is ham. 8 is bacon.
It's good.
Crumbled?
Yes,
Mostly.
crumbled bacon.
Yeah.
Little kick.
7, I found this interesting, basil.
Yeah, it's good.
That's
Nice little basil.
Mine's a lot. Guys do a lot of basil
Yeah,
sprinkles.
there you go. Yeah.
Is that what's on the margarita pizzas?
Yeah.
Is it just basil?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
6 is tomatoes, which I guess you got in the sauce, but some people will just put like actual tomato on there.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Crushed tomatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 is onions. 4 is just extra cheese, and then you can also do the 5 cheese variety.
Grow up.
3 is mushrooms. 2 is sausage,
There you go.
and number 1 is pepperoni.
That's right. Yeah, and sausage is a close contender.
It absolutely is.
Is sausage and hamburger the same thing?
No,
No, because you have Italian sausage. It's the same
one's
thing like
from a pig, one's
meatballs.
from a cow.
Well, I mean, okay, yeah. And pizza always think when somebody orders hamburger, I think it's kind of a
You think
sausage.
it's a sausage?
I think it's sausage.
Yeah, they're doing actual burger.
No,
there.
no, you actually, pig and cow. You're right.
I bet Chief loves
Fireside
that, don't you?
pies.
I do love a good beef pizza.
Yeah, I don't mind it either.
Loves his
fantastic.
That's my guy.
Okay, Bobby Belt is live at Market Street in Flower Mound right now, all the way till 6 o'clock. He has flags.
He's got flags.
So you want to get there, pick up the all new 2023 Pure Gold as always G-Bag Nation flag. And you can order the alternate flag at 105thefan.com/flagtober, which is sick, Brian.
That's the one you need to get to. They're both great, but that's the one. Check that one out.
Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. State record fish caught inside these borders. Plus, we have association news with the ESPN Top 100 out. We have a Mav who was savagely disrespected. We'll give you the details on that and talk about where he should be in the rankings next right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Twin Peaks.
month at Classic Chevrolet, like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Shoot, yeah, it is. Okay, 283-pound alligator guard captured inside of our great state of Texas. Kentucky man might have done it. Hopefully that doesn't offend you. No confirmation that this was actually Will Chambers, proud Kentucky man himself.
Yes.
But this dude finished with may have finished with two new fishing records when he reeled in a huge alligator gar in the great state. This is Art Weston. Traveled to Texas as Sam Rayburn Lake, or Lake Sam Rayburn, and enlisted the aid of an expert guide in hopes of catching a 130-pound fish, he says. But what he ended up catching was much bigger. All of a sudden, one of the reels started to scream, says Weston. The fish just grabbed the bait and absolutely took off in a straight line. I remember yelling, "Oh my God, it's a monster." After struggling for 2 hours and 45 minutes, Weston finally reeled the monster in. Turns out the gar he caught tipped the scales at 283, new record. That thing would eat you, wouldn't it? A 283-pound alligator gar? Could it swallow you?
I think yes.
The fish measured 100 inches long. Wow, is that 8 feet? 8 feet 4 inches? 48 inches around. He would eat you. Both a new record and currently under review by the International Game Fish Association. Whew, that's something else, isn't it? That'd make you either love or hate fishing.
Did they say if they caught it in a lake or a river?
It was Lake Sam Rayburn.
Lake Sam Rayburn. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, getting it done out there. Who would have thought a damn near 10-foot alligator guard? That would have scared the crap out of me. Hey,
I cut the line.
Would you? You wouldn't haul that sucker in.
As soon as I saw what it, I just cut the line.
Take your arm off.
I'm not.
You gonna hand this thing up on the boat?
How do you? I'm not. It's not. It's just, to me, it wouldn't be worth it.
Sounds like a guy who's never had fried gator.
Shout out to Papa Do's.
My God.
No, I'm just. To me, it's like it just wouldn't be worth it. Now you're okay.
You got to get him in the boat and take the picture, dude. It's two world records.
Nah, hell no.
You're BSing me, Broadus. You're not throwing away 2 world records for fishing.
I don't want to be known as the guy that caught the world's biggest alligator gar.
Why? We're talking about it right now.
I don't want to.
What's your beef with the gator?
You want to be Brian Broadus, former Cowboy scout? You don't want.
I would rather be that.
Get in the way of that.
I would rather be that than. And by the way, a cowboy influencer on social media.
Yes, Emmy award-winning Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, you are. I don't want to be like, an alligator gar world record holder. I don't want to be that guy.
Is there a fish you would want?
Yes.
To be okay, which one?
Oh, like a bass, like a largemouth bass. Let me catch.
That thing couldn't eat you though. No. There's some pride in this. This is actually real hunting and fishing where your opponent could kill you too.
That dude, whatever his name, what's his name again? What was his name? Bill? Ted?
Bill? Art Weston.
Art. All right. Art. He didn't even know he had it.
Name for that
he
dude.
said the reel was screaming, right?
Yeah.
He didn't even know he had it.
Well, I wonder what kind of line he was using
It's
to be able to
underwater.
hold that.
You can't see. Of course he didn't know he had it. Damn thing's 30 feet below the water.
As soon as I got that thing to where I could see it, it's like, just cut the line.
Okay.
Quitter.
Yeah. That surprised me, Brian. I thought maybe you'd have some envy or jealousy coming from you towards the Kentucky man. This is a total curveball.
By the way, Kentucky man, do you have your license to fish in our state?
There you go.
Because if you're not, if you don't have your license, you can haul it back to Kentucky.
That's a null and void catch there, mister.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Being a real Karen over here, Brian.
There's a surprise. Dylan Brooks ejected
I'm
less than
Dylan Brooks you here in a minute.
Yeah. He did have his hair was a 10 out of 10 if I do say so myself. Looking at the interview, that was like freshly done.
Yeah.
But less than 5 minutes into his first game with Houston, he was ejected for a groin punch to Daniel Theus. Says he didn't mean to strike Theus, chalked it up to his reputation. It did look pretty intentional.
Yeah, I would say.
But I don't think other players would have got kicked out. I mean, to his point. But I think at this point, you have a reputation with the refs, and they're going to assume you did it on purpose. I would just, say to Dylan, if you're paying attention, nobody else wanted you. It's got to be time for like a change. He's 27, 28 right now. I think by 30, he will be in Europe or maybe even China. If he doesn't stop this.
The Dongwongs? What's
it's
that?
the Guangdong Tigers.
I'm sorry, I flipped
Dongwongs.
It's my dyslexia.
Yeah, the Guangdong Tigers. Yeah.
Dong
People already are repping that Dylan Brooks Guangdong Tiger jersey.
I would order one.
I would too.
Grant Williams comes in at 97 on the ESPN Top 100. Last year he was 99, so ESPN has issued their player rankings. Then that's not the disrespect I'm talking about here. There is a Mav that's been savagely disrespected. About Grant, they say Dallas prioritized defense, IQ, and toughness last offseason, which is why they deemed Williams worthy 4 years contract and gave up their 2030 first-round swap rights as well. He joins Luka and Kyrie as the three players who are locks for Dallas's starting lineup. So hopefully Grant Williams can take that career to the next level. I love that he's a two-way player.
Are you nervous about this Mavs season?
Yeah.
I am too.
Oh, I think you have to be after the way last year went. And I mean, there's still,
I don't want anything to
feels
happen
like
to
an
my guys.
unfinished product roster-wise.
Yeah, I'm hopeful, but I think this is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, and they realize they got to blow things up and go in a different direction.
Are you saying we're going to have a bad June off-season kind of a thing?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to make it to June. Yeah. I mean, if you make it to the playoffs, it's going to be one and done, unless you can get some great trade going, and maybe Kyrie or Luka does present you that trade option where with one player you could rebalance the roster and get an actual good role players and good other starters around the other star if you wanted to. Yeah. That hopefully we're not there at the trade deadline. Hopefully at the trade deadline we're like, wow, this is working great, and they are 40-15. I can't believe how amazing this is going.
So I can't believe I'm going to ask you this because, I mean, obviously we want Luka to be here, but if seeing what Dame just got,
you're about to trade him
for Portland. Like if you got that haul and you're the Trailblazers, flip that to the Mavericks for Luka, would you be satisfied or do you want more? It seems like right now it's like the worst time to be trading your superstars.
You still have Kyrie Irving. I would have kept Drew Holiday to go with DeAndre Ayton though. Yeah, and I think that would have been pretty good. You know, you're not going to get anything close to a top 5 player in the game when you trade a top 5 player in the game, but I think that'd be close enough. I think these teams are getting ready to make huge offer to either Luka or Embiid. So hopefully it's better than what they got for Dame.
Yeah, I think teams are floating around and waiting, and they're waiting for that Embiid shoe to drop, the Luka shoe to drop. The teams are lurking, and they're going to be ready to pounce for sure.
I just got a media watchdog ESPN here before we go, and I know we're late in the hour. Kyrie at 34. They say he remains one of the NBA's most skilled and productive guards. 27 points, 5.5 assists, 61.3 true shooting percentage, but they put him 34th. And they do have Jalen Brunson at 32.
Oops.
I think that ranking might be accurate. You know, somewhere between 25 and 32 for Jalen Brunson is good, but Kyrie's a better player than him right now, and it's not even close. I might rather have Brunson. He's healthier. He's younger. He doesn't get hurt, but
every night.
Kyrie is so much better when you watch the two play. Congrats to Jalen Brunson. That's hating on our guy Kyrie, though.
Yes, for sure, dude. Come on. Kyrie, from a talent standpoint, is easily top 10 to 20 in the league.
Yeah. I'd put him around 15 at least, and when he's got it going, I think he can perform as a top 5 or 6 player. Major red flag, though, that you let Jalen Brunson go. He hit career highs in everything and just vaulted up this rankings list. And, you know, I think it's not only that you let him leave, but he wanted to leave so bad. You know, he was like, I got to get out of here. The Mavs need a great season to bounce back and become a playoff team again, but also to reset their culture and identity as a quality organization. It's been a long time since I thought of them in that regard. So we'll hope for the best here for the Mavs as they'll get underway here. They still got about 2 weeks before their season opener. Stars open up tomorrow night. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And coming up next, Chief has an edition of Football's Finest for us. What kind of a football adventure are we going on today, sir?
Well, we got a coach versus reporter situation. Plus, is this the ultimate sign that you are not good at your job? Next here in the Nation.
You want
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We certainly are. I mean, it's really hard not to with what the Rangers treated us to last night at the Globe. We'll talk about some of the best moments from our perspective last night as we took in the action from the stadium coming up at 5:20. It's time now for football's finest. Here's your man, Eric Chiafalo.
Pro Football Focus has their best quarterbacks of the season right now, best grades. And Broadus's Detroit Lions have the best quarterback in the league right now.
Jared Goff?
Jared Goff is the highest graded quarterback according to Pro Football Focus. Second to him is Lamar Jackson, who was graded extremely high. When you look at the raw numbers, you're like, wait, they lost that game. They didn't score that many points. How could he have graded so high in that performance, that loss to Kenny Pickett and the Steelers? My gosh, dude. When you look at some of the cut-ups and some of the drop passes that were for huge gains or touchdowns, like the amount of points that were left off the board because Lamar Jackson was getting little to no help was pretty substantial. So they actually have Lamar Jackson playing the second highest level at the quarterback position right now. It's Pro Football Focus. You take it with a grain of salt to an extent, but I do find it interesting the way they grade things because they take a lot into account.
Well, he does have, I think, like the highest completion percentage. Some of his personal stats are the highest of his career. So Lamar is having a really good start to the season.
Josh Allen first downs a lot with his legs. Yeah.
For sure. Josh Allen, they got his third. What's up?
What does the eye test tell you about this stuff? What is the eye test when you watch games?
Well, it tells me Brock Purdy's the best quarterback in football.
That's what I'm saying. I know Baldy. He does a lot of work in that. I dabble in the film breakdown stuff. But what does just the eye test tell you?
I would go
when you
Mahomes.
watch these games.
Yeah.
Would you say that? Would you say I understand what the guy at the Lions is doing? I get that.
Well,
Getting a lot of help.
Yeah. He's playing like a top 10 quarterback for sure.
But is he playing like the best quarterback?
No.
At the end of the day, no. Like you're taking Mahomes 1 all the time.
And we can eye test it all we want. None of us are watching 4 quarters of Detroit Lions football and then 4 quarters of the next team and 4 quarters of the next team. We're all getting this through red zone and random other things. You can't eye test 32 quarterbacks. You're not watching every snap.
I was just saying, though, if you eye test these games, and you guys watch enough of them, I know you and I are working on a pregame show. It's a little tough to watch all the games and stuff like that. But if you go back and you studied, would you say that Lamar Jackson's the second best?
Well, we're talking about a 5-game sample. You know what I mean? It's not like, hey, right now, if you're drafting your quarterback, is Lamar Jackson the first guy you're taking? Maybe not necessarily. You're still going to take Mahomes. You all know sort of the order of where you go because you have a larger sample size to go off of. This is just interesting for right now, and in a month it might look completely different. But through the 5 games that we've seen so far, it's just fun to see who's graded pretty high. And right now, your guy Jared Goff is number 1, Jackson 2, Josh Allen 3, then it's Mahomes, Trevor Lawrence, and then it's Tua, and then it's Stafford, and then it's Purdy.
Are you surprised that Tua is below some of those guys?
See, that's what I'm saying.
It seems like Tua's having a really good year.
Eye test to me tells me that Tua's, if you're taking 5-game sample size, and I know that Tua and them got smoked. Buffalo got him.
But even statistically, I just feel like Tua's having a great year.
I feel like
he's going to make more big-time throws.
He's thrown for like 1,600 yards already.
He's the man, but
I think 11 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, eyeball.
Right. But what these numbers will do, though, is give you an idea 5 weeks into a season, like what passing games are clicking, what quarterback is performing really well with his supporting cast, and can kind of put you on to, now I need to go put my eyes on Jared Goff. I need to go put my eyes on Lamar Jackson.
Well, and I think it's helpful, like Lamar Jackson being 2 there. Lamar Jackson is playing better than what their offense displayed last year.
That's an important takeaway as well. But
last week,
with
Jared
Kirk
Goff,
Cousins is playing well though too. Sure. Look at Kirk Cousins, but their team's record's horrible.
But here's a really fun way to look at it. You can also measure which quarterbacks are being handed opportunities where they're not perfectly covered. So who is consistently throwing into defenses where the defense is sort of lost? They don't have it covered well. No one is having better success that way than Brock Purdy. He's throwing only 20% of the time is Brock Purdy throwing into what they deem perfect coverage. And that is by a mile. You know who's second? Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Wow.
Kirk Cousins. He's throwing into, like, the defenses very rarely are just perfectly covering the Vikings right now. So are you giving credit to Kirk Cousins?
No,
are you giving credit to Brock Purdy or the play caller who is creating wide-ass open opportunities?
I'm arguing for the eye test is what I'm arguing. I mean, I'm getting to appreciate the numbers.
Yeah.
I really am. And I appreciate where they're going with the ball and all that. I'm learning all that. But if you just said eye test, I don't think Lamar Jackson to me is, I don't know.
A lot goes on with an eye test. From the eye, you go to the brain where there's a big memory and bias, right? So the numbers also can cut through your eyes, which might think, oh, there's Goff. He's not good. Channel click. And all of a sudden you see a story like this and you're like, man, what happened with Jared Goff? I think the truth is, if you give him great protection and good coaching, Jared Goff can excel. But if the moment you ask him to carry a team, it's over. And that's what my eyes and my brain tell me about Jared Goff. But these numbers have no eyes or brain. And that's why I think it's cool.
Can I ask one more thing? Is C.J. Stroud on your list?
C.J. Stroud.
Because there's another eye test guy for me.
C.J. Stroud's been brilliant.
I'll go look and see where Pro Football Focus I'll look to see where they have him.
Okay.
But
I didn't mean to
no, it's fine. It's totally fine. It'll be quick. I'll click back over there. But I love seeing the offenses that are going up against defenses that are perfectly covering them. It's eye-opening. And you'll see that Brock Purdy is throwing oftentimes into defenses that are not perfectly covering the wide receivers and whatnot. Same thing in Minnesota with Kirk Cousins. Kevin O'Connell's dialing some stuff up for him. Then you'll see the Dolphins right there. Okay, so it's like when you're going through the grading process, you can say, hey, Tua, you are putting up numbers. Brock Purdy, you are doing some really, really nice things, but you also are being helped thanks to the fact that guys are so open more consistently than the rest. Dak right now, there's only 2 teams that are worse in the sport at dialing up a play that is not perfectly covered. Right now, it's just Washington and Pittsburgh. They're consistently dealing with, oh my gosh, feels like everybody's covered here. And then you'll see the Cowboys, where almost 45% of the time, the defense is perfectly covering what you're laying out there.
The coaching is pathetic, or you're coming up against an opponent that is playing incredible defense, or your receivers are playing horrible.
Right.
But you gotta go to the most reasonable thing, which is the coaching. Belichick, they don't have good defense right now. The Giants don't have good defense right now. The Cardinals have a pretty good pass rush, but that's it. You're making these defenses look all world. And if I'm Mike McCarthy, I feel like the world is closing in around me very, very quickly.
I agree on that, what you just said.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Things were going great.
Yeah.
And now they're not.
Yeah.
And they got C.J. Stroud somewhere around 10 or 11 here.
That's Bobby Slowick.
They've graded him.
Shout out to Todd Monken for having Lamar
Jackson
Bobby? Up there.
Bobby's way up there with Stroud?
C.J. Stroud is and his play caller.
The former Shanahan.
Shanahan
after
guy.
McDaniels left, they go with Slowick. Now Slowick's in Houston. They're getting guys open right and left.
Yeah.
Okay.
And O'Connell, McVaytree, Ben Johnson with the Lions.
I think Dak is young and he knows this stuff and he's not going to make a big deal about it, but he's probably sitting there on NFL Twitter going, oh my goodness, how did I get stuck with this again?
Yeah, I don't think Dak's happy. I really don't, which is why as we talk about, the future here in Dallas, I think now he might be more willing to move on than ever before.
It speaks to the greatness of Andy Reid and maybe even more importantly, Pat Mahomes. The Chiefs offense is currently converting over 46% of their 3rd and 7 or longer plays this season. That's the highest rate
Dallas
by any
used
offense.
to do that for a while.
It's the highest rate
Dallas
by any
was on
offense.
That's amazing.
Since 2000.
Yep.
Since 2000, that's the highest number on 3rd and 7.
That's
3rd and 7 or longer. Pat Mahomes, without much in the way of weapons, outside of Kelsey, you're kind of going,
So how's he grade for throws against defense that's unprepared? How's Andy Reid doing for him?
That's a great question. Let me get that pulled up once again. I also saw that Tyreek Hill has more 15 plus yard receptions than by himself than 5 different teams do total. So that's a fun deal. No, the Cowboys I did not see as one of the teams that were on there. It was teams like the Panthers and stuff like that.
That's crazy.
Anytime you see a guy doing like running back flips or back handsprings or basically being an Olympic gymnast while he's playing your team sport, there's a good chance that's your best player.
Yeah. It's the athleticism and the speed and everything. It just jumps off at you. Let's see with Kansas City. Kansas City is not near as good right now as what you'll see San Francisco and Miami as, where the defense doesn't have you perfectly covered. The Chiefs are sort of middle of the road in this particular area. Yeah, theirs you would look at and go, okay, what's our personnel? Because the play calling and the play design is going to be right up there with the best in the league because Andy Reid and company always are. So nonetheless, some interesting stuff from that standpoint. Now, the Steelers offensive coordinator Matt Canada is that everybody's after his head, even after winning and beating the Ravens on Sunday. Everybody wants the offensive coordinator for the Steelers gone, and I think for sure when you're Matt Canada and you find that on the opening night of the NHL season for the Pittsburgh Penguins, they were all in unison erupting throughout different portions of the game, "Fire Canada." So the Pittsburgh Penguin fans are now it's a sports crossover where they're trying to get the football play caller fired inside of the hockey arena. And I think that's when you ultimately know, okay,
this
over. I'm pretty poor at what I do here. These people can't stand me, and they probably got a good reason for it.
They're missing a pretty good South Park reference here with the Blame Canada song from the South Park movie.
They are. That's a good call.
See, that's the kind of stuff right there that you need.
Yeah,
that's the leadership.
South Park Matt Canada episode. They might even do
Bring it back, baby.
Yeah, let's do it.
Everything in Pittsburgh right now. When you a little college football action here, closing down the finest. We have they apparently are so bad they have a bit of a suggestion box, like a negative suggestion box, according to Noah Hiles, who covers them. There's a vase in the Pitt football facility, and apparently it's where players are supposed to just vent and put their negative thoughts, whatever bad feelings you have, just write it down, put it in our little suggestion box here, and that's how you can sort of blow off some steam because I guess Pitt football right now is less than ideal.
1-4.
Was that in Ted Lasso? I think Ted Lasso might have done something.
Yeah,
like
Ted
that.
Lasso did that too. Yeah,
the old suggestion box. I do remember that. Yeah, actually, I do remember that. It was pretty good. Maybe that's exactly where Pitt is getting this from.
Let's take some stuff from Ted.
I got a couple other college football things, but I want to make sure we get this sound in because we have coach versus reporter. This is the best interaction of the day for sure between coach and reporter, and it remains in college football. It's Penn State's James Franklin, head coach, at the mic, and this question, you'll hear the question, but they're talking about the quarterback and how he needs to take more chances pushing the ball down the field. And listen to James Franklin just undress this reporter.
We need you to throw the ball deep no matter. Just take a shot. Don't overthink it. Take a shot. We need to see it. We're going to call it.
You're right.
And we need you to get some confidence in doing this as opposed to even giving a young quarterback the chance to say, hey, just check it down if it's not there.
I don't really understand what you're saying because we would never my skin is curling when you say just drop back and chuck it deep no matter what. Like that is I don't even know what you're saying. It's like you're speaking from
just
Mars.
Send the guy in a post pattern, take the shot, throw it.
No matter what.
Give your receiver a chance to make a play on a ball, even if he might be covered 30 yards down the field. Maybe you think he'll be open 45 yards down the field, and like Godwin did, or with Jahan or KJ.
I still don't you're speaking Japanese. We have never done that. Just throw the ball up, and maybe he'll be open, and maybe he'll catch. My skin is you're making me uncomfortable. I don't know what you're talking about. So
okay.
Yeah, we would not do that. We would never do that. We've never thought about doing that as a head coach, as an offensive coordinator, as a receivers coach. When I coached the receivers, I didn't want them to do that. So no, strong no.
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 I'm hoping we can cut this out so this doesn't even get out into the universe.
No. The last 10 seconds of James Franklin there is just epic.
He's at a loss. He's confused at what is being thrown at him. He thinks Ashton Kutcher's about to run in there and tell him he's being punked right now. This is a bit. This is Saturday Night Live. We're workshopping things here, coach. He was completely flabbergasted at the question. And that was that's definitely coach versus reporter interaction of the day.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a veteran reporter to me.
Just throw
a
it
lot
up.
of enthusiasm.
Come on,
school newspaper guy?
Just
throw it up.
School newspaper or fan blogger.
Fan blogger would be
fan
good.
blogger.
Yeah, fan bloggers. Yeah, you're there.
How do you like what the USC Trojans tactic is coaching wise this week? They're going to be playing Notre Dame.
Playing in the rain, aren't we?
Just
not playing any defense again?
No.
No, they're bringing out the water hoses.
Water hoses, yes.
So like literally, you'll have a coach when the punt returner's like trying to field a punt at practice right now to prep for the wet balls. The coach is spraying at him, and like as the ball is coming down for him to receive the punt in practice, he's being hosed down. I believe they have hoses over the middle of the field when the wide receiver's trying to catch the football. They just got a bunch of coaches running around with hoses. It's pretty great.
It would be very Notre Dame to lose to Louisville, come back and knock off USC.
That would be something. Notre Dame USC, quite a historic battle. Looking forward to it. Okay, and Zach Martin's going to join us tomorrow at 4:30. We'll get his thoughts on it. Expressway. Guys, we've gotten a request since this week started, and you said we couldn't do it until the Rangers clinched.
That's right.
They clinched last night, and the request continued to come in for Club Rangers. Can we do it? Okay.
So we fired off, huh? What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get the velvet
time,
ropes
boys.
out. Brian,
Absolutely.
you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
We'll hit the
Mark,
best
I'm
moments
ready.
from the ballpark last night, including a restroom story as well from Woolchuck that you got to hear to believe. And then LA Live with Lucius Alexander's coming up at 5:40 right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.